Chapter 1. Laozi only wishes to be expelled from the sect. Boom boom, the resonant tolling of the bell reverberated throughout the Haotian sect. Upon hearing the first chime, individuals from all corners of the sect hastily made their way to the Grand Hall of Haotian. At this moment, the Grand Hall was already teeming with an innumerable throng. Among the multitude of disciples stood Chu Xinghe, who did not particularly stand out among his peers. 3 months prior, Chu Xinghe had unexpectedly arrived in this world. Without grasping the true nature of this realm, he had passed the entrance examination of the Haotian sect and was directly accepted as a disciple. The Haotian sect was the foremost sect on the Liang continent, reigning supreme for 4 centuries, both in prowess and status. To become a disciple of the Haotian sect was a dream that countless individuals would scarcely dare to entertain. As Chu Xinghe marveled at the commencement of his extraordinary journey, an even more bewildering revelation struck him. Suddenly, within his mind, there appeared an enigmatic object known as the Doomsday Compass. After a period of exploration, Chu Xinghe uncovered the true nature of the Doomsday Compass. In essence, the Doomsday Compass contained a variety of tasks to be accomplished. By fulfilling specific tasks, he could receive corresponding rewards. However, before he could bask in his excitement for even a moment, he was utterly astonished by the tasks listed within the Doomsday Compass. Destroy the Haotian sect reward. Peak martial god cultivation. Dethrone the Haotian sect from its position as the world's foremost sect reward. Peak martial emperor cultivation. Be expelled from the Haotian sect reward. Peak martial emperor cultivation. Having perused the tasks, Chu Xinghe was left in complete shock. Goodness, this was truly a trap. Every task was intricately linked to his affiliation with the Haotian sect. Any action detrimental to the sect would catapult him to the pinnacle of success. Indeed, the Doomsday Compass lived up to its ominous reputation. Though it was insidious, Chu Xinghe felt a genuine thrill. For others, attaining the status of martial emperor was a lifelong endeavor. Yet for him, mere expulsion from the sect would grant him such power? What a rush! As the saying goes, it is far easier to learn misdeeds than virtues. The Haotian sect was a colossal entity, the foremost in the current world. To envision its destruction seemed more daunting than achieving the status of martial god. To dethrone the Haotian sect from its esteemed position, was he, a mere novice, truly capable of such a feat? Yet, the notion of being expelled from the sect appeared to be within reach. Chu Xinghe, what are you pondering? Do you remember what I instructed you earlier? This matter must proceed as I have advised. Should you act recklessly, the consequences will not be favorable. A youth beside Chu Xinghe, possessing a hawkish nose, whispered, his words laced with a veiled threat. His name was Chu Xinghe, also hailing from Kaoshan village, and together they had been selected to join the Haotian sect as disciples. The small Kaoshan village had produced 2 disciples for the Haotian sect, nearly causing the village chief to faint from excitement upon hearing the news. The 2 had entered the sect together, yet now Chu Xinghe had risen to the rank of a small team leader, with Chu Xinghe serving in his team. The recent tolling of the bell of Haotian sect was indeed a consequence of their small team's actions. Half a month ago, the newly initiated disciples of Haotian sect were divided into numerous small teams to embark on their introductory trials. Initially, these trials were merely a formality, intended to foster familiarity among the disciples before concluding without incident. However, no one anticipated that this ostensibly safe trial would take a tragic turn. 2 promising disciples from Chu Xinghe's team, misled by erroneous information, inadvertently ventured into a perilous region, resulting in their untimely demise. These 2 had previously been accepted under the tutelage of the Grand Elder, and the loss of both during what should have been a simple exercise was an affront that the Grand Elder could not overlook. Hence, the bell tolled 9 times today. The Grand Elder sought to uncover the identity of those responsible for the deaths of his disciples. I understand, Chu Xinghe replied, casting an impatient glance at Chu Xinghe. Mind your tongue. Dare to utter another word, and I shall break another of your arms. Chu Xinghe threatened once more. Previously, during the trial, he had taken advantage of his superior cultivation to break one of Chu Xinghe's arms, which now fueled Chu Xinghe's ire. This insolent brat had no inkling of the person standing before him on the day I am expelled from the sect. He shall be the first to face my wrath. As the various factions of Haotian sect convened in the Grand Hall, The imposing Grand Elder emerged from among the assembly of elders, his gaze icy as it swept across the gathered crowd. Haotian's sect has stood for a millennium, earning the illustrious title of the foremost sect 4 centuries ago, a sanctuary revered by martial artists across the realm. Over these 400 years, our sect has produced countless prodigies, surpassing even the glory of yesteryears. Every individual who joins Haotian's sect is a paragon of talent. Yet, during this recent trial, 2 of our disciples fell victim to malicious deception, meeting their end in unprecedented occurrence in 4 centuries. The Grand Elder continued, his expression one of profound sorrow. I have thoroughly investigated the matter, and today I have summoned you all to address this issue. Whoever conspired against these 2 will face my unyielding wrath. As he spoke, all eyes turned to the members of Chu Xinghe's team. The Grand Elder approached them directly. Will you confess willingly, or shall I be the one to reveal the truth? A palpable tension enveloped the room. Chu Xinghe noted that Chu Cheng trembled more than anyone else, leading him to ponder whether it was possible that he was involved, given his poor rapport with the deceased. As Chu Xinghe contemplated, the Grand Elder began his inquiries. The disciples' questions stammered as they recounted the events of the trial, yet they all maintained the same refrain. They truly did not know who was responsible for the tragedy. The Grand Elder's frustration mounted with each inquiry, and when he reached Chu Xinghe, he spoke again. If you confess now, I shall show leniency due to your youth and ignorance and expel you from Haotian sect. But should I uncover the truth myself, your life will be forfeit. At the Grand Elder's words, the team, save for Chu Xinghe, wore expressions of sheer terror. Chu Cheng appeared particularly distraught, as if he might lose control of himself at any moment. Yet, Chu Xinghe was overcome with exhilaration. Could it be an expulsion from the sect? What a fortuitous opportunity. The Grand Elder approached Chu Xinghe, urging him to elucidate the events that transpired during the trial. As the Great Elder's words fell, Chu Xinghe interjected, Great Elder, there is no need to inquire further. It was I who committed the transgression. I am acutely aware of my grievous sins and feel utterly ashamed to remain within the Haotian sect. I implore you, Great Elder, to expel me from the sect as a form of punishment. The members of the team stood frozen in disbelief upon hearing Chu Xinghe's declaration, including the Great Elder himself. Chu Xinghe felt a surge of exhilaration, eagerly anticipated the Great Elder's expulsion of him from the sect, for the pinnacle of martial emperors was already hastening towards him. However, while Chu Xinghe envisioned the carefree existence that awaited him as a martial emperor, the Great Elder fell into a deep silence. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until, under Chu Xinghe's hopeful gaze, the Great Elder's icy demeanor suddenly dissipated, replaced by raucous laughter. Surely you must be confused. Next, you are to expel yourself from the sect, are you not? Chu Xinghe thought, brimming with anticipation. Good, good, good. The Great Elder repeated the word thrice, leaving Chu Xinghe momentarily bewildered. Good child, how did you uncover that those 2 were spies from the Shadow Demon sect and managed to entrap them before they could wreak havoc? Chu Xinghe was utterly baffled. What is this? Spies from the Shadow Demon sect? Entrapping them before they could cause chaos? This is not entrapment, you are the one ensnaring me. Then, amidst Chu Xinghe's confusion, the Great Elder elucidated everything. It turned out that the deceased duo were disciples of the Shadow Demon sect, attempting to infiltrate the Haotian sect to sow discord. They had devised a cunning plan for this trial, but they had never anticipated that their scheme would lead to their untimely demise due to misleading information. Thus, the oblivious Chu Xinghe, who had emerged to take the blame, was not only innocent but had inadvertently performed a commendable deed. Seeing Chu Xinghe's bewildered expression, the Great Elder joyfully patted his shoulder. After all, those 2 were disciples under the Great Elder's tutelage, and had anything truly gone awry, he would have faced grave repercussions. Once the tale was recounted, the onlookers exclaimed in unison, Heaven bless Haotian. The Great Elder, now beaming with delight, waved his hand grandly. In light of Chu Xinghe's elimination of the spies from the Shadow Demon sect and his protection of our Haotian sect disciples, from this day forth, Chu Xinghe shall be promoted to an elite disciple, rewarded with 10 spirit-gathering pills, and shall study under my guidance. Upon the Great Elder's proclamation, All disciples within the team cast envious and jealous glances at Chu Xinghe. Yet, Chu Xinghe himself was in a state of bewilderment. What is this? My aspirations of becoming a martial emperor have vanished. Can 10 spirit-gathering pills truly mend the wounds of my spirit? Noticing the dazed Chu Xinghe beside him, an idea suddenly sparked in Chu Xinghe's mind. Great Elder, I am unworthy in truth. It was our captain, Chu Xinghe, who first discovered the spies from the Shadow Demon Sect. I was merely the executor of his plan. If any merit is to be acknowledged, it should rightfully belong to the captain. I have deceived you, Great Elder, and I humbly request to be expelled from the sect. As soon as these words left his lips, everyone fell silent, and Chu Xinghe wore an expression of sheer disbelief. He had never imagined that Chu Xinghe would transfer such a significant accolade to him. Yet, just as Chu Xinghe was caught up in excitement, the formerly kind-hearted Great Elder turned towards him, his expression now frigid. Your name is Chu Xinghe, is it not? Yes. Today, I intentionally set this test to see if you possess the courage to stand up for yourselves. Yet, as the captain of the team, you exhibit a complete lack of responsibility, failing to promptly acknowledge your actions to me. This is a disgrace to my esteemed Haotian sect. You and Chu Xinghe must be from the same hometown. Chu Xinghe, out of loyalty to his compatriot, was even willing to accept expulsion from the sect while you remained silent. What face do you have now to claim credit? Chu Xinghe was left dumbfounded. So was Chu Xinghe. Relay my decree as elder. Expel Chu Xinghe from the inner sect of Haotian and demote him to an outer disciple as a warning to others. Chu Xinghe was taken away, and the elder once again radiated a warm, gentle demeanor as he patted Chu Xinghe's shoulder, saying, Do not become arrogant with praise, nor fearful of punishment. You are a good child. The tumult concluded with the elder's departure, and countless new disciples gathered around Chu Xinghe, congratulating him for being the first elite disciple in this cohort. Coupled with the elder's favor, his future seemed boundless. Yet, at this moment, the smile on Chu Xinghe's face was more akin to a grimace than a grin. My peak martial emperor. What elite disciple, what elder's favor. It's all nonsense. All I desire is to be expelled from the sect. Chapter 2. Revenge is inevitable. The black disciple robe, emblematic of elite status, had already been donned by Chu Xinghe. He had just bid farewell to the 5th group of well-wishers who had come to congratulate him. As Chu Xinghe contemplated taking a moment to rest, another visitor arrived. This time, it was his own team members. Aside from Chu Xinghe and those 2 despicable traitors, everyone else was present. Congratulations, Brother Chu. Now that you have become an elite disciple, do not forget about us, your brothers. In the future, do remember to support us within the sect. As the foremost sect in the world, Haotian sect boasted formidable strength and equally stringent rules. Typically, it would take an ordinary inner disciple several years of arduous training to ascend to the status of an elite disciple. And those with lesser talents need not even dream of it. Elite disciples not only held a position vastly superior to that of ordinary inner disciples, but they also had access to more resources and the opportunity to learn profound techniques. Moreover, Chu Xinghe had been personally guided and accepted under the wing of the Grand Elder. His future was undoubtedly promising. Thus, establishing a favorable relationship with Chu Xinghe would only benefit them all. By the way, where is Chu Xinghe? Chu Xinghe feigned ignorance. That scoundrel is now an outer disciple. He cannot simply waltz back into the inner sect, came the reply. Indeed, previously, as a captain, he treated us with disdain. And now that he has been demoted to the outer sect, let's see how arrogant he remains, the team members remarked. They were well aware that Chu Xinghe had once broken Chu Xinghe's arm, and they understood that despite their shared hometown, there was no real camaraderie between the two. Oh, what a pity for Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe mused. Pity? Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, the cleverest member of the team, Zhao Dong, quickly grasped the implication. Brother Chu, that scoundrel had previously laid hands on us quite a bit. As soon as Zhao Dong spoke, everyone's eyes lit up. TSK Zhao Dong. Your words are rather inappropriate. Though that scoundrel, cough, Chu Xinghe is indeed shameless, despicable, and lowly, he is still my fellow townsman. In a foreign land, a fellow townsman is akin to a brother. How can you all kick him when he is down? Zhao Dong and the others quickly professed their reluctance to do so. How about this? Chu Xinghe said with a heavy heart. Breaking one arm is sufficient. Let us not go too far. After all, He is also an outer disciple, right? Brother Chu, you are magnanimous. Your broad-mindedness commands our respect. We shall proceed as you suggest. After a round of flattery, Chu Xinghe saw off his former teammates. Subsequently, several ordinary inner disciples from the same batch as him came to offer their congratulations, and Chu Xinghe received each of them with grace, attributing his success to the Grand Elder's favor and his own good fortune. As night fell, news reached Chu Xinghe that several of his brothers had gone to visit Chu Xinghe. In the end, the latter had spoken disrespectfully, resulting in a group beating that left him with a broken arm and a bruised face. Yet, as an outer disciple, who would truly care? That night, as Chu Xinghe lay in bed, he gazed upon the tasks listed within the misfortune compass. Countless assignments were laid out before him, each one designed to bring about the downfall of Haotian Sect. Although he had missed the opportunity to be expelled from the sect and ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess, Chu Xinghe remained unfazed as he contemplated the misfortune compass. To emerge from the prestigious Haotian Sect, regarded as the foremost sect in the realm, is a formidable challenge, even for elite disciples. Above them lie the core disciples, the direct disciples, and even the chief disciple. However, if one were to seek a path to self-destruction and punishment leading to expulsion from the sect, the options become plentiful. After a dreamless night, the following morning, Chu Xinghe donned his elite disciple robes and made his way to the dining hall designated for elite disciples to partake in breakfast. He greeted his fellow elite disciples along the way. Indeed, the quality of the meals in the elite dining hall was far superior to that of ordinary disciples. Chu Xinghe savored 4 bowls of braised pork, feeling quite satisfied. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed 2 despondent elite disciples behind him. A glance revealed their robes bore the same unique spirit crane pattern of the Grand Elder, indicating they too were elite disciples under his tutelage. "Good day, brothers," he greeted. Yet, the 2 did not even lift their heads to acknowledge him, instead finding a place to sit and eat in silence. Chu Xinghe paid no mind and was about to leave when one of the elite disciples spoke. "Ma Biao, I fear I am doomed this time." Ma Biao sighed and replied, "Shin Shun, you should know that the Grand Elder is most proficient in alchemy, and thus all disciples under him must study this craft. However, he harbors a strong disdain for those who lack diligence. The fact that your alchemical concoction exploded has enraged him to the point where even his beard is askew. You cannot escape punishment this time." "Ah," Shin Shun exclaimed in shock. "What kind of punishment will I face?" "At best, a month of confinement. At worst, the revocation of your elite disciple status." "No. I have just become an elite disciple. I cannot allow this." Shin Shun was on the verge of tears. However, Chu Xinghe's eyes lit up at this revelation. What is this? Merely causing an explosion in alchemy could lead to punishment? A month of confinement could mean an ascension to the rank of warrior? Losing elite disciple status could elevate me directly to great warrior? This is truly fortuitous. He quickly glanced at the misfortune compass, and indeed, there were tasks of a similar nature. Confinement leading to promotion to warrior. Losing elite disciple status directly elevating one to great warrior. Astonishing. Chu Xinghe felt a surge of excitement, his stomach churning with the remnants of the braised pork. In this realm, cultivators are categorized into 9 ranks, from the 1st to the 9th. The 1st rank represents Chu Xinghe's current level, a mere novice with little to show. The ranks ascend as follows: warrior, great warrior, warrior master, warrior spirit, warrior king, warrior saint, warrior venerable, and finally, warrior emperor. Above the warrior emperor, there are rumors of a divine realm, but such knowledge is beyond Chu Xinghe's reach. The unique abilities of the misfortune compass allowed him to embark on a reverse cultivation path. Confinement could lead to promotion to warrior. Losing elite disciple status would elevate him to great warrior. What a remarkable opportunity, if he were to proceed steadily in his cultivation, despite his considerable talent. It would likely take 2 or 3 years to reach such a level. Now, filled with exhilaration, Chu Xinghe dashed over to the 2 dejected brothers, bowing deeply in gratitude without a word, leaving them utterly bewildered and unaware of the events unfolding. Upon departing from the dining hall, Chu Xinghe hastened towards the Lingyi Palace, which is situated within the vast expanse of the Haotian mountain range, where each elder presides over their own peak. The peak of the Grand Elder is named Lingyi Palace, renowned for being the most spiritually enriched location, second only to the Sect Master. As Chu Xinghe made his way to Lingyi Palace and verified his identity, he entered its hallowed halls. The Grand Elder, a master alchemist of the 9th rank, had embraced the path of alchemy, thus mandating that all disciples under his tutelage be well-versed in the art of potion crafting. Chu Xinghe arrived at the central apothecary hall of Lingyi Palace, where the fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air. Enchanted by the scent, he entered the apothecary hall without delay. After a brief inquiry, he encountered an elite disciple named Feng Fei, whose chest bore the emblem of 4 cauldrons, indicating his status as a 4th-rank alchemist. Feng Fei was also known for guiding fellow disciples in their practice, as the Grand Elder and numerous other elders were preoccupied with various affairs and could not instruct personally on a daily basis. The tale of Xinghe's modesty in praise and his unyielding spirit in punishment had spread throughout the Haoyan sect, earning him admiration for his willingness to stand for his fellow townsmen. Feng Fei, clearly aware of Chu Xinghe's reputation, spoke in a manner that made the latter feel slightly embarrassed, considering his compatriot was likely bedridden for half a month. "Brother Feng, I wish to learn the art of alchemy," Chu Xinghe exclaimed, nearly revealing his innermost thoughts in his excitement. "Since you have the desire to learn, I shall personally instruct you," Feng Fei replied. However, the craft of alchemy demands exceptional talent. He continued to elaborate. Yet Chu Xinghe found himself unable to retain any of it until Feng Fei mentioned the critical precautions. "Brother Xinghe, the first step in learning alchemy is mastering fire control. Each individual possesses a unique affinity for fire, and only those who can harness spiritual flames may proceed with alchemy. I shall now test your ability to wield spiritual fire. However, remember this: during the testing process, when the spiritual fire engulfs the cauldron, it is imperative to maintain your composure. Should your focus waver, the spiritual fire may spiral out of control, resulting in an explosion that could spell disaster. The Grand Elder is particularly averse to such occurrences, and the consequences are severe." Feng Fei spoke with a grave demeanor, to which Chu Xinghe nodded solemnly. From Feng Fei's lengthy discourse, Chu Xinghe retained 2 crucial points. First, a lapse in concentration could lead to an explosion. Second, such an explosion would incur severe penalties. Perfectly clear. Accompanied by Feng Fei, Chu Xinghe proceeded to the Zhuke Hall for the spiritual fire assessment. Feng Fei meticulously reiterated the method to Chu Xinghe, emphasizing that even if the test were to fail, it was of no consequence, as he could return another time. Yet, he cautioned that he must never allow his focus to falter, lest the spiritual fire erupt and cause an explosion. Furthermore, he reminded Chu Xinghe that he was a disciple personally favored by the Grand Elder and must not disappoint him. "Rest assured, Brother Feng." Chu Xinghe met Feng Fei's gaze with unwavering determination, prompting Feng Fei to nod in satisfaction. Chu Xinghe felt equally content, assuring Feng Fei, "When it comes to disappointing others, I have never fallen short." Everything was set, and Chu Xinghe sat before the earth fire, channeling his spiritual energy into the flames as instructed by Feng Fei. In an instant, the fire surged and transformed from its original crimson hue to a vibrant orange. Witnessing this transformation, Feng Fei was elated. The change in color indicated that Chu Xinghe possessed the ability to manipulate spiritual fire. However, just as Feng Fei was excitedly anticipating the level of Chu Xinghe's spiritual fire, the orange flames suddenly erupted. Boom! The terrifying flames erupted from the earth's core, engulfing the alchemical furnace in an instant, causing it to glow a fiery red under the intense heat. "Xinghe, stop!" Feng Fei shouted, realizing that Chu Xinghe had lost control. "Stop? After finally unleashing the spiritual fire, how could I possibly halt now?" Chu Xinghe disregarded Feng Fei's warning, urging himself to unleash more power. "Let the furnace explode today." Seeing that Chu Xinghe was unresponsive, Feng Fei feared that he had succumbed to panic. Without hesitation, he channeled his own spiritual energy to suppress Chu Xinghe's flames. As Feng Fei's strength flowed in, the flames were indeed subdued to some extent, and he let out a sigh of relief. Yet, Chu Xinghe was enraged. He was on the brink of causing the explosion and could not allow Feng Fei to sabotage his plans. With all his might, he poured every ounce of his spiritual energy into the fire. In an instant, the flames, which were about to extinguish, transformed from orange to a deep crimson, and then to a blazing golden red. The terrifying fire swiftly overwhelmed Feng Fei's suppressive energy. Feng Fei was taken aback, and just as he was flustered, a faint, melodious cry emanated from the flames. In the next moment, the golden red fire pushed the already crumbling alchemical furnace beyond its limits. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted in all directions, and Feng Fei rushed forward to protect Chu Xinghe as they fled. The alchemical furnace exploded, and the flames swiftly consumed the room within the Vermilion Bird Hall, turning it to ashes. Feng Fei stared in shock at the wreckage, his mind consumed by a single thought. It was over. But Chu Xinghe, gazing at the devastated room, was elated within. This time he thought, let us see who can stand in my way. Chapter 3. Vermilion Bird's spiritual fire. The flames rapidly engulfed the entire room, and the explosion from the Vermilion Bird Hall shook the entirety of the Medicine King Palace, prompting numerous disciples to rush from all directions. Quick, put out the fire, someone commanded, but the flames were too fierce, not only destroying the room of the explosion but also igniting 2 adjacent chambers. Seeing this, Feng Fei's face turned pale. How could a simple test of spiritual fire escalate to this? On the surface, Chu Xinghe appeared stunned, but internally he was celebrating. Let the entire Vermilion Bird Hall burn. If the Grand Elder were to expel him in a fit of rage, it would be utterly perfect. However, Chu Xinghe's delight was short-lived. For news of the fire in the Vermilion Bird Hall reached the Grand Elder, who promptly arrived with a group of others. With the combined efforts of the Grand Elder and several other elders, the inferno was ultimately extinguished, although the entire Vermilion Bird Hall was not engulfed in flames. Upon witnessing the disheveled expression of the Grand Elder and the others, Chu Xinghe realized he had achieved success. Who is it? The Grand Elder's voice reverberated throughout the hall, rendering both disciples and elders momentarily speechless. Feng Fei regarded Chu Xinghe with an expression akin to that of a bystander witnessing a calamity. He understood that this time, Chu Xinghe was likely facing dire consequences. Feng Fei, what on earth happened? The Grand Elder directed his gaze towards Feng Fei. Feng Fei hastily rose from the ground and replied, Grand Elder, it was an accident. Today, he did not dare to conceal the truth and recounted the incident involving Chu Xinghe testing the spiritual fire. Upon concluding his words, Feng Fei continued, I beseech the Grand Elder to quell his anger. Although it was my junior brother Xinghe's doing today, as his supervising elder, I too bear responsibility for failing to prevent it. Please do not place all the blame on junior brother Xinghe. Such a good person. Chu Xinghe felt a pang of regret for inadvertently placing Feng Fei in a compromising position, yet Feng Fei stood up to take the blame on his behalf, filling Chu Xinghe's heart with gratitude. Is it you? However, the Grand Elder ignored Feng Fei entirely and swiftly approached Chu Xinghe. Yes, the Grand Elder was not as Feng Fei had described. Feng Fei had relayed all the necessary details to me, but I failed to heed them attentively, leading to this outcome. All the blame rests solely on my shoulders. I implore the Grand Elder not to punish Feng Fei. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Feng Fei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chu Xinghe would shoulder all the blame alone. Previously, it was widely rumored that Chu Xinghe had stood up for a fellow townsman, but later, it was said that the townsman had suffered a broken arm, leading to speculation that Chu Xinghe and the townsman were not truly on good terms and were merely pretending. Yet now, Feng Fei wished to give a resounding slap to those who spread such rumors. Look, junior brother Xinghe did not attempt to shift the blame in this dire situation. Instead, fearing punishment, he bore the weight alone. How could such a junior brother possibly align with the rumors circulating behind his back? Just as Feng Fei was on the verge of tears from overwhelming emotion, the Grand Elder suddenly spoke. Is it truly you? Indeed, it is absolutely true. I am deeply remorseful for the support bestowed upon me by the Grand Elder, fully aware of my grave sins. I request the Grand Elder to impose a severe punishment. Chu Xinghe's face was awash with guilt, yet his heart was elated. Cast me out of the sect. Please, expel me from the sect. If that is not possible, then revoke my status as an elite disciple. The thought of attaining the peak level of Martial Emperor was unattainable. Even a third-rank Grand Martial Master would suffice. The mere notion of advancing from a first-rank martial artist to a third-rank Grand Martial Master brought him immense comfort. However, instead of receiving the Grand Elder's reprimand, Chu Xinghe was pulled into another room designated for testing spiritual fire, where the Grand Elder pointed at the ground fire and commanded, Come, repeat what just transpired. Huh. Chu Xinghe was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Quickly, once more. The Grand Elder's face was filled with urgency, confused and unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Chu Xinghe glanced at the Grand Elder and the other equally bewildered onlookers, clearly indicating that none understood the Grand Elder's intentions. Chu Xinghe could no longer concern himself with trivial matters. You wish to witness the explosion of the alchemical furnace, do you? Very well, I shall prepare another for you. Adopting the same posture as before, Chu Xinghe began to channel his spiritual energy into the earth fire. As anticipated, the flames surged and transformed into a vibrant orange hue. This time, unrestrained by any opposition, Chu Xinghe boldly committed all his spiritual energy in a decisive gamble. In an instant, crimson golden flames erupted once more. Accompanying these fiery manifestations, the alchemical furnace emitted a resonant hum, a clear indication of its impending explosion. However, just as Chu Xinghe anticipated that the Grand Elder would intervene, he instead found the Grand Elder and the other observing elders profoundly astonished, gazing at him with expressions of alarm. What was transpiring? As Chu Xinghe pondered this, a familiar cry echoed, reminiscent of the previous explosion. Followed by a thunderous roar, the furnace erupted again. In that very moment, the Grand Elder swiftly shielded Chu Xinghe, escorting him out of the room as flames engulfed the entire chamber. The Vermilion Bird's sacred fire. Indeed, it was the sacred fire of the Vermilion Bird. Heaven has favored our Haotian sect. After 4 centuries, our sect has finally birthed the sacred fire once more. The sudden exclamation left everyone in a state of disbelief. Chu Xinghe looked at the Grand Elder, whose previously icy demeanor was now replaced with astonishment and uncontainable joy. In that instant, everyone comprehended why the Grand Elder, upon witnessing the furnace's explosion and the devastation it wrought, had not reacted with anger, but instead encouraged Chu Xinghe to proceed again. He had sensed the extraordinary nature of that flame, detecting a trace of the hidden Vermilion Bird's sacred fire. In uncertainty, he allowed Chu Xinghe another attempt. At that moment, everyone beheld the flames as they transformed into a crimson golden hue, erupting once more. As the sacred fire of the Vermilion Bird was drawn forth from the depths of the earth, the true resurgence of the Haotian sect should have occurred 4 centuries ago, during which time several unparalleled masters emerged, including the revered apothecary sage, Lu Changfeng, who possessed the sacred fire. It was through this fire that Lu Changfeng became the closest being to the apothecary god. Thanks to his alchemical prowess, the Haotian sect ascended, establishing itself as the foremost authority in alchemy. Yet, for the subsequent 400 years, Lu Changfeng mysteriously vanished, and much of his legacy faded away, while the sacred fire became a mere memory. Throughout these 4 centuries, many grand masters of alchemy emerged from the Haotian sect, yet none could attain the heights of Lu Changfeng. But today, this furnace explosion has summoned forth the sacred fire. The Vermilion Bird's sacred fire that Chu Xinghe conjured moved all present to emotion. After 4 long years, the Haotian sect has once again produced a disciple capable of wielding the sacred fire. The Vermilion Palace derives its name from this very fire. 400 years ago, it was Lu Changfeng. 400 years hence, it is Chu Xinghe. The Grand Elder, now exuberant as a child, and the other elders gazed at Chu Xinghe with immense excitement, while Chu Xinghe himself stood bewildered. This was not the outcome he had envisioned. What of the promised punishment? What of the grave consequences of the furnace explosion? What did this all signify? After much hesitation, Chu Xinghe ultimately resolved to speak. Elder, every nation has its laws, and every family its rules. Even if I were to possess the Vermilion Bird's spirit fire today, the crime of causing 2 consecutive furnace explosions cannot go unpunished. I beseech you, Elder, to administer justice impartially. Upon hearing these words, not only the elder but also the disciples of Lingyi Palace surrounding them were deeply moved. This exemplifies true character and profound dignity. Although Brother Xinghe had just been elevated to elite disciple status, he exhibited no arrogance. Today, he became the first in 4 centuries to possess the Vermilion Bird's spirit fire, a clear indication of his promising future. Yet, in such circumstances, Brother Xinghe showed no signs of hubris. He remained profoundly remorseful about his furnace explosions and sought punishment from the elder. What remarkable character this displays. Even those who had envied Chu Xinghe moments ago could not help but admire him. He was indeed extraordinary. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. The elder beamed at Chu Xinghe. You are truly worthy of being my chosen disciple. To cultivate martial prowess, one must first cultivate virtue. I have encountered many gifted youths lacking in moral integrity. Yet your words today bring me great comfort. The legacy of the medicine sage shall continue. Heaven bless us. The crowd erupted in congratulations once again. Brother Xinghe, though the furnace explosion stemmed from your actions, it is not your fault. The Vermilion Bird's spirit fire is not something an ordinary alchemical furnace can withstand, and thus the explosion was inevitable. Therefore, you are blameless. However, your words today have enlightened me. I realize I have unjustly punished too many disciples for their accidental mishaps. From this day forth, those who cause furnace explosions due to unintentional errors shall not face punishment." Upon hearing this, the disciples present rejoiced. "Thank you, Elder, for your magnanimity." Countless disciples bowed in gratitude, while Xinchen, who had encountered Chu Xinghe in the cafeteria, was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down her face. If there is gratitude to express, it should be directed towards Brother Xinghe. Without him, how could I have broken free from my own obsessions? The elder chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. "Thank you, Brother Xinghe." The disciples of Lingyi Palace once again bowed to Chu Xinghe, their gazes filled with warmth. "From today onward, I, along with several elders, shall personally instruct you in the art of alchemy. Brother Xinghe, do not let down the potential of your vermilion bird's spirit fire." "Ah, thank you, Elder." Chu Xinghe felt tears welling up. It was clear that being expelled from the sect could have led him to greatness. Yet now he faced the relentless scrutiny of a group of elders. Was there any justice in this? Was there any law? The elder departed with the other elders. And Feng Fei, along with a group of Lingyi Palace disciples, immediately surrounded Chu Xinghe. "Brother Xinghe, we must thank you once more today. Brother Xinghe, from this day forth, anyone who dares to harm you in Lingyi Palace shall be considered our enemy. Brother Xinghe, your righteousness astounds me. Previously, I was misled by slander, believing that you had instigated the breaking of Chu Cheng's arm. In retrospect, I am truly ashamed. Let the rumors cease with the wise." The esteemed junior Brother Xinghe could never be the sort of person who would tolerate such slander. "I shall soon investigate to uncover the source of this malicious gossip. Let him beware. There is no need for further inquiry. I have learned that it was Chu Cheng himself who made these baseless allegations today. Such nonsense. That scoundrel has not even crossed paths with junior Brother Xinghe since his demotion to the outer sect. How could he possibly incite others against him? It is clear that this wretch feels threatened by Xinghe's ascension to the ranks of elite disciples. I shall not let this pass unchallenged." The crowd was incensed, to the point that Chu Xinghe began to doubt whether he was indeed responsible for the events of that day. "Brothers, please reconsider. Chu Cheng's slander may stem from deeper reasons. After all, we share the same homeland, and I feel a pang of guilt over his demotion to the outer sect. If you harm him further, how shall I reconcile that?" Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, the expressions of his fellow disciples hardened with resolve. Listen, this is the essence of true character. Two young men hailing from the same humble village, yet the disparity in their conduct is staggering. Chapter 4. Is there truly such fortune? Perhaps Chu Xinghe's plea resonated with the brothers of Lingyi Palace, for they refrained from laying hands on Chu Cheng. However, they opted for a different course of action, a cessation of medicine. Indeed, while the outer sect of Haoyin sect may not enjoy the privileges of the inner sect, it remains the foremost sect in the realm. Even the resources available to outer sect disciples surpass those of inner sect disciples from lesser sections. Among these resources, medicinal pills are exclusively supplied by Lingyi Palace, and all medicinal provisions for the entire Haoyin sect originate from them. Various factions would come to procure their allocated supplies, which were then distributed among the disciples. Yet this time, the outer sect received no medicinal pills, and the reason was simple: scarcity of supplies. Initially, the outer sect did not dwell on this too much. After all, they were the outer sect, and during times of scarcity, it was not unusual for them to be the first to be cut off. However, when they inquired about when they might receive their supplies, the answer was grim. There would be no replenishment. This left the outer sect in a frenzy. What was this? Were the outer sect disciples not human? It was one thing to be bullied in daily life, but now they were being openly slighted? Just as the outer sect disciples were preparing to confront the Grand Elder about this injustice, a message arrived from Lingyi Palace. What? This is all due to that scoundrel Chu Cheng. He claims that it was Chu Xinghe who broke his arm? Nonsense. Chu Xinghe has never even set foot in the outer sect. I was present that day. It was one of his former teammates who came to visit him, and he provoked others, resulting in his own beating. I have heard that this fellow has consistently looked down upon those in his former team. How outrageous. Is it because of this wretch that we are denied our medicinal supplies? Apparently, the people of Lingyi Palace have taken offense to his slander against Brother Xinghe, and they can no longer condone it? I shall not stand idly by, watch as I deal with this scoundrel. A group of outer sect disciples, deprived of their medicine, were filled with fierce determination. Chu Cheng should be all too aware of their wrath. Though he had been recuperating for several days and still bore the bruises of his previous encounter, Chu Cheng was finally able to rise and walk. He vowed to himself, In 30 years, the tide shall turn. Do not underestimate the youth in his poverty. One day, I, Chu Xinghe, shall return to the inner sect, embodying the grandeur of an emperor. At that moment, the first thing he desired was for Chu Xinghe to kneel before him and call him father. He envisioned breaking all of Chu Xinghe's limbs, every last one of them. However, while Chu Xinghe was lost in such fantasies, the door burst open, kicked in by a group of outer disciples. "So you are Chu Xinghe," sneered a portly outer disciple, resembling a bloated fish as he glared at him. "What is it, brother?" "I am Chu Xinghe. How may I serve you?" Chu Xinghe had just returned from the celestial realm to the mortal world, but it soon became evident that he could not remain. The gates of hell had swung wide open. Once the outer disciples confirmed that the person before them was indeed Chu Xinghe, they wasted no time and launched into a brutal assault. The duration of this beating remains unclear, yet everyone was well aware of how long it would take for him to rise from his bed. Half a year, perhaps. Following this savage beating, news reached Lingyi Palace. When the outer disciples returned to collect their medicinal pills, the once scarce supplies were now plentiful. Not only did they receive their rightful shares, but the rotund disciple who had led the assault on Chu Xinghe was also rewarded with a bottle of body-refining pills by the seniors of Lingyi Palace. Thus, the act of teaming up to beat Chu Xinghe became a routine activity for the outer disciples. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe received the news, and upon hearing from Feng Fei, his heart was heavy with despair. "Brother Feng, how am I to cope with this?" "You jest, junior brother Xinghe. This matter has nothing to do with you or our Lingyi Palace. Chu Xinghe is of a narrow disposition. He has bullied others during his tenure as captain, and this incident has been thoroughly investigated. The fact that he was beaten by a group and attempted to frame you is indeed infuriating." The outer disciples acted out of righteous indignation to punish this villain. Feng Fei's words left Chu Xinghe at a loss for a response. How could one speak of bullying with such lofty righteousness? "Brother Feng, I seem to have misjudged you." Yet, there was an inexplicable fondness that stirred within him. As for Chu Xinghe, Feng Fei had also inquired about him. Both Chu Xinghe and Chu Xinghe hailed from the same village, yet their circumstances differed greatly. Chu Xinghe, an orphan, had grown up relying on the kindness of their fellow villagers, while Chu Xinghe, the scion of a wealthy family, had been a tyrant in the village. Chu Xinghe had endured his bullying for as long as he could remember. Furthermore, from previous teammates, it was revealed that during an external trial after joining Haoyan's sect, Chu Xinghe had even broken Chu Xinghe's arm. However, his teammates insisted that Chu Xinghe bore no ill will and never reported the incident, showcasing his broad-mindedness. Hearing all this, the typically gentle Feng Fei was genuinely angered. "What is this? Bullying the honest and innocent? It is one thing to have tormented my junior brother Xinghe since childhood, but to continue such behavior after entering the sect is intolerable, even for me." Caught up in their conversation, Feng Fei nearly neglected the important matter at hand. "Junior brother Xinghe, the Grand Elder, is waiting in the Medicine King Palace. Today, he will impart to you the various basics of alchemy. You are the first to receive such personal instruction from the Grand Elder." Though Feng Fei felt a twinge of envy, he recognized that Chu Xinghe was truly exceptional. Possessing the vermilion bird's spiritual fire, he is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of greatness. Upon hearing Feng Fei's words, Chu Xinghe felt a sense of helplessness. "To be honest, I never really considered studying alchemy. I have heard that learning alchemy requires memorizing a plethora of tedious knowledge, and my memory is quite poor. I truly find it impossible." However, no amount of protestation would suffice. Under Feng Fei's guidance, Chu Xinghe arrived at the hall of the Apothecary King. At the center of the hall stood an extraordinarily radiant alchemical furnace, adorned with the ethereal image of the vermilion bird. This was the treasured vermilion furnace of the hall. It was the alchemical furnace once belonging to the apothecary saint, Lu Changfeng. Paired with the vermilion bird's spiritual fire, Lu Changfeng had swept through the realm of alchemists, compelling all to bow in submission, thus establishing the Haoyan sect's reputation as the supreme authority in alchemical arts. Yet, for 4 centuries, the vermilion furnace had remained dormant, as it could not be activated without the vermilion bird's spiritual fire. At that moment, the Grand Elder stood beside the vermilion furnace, gazing at it, and then at the incoming Chu Xinghe, seemingly lost in thought. It was as if he envisioned a day when the vermilion furnace would once again be ignited by the vermilion bird's spiritual fire, propelling the Haoyan sect to new heights. The disciple Chu Xinghe, Feng Fei, respectfully greeted the Grand Elder, and both performed a bow. "Feng Fei, you have worked hard, Go and teach the other disciples." The Grand Elder instructed. The disciple acknowledged the command. As Feng Fei exited the hall of the Apothecary King, only the beleaguered Chu Xinghe and the hopeful Grand Elder remained. In the subsequent moments, the Grand Elder began his discourse on the Vermilion Furnace, recounting the story of the apothecary saint, Lu Changfeng, to Chu Xinghe. While the tale was indeed captivating, Chu Xinghe lamented, "Yet, I have no desire to study alchemy. Alchemy begins with discerning herbs. From this day forth, I shall personally impart to you the various methods of herb identification. The path of alchemy is arduous, but with the Vermilion Bird's spiritual fire within you, the future is yours," the Grand Elder proclaimed. What does tedium mean? In just half an afternoon, Chu Xinghe grasped its essence. How can I distinguish between moonlight grass, moonshade grass, and moon soul grass, when they all appear identical? There's slight variations in patterns? My eyes feel as if they might burst. I cannot discern any differences. The cursed compass. Could this be considered a punishment? Shouldn't I receive some compensation for this ordeal? This is far more uncomfortable than being confined. His inner turmoil reached its zenith. Yet Chu Xinghe found himself powerless. Why was being expelled from the sect so challenging? All he wished for was to become a martial emperor in an instant. Previously, Chu Xinghe had contemplated confronting the Grand Elder, pointing an accusatory finger at him and cursing him out. Would that lead to his expulsion from the sect on charges of betraying his master and ancestors? However, the consequence of such betrayal was not mere expulsion. It was a fate worse than death. He desired to be cast out, not to be reincarnated, and it seemed the cursed compass imposed certain restrictions against overly deliberate actions. To court disaster, one must do so with utmost finesse. This was the crux of the challenge. As Chu Xinghe observed the three grasses, he pondered, "Is this cursed compass akin to a system? Logically, shouldn't a system provide assistance to help me defy fate? Ever since I acquired the cursed compass, I've received no aid whatsoever. Various tasks appear before me like alluring beauties, yet I cannot touch or interact with them. What does that signify? The Milky Way? Discerning herbs is not a task that can be accomplished in a single day. There is no need for you to feel disheartened." Observing the crestfallen expression of Chu Xinghe, the elder believed it was merely the first day of his studies that had led to such dismay. "How long will it take to master this, Elder Xie?" The elder chuckled lightly, stroking his beard. "In my time as an apprentice, I mastered the properties of 70% of all herbs in a mere 5 years. Merely 5 years? Chu Xinghe coughed, overwhelmed by the revelation. "Ah, dear Xinghe, you are unaware. Though my talent is not of the highest caliber, it is indeed rare. Appearing once in a century. To grasp 70% in 5 years is unparalleled in this age. If one's aptitude were somewhat inferior, achieving a mere 30 to 50% in 10 years would be the utmost limit." A thunderous clap echoed in Chu Xinghe's ears. 10 years? 30 to 50%? And that is for those of lesser talent? What of someone like myself, who harbors no desire to learn? 20 years? 30 years? Chu Xinghe envisioned himself, aged and frail, still seated here, pondering the distinctions between evening primrose and moonlight grass. "Very well, today's lesson concludes here. You may return to rest, and we shall reconvene tomorrow morning." The elder smiled as he bid farewell to the wooden-faced Chu Xinghe. As he walked back, Chu Xinghe, in a daze, greeted the passing disciples, now residing at Lingyi Palace. He shared a room with Feng Fei, a deliberate arrangement by the elder. Upon seeing Chu Xinghe return like a statue, Feng Fei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recalled the elder's strictness. It was only natural for a newcomer to face reprimands on their first day. "Junior brother Xinghe, the elder is indeed rigorous, yet his alchemical skills are unparalleled. You must strive to learn diligently," Feng Fei encouraged. "Thank you, senior brother Feng. I shall endeavor to do so," Chu Xinghe replied numbly, his thoughts consumed by a desire for oblivion. What did the elder teach today? Feng Fei pressed on. Identifying herbs. Evening primrose is evening primrose, moonlit grass is moonlit grass, and moonlight grass is evening primrose. Chu Xinghe's mind was in turmoil. Feng Fei, seemingly understanding, nodded. "Do not be disheartened, junior brother. The path of herb identification is indeed fraught with challenges at the outset, but once you gain entry, the elder will impart more profound techniques of fire control. It will become less tedious then. Moreover, with your possession of the Vermilion Bird's spiritual fire, you are the only one capable of wielding the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace. Your future is boundless, yet please refrain from recklessness as you did initially. Damaging the furnace would be disastrous," Feng Fei patiently reminded Chu Xinghe. However, Chu Xinghe only latched onto one phrase. Damage the vermilion bird furnace? There is such a prospect? Chapter 5. The benevolence of junior brother Xinghe. The vermilion bird divine furnace is a treasured relic left by the sage of herbs, Lu Changfeng. For 4 centuries, the Haoyan sect has exhausted every conceivable method, yet has been unable to reactivate the furnace. The conclusion drawn was that only the vermilion bird's spiritual fire could awaken its powers. Thus, the Haoyan sect has been awaiting the emergence of one who possesses this rare fire. Furthermore, the vermilion bird furnace symbolizes the sage of herbs for the Haoyan sect, regarded as a divine artifact in the hearts of countless individuals. Such a divine artifact, if destroyed, would not result in my expulsion from the sect. After all, I possess the vermilion bird's sacred fire. It would take a heinous act, such as the slaughter of the sect leader's wife and daughter, to warrant such a consequence. However, should I commit such a deed, expulsion would be the least of my concerns. A fate of 1,000 cuts would surely await me. Thus, the path of expulsion is not feasible. Instead, facing punishment may not be entirely detrimental. Enduring punishment could still facilitate my rapid advancement, wouldn't it? If I were to damage the vermilion bird furnace, perhaps the Grand Elder, in his fury, might demote me to the outer sect and confine me for 3 to 5 years. Yet, through this ordeal, my ascension to martial sovereign would be imminent. With this thought, Chu Xinghe found renewed purpose and vigor. For half a month, he diligently memorized various herbs, including moonlight grass, midnight grass, and soul grass. Despite occasional errors, the Grand Elder expressed satisfaction with his progress, stating that Chu Xinghe was like a raw gem, one he would carefully polish. One day, Chu Xinghe arrived early at the apothecary palace, greeting his fellow disciples. Xin Shun approached him, saying, "Junior brother Xinghe, in a few days, the spirit tomb will open. All inner disciples of your cohort must enter the spirit tomb to select their spiritual weapons. Have you decided what kind of spiritual weapon you desire? The spirit tomb? Spiritual weapons?" Chu Xinghe was bewildered. Apart from the moonlight grass, midnight grass, and soul grass, he knew nothing about spiritual weapons. Upon reaching a certain level of training, disciples of the Haoyan sect would enter the spirit tomb, which was filled with countless spiritual weapons. Each disciple could seek out a weapon that resonated with them, and upon gaining its recognition, they could become its new master. However, the more powerful the weapon, the more challenging it would be to establish a bond. Thus, choosing a suitable spiritual weapon is of utmost importance, as it would become one's life companion, an integral treasure. Although Chu Xinghe had been studying diligently in the apothecary palace, his cultivation of spiritual energy had not faltered. It was a joke. The Lingyi Palace is a sacred ground for medicinal pills. Other disciples receive only a handful of pills each month, and even if they toil tirelessly in their training, their progress remains modest. In contrast, for Chu Xinghe, a few pills? Not a chance. He consumed medicinal pills as if they were mere candies, and whenever he ran out, his senior brothers promptly supplied him with more without him even having to ask, coupled with the 10 spirit-gathering pills previously awarded to him by the Grand Elder. Chu Xinghe's cultivation was on par with, if not superior to, those who labored intensively in their training. However, when it came to selecting a spiritual weapon, Chu Xinghe lacked experience. It seemed that junior brother Xinghe was not fully aware of the process, but fear not. As long as you have an idea of the type you desire, I will find a way to assist you in locating it. Thank you, senior brother Xin Shun. Not at all. It is we who should be grateful to you. Besides, with your vermilion bird's sacred fire, it is not impossible for you to one day lead the Lingyi Palace. When that time comes, we will undoubtedly rely on you. Senior brother, I dare not say such things. I have never contemplated that. My qualifications are too shallow to indulge in such aspirations. I merely wish to cultivate diligently at Lingyi Palace and one day assist my senior brothers. How delightful! As Xin Shun listened to Chu Xinghe's words, a sense of comfort enveloped him. Even though he knew the future might not be as bright as others, the humility and respect displayed by his peers were indeed heartening. Thus, this junior brother resolved to remain steadfast. Rest assured, junior brother, the matters concerning the spiritual weapons will be entrusted to us, and we shall undoubtedly find the most suitable ones for you. Xinghe expressed his heartfelt gratitude towards his senior brothers. Well, let us not delay any further. The Grand Elder is awaiting you. Farewell, senior brother. After seeing Xin Shun off, Chu Xinghe returned to the apothecary palace, where he noticed the Grand Elder was not seated in his usual spot, but rather standing beside the Zhuke furnace. Disciple Chu Xinghe pays his respects to the Grand Elder. Xinghe, After studying with me for so many days, do you find the identification of herbs tedious? The disciple dared not say so, yet could not conceal the truth. It was indeed somewhat monotonous. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder chuckled, for he appreciated Chu Xinghe's honesty and humility. Since Chu Xinghe's arrival at Lingyi Palace, the Grand Elder had been keenly observing his every action. Respectful towards his seniors, he never exhibited any arrogance due to possessing the Xinghe spiritual fire. In merely a month, both disciples and elders within Lingyi Palace had grown fond of this young man. This filled the Grand Elder with immense satisfaction. Even when faced with the Grand Elder, Chu Xinghe responded truthfully, regardless of whether his answers might displease or lead to punishment. He never shied away from speaking his mind. The Grand Elder had felt vexed and even contemplated punishing Chu Xinghe, but ultimately reflected that a disciple willing to speak the truth was far more valuable than one who merely offered flattery. The Grand Elder genuinely intended to treat Chu Xinghe as a personal disciple, not solely for the Xinghe spiritual fire, but also for his character. He aimed to cultivate Chu Xinghe as the future leader of Lingyi Palace. Initially, the Grand Elder had feared that others would resent this decision. Yet Chu Xinghe's performance over the past month had won the admiration of all, including the Grand Elder himself. As he beheld the Grand Elder's exceedingly gentle gaze, Chu Xinghe remained unaware of the Grand Elder's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have protested, "Is that honesty? I was merely courting disaster, seeking punishment. Dear Grand Elder, I implore you. Today, we shall not engage in tedious studies. I will teach you the art of fire control, and you shall attempt to communicate with the Xinghe furnace." Chu Xinghe was taken aback, as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. Had he finally reached this moment? Indeed, excitement surged within him. The Grand Elder began with a series of explanations about fire control, but Chu Xinghe absorbed not a single word until the Grand Elder cautioned. The Xinghe furnace is a divine object. Remember not to act recklessly. The Xinghe spiritual fire is fierce. Do not harm the furnace. The disciple pledged to heed this warning. Chu Xinghe had diligently noted all methods that could potentially damage the Xinghe furnace. Today is an auspicious day, and all my wishes shall come to fruition. The divine artifact, the vermilion bird furnace, is now within reach. Today is the day to conquer the vermilion bird furnace. Not even the Grand Elder can save me. Following the Grand Elder's guidance, Chu Xinghe began to commune with the earth's fire. Soon, the vermilion bird spirit flame was lured forth, yet Chu Xinghe remained composed, meticulously heeding the Grand Elder's instructions as he maneuvered the flame closer to the furnace. It was not that he lacked the desire to exhibit his prowess. Rather, the Grand Elder's presence compelled him to maintain decorum. Although he was not afraid of being discovered, the Grand Elder's formidable power was a daunting prospect. A single move from him could suppress Chu Xinghe entirely, making any retaliation exceedingly difficult. Thus, he dared not transgress in the slightest. At the moment the vermilion bird spirit flame made contact with the furnace, the long-dormant vermilion bird furnace began to tremble. A response. The Grand Elder was immensely exhilarated. The quivering furnace transformed, and soon, the ethereal image of the vermilion bird began to swirl around the furnace. Indeed, it was as anticipated. Tears of joy streamed down the Grand Elder's cheeks. After 400 years, the Haotian sect had awaited this moment. The vermilion bird divine furnace had returned. The Grand Elder was beside himself with excitement, and the furnace's revival drew the attention of the elders from Lingyi Palace. In an instant, numerous elders rushed forth, and upon witnessing the reignition of the vermilion bird divine furnace, they too were filled with overwhelming joy. "Heaven bless Haotian!" a chorus of elders exclaimed. Their gazes converged on Chu Xinghe, and in that moment, every eye reflected gratitude. With the vermilion bird spirit flame and the divine furnace, the alchemical prowess of Haotian sect was destined to reach new heights. As the vermilion bird spirit flame dissipated, the vermilion bird divine furnace returned to its former state. A throng of elders surrounded the Grand Elder and Chu Xinghe, continuing to chant praises for Haotian. Today marks a momentous occasion for both the Haotian sect and Lingyi Palace after 4 centuries. Let us raise a toast. Let us drink, let us drink. Several elders proclaimed. Even the usually solemn Grand Elder smiled, saying, "Issue my decree. Today, Lingyi Palace shall not prohibit alcohol." At this, a jubilant uproar erupted among the elders. News spread, and the disciples of Lingyi Palace erupted in cheers. Traditionally, Lingyi Palace was the only place within Haotian sect to ban alcohol, as the Grand Elder disapproved of it. Even when joyous occasions arose, the disciples could only substitute tea for wine. However, given the significance of this event after 400 years, they deemed it necessary to celebrate with wine. The kitchen of Lingyi Palace became a flurry of activity, with chefs bustling about and pots sizzling with sparks. A plethora of delectable dishes was prepared, and the banquet commenced in the apothecary palace. The Grand Elder first raised his cup in honor of the ancestors and martyrs of Haoyan Sect. He then toasted to the sage of medicine, Lu Changfeng, before finally inviting everyone to join in revelry. As the wine flowed and laughter filled the air, many approached Chu Xinghe to share in the festivities. For today's momentous occasion was largely due to their junior brother, Xinghe. However, Chu Xinghe, unable to handle the drink, soon found himself flushed and inebriated. Noticing his state, Feng Fei swiftly intervened to shield him from further drinking, while the other senior brothers chuckled at Chu Xinghe's drunken demeanor, choosing not to press him for more to drink. As the night wore on, the banquet finally came to an end. The Grand Elder, along with a host of other elders, departed first, followed by numerous disciples who, exhausted, gradually left the scene. Chu Xinghe appeared to be inebriated, but that was merely an appearance. After seeing off the utterly intoxicated Feng Fei, he urged his senior brothers to leave, expressing his intent to assist in tidying up the place. This act naturally elicited a cacophony of lamentations from his peers, who cried out in praise of his benevolence. Chu Xinghe, perplexed by the notion of benevolence, cast his gaze upon the Xinghe divine furnace once all had departed, contemplating the righteous deeds he might undertake. Ah, little Xinghe, allow me to cherish you properly. In Chapter 6, Xinghe Communes, within the confines of the apothecary king's palace, Chu Xinghe gazed fervently at the Xinghe divine furnace, finding its allure more captivating than that of any beautiful maiden. The earlier drunkenness had long dissipated. He had mastered his tolerance for alcohol. Approaching the Xinghe divine furnace, he caressed its surface, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Little Xinghe, we can finally indulge ourselves without restraint. Sitting cross-legged, he summoned the underground fire, guiding it forth. The Xinghe spirit fire instantly engulfed the entire furnace, and the ethereal figure of the Xinghe began to dance amidst the flames, as if a true Xinghe were performing in tandem with the fire. However, Chu Xinghe had no time to admire the spectacle. Finding the opportunity to make the Xinghe divine furnace explode was no simple task, and today presented a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Thus, he unleashed the full force. The Xinghe spirit fire surged forth with ferocity, and even a treasure as formidable as the Xinghe divine furnace began to glow red under its relentless heat. Yet, being a divine artifact, making it explode was no easy feat. Consequently, Chu Xinghe decided to go all in. He poured his spiritual energy into the underground fire, and under the enhancement of his power, the Xinghe spirit fire showcased why it was deemed the most formidable flame. The Xinghe divine furnace quivered under the intensity of the fire. Soon, the explosion was imminent. This time, no one could intervene. Once the Xinghe divine furnace was destroyed, even the Grand Elder would be powerless to protect me. Perhaps even the reclusive sect leader would have to emerge from seclusion to punish me. While being expelled from the sect might be a tall order, losing my status as an elite disciple and serving a 3 to 5 year confinement was unavoidable. This martial sect would be mine for the taking. No one could save me now. At this moment, the Xinghe spirit fire, under Chu Xinghe's command, transformed into a fiery whirlwind. Beneath the terrifying blaze, the Xinghe furnace finally began to buckle under the strain, the tremors shaking the entire apothecary king's palace. With a resounding crack, fissures appeared on the surface of the Xinghe furnace. Witnessing this, Chu Xinghe was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. The diminutive Xinghe furnace has ultimately succumbed to my Xinghe spirit fire. Shortly after the first crack appeared, the entire vermilion bird furnace began to fracture wildly. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Xinghe wasted no time and turned to flee. What a jest! Even an ordinary alchemical furnace explosion could consume a house or two. The devastation from the explosion of a divine furnace like the vermilion bird would be unimaginable. It could very well obliterate the entire apothecary palace. If that were the case, how splendid it would be. He sprinted to the farthest edge of the apothecary palace, only to glance back and behold a surge of crimson golden flames spreading from the palace, followed by a resounding boom. The terrifying explosion reverberated from the apothecary palace, its sound instantaneously echoing throughout the entire domain of Lingyi Palace. The shockwave from the explosion hurled Chu Xinghe several meters away, leaving him covered in dust and dirt. Yet at this moment, Chu Xinghe was undeniably experiencing a mix of pain and exhilaration. He had initially aimed to destroy the vermilion bird furnace, but he never anticipated such formidable support from the little vermilion bird. Now, the entire apothecary palace lay in ruins. Who could possibly save him now? The dreadful noise not only sent Chu Xinghe sprawling, but also jolted countless disciples and elders of Lingyi Palace from their stupor. The Grand Elder, comfortably reclining after being attended to by his disciples, begrudgingly embraced his inebriated state. Though his head spun, he continued to ponder the future of Lingyi Palace, envisioning it reaching new heights under his guidance, perhaps even surpassing its former glory. However, the thunderous explosion abruptly yanked the Grand Elder from his reverie. With a swift motion, he leapt from his bed, his spiritual energy surging to dispel the effects of alcohol completely. As he dashed out of his chamber, he noticed a gathering of disciples and fellow elders outside. "What is happening?" he exclaimed, startled. Following their gazes into the distance, he quickly grasped the situation. It was the direction of the apothecary palace, now engulfed in flames that reached for the heavens. An incident had occurred. The Grand Elder, disregarding any further inquiries, made haste toward the apothecary palace. Meanwhile, countless others, roused from their stupor, also rushed to the palace. However, upon arriving outside, they were met with a sight that left them utterly bewildered. The fierce flames nearly consumed the entire apothecary palace, casting a crimson hue over the night sky. At this moment, the Grand Elder was rendered speechless. The apothecary palace was the most vital location within Lingyi Palace, and now it had transformed into this chaotic scene. What had happened to the divine protection of the heavens? The Grand Elder set aside his concerns and prioritized extinguishing the flames. Numerous individuals began to channel their spiritual energy to combat the fire, but it was evident that the inferno within the apothecary palace was no ordinary blaze. Not only the ordinary disciples, but even many elders struggled to extinguish the flames entirely. This is the vermilion bird's sacred fire. At last, someone recognized the gravity of the situation. This was not merely ordinary fire, which made it exceedingly difficult to quell. The vermilion bird's sacred fire? Upon this realization, the Grand Elder's mind buzzed with disbelief. The vermilion bird's sacred fire? In the entire Lingyi Palace, only Chu Xinghe possesses the ability to wield the vermilion bird's spirit fire. The Grand Elder vaguely recalls that it was indeed Chu Xinghe who stayed behind to handle the aftermath. How could this aftermath have devastated the entire Medicine King Palace? The Grand Elder's mind was nearly overwhelmed. What had Chu Xinghe done? Had he truly obliterated the entire Medicine King Palace? Surely, the vermilion bird divine furnace could not have malfunctioned as well. The Grand Elder, in a state of urgency, dashed forward without hesitation to assist in extinguishing the flames. At that moment, at the far edge of the Medicine King Palace, Chu Xinghe had been hiding in a corner for quite some time, deliberately waiting for the Grand Elder's arrival before making his move. From a distance, upon witnessing the Grand Elder's utterly distraught expression, he realized that he had indeed succeeded this time. All he needed to do was emerge and inform the Grand Elder that, in a moment of carelessness, he had not only blown up the vermilion bird divine furnace, but had also set the entire Medicine King Palace ablaze. It would be an affront to the Grand Elder's stature if he did not deliver a resounding slap to his face on the spot. Soon, once the flames were extinguished, various punishments would surely follow. Chu Xinghe was elated. Heaven rewards the diligent, and he had finally turned the tide. Just as he prepared to charge out of the Medicine King Palace to accept his fate, the palace suddenly erupted once more, terrifying flames surging forth in a colossal wave, sending all those attempting to extinguish the fire spiraling back. While Chu Xinghe could manipulate the vermilion bird spirit fire without fear of being scorched. Just as he was about to break free from the blazing inferno of the Medicine King Palace, a piercing cry resonated through the air. It was the call of the vermilion bird. Accompanied by this cry, the nearly collapsed Medicine King Palace shattered into countless pieces. The resounding collapse struck the Grand Elder with a devastating blow. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xinghe was nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. He was ready to step out when suddenly, from the very heart of the flames behind him, a magnificent vermilion bird soared into the sky. The colossal bird, engulfed in flames, forced everyone outside the Medicine King Palace to retreat. After circling above the palace, it seemed to have locked onto a target, and then it dove down from the heights, aiming directly at Chu Xinghe's position. Do not come any closer. Staring at the vermilion bird hurtling toward him, Chu Xinghe was taken aback. Had the vermilion bird divine furnace developed sentience? Did it know he had destroyed it? And was it seeking to take him down with it? Without time to ponder further, he hastily summoned his vermilion bird's spirit fire to defend himself, but this time, the spirit fire proved ineffective against the oncoming bird. The vermilion bird pierced through the flames and collided with Chu Xinghe with a thunderous impact. The anticipated scene of being reduced to ashes did not unfold. In that instant of collision, Chu Xinghe felt himself being drawn into a world engulfed in flames, where a tempest of fire converged upon him. Simultaneously, an overwhelming torrent of sensations began to flood his mind. Xinghe, my disciple. At this moment, Feng Fei followed the direction in which the vermilion bird descended and beheld Chu Xinghe standing amidst the sea of flames. However, before he could utter another word, the vermilion bird had already enveloped Chu Xinghe within its embrace. Not only Feng Fei, but everyone present witnessed this extraordinary sight. The vermilion bird had awakened. A tremor of disbelief coursed through the voice of an elder, still reeking of alcohol, yet his proclamation sent waves of excitement rippling through the entirety of Yaowang Palace. There had long been a legend within Haoyin Sect that the apothecary saint, Lu Changfeng, had left behind a legacy for the future disciples of the sect. However, the whereabouts of this legacy had eluded them for 400 years. Some speculated that it might be concealed within the vermilion bird divine furnace, yet after 4 centuries, the furnace had remained dormant, rendering any such claims unverifiable. But today, as the vermilion bird soared into the heavens, everyone understood that the legend held truth. The ascending vermilion bird was indeed the apothecary Saint Lu Changfeng's legacy. And at that moment, the awakening of the vermilion bird signified the initiation of the apothecary saint's inheritance, with the chosen recipient being none other than Chu Xinghe amidst the inferno. The Grand Elder stood in stunned silence for a full half-minute, and when he finally regained his composure, the rage that had previously contorted his features dissipated entirely, as the Yaowang Palace was engulfed in flames. Could it truly be that Chu Xinghe had caused this calamity by accident? Yet now the Grand Elder recognized the truth. It was not Chu Xinghe, but rather the vermilion bird divine furnace itself seeking a successor, unleashing the vermilion spirit fire that incinerated the entire Yaowang Palace. Subsequently, the vermilion bird emerged to bestow the legacy of the vermilion bird upon Chu Xinghe. The vermilion bird enveloped the entirety of Yaowang Palace, and the Grand Elder frantically urged everyone to retreat. At this moment, no one was permitted to interfere with the flames. Should anyone impede the inheritance of the vermilion bird, each one of them would become an eternal sinner of Haoyin Sect. What was a mere palace compared to the significance of this moment? The Yaowang Palace could be rebuilt with ease, given the strength of Haoyin Sect, but the awakening of the vermilion bird had been awaited for 4 centuries. And today it had finally arrived. Chapter 7. Why is it so difficult to accept punishment? The flames consumed the entire Yaowang Palace, reducing it to ashes. Countless witnesses, drawn by the inferno, rushed to Lingyi Palace from various peaks, yet upon arrival, they were left bewildered. The Grand Elder of Lingyi Palace had issued a strict order. No one was allowed to extinguish the flames. Upon hearing this, those who had come to assist were left in shock. What madness was unfolding at Lingyi Palace? Was it not their duty to extinguish the fire when the Yaowang Palace had been reduced to ruins? Had the entire Lingyi Palace succumbed to intoxication? As they surveyed the scene, it became evident that every individual from Lingyi Palace was exuding a strong scent of alcohol. Indeed, they had truly indulged too much. However, as the elders from various peaks arrived at Yaowang Palace, they finally grasped the gravity of the situation. A colossal vermilion bird loomed over the entirety of Yaowang Palace. And amidst the endless sea of flames, a figure enveloped in crimson golden fire floated effortlessly, while the vermilion bird danced gracefully around this person. The vermilion bird had awakened. The onlookers comprehended the reason behind the Grand Elder's refusal to extinguish the flames. This was no ordinary fire. It was the inferno conjured by the Sazaka spirit. The legacy of the medicine sage from the Haoyin Sect, which had lain dormant for 4 centuries, had indeed manifested today. This raging blaze that reduced the Medicine King's palace to ashes was birthed from the Suzaku spirit of the medicine sage's inheritance. At that moment, everyone finally grasped why the Grand Elder had borne no semblance of anger or sorrow upon their earlier encounter, but rather an expression of sheer ecstasy. Initially, they had assumed he was laughing in frustration, yet it became evident that he was genuinely overjoyed. The destruction of the Medicine King's palace was a small price to pay for the acquisition of the Medicine Sage's legacy. Even if the entire Lingyi Palace were to be consumed by flames, the Grand Elder would gladly accept such a trade. The fierce flames continued to rage, while the inheritance of the Shizuku was ultimately fulfilled within the fire. Finally, the Shizuku transformed into a streak of luminous energy that surged into Chu Xinghe's brow. In that instant, the flames behind him erupted, and a radiant golden blaze coalesced into the ethereal figure of the Shizuku. The magnificent bird soared, seemingly bestowing upon Chu Xinghe a pair of flaming wings. Awakened from the inheritance, Chu Xinghe's mind became a tumultuous sea of alchemical knowledge. However, this legacy brought him unimaginable benefits. The patterns of the moonlight grass were thus, the textures of the moonshade grass were thus, and the subtle glow of the moon's soul grass was thus. All the information he had desperately tried to memorize previously now lay clear and accessible in his mind at the mere thought. Realizing the enormity of what had transpired, Chu Xinghe found himself in a quandary. This was not the path he desired. He had no inclination to become an alchemist. He aspired to be a martial emperor, or at the very least, a martial sovereign. The Grand Elder, once assured that the inheritance was unequivocally complete, disregarded the searing Shizuku flames and dashed into the inferno. Embracing the bewildered Chu Xinghe in a rather undignified princess carry, extricating him from the blaze. The Grand Elder emerged with singed hair and a soot-laden beard. Yet he grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Blessings upon Haoyan. At that moment, whether from the Lingyi Palace or the arriving spectators, all voices resounded in unison, exclaiming their praises. Hearing the chant, Chu Xinghe felt a surge of frustration. It seemed the heavens only favored Haoyan. Why not extend a little blessing my way? Is it so difficult to receive punishment? Garments were procured for him, as the flames had reduced all he wore to mere ashes, leaving him utterly unclad when rescued. As soon as the clothing was draped over him, Chu Xinghe, with a woeful countenance, exclaimed, "Grand Elder, this disciple accidentally caused the Shizuku divine furnace to explode, igniting the entire Medicine King's palace. This disciple is guilty." In that moment, he felt compelled to voice his accountability, hoping for leniency in his punishment. However, upon hearing his declaration, the Grand Elder burst into hearty laughter. Good child, today marks the emergence of the Shizuku spirit. How could you be blamed? Moreover, the Shizuku divine furnace is a divine artifact. It cannot be so easily damaged. Just look." The Grand Elder gestured towards the direction of the Medicine King Palace, and as Chu Xinghe gazed into the distance, he nearly fainted from shock. Before him floated the Xinghe divine furnace, engulfed in terrifying flames, surrounded by a jubilant illusion of the vermilion bird. There were no signs of cracks or destruction. Rather, the furnace appeared more magnificent than ever. This was the authentic Xinghe divine furnace. After 4 centuries, it had finally revealed its true form. The Grand Elder laughed maniacally once more. Chu Xinghe joined in the laughter, though his smile was far more grotesque than any tears he could shed. Had he truly not destroyed the core of the Xinghe divine furnace? Not only had he failed to obliterate it, but he had inadvertently acquired the legacy of the Medicine Saint? What a predicament! As the flames finally extinguished, the Xinghe divine furnace descended, transformed into a fiery red hue. No longer resembling its former self, yet this was indeed its true appearance. Good child, you have just received the legacy of the Medicine Saint? The Grand Elder eagerly inquired. Chu Xinghe replied weakly, wishing he could deny it, but in front of so many witnesses, he could not feign ignorance, especially since the legacy had been laid bare for all to see. Good. The Grand Elder repeated the word thrice, and with each utterance, Chu Xinghe felt an intense throbbing in his head. After 4 long centuries, the Haoyan sect had regained the legacy of the Medicine Saint. Heaven bless Haoyan. Heaven bless Haoyan. At that moment, whether it was the disciples of Lingyi Palace or those who had come from other sects, they all shouted in unison, their voices echoing across the land. By my decree, from this day forth, Chu Xinghe shall be elevated to the rank of core disciple. The Grand Elder seemed intent on adding to the day's excitement, delivering another blow to Chu Xinghe. Clutching his chest, Chu Xinghe struggled to catch his breath. He had yet to lose his status as an elite disciple, and now to be elevated to core disciple. What did that even mean? After congratulating the Grand Elder and Chu Xinghe, the visitors gradually departed. The Grand Elder, seemingly unconcerned, continued to probe Chu Xinghe with inquiries about alchemical knowledge. In the past, Chu Xinghe might have regarded such questions as foreign tongue, yet now, he could respond effortlessly to anything the Grand Elder asked, for this was the legacy of the medicine saint. Once it was confirmed that Chu Xinghe had indeed obtained the legacy, the Grand Elder laughed heartily once again, instructing Chu Xinghe to rest well and not to feel burdened by the destruction of the Medicine King Palace. Subsequently, the Grand Elder summoned Feng Fei, assigning various tasks including the reconstruction of the palace, and left amidst a throng of elders, laughter trailing behind him. After the Grand Elder's departure, Feng Fei and others gathered around Chu Xinghe. "Congratulations, Brother Xinghe," a group of disciples from Lingyi Palace exclaimed, their address having shifted from Junior Brother Xinghe to Brother Xinghe. It was inevitable. The Grand Elder had publicly declared Chu Xinghe as a core disciple, and elite disciples were obliged to refer to core disciples as brothers. "Dear brothers, how can I, Chu Xinghe, deserving of such honor, allow you to address me in this manner?" Chu Xinghe wore a look of astonishment. Upon hearing his words, the disciples of Lingyi Palace were moved to tears. Behold, this is their junior, Chu Xinghe, who, unlike others promoted to core disciples with an air of superiority, remained humble despite achieving what may very well be the shortest record in Haotian sect history for ascending from an inner disciple to a core disciple. In such circumstances, Chu Xinghe showed no hint of arrogance and continued to hold great respect for his senior brothers. What remarkable magnanimity! Now that Chu Xinghe is a core disciple, according to the sect's rules, we must refer to him as senior brother, explained Shinchan. "Ah, is there such a rule?" Chu Xinghe exclaimed, his expression one of trepidation as he scanned the room before continuing. "Esteemed senior brothers, my journey to this point has been greatly aided by each of you. Without your support, there would be no Chu Xinghe today. Although the rules dictate such titles, as I am the latest to join, how could I allow you to address me as such? If outsiders are present, you may refer to me accordingly, but among ourselves, I kindly request you continue to call me Chu Xinghe as before." With Chu Xinghe's words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Feng Fei, also a core disciple, regarded Chu Xinghe with admiration, while other elite disciples around him were equally moved. "Listen to how Chu Xinghe refers to us as one of our own. Is this merely a matter of titles? This is a testament to his unwavering humility. Such an exceptional junior brother, Chu Xinghe, who remains unpretentious despite his achievements, is a rarity indeed. Let us heed Chu Xinghe's wishes." Feng Fei finally spoke, prompting a chorus of nods from the elite disciples, their gazes towards Chu Xinghe imbued with warmth and familiarity. "Very well, let us allow Chu Xinghe to rest, for today has been particularly taxing for him. You should all return early as well. We have the reconstruction of the Medicine King Palace to attend to tomorrow." Chu Xinghe felt a pang of guilt, acknowledging the burden his circumstances had placed upon his senior brothers. He bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Witnessing Chu Xinghe's humility, even those who felt discomfort about the reconstruction project found solace. After all, Chu Xinghe had become a core disciple, and it was unprecedented for one in such a position to exhibit such deference towards them. Such an extraordinary junior brother. What could be amiss in lending a hand to aid in the reconstruction of the Medicine King Palace? Feng Fei escorted Chu Xinghe back to their residence amidst the laughter and camaraderie of their fellow disciples. Observing Chu Xinghe's weary countenance, Feng Fei attributed it to exhaustion and urged him to rest early. Once Feng Fei departed, tears welled in Chu Xinghe's eyes. Why must the path to punishment be so arduous? Chapter 8. Caring for fellow countrymen early in the morning. Disciples from Lingyi Palace delivered the exclusive robes designated for core disciples to Chu Xinghe. The black robes, adorned with golden threads along the edges, seemed to narrate the stature of a core disciple. Originally, the protocol dictated that the garments for core disciples should be delivered within 3 days. However, the heartfelt words spoken by junior brother Xinghe last night truly moved everyone. Consequently, the senior brother responsible for the core disciples' attire spent an entire sleepless night crafting the garments for Chu Xinghe, which were delivered early in the morning. The attire that arrived was adorned with significantly more gold thread than that of typical core disciples, rendering it even more exquisite. Yet, as Chu Xinghe donned the attire representative of a core disciple, a faint smile did not grace his face. The challenge of relinquishing the identity of an elite disciple had proven formidable, and now the thought of shedding the status of a core disciple seemed even more daunting. The sole source of solace for Chu Xinghe lay in the fact that the rewards for discarding the core disciple identity appeared to be considerably more enticing. Previously, The reward for shedding the elite disciple identity was the pinnacle of martial grandmaster cultivation. Now, if he were to forsake the core disciple status, the reward would astonishingly be the peak cultivation of a higher tier, the 5th grade martial spirit. Viewed from this perspective, it seemed somewhat more palatable. After freshening up, Chu Xinghe joined his fellow senior brothers for breakfast before making his way to the Medicine King Palace. The fire from the previous night had completely razed the palace to the ground, leaving only the Xinghe furnace standing steadfastly amidst the ruins, while everything else that could burn had been reduced to ashes. At this moment, the disciples from Lingyi Palace had commenced the cleanup and were preparing to rebuild the Medicine King Palace. Feeling a sense of guilt, Chu Xinghe decided to lend a hand. "Junior brother Xinghe, you need not assist here," one of the senior brothers remarked. "You toiled through the night. You should rest." Despite various refusals, Chu Xinghe persistently engaged in various tasks, willingly taking on the arduous and laborious work, which left his senior brothers deeply moved. Observing other core disciples behaving as if they were above the fray, they couldn't help but admire junior brother Xinghe's genuine dedication and hard work. As midday approached, the other senior brothers began to rest, yet Chu Xinghe continued to toil. Today marked the day for the various palaces to collect medicinal resources. Although the Medicine King Palace had been destroyed and many medicinal pills had been lost to the flames, the profound heritage of Lingyi Palace ensured that the supply to the other palaces would not be interrupted. Chu Xinghe assisted those responsible for the distribution of the medicinal pills, and his diligence elicited a grateful response from his fellow disciple. "Greetings, senior brothers. I am Lu Bo from the Outer Sect, here to collect the medicinal resources for the Outer Sect," announced a rather rotund individual, appearing somewhat timid. Such was the demeanor of the Outer Sect disciples. The disciple in charge of dispensing the pills casually handed over the resources to the chubby Lu Bo. However, Chu Xinghe recalled this individual. He was the very one who had mercilessly beaten Chu Xinghe last time. Thinking of Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe spoke up. "You are Lu Bo from the Outer Sect?" "Indeed," the brother replied. "I am Chu Xinghe." Greetings, senior brother Chu." Lu Bo evidently recognized Chu Xinghe. "Hello, I am a fellow townsman of Chu Xinghe." As soon as Chu Xinghe spoke, Lu Bo was drenched in cold sweat. The last time he had beaten Chu Xinghe was allegedly due to Chu Xinghe spreading malicious rumors about Chu Xinghe, and he had even received a reward of medicinal pills for it. Lu Bo was perplexed. What could Chu Xinghe's visit signify today? Was it possible that he felt Lu Bo had been too harsh? Did he intend to stand up for Chu Xinghe out of a sense of camaraderie? Lu Bo. Although Chu Xinghe and I hail from the same hometown, the past is bygone. However, I hope you can look after him while in the Outer Sect. I cannot forget our shared roots. Regardless of what Chu Xinghe has done, he will always remain my fellow townsman." Upon hearing these words from Chu Xinghe, both Lu Bo and the disciples of Lingyi Palace nearby were momentarily taken aback. Listen, this is true character. The entire ordeal regarding Chu Xinghe's slander of Chu Xinghe was well known, and there were even speculations in the Outer Sect that Chu Xinghe had orchestrated the beating of Chu Xinghe. However, now upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Lu Bo felt genuine admiration. Such a magnanimous person truly existed in this world, yet some dared to suspect him of underhanded schemes. Is there no sense of justice left? Chu Xinghe casually retrieved a vial of spirit elixir from beside him and placed it in Lu Bo's hands, continuing, "Junior brother Lu Bo, consider this a small token of my appreciation. I kindly ask you to extend your care towards Chu Xinghe in the Outer Sect." Lu Bo, taken aback by the unexpected favor, stared at the elixir in his hand. Once he confirmed that Chu Xinghe was indeed sincere, he straightened his expression and declared, "Rest assured, senior brother Chu, from this day forth, as long as I am in the Outer Sect, no one shall dare to bully Chu Xinghe. With your word, I find solace." Chu Xinghe responded with a grateful smile. Lu Bo bowed and prepared to leave, when suddenly, Feng Fei approached from a distance. It was evident that he had observed everything that transpired, and he felt genuine respect for Chu Xinghe. Previously, when he had arranged for someone to deal with Chu Xinghe, he assumed Chu Xinghe was merely putting on an act when he intervened. However, the conversation with Lu Bo today made Feng Fei realize he had underestimated his junior brother Xinghe. "You cannot proceed in this manner," Feng Fei sighed, shaking his head. "Is it about the elixir?" Lu Bo responded. "Do not worry, senior brother Feng. I will make up for that elixir." Junior brother Xinghe, I am not referring to the elixir. When has Lingyi Palace ever been short of medicinal pills? I speak of your recent actions. I know you are a good person, but Chu Xinghe possesses a notoriously vile character. He has maliciously harmed you behind your back, and he deserves a measure of punishment. By allowing others to care for him, you are merely enabling his misdeeds. Based on my understanding of him, he will not appreciate your goodwill. Rather, he will only become more emboldened. Feng Fei's words elicited nods of agreement from those around them, who silently thought that junior brother Xinghe was still too naive. Furthermore, in the Haotian sect, whether in the inner or outer sect, strength reigns supreme. If Chu Xinghe were indeed gifted, he could rise again, even after being cast into the outer sect. However, by having Lu Bo look after him, he would neither remember your kindness nor benefit from it. Today, he was beaten due to his inadequate strength, and you have given Lu Bo elixirs to care for him. What will happen if he is beaten again tomorrow? Feng Fei concluded, shaking his head. I comprehend the intentions of Brother Feng. After all, he is my fellow townsman. This is the only assistance I can offer him, should there truly be another assault on him, as Brother Feng has suggested. My recourse may be to present another elixir to persuade the assailant to refrain from further violence. The innocent expression on Chu Xinghe's face caused Feng Fei to shake his head in disbelief. Nevertheless, Feng Fei ultimately refrained from further commentary. For is it not this very innocence that endears Xinghe to everyone? Shaking his head, Feng Fei departed. Meanwhile, not far away, the plump-headed fish fortuitously overheard the exchange between Chu Xinghe and Feng Fei. The initial words filled the fish with dread that the elixirs he had obtained might be reclaimed. Yet the latter part ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes. Whether Chu Xinghe is innocent or not mattered little to him. What intrigued him was the prospect of Chu Cheng being struck again, and Chu Xinghe offering elixirs in return. What a delightful turn of events. The plump-headed fish felt a rush of exhilaration, even experiencing a slight dampness in his trousers, his squinty eyes gleaming with fervor. Elixirs. I am coming. He exuberantly exited Lingyi Palace, unaware that Chu Xinghe was observing him depart with a satisfied smile. Chu Cheng, you little rascal. How did you escape unscathed last time? But this is fortuitous. I shall relish in your suffering. Just as I am in a foul mood, I shall allow the plump-headed fish to teach you a lesson. In the outer sect, Chu Cheng lay bound on his bed, resembling a mummy. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. As the most gifted youth of Kaoshan village, Chu Cheng did not falter after a few setbacks. He vowed that when the opportunity arose, he would wield a 3-foot sword and claim the head of that scoundrel Chu Xinghe. No, and that plump-headed fish. That fellow must have been sent by Chu Xinghe. Without a doubt, I shall sever his head and transform it into a spicy fish head dish. Let him understand that those who provoke me, Chu Cheng, shall pay a price beyond their endurance. Just as Chu Cheng envisioned himself as the supreme martial emperor, ready to dominate the world, the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. The plump-headed fish stormed in, accompanied by a group of followers. Oh dear, please don't act this way. Brother Chu Xinghe instructed us to take good care of his fellow townsmen. I must intervene. You cannot lay hands on Chu Cheng. Alas, I cannot stop so many of you. Such abysmal acting. Utterly atrocious. Before Chu Cheng could voice his critique on the plump-headed fish's performance, a fist the size of a sandglass was already upon him. The dream of becoming the supreme martial emperor was shattered by that fist. As the group relentlessly pummeled Chu Cheng, no one could ascertain the duration of the beating, but it was certain that Chu Cheng's aspirations of wielding his destiny and becoming a martial emperor would be postponed for over another year. In the afternoon, Chu Xinghe continued to assist everyone busily at the Medicine King Palace. The Grand Elder, accompanied by numerous elders, came to pay a visit. Upon witnessing Chu Xinghe diligently working alongside the others, both the Grand Elder and the other elders nodded in approval. This child possesses an exceptionally good disposition. Indeed, esteemed elder, young Xinghe possesses a pure and sincere nature. Even now, as a core disciple, he remains devoid of any arrogance. I have heard from the disciples below that he continues to address everyone as senior brother, reserving formal titles only for outsiders. What a commendable child! The vermilion bird's spiritual fire and the inheritance of the apothecary saint. Each of these would suffice to elevate any individual to a position of distinction. Yet, this young man remains unassuming, truly a blessing from the heavens. The elder, stroking what little remained of his singed beard, revealed a knowing smile. In martial arts or alchemy, while innate talent holds significance, character is of paramount importance. How many prodigies exist in this world, only to betray their masters and destroy their ancestral legacies upon achieving mastery? Yet, look at Xinghe. humble towards his brothers and respectful towards his elders. Such a child deserves the vermilion bird's spiritual fire and the apothecary saint's inheritance, and even so, he remained steadfast in his original intentions. The elder deemed bringing Chu Xinghe to Lingyi Palace as the most prudent decision of his lifetime. Chapter 9. Sun Chun's guidance. The elder and the other elders refrained from lauding Chu Xinghe, for they understood that this good child did not require praise. His actions spoke volumes about his character. With smiles illuminating their faces, the elder departed with a group of elders. Although the apothecary palace had been destroyed, the strength of Haotian's sect was formidable. The increasing number of disciples had rendered the palace somewhat cramped, and now, with its fiery demise, a more magnificent apothecary palace could be constructed. Thus, the fire ignited by Chu Xinghe proved fortuitous. As evening approached, a somewhat soiled Chu Xinghe completed a long day's work with his brothers from Lingyi Palace. Though fatigued, the news that Chu Xinghe had once again been dealt with swept away his weariness. Were it not for propriety, he would have ventured to the outer gate to see how Chu Xinghe had fared. Just as he prepared to return with Feng Fei for some rest, Shin Chun approached. Junior Brother Xinghe. Greetings, Senior Brother Shin Chun. Haha, Junior Brother Xinghe, you have been quite busy today. After returning, please remove your core disciple attire and hand it over to the inner disciples. There are specific disciples who will assist you in washing it. This is a privilege reserved for core disciples. That cannot be, Senior Brother Shin Chun. Please, do not say such things. Chu Xinghe replied earnestly. I joined the sect later than others. How could I allow my senior brothers to wash my clothes? I already feel guilty for not being able to assist you all with your laundry. Therefore, I shall wash this myself. I am unaware of the privileges enjoyed by other core disciples, but I kindly ask you to treat me as an ordinary disciple. I am immensely grateful for the care you all have shown me. Shin Chun's eyes glistened with tears. It is indeed Junior Brother Xinghe. Very well. Let it be as you say, Junior Brother Xinghe. Ah, by the way, in a few days, the spirit tomb will be opening. I have arranged for someone to gather information about it for you. May I inquire what kind of spiritual weapon you prefer? Chu Xinghe paused, pondering what sort of spiritual weapon he truly favored. It is commonly understood that entering the spirit tomb largely hinges on fortune. The Haotian sect believes that the encounter between a spirit weapon and a disciple is a matter of destiny. A disciple's innate spirit weapon will accompany them throughout their life, only returning to the spirit tomb upon their death. Thus, the significance of fate cannot be overstated. This concept of fate is rather enigmatic. There are individuals of exceptional talent who, through a momentary lapse, inadvertently select the most inferior spirit weapon, resulting in the arrival of fate, yet the forfeiture of their future. Conversely, some may acquire a formidable spirit weapon, potentially altering their destiny for the better. However, only a select few comprehend that this so-called fate is not absolute. All who enter the spirit tomb are novices, largely ignorant of its intricacies. Even those disciples favored by the elders may receive only scant information before their entry. For the elders themselves dare not divulge too much, bound by the sect's regulations. Now, Shin Chun implies that one can choose their own destiny? Brother Shin Chun, does this not contravene the sect's rules? Chu Xinghe spoke with great seriousness. It will not, Shin Chun reassured. I have discreetly inquired with the Grand Elder, who has given his approval. Thus, it shall not violate any rules, and you need not fear repercussions. I shall not rest easy. Upon hearing Shin Chun's words, Chu Xinghe found himself both amused and exasperated. Is that what I meant by asking if it would breach the rules? If it does not contravene the regulations, then what significance does it hold? Without the threat of punishment, what future remains? In that case, I thank you, Brother Shin Chun. I have a fondness for the humble sword. Fear not, brother. Within our Haotian sect's spirit tomb, there exist 10 legendary swords. Although 5 are currently in the possession of various elders and the sect leader, 5 remain unclaimed. Their locations may be shrouded in mystery. Yet I am certain the Grand Elder possesses some knowledge. Rest assured, I shall discreetly seek out the Grand Elder for information. I anticipate fruitful results. Given this, I thank you once more, Brother Shin Chun. Let us not stand on ceremony, brother. Off I go. With that, Shin Chun departed, and Chu Xinghe returned to his quarters, where Feng Fei was already settled, sipping tea after completing his ablutions. Chu Xinghe recounted Shin Chun's visit to Feng Fei. With a straightforward intention, it is often better to inquire than to remain ignorant, to explore whether there are any potential breaches of protocol. This matter is hardly a secret. as elders from every palace routinely facilitate opportunities for their favored disciples, and our Lingyi Palace is no exception. Thus, it cannot be deemed a violation. Chu Xinghe's expression fell to one of disappointment, as Feng Fei had affirmed that it was not a breach of conduct. Indeed, it was not. Brother Xinghe, with your talent, should you acquire a legendary sword, your future will undoubtedly soar to greater heights. Therefore, pursue it without reservation. Thank you, Brother Feng. Chu Xinghe offered a resigned smile, realizing that the opportunity for a violation had slipped away. Noticing the slight smile on Chu Xinghe's face, Feng Fei mistakenly assumed he was concerned about his ability to master the legendary sword. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Brother, the 5 legendary swords are not solely reliant on fate. They also require a degree of finesse. Thus, rest assured, the Grand Elder will surely devise a method to assist you in obtaining a legendary sword. Chu Xinghe was taken aback, realizing that behind the notion of fate lay an intricate web of maneuvering. Yet Feng Fei chose not to elaborate further, having said all that was necessary. Chu Xinghe pondered whether he should expose the clandestine operations at hand. If the truth were to come to light, the new disciples would surely erupt in chaos. It would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the entire Haoyan sect. Yet, after much contemplation, Chu Xinghe concluded that revealing this matter could lead to his expulsion from the sect. The prospect was daunting. Would he face punishment? Yes, but it would likely be minimal, as the Grand Elder would go to great lengths to suppress the issue. With the Grand Elder's cunning, the likelihood of it fading into obscurity was exceedingly high. At most, they would scapegoat Xinchen, the intermediary, and dismiss it as mere rumors. Engaging in actions that harm others while benefiting oneself is one thing, but to inflict harm without any personal gain was something Chu Xinghe could not abide. Moreover, acquiring the divine sword was of paramount importance to him. The 10 legendary swords of the Haoyan sect were renowned across the land, akin to the Qingtian sword wielded by the sect master and the Maihun sword of the Grand Elder, both invaluable treasures. Securing such a divine sword as a spiritual weapon would herald a promising future. Currently, only 5 of the 10 swords remained within the spirit tomb, and with the Grand Elder orchestrating events from behind the scenes, obtaining one was assured. Reflecting on the times he had previously attempted to outmaneuver the Grand Elder, though unsuccessful, he felt a twinge of guilt. That night, Chu Xinghe dreamt of Chu Qingbao, appearing like a Zongzi, seeking vengeance against him, proclaiming, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. He further declared, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven, and threatened to behead him with a sword. Wasn't that rascal supposed to be dead? How could he still haunt him in dreams? Did such heavy resentment grant one the power to manifest in dreams? Infuriated, Chu Xinghe rushed to the dining hall early the next morning, demanding, brother, bring me 2 zongzi, the most tightly wrapped, with meat filling. After devouring 2 meat-filled zongzi, he felt considerably relieved. The little rascal held quite a grudge, didn't he? What has Chu Xinghe not encountered? Not to mention zongzi. If you came in person, see if I could swallow you whole. The remnants of the Medicine King's palace had been tidied up, and the Haoyan sect had its own construction team. A group of disciples, skilled in earth-related cultivation techniques, demonstrated how to erect buildings. Previously, he had heard tales of towering skyscrapers rising abruptly. Those were mere boasts. Here, it was genuinely about lifting stones from the ground to shape them into columns. Remarkably, various palaces rose around the Zhuke furnace, truly emerging from the earth. Within a matter of days, under the efforts of these disciples, the Medicine King's palace had taken on initial form, expanding to more than 10 times its previous size, so vast that one could easily become lost within its confines. Naturally, further enhancements would be needed for the palace. But in light of the Haoyan sect's substantial financial resources, such matters were trivial. After observing days of construction, although Chu Xinghe had little interest in becoming a disciple of earth-related techniques, his admiration for the Haoyan sect's methodologies was genuine. However, Chu Xinghe is currently merely at the pinnacle of the first-grade martial artist realm. To formally study martial arts techniques, he must first acquire a spiritual weapon and earnestly step into the second-grade martial master realm before he can begin learning the techniques that are suitable for him. During this time, the Grand Elder visited Chu Xinghe, even seeking his opinion on the construction of the Medicine King Palace. In truth, Chu Xinghe was entirely uninformed on the matter and could only suggest that the Grand Elder proceed as he deemed fit. Nevertheless, these past few days have been the most comfortable for Chu Xinghe, as he merely needed to observe the arduous performances of the disciples in the civil engineering discipline. Rising from the ground without any obligation to contribute himself, he truly lacked the capability to do so even if he wished. Thus, he utilized this time to ponder his next course of action. Should he incinerate the spirit tomb? Such a notion seemed impractical. For should the spiritual weapon autonomously defend the tomb, he might find himself pierced by a myriad of swords, and that would certainly not be worth the risk. Just as Chu Xinghe was at a standstill, Xinchen arrived. Xinchen, with an air of mystery, handed a piece of paper to Chu Xinghe. Upon glancing at it, Chu Xinghe was astonished to see that 4 out of the 5 divine swords were marked, with explicit instructions on how to acquire 3 of them. No wonder the Grand Elder had cryptically advised him to grasp the situation when he visited previously. It was indeed this matter. Thank you, Senior Brother Xin. Oh, there's no need for such courtesy, Junior Brother. I am merely a messenger. You must not disappoint the Grand Elder. Rest assured, Senior Brother. The Grand Elder instructed me to tell you that it is best to choose one of these 3 swords and to avoid the others. Moreover, once you enter the spirit tomb, remember not to engage in excessive conversation with others. The last time the spirit tomb was opened, a disciple received some information, but, relying on his knowledge, provided erroneous guidance, resulting in a group of disciples obtaining the least desirable spiritual weapons. In their fury, the various palaces were incensed, and even the elders could not protect that individual, who was promptly expelled from the sect. Therefore, Junior Brother, you can trust me. I will definitely not give any random guidance. Tears welled up in Chu Xinghe's eyes. Senior Brother Shun, you are truly my most esteemed senior now. After days of arduous contemplation with no progress, you, with a mere gesture, have illuminated the path for me to be expelled from the sect for providing false guidance. Is it? Rest assured, in that regard, the one expelled pales in comparison to me. Chapter 10. The disparity in humanity today is a splendid day, and all aspirations seem destined to come to fruition. Chu Xinghe, shaking off the previous gloom, skipped joyfully back to his residence. Junior Brother seems to have obtained what he desired. Given his radiant mood, Feng Fei remarked with a smile. You are indeed correct, Senior Brother. Chu Xinghe nodded, beaming. But do not forget the Grand Elder's earnest intentions. Feng Fei, clearly misunderstanding, assumed that Chu Xinghe must have learned how to acquire the divine sword, hence his joy. However, what truly delighted Chu Xinghe was not solely this, but also the news Xinchen had brought. Nevertheless, upon mentioning the divine sword, Chu Xinghe hastily opened the document to examine it. Among the 5 swords, the Grand Elder is aware of the locations of 4, Falling Star, New Pavilion Lord, Solitary Swan, and Spirit Severing. The 5th sword, named Moon Shadow, has only a vague location known to the Grand Elder, hence it was not documented. Within the remaining 4 swords, aside from Spirit Severing which lacks a precise retrieval method, Falling Star, New Pavilion Lord, and Solitary Swan have their specific acquisition methods clearly outlined, even detailing the suitable routes for each divine sword. It is evident that the Grand Elder has truly gone to great lengths for Chu Xinghe, shrouding everything in a veil of secrecy. Feng Fei was momentarily taken aback after reading this. The Grand Elder's meticulousness is unprecedented, likely the most detailed record ever presented. Feng Fei's observations are entirely justified. As the foremost sect in the realm, Haotian Sect not only boasts formidable strength, but also exhibits a commendable sense of fairness. Typically, when the spirit tomb opens, the elders from various clans tend to discreetly assist their own disciples, often suggesting which paths or methods might suit them best. But it usually ends there. Those who receive such information are essentially treated as beloved children by the elders. However, the Grand Elder's guidance to Chu Xinghe is far more than a mere hint. It's as if the Grand Elder would personally retrieve the divine swords from the spirit tomb and present them to Chu Xinghe for selection. While others may provide subtle nudges, the Grand Elder has gone so far as to pry open Chu Xinghe's mouth, force-feed him, and even provide digestive aids, fearing that he might struggle to assimilate the information. Thus, Feng Fei was understandably astonished. Yet, he does not find the Grand Elder's actions excessive. In his view, Chu Xinghe is destined to tread the path leading to the mastery of Lingyi Palace, prompting the Grand Elder to spare no effort in smoothing his journey. Elder Brother, perhaps the Grand Elder fears I might not comprehend, remarked Chu Xinghe, perceiving the depths of the Grand Elder's secrecy through Feng Fei's expression. Make sure to memorize this and then burn it, Feng Fei advised. Understood. After diligently noting every word, Chu Xinghe incinerated the paper in front of Feng Fei. Disciple, remember to remain discreet. This knowledge is for you alone. Do not recklessly guide others, Feng Fei cautioned. Rest assured, elder brother. Perhaps due to the morning dumplings or simply a good mood, that night was filled with sweet dreams. At dawn, Chu Xinghe resumed his observations of the rising ground while contemplating his next plans. By afternoon, he received word that the spirit tomb would open the following morning. Due to the sect leader's seclusion, the Grand Elder would personally preside over the spirit tomb conference. The announcement sent ripples of anticipation among the disciples, each harboring their own thoughts. Although some had received advance whispers, it would be disingenuous to claim there was no anxiety. After all, even if the whispers were accurate, one could not guarantee that others were not privy to the same information. Such clandestine matters make it difficult for the elders of various factions to convene and discuss the whereabouts of their disciples openly. Thus, the occurrence of repeated messages is not entirely improbable. Should that be the case, it will ultimately depend on who arrives first. Of course, individuals like Chu Xinghe are unparalleled within the entire Haotian sect. The location of the divine sword within the Haotian sect is typically not disclosed to the disciples, unless a candidate exceptionally suited for it emerges. Otherwise, it remains unattainable. Beyond these select individuals, the majority are ordinary inner disciples of the Haotian sect, while outer disciples lack the qualification to enter the spirit tomb. Only by advancing from the outer to the inner sect can they join the next group of disciples permitted entry. This time, the Haotian sect has recruited 3,000 disciples from across the realm, making this spirit tomb conference a decisive moment for many, as acquiring a formidable spiritual weapon could smooth the path ahead, whereas failing to do so could lead to numerous hardships. Consequently, upon the announcement of this event, disciples could be seen gathering in clusters throughout the various halls, deliberating on matters concerning the Spirit Tomb Conference. However, such discussions bore little fruit, as the insights gleaned from senior disciples provided only scant information about the conditions within the Spirit Tomb. Knowing which spiritual weapons are superior and which might suit oneself is a mystery. Amidst the palpable tension of countless individuals and the excitement of a select few, the Spirit Tomb Conference unfolded as scheduled. The 3,000 inner disciples congregated at the martial arena outside the central Haotian palace. Although Chu Xinghe stood at the periphery, his presence remained the focal point for all. The individual who had ascended to the status of core disciple in record time. His black disciple robe appeared remarkably striking, adorned with golden thread that accentuated its allure. Alas, how splendid it would be if I could don such attire. A core disciple. I wonder when I might attain such a status. Do not harbor illusions. To become an elite disciple, one must at least achieve the rank of great martial master and possess notable accomplishments. As for core disciples, no amount of time spent in waiting will suffice. Each is personally selected by the elders and destined to become significant figures within the sect. Whispers of various opinions filled the air, both flattering and disparaging. Yet, Chu Xinghe remained unfazed. Silence. With a commanding voice, the Grand Elder ascended the platform, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of disciples below before he began to speak. He commenced with words of praise for the sect, followed by a reminder of the immense fortune it was for these disciples to enter the Haotian sect, urging them to cherish this opportunity. Finally, he provided a brief overview of the rules governing the Spirit Tomb. These rules were straightforward. Once inside, disciples were free to explore as they wished, but each individual would have only half a day to select a suitable spiritual weapon. Should they fail to do so within the allotted time, the sect would assign them a weapon of the lowest grade. This served as a cautionary note for those with lofty ambitions, urging them to reflect on their own capabilities and avoid pursuing unattainable divine weapons, lest they end up with nothing. Though the Grand Elder's words were blunt, they conveyed a necessary truth. Upon concluding his address, the platform behind him descended, revealing a pathway leading to the rear of the Haotian palace. This was the route to the Spirit Tomb. Under the guidance of sect disciples, all began to enter the Spirit Tomb in an orderly fashion. Chu Xinghe noticed that the Grand Elder had subtly nodded in his direction before he entered the Spirit Tomb, an encouraging gesture. Following the main group, he traversed the underground passage of the Spirit Tomb and ultimately stepped through a misty portal enveloped in white fog. Before him lay a cavernous world resembling an underground grotto, with countless colossal stones standing unevenly before everyone. Adorning these massive rocks were various spiritual weapons, all cloaked in dust, rendering it impossible to discern their quality. As Chu Xinghe surveyed the terrain, several individuals had already set off, evidently those who had received inside information. They were heading towards the spiritual weapons of their desire. However, many others remained bewildered, standing still. The myriad paths and stones around them were overwhelming, and the selection of spiritual weapons was left to chance. While Chu Xinghe contemplated how to proceed with his own plans, a clear voice rang out from behind him. "Excuse me, are you senior brother Chu Xinghe?" A delicate young woman approached him. Chu Xinghe's gaze fell upon the emblem on her chest. Indeed, it bore the insignia of Qilin Palace. He was merely curious about her origins, not concerned with her appearance. "Hello, junior sister. I am Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe, my name is Wan Lin. As a core disciple, you must possess greater knowledge than we do. I wonder if you could assist us?" The others behind her turned their attention towards Chu Xinghe. Though Wan Lin was prepared for a refusal, knowing that the spirit tomb pertained to personal interests, and most would hesitate to expend their precious time aiding others. However, just as Wan Lin braced herself for rejection, Chu Xinghe spoke up. "There is no need for formality, junior sister Wan Lin. Although I am a core disciple, my knowledge is not vastly different from yours. It is my duty to assist my fellow disciples. If you do not mind, you may follow me, and I will do my best to guide you." "Ah, thank you, senior brother Xinghe." Wan Lin and her companions were nearly bouncing with excitement. Wan Lin gazed at Chu Xinghe with sparkling eyes. Previously, she had heard rumors of his righteousness, of how he risked himself to protect his compatriots, and how he had garnered immense praise from his peers after entering Lingyi Palace. She had thought such tales were mere legend, yet here was the core disciple himself, surprisingly amiable, affirming that sometimes rumors hold a grain of truth. "To all my fellow junior brothers and sisters, if you are unsure of which path to take, feel free to accompany me. I will strive to point you in the right direction." Chu Xinghe raised his arm, and an eruption of cheers arose from the confused disciples. "Thank you, senior brother Xinghe. I'm truly impressed. It's no wonder he has become a core disciple. Indeed, you wouldn't believe it, but a while ago, I encountered another core disciple. I called him senior brother, and he didn't even acknowledge me. As core disciples, the disparity in character is indeed striking. Countless individuals extol brother Xinghe for his benevolence, while simultaneously following in the footsteps of Chu Xinghe. Little does Chu Xinghe know that within the Haotian Palace, a group of elders observes everything transpiring in the spirit tomb through the Haotian mirror. The Grand Elder stands at the forefront, feeling both gratified and helpless upon witnessing Chu Xinghe's willingness to guide his fellow disciples. He feels gratified because this child possesses an exceptionally good nature. Even if he were not a disciple of Lingyi Palace, he would still stand ready to assist any fellow member of Haotian Sect. Yet, he also feels helpless, as Chu Xinghe's actions may consume much of his time, possibly preventing him from acquiring the divine sword himself. Apart from the Grand Elder, the other elders nod in understanding, all of them well aware of the underlying complexities, though they cannot voice them. Observing their own disciples rush towards the sources of information, fearing they might miss out on valuable treasures, one cannot help but contrast this with Chu Xinghe, who undoubtedly received guidance from the Grand Elder, perhaps even superior to that provided to the others. Yet, when faced with requests for assistance from his peers, Chu Xinghe shows no hesitation, which has already won the admiration of a significant portion of the elders present. As the saying goes, when evaluating a disciple, one must not solely consider talent, but also character. Chapter 11. The original intention. Everything within the spirit tomb is vividly displayed in the Haotian mirror. Every individual's actions are laid bare. Some rush in, fervently searching for the locations they had learned about beforehand, indifferent to the pleas of their fellow disciples, so much so that merely casting a glance at another feels like a concession. In stark contrast, Chu Xinghe welcomes all requests for assistance without hesitation. This juxtaposition is telling. Our Haotian sect, renowned as the foremost sect in the world, boasts disciples of unparalleled talent. Yet, while talent is undeniably important, character ultimately shapes one's future. What are your thoughts on this, esteemed elders? The Grand Elder's voice, though soft, resonates clearly in every elder's ear. During the sect master's seclusion, the Grand Elder oversees all sect affairs, including the conduct of each elder. Although he does not explicitly state it, the implication of his words is understood by all. Look at the disciples you have chosen. What are they doing? Each one prioritizes their own interests over their fellow disciples. Is this the caliber of disciples you have selected? The Grand Elder's admonition is clear. We must reflect and amend our ways. The numerous elders feel a pang of shame. This is the stark reality of comparison. In previous instances when the spirit tomb opened, all disciples were relatively similar, and no one raised concerns. However, Chu Xinghe's performance today is so dazzling that it casts all others into shadow. Most frustratingly, regarding this child, the elders find themselves at a loss for words. Even when chided by the Grand Elder, what can they say? Should they blame Chu Xinghe for assisting his fellow disciples? Although the Haotian sect is divided into numerous peaks and palaces, it has always been an exceptionally united sect. Its status as the foremost sect in the realm is no mere coincidence. However, the newly initiated disciples seem unaware of this, being preoccupied with their own ambitions, forgetting that the Lingzong Conference is not a contest of life and death, and that their companions are not adversaries, but rather brethren of the same lineage. Within the Lingzong, the maidens of Qiulin Palace followed in the footsteps of Chu Xinghe, and they were not alone. An increasing number of individuals joined him as well. The dedication of this core disciple, who willingly invested his time to guide his fellow sect members, won the hearts of all. It is no wonder he is regarded as a core disciple. His righteousness is truly commendable. Dear junior brothers and sisters, like all of you, this is my first time entering the Lingzong. Although I have heard some senior brothers speak of the matters within, my understanding is rather limited. The selection of spiritual weapons relies on one's fate. I shall guide you, but what kind of spiritual weapon you ultimately acquire depends on your own affinity with them. If you do not obtain a satisfactory weapon, please do not hold it against me. At these words, tears welled in the eyes of the junior disciples behind him. We shall forever remember Brother Xinghe's kindness. There is no need for such humility, for merely guiding us is already a tremendous act of benevolence. Brother Xinghe is so handsome. Wan Lin trailed behind Chu Xinghe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Initially, she had only intended to give it a try, but she was taken aback by how genuinely kind Brother Xinghe was. Under Chu Xinghe's leadership, they advanced, and as they continued forward, the variety of spiritual weapons around them gradually increased, indicating that they were indeed on the right path. Within the Lingzong, there are countless routes, some of which may lead to places devoid of spiritual weapons, so straying off course could indeed be troublesome. Nevertheless, the path Chu Xinghe chose was the one indicated on the map he had previously acquired, although he did not intend to lead everyone to the final location of the divine sword. Soon, as they turned a corner, Chu Xinghe discovered the place he sought. Here, unlike other areas, stood a stone tablet before them. Spirit Pool, Wan Lin exclaimed as she recognized the inscription on the stone tablet. And they all knew of the Spirit Pool. It is considered the central zone of the entire Lingzong, the original resting place of the Haotian Sect's ancestors. After their passing, the spiritual weapons were left at the Spirit Pool. Upon seeing the Spirit Pool, Chu Xinghe spoke. This is the place. Junior brothers and sisters, you may select the spiritual weapons you require here. As soon as he finished speaking and pointed to the Spirit Pool's location, confusion enveloped the surrounding crowd, including Wan Lin. Does Brother Xinghe not know where this is? Wan Lin pondered. Of course I do. It's the Spirit Pool. Then why would Brother Xinghe let us choose our weapons here? Indeed, the Spirit Pool is the original site of the Haotian Sect's Lingzong, and the spiritual weapons here are among the oldest. That's right. Many of these weapons are damaged, and even those that aren't are of the lowest quality. What does Brother Xinghe mean by this? Choosing weapons here? Isn't that misleading? In an instant, chaos enveloped the surroundings. As many had remarked, within the primordial spirit pool of the Haotian sect lay the sacred weapons of its earliest ancestors. Yet, during that epoch, the Haotian sect was not the preeminent sect of the world. The diversity and potency of the spiritual weapons in its pool paled in comparison to the present. Thus, regardless of their capabilities or other attributes, they could not rival those of today. Chu Xinghe's suggestion for everyone to select from these was evidently a trap. A wave of confusion and indignation swept over the crowd as they turned their scrutinizing gazes towards Chu Xinghe, questioning the sincerity of his guidance. What did he mean by leading them into such a predicament? Even within the Haotian palace, the expressions of the Grand Elder and numerous elders before the Haotian mirror shifted dramatically, for none had anticipated that Chu Xinghe would lead them to this place. What happened to the principles of righteousness? This was clearly a scheme against them. Among the spiritual tombs, Wan Lin wore a perplexed expression, pondering what exactly Chu Xinghe intended to achieve. This was unmistakably a trap. The emotions of the surrounding disciples grew increasingly agitated. With several hot-tempered individuals on the verge of shouting, they declared that even if Chu Xinghe was a core disciple, his actions were treacherous. and they would collectively lodge a complaint to ensure he faced the consequences. Silence. Amidst the clamor, Chu Xinghe's thunderous voice reverberated, successfully quelling all sounds. Do you believe I am deceiving you? Forcing you to choose the least worthy spiritual weapons? His words elicited numerous nods of agreement. Ah, how lamentable. This is truly the greatest sorrow of all. Chu Xinghe's countenance reflected profound sadness as he surveyed the crowd and began to speak. 1,000 years ago, the first Grand Master of our Haotian sect, the Haotian Emperor, emerged from a humble mountain village. The Grand Master possessed no unparalleled talent nor any divine weapons, yet, through sheer will, he founded the Haotian sect. Over the subsequent centuries, countless sects rose and fell within the relentless tide of history, yet our Haotian sect persevered, transforming from an obscure minor sect to one that boldly faced challenges and overcame obstacles. 400 years ago, the 10th Haotian Emperor was born, a prodigy renowned for vanquishing demons and eradicating evil. On that day, the world's number one graced the gates of our sect. Over the past 4 centuries, our Haotian sect has remained unshakable in its position as the foremost sect. Yet today, I pose a question to all my fellow disciples. Who among you remembers the spiritual weapon of the first Haotian Emperor, or that of the 10th Haotian Emperor? A profound silence fell upon the assembly. Allow me to enlighten you. The spiritual weapon of the first Haotian Emperor is the Xiantai sword. This very blade you see before you. Chu Xinghe pointed to a weathered weapon. Lodged at the highest point, its surface marred and damaged by the passage of time, yet it was this very where that spoke of its former glory. And the spiritual weapon of the 10th Haotian Emperor is the Mercury sword, another unassuming blade standing right before you. He gestured towards the Mercury sword, which bore no remarkable features. Over a millennium, from obscurity to the pinnacle of greatness, how many remember the past? How tragic, how lamentable. Chu Xinghe's expression was one of deep sorrow and lamentation. We entered the Haotian sect and arrived at the spirit tomb, where we were to select our spiritual weapons. However, is that all we came for? No. We are here to pay homage to the past left by our ancestors, and to comprehend the brilliance they once achieved. Today, as you gaze upon these spiritual weapons before you, how can you dare to label them as mere refuse? Who among you remembers that each of these weapons once accompanied its master in battle until the very last moment for the Haotian sect? In this moment, the spirit tomb is enveloped in silence. The path of cultivation is arduous, as challenging as ascending to the heavens. A single spiritual weapon can significantly ease our journey. Yet let us reflect. The 10th Emperor of Haotian wielded the Mercury sword and still led the sect to the pinnacle. Why can we not do the same? 400 years ago, our ancestors had no divine weapons, yet they still earned the Haotian sect the prestigious title of being the best in the world. Yet now, for centuries later, you, the so-called chosen ones, stand here merely seeking to acquire a spiritual weapon to smooth your path in cultivation. Do you truly deserve to be disciples of the Haotian sect? At this moment, not only is the spirit tomb silent, but even the Haotian mirror is shrouded in quietude. The Grand Elder and numerous elders have fallen into deep contemplation. 400 years ago marked the peak era of the Haotian sect, and to this day, it seems we can no longer surpass that zenith. Everyone is asking why, despite the fact that the resources of the Haotian sect now surpass those of the past, and the disciples possess superior talents. We remain unable to recreate that former glory. What is the reason? Today, Chu Xinghe has provided everyone with the answer. We have all forgotten our original intentions. We yearn for stronger spiritual weapons and crave more resources, but ultimately, external possessions are merely that, external. Only by rediscovering our original intentions can we revive our former splendor. Now I ask you, do you still perceive the spiritual weapons in this pool as ordinary? Chu Xinghe spoke fervently, his words infused with emotion. As the saying goes, to move others, one must first move oneself, regardless of whether they believe it. What matters is that he believes it. Chapter 12, A Grand Venture. The Haotian Sword Box. Only by remaining true to our original intentions can we reach our ultimate goals. The Grand Elder quietly recited these 8 words, raising his gaze towards Chu Xinghe within the Haotian mirror. Observing the many disciples lost in thought, Chu Xinghe understood that to ensure success, he needed to stoke the flames of inspiration further. 400 years ago, our ancestors reached the pinnacle without external assistance. Why should we not do the same today? Do you think yourselves inferior? Not at all, came the voice of Wan Lin, the young girl already on the brink of tears. As Wan Lin spoke, A chorus of voices arose around her. Brother Xinghe, I was wrong. I previously thought you were intentionally leading us astray, but I now realize your realm surpasses ours. For centuries ago, our ancestors relied on these spiritual weapons to establish the foundation we have today. Yet we have forgotten their legacy, solely pursuing external aids. Brother Xinghe is right. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. While external possessions may assist us, if we only chase after them, how can we hope to reach the pinnacle? A youth, brimming with bravado, emerged from the crowd and approached the spirit pool with fervor. Seizing a spirit weapon from its edge, dust danced upon its surface. As if responding to his presence, in a flash of light, the weapon acknowledged its master. With this initial success, the path ahead appeared promising. Wan Lin stepped forth from the throng, bowing deeply to Chu Xinghe before selecting her own spirit weapon, claiming her destined companion. As others followed suit, many remained hesitant, observing the unfolding spectacle. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xinghe clenched his teeth and stomped his foot in determination. As the saying goes, one must risk losing in order to gain. Wasn't it merely a spirit weapon? He had just declared it to be a trivial object. Today, he would not relent until he had thoroughly bewildered them. Approaching the spirit pool, Chu Xinghe surveyed the seemingly ordinary spirit weapons before him. With resolute intent, his gaze fell upon a particular spirit sword that caught his fancy. And he made his decision. The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. Though I have hesitated, I have never retreated. With that, Chu Xinghe took a bold step forward. Noticing Chu Xinghe's choice, the hesitant disciples below felt their resolve solidify. Brother Xinghe, a distinguished core disciple, possessed a future radiant with promise. If he had the courage to rely solely on his own cultivation rather than external aids, as he proclaimed, then perhaps this truly is the essence of the cultivation journey. If even Brother Xinghe could make such a choice, what was there left for us to ponder? In an instant, countless doubts dissipated, and they advanced toward the spirit pool. One by one, they selected spirit weapons, forming lifelong bonds with their newfound companions. Though the quality of these weapons was lowly, each individual who grasped a spirit weapon radiated unwavering determination. Observing the growing number of choices made, Chu Xinghe realized he must commit wholeheartedly. With a resolute bite of his teeth and a firm stomp, he grasped the unassuming spirit sword before him and raised it high. Proclaiming to the heavens, the great rock soars with the winds, ascending to heights of 90,000 miles. Today, we shall forge our own brilliance anew. In that moment, the entire assembly echoed his fervent cry. Yet, just as Chu Xinghe harnessed his spiritual energy to claim the sword, an unexpected event transpired. The sword, ensnared by an unknown force, slipped from his grasp and soared back to its original position. As the sword returned, a strange resonance filled the air. A buzzing sound enveloped the spirit pool, causing all the spirit weapons to tremble in unison. This bewildering spectacle left Chu Xinghe in a state of shock. What was happening? However, before the Haotian mirror, the elders gasped in astonishment. The divine sword has emerged. All spirits converge. The Grand Elder's eyes widened. Within the spirit pool of the Haotian sect lay 10 divine swords, and each time a divine sword recognized its master, a multitude of spirit weapons would vibrate in response. Indeed, the emergence of the divine sword heralded the convergence of all spirits. At this moment, there was no divine sword present. What could this possibly mean? Soon, the Grand Elder sensed something amiss. Within the spirit seeds of the Haotian sect, the number of spiritual weapons was not merely thousands, but rather tens of thousands, if not millions, an accumulation of all the spiritual weapons gathered over the millennia. According to previous occurrences when divine swords emerged, many spiritual weapons would resonate in unison. However, in the vicinity of Chu Xinghe, there was no divine sword. Why, then, were all these spiritual weapons trembling? Moreover, it quickly became apparent to the many elders that it was not only the spiritual weapons at Chu Xinghe's location that were vibrating. At that moment, every spiritual weapon within the entire spirit tomb began to quiver, including those that had already acknowledged their masters. This tremor was not confined to the spirit tomb. Soon, centered around it, all the spiritual weapons held by the members of the Haotian sect began to resonate as well. Not only the ordinary disciples, but the Grand Elder also discovered that one of his top 10 divine swords, the soul-extinguishing sword, had inexplicably soared from his grasp, hovering in midair and vibrating in tandem. At that moment, it felt as though something in the heavens and earth was stirring the entire Haotian sect. compelling all spiritual weapons to move toward the spirit tomb. What could this possibly signify? The multitude of elders was dumbfounded. They had never encountered such a phenomenon. The emergence of a divine sword would cause myriad spirits to tremble, yet the vibration of all spiritual weapons throughout the Haotian sect was unprecedented. Boom! Just as everyone was astonished by what was unfolding, a deafening roar erupted from within the spirit tomb, and in the next instant, the stone pillar at the center of the spirit pool exploded. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 9 distinct beams of color shot skyward from the shattered stone pillar. These 9 beams moved with astonishing speed, yet they all converged upon the same location, where Chu Xinghe stood. In an instant, the 9 divine lights circled around Chu Xinghe in a frenzy, as if in jubilant celebration. Accompanying the 9 divine lights, a white beam of light also surged forth from the exploded stone pillar. The Haotian sword box. This was the Haotian sword box, the Grand Elder exclaimed, and the group of elders behind him turned pale with shock. The Haotian sect possessed 10 divine swords, renowned throughout the land. Yet, only a select few knew that these 10 divine swords were not the mightiest spiritual weapons of the Haotian sect. The most formidable spiritual weapon was the Haotian sword box, acquired in the twilight years of the 10th generation Haotian emperor. Within this sword box lay 9 ancient divine weapons, which even the 10th generation Haotian emperor could not wield despite having obtained it. Thus, the Haotian emperor named it the Haotian sword box and sealed it within the spirit tomb, rendering it the supreme weapon that suppressed the millions of spiritual weapons of the Haotian sect. For 4 centuries, each generation of powerful figures within the Haotian sect endeavored to communicate with the Haotian sword box, yet it had never responded from within the stone pillar. Even the feats that the Haotian emperor could not accomplish led everyone to ultimately relinquish hope. But today, the Haotian sword box has broken free from the earth. After 400 years, the 9 swords emerged to dance solely for Chu Xinghe. The divine artifact has manifested, and all spirits rejoice. At this moment, the entire spirit tomb and all spiritual weapons within the Haotian sect bowed in reverence toward the Haotian sword box. The elder before the Haotian mirror was nearly beside himself with astonishment. No one could have anticipated that Chu Xinghe's unwavering declaration of perseverance would summon the Haotian sword box, compelling it to acknowledge a master. 9 divine lights encircled Chu Xinghe, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. The swords, Fei Huang, Lei Ying, Xian Jian, Bai Hong, Rao Ji Ro, Yixian Tian, Kai Xie, Sui Xing, and Ding Hai, each possessed unique attributes and extraordinary powers, surpassing even the 10 greatest swords of the Haotian sect in strength. At this moment, the 9 divine swords revolved around Chu Xinghe, radiating a myriad of lights that erupted from the Haotian sword box like a celestial explosion. In an instant, all disciples wielding spiritual weapons nearby were enveloped by the brilliance of the divine swords, as if caught in a spell of immobility. The sword box acknowledged its master, bestowing blessings upon all. They were plunged into a state of enlightenment. The Grand Elder gasped in astonishment at this sight, while within the spirit tomb, everyone felt as though they had been transported into a realm of their own, entering a profound state of realization. Not only did they awaken, but the spiritual weapons in their hands also began to emit dazzling light, merging with their very souls. The sword box emerged, benefiting all and facilitating the fusion of spiritual weapons with their souls. Those fortunate enough to possess these spiritual weapons now found them elevated to treasures of unparalleled worth. Chaos ensued within the spirit tomb as those who had previously resolved to claim spiritual weapons fell into enlightenment, while those who hesitated found themselves bereft of opportunity. They rushed back to the spirit pool in a desperate bid to seize the spiritual weapons, but it was far too late. Wan Lin was the first to awaken, gazing in awe at the spiritual weapon now harmonized with her essence, nearly jumping with joy. What kind of spiritual weapon is the finest in this world? Is it the divine sword? No. While divine swords are undeniably powerful, a spiritual weapon that merges with your soul is your truest companion. It shall never betray you nor let you down. Today, Wan Lin could scarcely believe her fortune in acquiring such a soul-fused weapon. All thanks to Senior Brother Xinghe. His words resonated with the Haotian sword box, which in turn granted the utmost benefit to all who shared his noble aspirations. Wan Lin and the others who had fused with their spiritual weapons were overjoyed, while those who had hesitated were left despondent, nearly choking on their regret. How could they have missed such a monumental opportunity? How had they failed to grasp the intent behind Senior Brother Xinghe's goodwill? A tremor rippled through the air once more as the 9 swords soared into the Haoyan sword box, which then ascended to hover before Chu Xinghe. In a flash, the sword box pierced into Chu Xinghe's left shoulder, leaving a mark imprinted upon his being. The Haoyan sword box had indeed recognized its master. As all eyes were fixed on this moment of recognition, a voice resonated through the heavens, and a figure emerged, stepping upon the void amidst the mountains. The world beneath his feet seemed to shatter with a mere step as he re-emerged before the Haoyan mirror in the Grand Hall of Haoyan. We pay our respects to the Sect Master. At that moment, all present, including the Grand Elder, bowed in reverence to the newcomer. He was none other than Gu Mingqiao, the master of the Haoyan sect, renowned throughout the realm as the foremost martial artist. Yet, at this moment, Gu Mingqiao paid no heed to the multitude of elders. His gaze was fixed intently upon the Haoyan mirror, where he beheld Chu Xinghe, who had recognized the Haoyan sword box as his own. Chapter 13. Ascending to greatness, Gu Mingqiao had been in a state of seclusion, emerging only when faced with matters beyond resolution. Even when the Haoyan sect's bell tolled 9 times, he had remained unperturbed. However, today marked a departure from his isolation. The Haoyan sword box had not only stirred the Grand Elder's soul-extinguishing sword, but had also summoned Gu Mingqiao's own Qingtian sword. The fact that a divine sword would yield was a clear indication that only the legendary Haoyan sword box could possess such power. Yet, as Gu Mingqiao witnessed the unfolding events within the mirror, he was taken aback despite his preparation. The legendary Haoyan sword box, which even the Haoyan Emperor could not subdue, had chosen to acknowledge a master today, and that master was not a peerless powerhouse, but rather a novice disciple. After all, only newly initiated disciples were permitted entry into the spirit tomb. However, Gu Mingqiao soon discerned an anomaly. The disciple who had claimed the Haoyan sword box was clad in the distinctive garb of a core disciple. So he was a core disciple? Gu Mingqiao recalled that among the latest batch of entrants to the Haoyan sect, while a few were notably talented, they had merely attained the status of reserve elite disciples. When had a core disciple emerged from this group? It was well known that core disciples were appointed solely by 2 individuals within the sect, himself, Gu Mingqiao, and the Grand Elder. Thus, Gu Mingqiao's gaze instinctively turned to the Grand Elder, eager to uncover what had transpired during his seclusion. Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion, Sect Master, the Grand Elder remarked, noting Gu Mingqiao's momentary daze. How could he not perceive the thoughts of the Sect Master? Upon seeing Chu Xinghe within the Haoyan mirror, the Grand Elder wore an expression of pride. Subsequently, the Grand Elder recounted the events that had transpired during Gu Mingqiao's retreat, detailing how Chu Xinghe willingly took the blame for his fellow townsmen after the bell's toll. The resurgence of the Zhuge spirit fire 400 years later in the Zhuge Hall, the burning of the Medicine King Palace by the Zhuge furnace, the Zhuge spirit medicine saint's legacy, and now, the recognition of the Haoyan sword box by Chu Xinghe within the spirit tomb. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's account, Gu Mingqiao felt his mind whirl. So much had transpired within the sect during his brief seclusion, culminating in the emergence of such an extraordinary disciple. Moreover, what rendered Gu Mingqiao even more incredulous was the revelation that Chu Xinghe was a disciple of the Lingyi Palace, where the Grand Elder resided. While it was understandable that the Grand Elder would extol Chu Xinghe to the heavens, the subsequent praises from the other elders truly astonished Gu Mingqiao. Through the words of the other elders, Gu Mingqiao gained a deeper understanding of Chu Xinghe. Endowed with extraordinary talent, possessing the Zhuge spirit fire, having inherited the legacy of the medicine sage, and now in possession of the Haoyan sword box, this young individual was not only recognized for his gifts but also for his impeccable character, earning unanimous acclaim from numerous elders. The Haoyan sect had never been short of prodigies, yet to have a disciple who garnered the recognition of nearly all the elders was indeed a first within the sect. In an instant, Gu Mingqiao found himself deeply intrigued by this remarkable young man. What manner of individual was he truly? Within the spirit tomb, the moment the Haoyan sword box integrated with Chu Xinghe's body, the shackles that had long confined him to the rank of a first-grade martial artist were finally shattered. His spiritual power surged dramatically, allowing him to successfully ascend to the second-grade martial artist realm. This marked his genuine entry into the path of cultivation. Not only Chu Xinghe experienced this breakthrough, all disciples who had faith in him and chose to select spirit weapons here not only fused their souls with the weapons, but also achieved enlightenment. collectively stepping into the second grade. Brother Xinghe's grace, I, Wanlin, shall never forget in this lifetime. Wanlin's chest heaved with excitement as he bowed deeply to Chu Xinghe. Brother Xinghe's kindness, we shall remember for eternity. Behind Wanlin, more awakened disciples expressed their gratitude to Chu Xinghe with respectful gestures. However, confronted by such overwhelming appreciation, Chu Xinghe was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. In truth, all he had intended was to play a little trick on them. Who would have imagined that in his attempt to deceive, he would inadvertently unveil the Haoyin sword box? Originally, he had planned to stir some chaos among the disciples, anticipating that by the time they realized what had transpired, it would certainly cause an uproar, potentially reaching the ears of the sect master. With so many disciples having fallen into his trap, it was likely that even the Grand Elder would be unable to shield him from the consequences. Even if he were not expelled from the sect, a severe punishment would be inevitable. Yet now, with the Haoyin sword box revealed, due to its benevolent nature, those who were supposed to be deceived had instead become the greatest beneficiaries of this turn of events. Nevertheless, reflecting on the matter, he felt a degree of satisfaction in having obtained the Haoyin sword box. Brother Xinghe, please assist the rest of us. Another voice called out. Belonging to those who had previously evaded his successful deception, they had hesitated to select a spirit weapon, and thus when the Haoyin sword box recognized its master and conferred blessings upon the masses, they naturally found themselves excluded. Initially intending to observe, their indecision had cost them a monumental opportunity, leaving them filled with regret for their former hesitation. Humph, do you still have the audacity to speak? Wanlin could no longer contain himself. Brother Xinghe has paved the way for us and opened such an opportunity, yet you dared to harbor suspicions about his intentions. Now, having brought this disgrace upon yourselves, you still ask Brother Xinghe for help? Truly, you have lost all sense of shame. Initially, Wanlin harbored doubts regarding Brother Xinghe's true intentions. However, the unfolding events have now clarified everything. During the selection of spiritual weapons, Brother Xinghe was entirely unaware of the existence of the Haoyin sword box. He chose an ordinary spiritual weapon just like everyone else. Yet, his actions resonated deeply with the Haoyin sword box, which subsequently recognized him as its master. It is disheartening that such an admirable figure, Brother Xinghe, continues to be met with skepticism from others. Wanlin felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a resounding slap to each of them. At this juncture, those who failed to acquire a spiritual weapon are filled with profound regret. How could they have doubted Brother Xinghe? His character is well known throughout the sect. Had they chosen to trust him, they too would have secured a harmonious bond with a spiritual weapon. They are acutely aware that there is no remedy for regret. In this moment, they can only silently vow to follow Brother Xinghe's lead without a trace of doubt in their hearts henceforth. Dear fellow disciples, the Haoyin sword box's benevolence is beyond my control. At this point, all I can say is that I am truly sorry. However, there remains time for you to seek out the spiritual weapons you desire. Remember, the path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. Though we may have hesitated, I firmly believe we have never retreated. As Chu Xinghe's words echoed, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted around him. Wanlin's eyes brimmed with tears. Listen, this is the essence of true mastery. Brother Xinghe's level of understanding has already surpassed ours, even in the face of doubt and mistrust. He harbors no grievances and is willing to guide them even now. He is indeed an exceptional senior brother. Countless individuals who did not obtain a spiritual weapon, despite their regret, embarked on the path of continued pursuit. Chu Xinghe illuminated the correct path for them, perhaps offering them a glimmer of hope. When Chu Xinghe and the jubilant group of disciples emerged from the spirit tomb, numerous elders, including the sect leader Gu Mingqiao, were already assembled at the entrance. Disciples, pay your respects to the sect leader and esteemed elders, Chu Xinghe instructed, leading everyone in a gesture of reverence. Gu Mingqiao nodded slightly. Rise. Thank you, sect leader. Once everyone stood, the gaze of Gu Mingqiao and all the elders fell upon Chu Xinghe, particularly Gu Mingqiao. Among the 3,000 disciples of Haoyin sect, he remembered all those who displayed even a modicum of excellence. Yet Chu Xinghe was an exception he could not recall. However, witnessing a person rise so swiftly, Gu Mingqiao believed their earlier oversight was to blame. The acquisition of the Haoyin sword box by Chu Xinghe was indeed a divine blessing for Haoyin. The Grand Elder beamed with joy, his expression as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Heaven bless Haoyin. The other elders echoed in unison. Xinghe, Bring forth your Haotian sword box for us to behold, the Grand Elder exclaimed proudly as he approached Chu Xinghe. Yes, Chu Xinghe replied, and without further ado, he summoned the spiritual energy, causing a radiant white light to surge from his left arm, transforming into the Haotian sword box, which hovered gracefully before him. With a mere thought, Chu Xinghe summoned a radiant beam of yellow light that erupted from the sword sheath, swiftly manifesting before him as a flying locust. This was no ordinary blade. It bore the semblance of an oval stone. Yet, as it soared through the air, a shimmering sword aura materialized upon its surface, revealing itself as the first of the 9 blades within the Haotian sword sheath, his sole weapon at this moment. However, upon the emergence of the flying locust, the countenance of everyone present, including Gu Mingqiao, shifted dramatically. A flying sword. This was the fabled weapon of legend. All gazed in disbelief at the flying locust, responding to Chu Xinghe's intent. A flying sword, an entity spoken of only in tales, capable of chasing souls across 1,000 miles. To this day, the world had only the remnants of such legends. The Haotian sect possessed 10 divine swords, with the foremost being the Qingtian sword wielded by the sect leader. Yet, even the Qingtian sword, in the hands of its master, could merely allow for fleeting sword control. This was not due to the sword's inherent power, but rather a testament to Gu Mingqiao's overwhelming prowess, enabling him to control the sword with his very being. The Qingtian sword could not stray far from its master. But the flying locust was an entirely different entity. The flying locust was a true flying sword, and all 9 blades within the Haotian sword sheath were of the same nature. Gu Mingqiao could hardly fathom the implications. Should Chu Xinghe one day master the Haotian sword sheath, the sight of 9 swords unleashed at a mere thought would be nothing short of terrifying. The 10th generation of the Haotian emperor was undoubtedly the strongest throughout the sect's storied history, yet even he could not tame the Haotian sword sheath. Today, however, it had recognized Chu Xinghe as its master, perhaps a sign of destiny. Xinghe, though our Haotian sect lacks the art of flying swords, I have devoted half my life to the path of the sword. Would you be willing to become my direct disciple and learn the art of swordsmanship under my guidance? Gu Mingqiao's voice broke the silence, plunging the atmosphere into a profound stillness. The sect leader wished to take Chu Xinghe as his personal disciple. A meteoric rise. Chapter 14. The Supreme Technique. Haotian battle intent. The Haotian sect occupied the entirety of the Haotian mountain range, which was further divided into 18 palaces, with the Haotian palace housing the sect leader. Disciples of the Haotian sect typically trained under the elders within these 18 palaces, but the Haotian palace was exceptional. It held no elite disciples or core members. It was reserved solely for the sect leader's direct disciples. Gu Mingqiao had assumed his role as the current leader of the Haotian sect 30 years prior, and throughout this time, he had never taken on a disciple. Yet, who could have anticipated that today he would express his desire to accept Chu Xinghe as his direct disciple? Everyone present was rendered speechless. The sect leader's sole direct disciple. What an honor! The sect leader's direct disciple is also referred to as the chief disciple. Indeed, the sect leader's direct disciple is recognized as the foremost disciple of the Haotian sect. For 30 years, Gu Mingqiao had not taken a disciple, but today, upon witnessing Chu Xinghe acquire the Haotian sword box, he was finally moved to consider him as a potential heir. Should he be granted the opportunity to inherit Gu Mingqiao's legacy, it would undoubtedly stir emotions across the realm. Countless gazes were fixed upon Chu Xinghe, and at that moment, a mere nod from him would elevate him to become the direct disciple of the sect leader, the foremost disciple of the Haotian sect in this generation. Forgive me, sect leader, but I do not wish to become your direct disciple. What? In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless, including Gu Mingqiao, who gazed at Chu Xinghe in utter disbelief. He refused. Chu Xinghe actually rejected the opportunity to become the sect leader's direct disciple. To ascend to the position of chief disciple? This fellow must have lost his mind. Even the Grand Elder looked at Chu Xinghe with incredulity. When the sect leader proposed to take Chu Xinghe as his direct disciple, the Grand Elder felt a twinge of resistance. After all, he did not wish to see such an exceptional disciple leave Lingyi Palace. However, contemplating Chu Xinghe's future, the Grand Elder ultimately remained silent, recognizing that being the sect leader's direct disciple could pave the way for him to become the next sect leader, a chance he did not want Chu Xinghe to miss. Even the Grand Elder believed that Chu Xinghe would readily accept, but to everyone's astonishment, he declined. Sect leader, I hail from a humble place known as Kaoshan Village. Orphaned at a young age, I grew up relying on the kindness of others. Gaining admission to the Haotian sect has been the proudest moment of my life. Here, I have felt the warmth of brotherhood, and more importantly, I have encountered the Grand Elder, who has bestowed upon me the warmth of family and the care of parents. On the day I entered Lingyi Palace, I silently vowed to myself that since the Grand Elder treats me as his own, I too shall regard him as my parent. A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. I wish to remain in Lingyi Palace to serve the Grand Elder. Chu Xinghe spoke these words with calm conviction, and as they resonated in the hall, silence enveloped the crowd. When he rejected the sect leaderess offer, many believed he had lost his senses. What an incredible opportunity he was turning down. Yet, upon hearing Chu Xinghe's heartfelt declaration, even Gu Mingqiao could not help but be moved. Countless individuals would vie for the chance to be his disciple, but Chu Xinghe had not forgotten his roots. Gu Mingqiao had heard of Chu Xinghe's fervent declaration in the Ling tomb, proclaiming that one must not forget their original intentions. However, at this moment, he was genuinely astounded by Chu Xinghe. This young man was not merely paying lip service to his ideals. He truly held them close to his heart. Xinghe, wonderful, wonderful. The Grand Elder stepped forward and embraced Chu Xinghe. The sincerity of his words had genuinely touched the Grand Elder's heart. Lingyi Palace had seen disciples professing that the Grand Elder was like a parent to them, yet when faced with the opportunity to become the sect leader's disciple, they likely would have cast those words aside. Good child, Gu Mingqiao finally allowed a smile to grace his face, a smile that radiated warmth. Previously, when inquiring about Chu Xinghe, he discovered that most elders were praising him, which led Gu Mingqiao to momentarily suspect that it might have been orchestrated by the Grand Elder. Otherwise, how could there possibly be such exceptional children in the world? In this moment, Gu Mingqiao harbored no doubt. This child, endowed with unparalleled talent, possessed a character that was truly unprecedented. Perhaps it was precisely due to this child's pure and transcendent nature that he garnered the recognition of the Haotian sword box. Good child, I permit you to remain in Lingyi Palace. However, your talents must not be squandered. I shall personally impart to you the Haotian battle intent. Gu Mingqiao spoke again, and this declaration sent the scene into an uproar. Haotian battle intent? The sect master intends to teach Chu Xinghe the Haotian battle intent? It is known that only the sect master's direct disciples are qualified to learn the Haotian battle intent, and those who master it are essentially included in the ranks of future successors to the sect. The number of individuals within the Haotian sect who are eligible to learn the Haotian battle intent is exceedingly scarce. No one expected that Gu Mingqiao, even after being rejected by Chu Xinghe, would still be willing to teach him the Haotian battle intent. Hurry and express your gratitude to the sect master. The elder, filled with excitement, had tears in his eyes. At this moment, he truly regarded Chu Xinghe as his own son. Ah, thank you, sect master. Chu Xinghe was bewildered. What on earth was happening? Why was he being offered the Haotian battle intent? When Gu Mingqiao proposed to accept him as a direct disciple, Chu Xinghe had indeed felt a surge of excitement, nearly bowing in reverence. However, he quickly regained his composure. It was already exceedingly difficult for him to shed his status as a core disciple in Lingyi Palace. If he were to become the sect master's direct disciple, the possibility of being stripped of that status would be utterly non-existent. The notion of gradually cultivating into a martial emperor? Surely this was absurd. Just look at the elders surrounding him. While there were a few martial emperors among them, they had devoted their entire lives to such cultivation. His dream was to be expelled from the sect. Initially, Chu Xinghe contemplated outright rejecting the sect master. Such a face-slapping rejection would surely provoke the sect master to either expel him in a fit of rage or, at the very least, take pleasure in making his life difficult and ultimately casting him out using his authority. Yet, why was the sect master so quick to offer him the Haotian battle intent? At this juncture, Chu Xinghe found himself unable to refuse, as he could not conjure a suitable rationale. Good child, remain in Lingyi Palace. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple. The elder, who had just been moved to tears, spoke up, and at this moment, Chu Xinghe nearly wept. Was he truly unable to escape the identity of a direct disciple? The only comfort he could derive was that being a direct disciple of the elder carried a higher probability of avoiding expulsion compared to being a direct disciple of the sect master. Gu Mingqiao nodded with a smile, and a throng of elders came forward to congratulate the elder. Witnessing their envious expressions, the elder's face beamed with joy once more. Gu Mingqiao handed Chu Xinghe a Haotian token before departing, and with this token in hand, he could proceed to Haotian Palace to learn the most powerful technique of the Haotian sect, the Haotian battle intent. Countless disciples around them gazed at the gleaming Haotian token in Chu Xinghe's hand, filled with envy. After emerging from the spirit tomb, everyone's cultivation had either ascended to the second tier or was on the cusp of doing so. Thus, it was time to proceed to the Tower of Hidden Techniques to select their martial arts. Although the Haotian sect boasted an abundance of techniques, the most elite of these were not accessible to ordinary disciples. One had to demonstrate exceptional talent that would captivate the elders to be granted the privilege of learning the more formidable techniques. However, Chu Xinghe was an exception, as he was directly eligible to learn the supreme technique of the Haotian sect, the Haotian battle intent. Therefore, despite his refusal of the sect leader, the latter bore no resentment and continued to treat him as a personal disciple. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with the Haotian battle intent. With the conclusion of the Spirit Tomb Conference, most disciples had acquired spirit weapons, though whether they were to their liking was another matter. Yet, the greatest misfortune did not befall the ordinary disciples, but rather those who had received the little tidbits of information. They emerged with their newly acquired high-level spirit weapons, only to be met with a barrage of scorn before they could even boast to their elders. What is there to be proud of? This scrap metal is worthless. Look at your senior brother Xinghe. Not only did he obtain the Haotian sword box, but he also received the Haotian battle intent directly from the sect leader. In comparison, their own disciples barely qualified as human. They were merely commodities. Upon returning to their respective halls, none of these proud signs escaped unscathed. They all faced various forms of punishment. Upon hearing this news, Chu Xinghe spat out blood in astonishment. He yearned for punishment in his dreams, yet found himself devoid of such opportunities, while these individuals, doing nothing, were met with retribution. What a stroke of misfortune that such good fortune never fell upon him. Chu Xinghe, having recognized the Haotian sword box as his own, outright rejected the title of personal disciple from the sect leader, rather than inciting anger. The leader's decision to impart the Haotian battle intent to Chu Xinghe spread like wildfire throughout the entire Haotian sect, from the elders to the outer disciples. None were unaware of Chu Xinghe's name. When the news reached Fathead Fish, who relayed it to Chu Xinghe, the latter immediately spat out 2 tails of blood. On this day at Lingyi Palace, Feng Fei personally presented Chu Xinghe with the attire representing the personal disciple of the Grand Elder. It remained black, yet had been adorned with additional golden thread to form cloud patterns upon the original golden trimmings. From today forward, I shall address you as Senior Brother Xinghe. Feng Fei jested. Brother Feng, it is one thing for the other brothers to tease me, but why do you join in? Chu Xinghe feigned indignation. Ha ha ha, all right. Senior Brother Xinghe it is. After finishing his jest, Feng Fei returned to his tasks. Chu Xinghe did not disturb him, instead heading towards the direction of the Haotian Palace. In recent days, everyone had begun to flock to the Tower of Hidden Techniques to study martial arts, but he could not partake, as he was destined to learn only the Haotian battle intent from the sect leader, holding the Haotian order. Chu Xinghe naturally faced no obstacles and quickly found sect leader Gu Mingqiao in the Haotian Grand Hall. Upon seeing Chu Xinghe's arrival, Gu Mingqiao greeted him with a smile and a wave. Ah, Xinghe, today I shall impart unto you the profound martial intent of Haotian. However, before we proceed with this transmission, there are several crucial admonitions I must bestow upon you, lest you err in the future. Err. Upon hearing those words, Chu Xinghe's spirit was immediately invigorated. Could it be that an opportunity was at hand once more? Chapter 15. The procurement order. While others ventured to the Tower of Concealed Skills to study martial arts, Chu Xinghe lamented his lack of such an opportunity, which incited a deep frustration within him. That tower, after all, was one of the most significant locales within the Haotian sect. Were he to set fire to that place, it would surely lead to an extraordinary ascent. Alas, he could not access the tower and was instead relegated to the Haotian Palace, where he would learn the Haotian martial intent under the tutelage of the sect leader. Though the Haotian martial intent was enticing, it paled in comparison to the thrill of igniting the Tower of Concealed Skills. Xinghe, heed my words. The transmission of the Haotian martial intent is the most formidable inheritance of our Haotian sect. However, this art must not be divulged without my express permission, otherwise. Chu Xinghe's heart raced at the prospect of opportunity. Otherwise, what would become of him? Would he face the obliteration of his cultivation and expulsion from the sect? Or worse, endure the torturous death of slow slicing? Chu Xinghe thought to himself. By heavens, this truly blocks every possible avenue of retreat. The disciple shall remember this. Very well. I shall now personally convey to you the Haotian martial intent. Gu Mingqiao nodded with satisfaction, then proceeded to impart the knowledge to Chu Xinghe bit by bit. It must be said, the Haotian martial intent is indeed the pinnacle of martial arts. It encompasses various body tempering techniques, spiritual cultivation methods, and a multitude of combat strategies, each one a paragon of excellence. It is in no way comparable to the ordinary methods found within the Tower of Concealed Skills. For typical martial arts, the practices are often singular in focus. Cultivation techniques exist solely for that purpose, while combat skills are treated as separate entities. Thus, when selecting techniques within the tower, one must choose not only suitable cultivation methods, but also compatible combat skills. A single misstep in selection could lead to starting over, or at the very least, an outcome of diminished returns. Yet, the Haotian martial intent eliminates such concerns. It encompasses both cultivation methods and an array of combat techniques, distilled from the accumulated wisdom of countless ancestors of the Haotian sect. The optimal combinations of martial skills and operational routes are all predetermined, rendering the Haotian martial intent a perfect match at the touch of a button. Furthermore, what astonished Chu Xinghe was that, despite the Haotian martial intent's extraordinary nature, one would assume its cultivation to be exceedingly complex. On the contrary, this art is far simpler than conventional methods, as Gu Mingqiao eloquently stated. The wisdom of our ancestors has transformed complexity into simplicity. Throughout an entire day, Gu Mingqiao imparted the Haotian martial intent to Chu Xinghe. Although his mind buzzed with information, Chu Xinghe retained every detail flawlessly. This may be attributed to the inheritance of the apothecary sage. Ever since receiving that legacy, he discovered he possessed an extraordinary memory, allowing him to learn various subjects with remarkable speed. From here on, you must diligently practice. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to come to the Haotian Palace and inquire of me. Gu Mingqiao was exceedingly pleased with Chu Xinghe. Initially, he believed that Chu Xinghe would require at least 3 days to grasp the essence of Haotian's battle intent. However, to his astonishment, the young man exhibited such extraordinary talent that he comprehended it in a mere day, surpassing even his own capabilities from years past. In light of Chu Xinghe's remarkable aptitude, although he could not become his direct disciple, Gu Mingqiao resolved to cultivate him diligently, for the title of a direct disciple is merely a nominal distinction. After bidding farewell to Gu Mingqiao, Chu Xinghe returned to Lingyi Palace. The main structure of Yaowang Palace was now fully completed, with various renovations well underway. It was now the time for substantial procurement. Every day, astronomical sums were being allocated for essential items such as alchemical furnaces and medicinal materials. Chu Xinghe observed the constant influx of merchants from various guilds entering and exiting the Yaowang Palace. Securing an order from Haotian Sect was indeed a tremendous opportunity. The Haotian Sect was renowned for its financial prowess. As long as the quality of goods was exceptional, they were willing to offer correspondingly high prices. Upon returning to his quarters, he found Feng Fei, weary and hunched over the table, engrossed in calculations, oblivious to Chu Xinghe's arrival. As he approached, Feng Fei finally noticed him. "Junior brother Xinghe, how did your day of study go?" "I completed it. The sect master mentioned my talent is commendable. He took 3 days to learn it, while I managed in just 1. Feng Fei couldn't help but marvel at this revelation. "Junior brother Xinghe, you are truly extraordinary. The sect master is no ordinary figure, and receiving such praise from him reflects just how exceptional you are. What are you working on, brother Feng?" Sighing, Feng Fei laid the various procurement lists before Chu Xinghe without reservation. Upon glancing at them, Chu Xinghe understood Feng Fei's distress. The volume of items to be procured was indeed overwhelming. "Junior brother, you must understand, the scale of our procurement for Yaowang Palace is immense. Any slight misstep could result in unimaginable losses for the sect. I cannot afford to be negligent in the slightest." "What do you mean?" Hearing this, Chu Xinghe instantly felt invigorated. Any misstep could lead to unimaginable losses for the sect? Is there truly such an opportunity? "Brother Feng, why didn't you mention this sooner?" "I fear neither toil nor hardship. I am ready to face challenges head-on." Seeing his brother so dedicated, Feng Fei felt a pang of concern. "It is not that I doubt you, junior brother, but these tasks are trifles. Involving you might inadvertently affect your cultivation." "Brother, such words upset me. As a disciple of Haotian Sect, is it not my duty to devote myself to the sect?" If everyone were to neglect the trivial matters of the sect for the sake of their own cultivation, what would become of our order? Chu Xinghe proclaimed with righteous fervor. Feng Fei nodded discreetly, recognizing the exceptional insight of his junior, Chu Xinghe. Previously, when he sought assistance from others, they were all evasive and reluctant. Yet, here was Chu Xinghe, exhibiting a commendable level of awareness, leaving those hesitant individuals feeling quite ashamed. Feng Fei said little more and handed a procurement list to Chu Xinghe. This list detailed various medicinal herbs required for purchase, replete with specifications that could easily overwhelm the unprepared. Junior brother Xinghe, all the medicinal herbs we need are listed here. Please organize them. The president of the Daxing Chamber of Commerce will visit us tomorrow. You can simply instruct him to prepare the items according to this list. And for pricing, refer to this record, he instructed. Understood, Chu Xinghe exclaimed, taking the procurement list and price record to a corner to study intently. The types of herbs to procure numbered in the thousands, primarily consisting of commonly consumed materials, each with a price clearly indicated. When it came to purchasing, the Haotian sect never inquired about the selling price. Instead, they dictated their terms. Even the renowned Daxing Chamber of Commerce had no standing to negotiate with the Haotian sect on price. This represented the absolute confidence of the world's foremost sect. Of course, the prices offered by the Haotian sect were fair and aligned with market rates, ensuring a profit for the buyers, yet any attempt to exploit them would be futile. As he examined the price record, Chu Xinghe found himself troubled. With prices already established, what was there to negotiate? Was he merely running errands? Wasn't the expectation that he might inadvertently lead to significant losses for the sect? This simply wouldn't do. If there were no challenges, they must create their own. If the prices remained fixed, surely they could manipulate the herbs. Soon, Chu Xinghe discovered what he sought: 3 million units of the Zhongling herb. The Zhongling herb was essential for concocting the Zhongling pill, a common medicinal ingredient, and its price was quite modest. However, if one were to inadvertently elevate its designation to the Shunling herb, the implications would be entirely different. What was the Shunling herb, you might ask? After rifling through his mind, Chu Xinghe recalled that it could only be used to brew a single type of pill known as the Pashidian. Just the name, Pashidian, suggests it could only resolve trivial matters, and indeed, this pill was effective solely against certain petrifying toxins, which were exceedingly rare among all toxins. Even if one summoned Shinong to taste every herb anew, it was unlikely he would encounter petrifying poison. Despite its apparent lack of practical use, the Shunling herb was, in fact, quite extraordinary. In Chu Xinghe's words, it embodied the 3 essential elements of a truly frustrating situation: rarity, expense, and a complete lack of utility. Nevertheless, such an herb was precisely the object of his dreams. Purchasing 3 million units of Zhongling herb would cost a mere pittance. But acquiring 3 million units of Shunling herb would result in astronomical expenses. To create losses for the sect was a responsibility we must all embrace. Chu Xinghe's laughter was so exuberant that it seemed as though he could barely contain his delight. Reminiscent of the expression on the Grand Elder's face upon encountering 300,000 Shunling herbs laid before him. Perfect. After tidying up various matters, Chu Xinghe indulged in a refreshing slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, after washing up and having breakfast, Chu Xinghe encountered the emblem of the Daxing Merchants Association, which had been waiting for him at the Yaowang Palace. A rotund man, seemingly weighing around 300 pounds, with a face resembling that of a pig, greeted him with a broad smile. "I am Wei Deqian of the Daxing Merchants Association, honored to meet you, young hero Xinghe." Though Wei Deqian held the esteemed position of president of the Daxing Merchants Association, his demeanor was notably humble, as the association's reputation paled in comparison to the formidable presence of the Haotian sect. Without further ado, he was led into a lounge within the Yaowang Palace, where Chu Xinghe casually handed him the procurement list. Upon receiving the list, Wei Deqian's eyes widened in astonishment. He was aware of the substantial demand for medicinal materials by the Haotian sect, yet witnessing the sheer scale of it was still shocking. Chu Xinghe then tossed the price list toward him, clearly familiar with the Haotian sect's dealings. Wei Deqian wasted no time in nodding his agreement and began transcribing the prices onto the procurement list. However, his expression soon shifted. "Young hero Xinghe, might I inquire if there has been a mistake regarding the quantity of Shunling herbs?" Wei Deqian pointed at the procurement list, bewildered by the figure of 300,000 herbs. Was the Haotian sect out of their minds? Purchasing such an immense quantity was beyond comprehension. Even the Daxing Merchants Association would require considerable manpower and resources to gather such a supply from all corners of the world. To put it plainly, the Haotian sect seemed intent on monopolizing the entire global yield of Sh&L-ing herbs. While the Haotian sect was indeed affluent, one must ponder the utility of acquiring such a vast amount of Sh&L-ing herbs. Thus, Wei Deqian's initial reaction was to suspect a clerical error. If it were any other establishment, he might have taken the liberty to rectify the situation, but with the Haotian sect, he lacked the audacity to do so. Cautiously, he presented the list to Chu Xinghe for confirmation. Just as Wei Deqian anticipated that Chu Xinghe would share his doubts, he was taken aback when Chu Xinghe nodded slightly and affirmed, "The list is accurate. Please proceed with the preparations accordingly." Wei Deqian was genuinely flabbergasted. 300,000 Sh&L-ing herbs? What could the Haotian sect possibly intend to do with such a quantity? Yet, he dared not voice his inquiries. A glance at Chu Xinghe's robe, emblematic of a direct disciple, compelled him to swallow his questions. Had he been conversing with an ordinary disciple, or even an elite one, he might have suggested a re-evaluation. However, given Chu Xinghe's youth and his status as a direct disciple of the esteemed Grand Elder of Lingyi Palace, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual, and thus, errors were unlikely. There must be some secret within the Haotian sect, but it was beyond his purview to inquire further. After confirming that the other items on the list were in order, Wei Deqian presented the procurement contract. Chu Xinghe did not even spare it a glance, swiftly signing his name with a flourish. In the realm of the Star River, it is not enough for the contract to bear merely your signature. It must also possess the Elder's decree to hold any validity. The Elder's decree? A shiver ran down Chu Xinghe's spine. The decree resided with the Grand Elder. And should he present the contract to the Grand Elder, there existed the peril that his plans would be utterly thwarted. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The Grand Elder had been preoccupied with affairs of late and was elusive. Perhaps the Haotian decree would suffice. Wei Deqian, upon beholding the Haotian decree in Chu Xinghe's hand, was rendered speechless. What exactly was Chu Xinghe's true identity? The Haotian decree could only be bestowed directly by the sect leader, and possessing it, in a sense, signified the leader's endorsement. At such a tender age, Chu Xinghe was not only the Grand Elder's direct disciple, but also held the Haotian decree. What manner of individual was he? Though Wei Deqian's mind was inundated with questions, he dared not inquire. With the imprint of the Haotian decree upon the contract, it was rendered officially binding. Struggling to rise from his seat, which bore his weight of over 300 pounds, Wei Deqian bid farewell to Chu Xinghe with a smile. After seeing Wei Deqian off, Chu Xinghe exhaled a sigh of relief. 3 million spirit herb seedlings. The Grand Elder would surely be astonished. Humming a tune, Chu Xinghe strolled about the newly established apothecary palace, nearly losing his way, ultimately seeking guidance from several senior brothers before managing to exit. In the ensuing days, various procurement items arrived at the Haotian sect in a steady stream. What does it mean to spend money like water? Chu Xinghe truly witnessed this phenomenon. Each order was sufficient to bankrupt a major family instantly. Yet, the Haotian sect disbursed these sums without so much as a flicker of an eyelash. This left Chu Xinghe in awe. The foremost sect of the world truly lived up to its reputation, possessing an overwhelming foundation. To bring down the Haotian sect seemed an insurmountable task. But as the saying goes, the road ahead is long and winding, and I shall seek relentlessly. Regardless of the challenges in dismantling the Haotian sect, as long as he remained steadfast in his purpose, one day he would extinguish the sect and attain enlightenment. With a plethora of procured items arriving at the apothecary palace, order began to gradually restore itself, and so too did the arduous days for Chu Xinghe commence. The moment the Grand Elder could resume alchemy within the apothecary palace, he sought out Chu Xinghe. With a meaningful tone, he advised, "Xinghe, while you have inherited the legacy of the apothecary sage, the path of alchemy is long and fraught with challenges. You too must seek diligently. Only by remaining true to your original aspiration can you one day achieve enlightenment through medicine." Why did those words sound so familiar? Following this, the Grand Elder personally imparted various alchemical techniques to Chu Xinghe. Although he no longer needed to differentiate between moonshade grass, moon spirit grass, and moonview grass, the practice of alchemy itself was an arduous endeavor. Chu Xinghe vowed that he despised alchemy more than anything in the world. The vermilion bird must have sensed his aversion and, in a bid for revenge, bestowed this legacy upon him, seemingly intent on driving him to madness. On the surface, Chu Xinghe appeared to be an obedient child, dutifully following the elder's instructions, for he knew that the gift he had prepared for the elder was soon to arrive. One day, under the elder's guidance, Chu Xinghe was concocting the fourth-grade medicinal pill, the fire spirit pill. The inheritance of the medicine sage was indeed remarkable. Despite Chu Xinghe's disdain for it, within a mere few days, he transformed from a novice who frequently caused explosions to achieving the realm of a fourth-grade alchemist. He was even capable of engaging in a friendly contest with senior brother Feng Fei regarding alchemy. However, the elder was evidently dissatisfied with Chu Xinghe's progress. After all, this was the legacy of the medicine sage. Logically, if Chu Xinghe mastered just 1/10 or 1/12 of it, he could easily become a 9th-grade alchemy master. Surpassing the elder would be merely a matter of time. The elder regarded Chu Xinghe with the affection of a father, as every parent wishes for their child to excel. The elder's greatest aspiration was for Chu Xinghe to surpass him swiftly. When that time came, he would undoubtedly entrust the entire Lingyi Palace to him. With the enhancement of the vermilion bird's spiritual fire, the medicinal pill in the furnace gradually took shape, and a vibrant red fire spirit pill emerged before everyone. The group of alchemical brothers gazed at the fire spirit pill in awe, for it was Chu Xinghe's first attempt at crafting a fourth-grade fire spirit pill. And he succeeded on his first try. The medicine sage's inheritance was indeed formidable. Yet, the elder wore a discontented expression. Xinghe, the inheritance of the medicine sage is not meant for crafting ordinary medicinal pills. You are still far from the mark. Henceforth, any medicinal pill you concoct that is of ordinary quality shall be deemed a failure. Only those of exceptional quality can be regarded as a success. Chu Xinghe nearly spat blood but could only nod in acceptance, while the gazes of his fellow brothers towards him transformed. Truly, our junior brother Xinghe is remarkable. While others celebrate a 70% success rate in alchemy, junior brother Xinghe has maintained a perfect success rate since his initiation into alchemy. Yet now, even a 100% success rate is insufficient, as the elder's standard demands nothing less than excellence. Such rigorous expectations, indeed. Very well, let us take a moment to rest. We shall resume the crafting of other medicinal pills shortly. Chu Xinghe reluctantly acquiesced, finding alchemy rather tedious. The only solace was the absorption of spiritual energy during the process to enhance his own capabilities. Thus, although everyone in Lingyi Palace practiced alchemy and even ascended through it, their cultivation did not pale in comparison to other palaces. While Chu Xinghe sought respite, the elder began to attend to other matters. At that moment, Feng Fei rushed in from outside, sprinting to the elder's side, glancing around before whispering in the elder's ear. What? The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. Observing this expression, Chu Xinghe realized that he had succeeded. Everything unfolded as Chu Xinghe had anticipated. The Grand Commerce Association had arrived, delivering various goods listed on the inventory. This was a commonplace occurrence. Yet when 300,000 spirit grass were presented before Feng Fei, he was utterly stunned. When did the Haotian sect decide to purchase 300,000 spirit grasses? We may possess wealth, but we are not foolish. Are we out of our minds to buy such an exorbitant quantity of spirit grass to let it lie fallow? Feng Fei immediately engaged in a heated argument with the rotund Wei Deqian. However, when Wei Deqian presented the list and the contract, Feng Fei was momentarily rendered speechless. The contract explicitly stated 3 million Xinling herbs without any discrepancies. Most alarmingly, the signature belonged to his junior, Xinghe, who had not utilized the elder's decree but had instead directly employed the Haotian decree. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Feng Fei hurriedly rushed to inform the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder followed Feng Fei outside, snatching the contract from Wei Deqian's hands. After a mere glance, he was nearly driven to the brink of fury. The name of Chu Xinghe was clearly inscribed, and the imprint of the Haotian decree was undeniably accurate. Yet, the issue lay with the 3 million Xinling herbs. Chu Xinghe had also emerged, and upon witnessing the Grand Elder's astonished expression, he felt a surge of anxiety. Would the Grand Elder, in a fit of rage, strip him of his status as a direct disciple? After all, he had caused the sect tremendous trouble and loss. Such negligence could not go unpunished. As more disciples from Lingyi Palace gathered around, gasps of shock echoed when they learned of the procurement blunder involving 3 million Xinling herbs. Grand Elder, I am guilty. Feng Fei suddenly knelt before the Grand Elder. I entrusted the procurement matter to my junior, who has never engaged in such tasks, and now it has gone awry. I implore the Grand Elder to punish me. Feng Fei lowered his head, his face etched with bitterness. Chu Xinghe, upon witnessing this, felt compelled to intervene. If you wish to claim credit, I shall remain silent, but you cannot usurp my punishment. He implored the Grand Elder. This matter has nothing to do with Brother Feng. I insisted on participating, and the procurement error is solely my fault. Brother Feng has devoted himself tirelessly to the construction of the apothecary palace, having gone days without proper rest. Furthermore, I violated sect rules by failing to seek the Grand Elder's approval, which led to this unfortunate outcome. I beseech the Grand Elder to impose a severe penalty upon me. Wei Deqian was left dumbfounded. His mind was in turmoil. He had realized that the procurement had gone awry. Nevertheless, he was not concerned about Haoyan Sect reneging on the contract, considering the esteemed position of Haoyan Sect. They would not tarnish their reputation with such disgraceful conduct. What truly bewildered Wei Deqian was witnessing someone not only claiming credit, but also attempting to seize punishment. Severe punishment? What is this? Are you addicted to being penalized? The Grand Elder wore an expression of helplessness as he gazed at the kneeling figures of Chu Xinghe and Feng Fei, both of whom he held in high regard. Yet, such a blunder was indeed inexcusable. Feng Fei's situation could be understood. After all, he was human and could tire. Seeking assistance was reasonable. However, with Chu Xinghe's case, the procurement error was one matter. But the most serious transgression was the unauthorized use of the Haoyan decree without the elder's consent, which was a grave offense. Grand Elder, Junior Brother Xinghe is still new to the sect and is unfamiliar with its rules. This was an unintentional mistake on his part. I earnestly request that you forgive him. Xin Shun suddenly knelt down to plead for Chu Xinghe. The esteemed elder, while recognizing the faults of disciple Xinghe, implores for leniency due to his youth. Disciple Xinghe is known for his sincere nature, diligently adhering to his duties without faltering since his initiation. This incident must surely be unintentional, and thus, I beseech the elder to show mercy. As the elder's name echoed, all disciples prostrated themselves in unison, even those arriving later, aware of the situation, joined in kneeling to plead for Chu Xinghe. This scene left Wei Deqian utterly astonished. Truth be told, it was the first time he had witnessed such a display of loyalty from the young disciples of Haoyan Sect, leading him to question if this individual might not be the elder's illegitimate child. Yet, in this moment, Wei Deqian realized his perspective had been too narrow. It is not uncommon for one to garner sympathy for their misdeeds, but the remarkable aspect lies in an entire sect kneeling in unison to advocate for someone's cause, underscoring how beloved this person must be within Lingyi Palace. Chapter 17. The first punishment. The news of the procurement blunder spread like wildfire throughout Lingyi Palace. Disciples of all ranks, ordinary, elite, and core, rushed to the scene. Each individual who arrived, without uttering a word, knelt down in solidarity for Chu Xinghe. This spectacle sent shivers down Wei Deqian's spine. He found it hard to fathom how one person could inspire such a collective plea from the entire palace. Not only was Wei Deqian taken aback, but the elder, too, was astonished. Yet amidst his shock, he felt a swell of joy. The elder understood that Chu Xinghe was well-liked within Lingyi Palace. His fellow disciples had previously gone to great lengths for him during his journey to the Spirit Tomb. However, witnessing this scene today revealed to the elder that he had underestimated Chu Xinghe's influence. In times of prosperity, it is easy to share in wealth. But in times of adversity, it is a true test of character. Had today been a day of reward for Chu Xinghe, and all had gathered to congratulate him, the elder would not have found any fault in it. Yet, today, having committed a grave error, with the elder in a state of fury, these young disciples should be mindful of his temperament. Previously, those who interceded on behalf of others faced collective punishment alongside the one they defended. Everyone rise. Anyone who dares to plead for him shall be punished as well, the elder commanded sternly. However, at that moment, not a single disciple rose. They remained steadfastly kneeling. This display truly astonished the elder, yet it filled his heart with warmth. His earlier exhortation had been a test to see if these individuals would flee in fear of punishment or stand resolutely for their comrade, Xinghe. Now, the elder had his answer. Since the establishment of Haoyan Sect and the inception of Lingyi Palace, never before had one individual possessed such charisma as to rally the entire palace to willingly accept punishment on his behalf. Upon reflection, the elder understood that Chu Xinghe had done nothing extraordinary. He merely excelled in being himself, displaying immense humility towards each senior disciple and eagerly taking on arduous tasks. from elite disciples to core disciples, and eventually becoming the elder's direct disciple. He nearly ascended to the position of the sect leader's favored disciple. Were he anyone else, would he not have been insufferably arrogant? However, Chu Xinghe remains unchanged. He is still regarded as the unparalleled disciple by others. Towards his senior brothers, he never lets his own status alter his demeanor. Even when encountering the most ordinary disciple of Lingyi Palace, Chu Xinghe greets them with utmost respect, exclaiming, "Good morning, senior brother." Regardless of who approaches him for assistance, he is always willing to oblige, taking on tasks others shy away from, and unafraid of exertion where others find it burdensome. This unwavering dedication has subtly influenced the entire Lingyi Palace. When anyone in the palace falters, while others hesitate to intercede, Chu Xinghe boldly steps forward. Even when he was most incensed and declared that anyone who dared to plead for leniency should be expelled from Haoyin's sect. The Grand Elder vividly remembers the resolute gaze and words of Chu Xinghe. "Grand Elder, if expelling me from the sect would alleviate your anger, then please proceed. Though my senior brother has erred, his mistakes stem from ignorance and should not warrant such punishment. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. Spare my senior brother." These were the words of Chu Xinghe. Since his arrival at Lingyi Palace, whenever a senior brother has erred, there has always been a scene of Chu Xinghe pleading for leniency or substituting for their punishment. The Grand Elder has lost count of how many times this has transpired. Yet he knows that in Lingyi Palace, the name of junior brother Xinghe is on everyone's lips daily, and he has never heard a single disparaging remark against him in private. Elders from all corners of Lingyi Palace rush to the scene, their faces etched with astonishment. However, it did not take long for them to speak up. "Grand Elder, no one is perfect. You know the disposition of this child, and indeed, this is his first time handling such a matter. Mistakes are inevitable. Not to mention, even in our youth, we too were not without faults. Indeed, Grand Elder, invoking the Haoyin order is a serious transgression, but since the sect leader entrusted it to Xinghe, he did not explicitly prohibit its use." Exactly. The sect leader never stated it couldn't be used. To put it another way, Xinghe's invocation of the Haoyin order was not for nefarious purposes. "Grand Elder, you have been quite overwhelmed these past few days. It stands to reason that he could not locate you, and being unfamiliar with the rules, this incident occurred." "Wei Deqian, did Xinghe not mention that he was unable to find the Grand Elder due to your busy affairs?" One elder glared at Wei Deqian. "Ah, yes. I recall that young hero Xinghe was desperately searching for the Grand Elder in vain, fearing delays in procurement. Hence, he resorted to using the Haoyin order. It is indeed my fault for not clarifying things with him, so it was not intended by him." Wei Deqian was clearly speaking nonsense. However, at that moment, if he had any sense left, he understood the gravity of his words. If he were to recount the situation as it truly was, the people of Lingyi Palace would surely flay him alive. Despite his considerable weight of over 300 pounds, it would not suffice against their collective ire. Who would dare speak ill of someone for whom the entire Lingyi Palace would plead? The Grand Elder looked toward Wei Deqian, clearly satisfied with his response. The entire assembly was content, except for Chu Xinghe, who was fuming with displeasure. "You fat fool, what nonsense are you spouting? That is not how it occurred." Chu Xinghe wished to leap up and slap this rotund individual, yet he refrained from doing so. The sight of so many senior brothers and elders pleading on his behalf was, after all, a significant shock to him. One must know when to act and when to refrain, with so many senior brothers and elders advocating for him. It was not the time for him to utter another word. "Chu Xinghe, the disciple's unauthorized use of the Haoyin order within the Haoyin sect is a grave offense. However, considering your brief time within the sect and your insufficient understanding of the regulations, it is forgivable. Yet, a mistake must be punished. Do you accept this? Rewards must be given for merit, and penalties must be enforced for transgressions. I am willing to accept any punishment. Please, Great Elder, deliver my sentence." Chu Xinghe felt a surge of excitement. At last, he was to be punished. Very well, due to the procurement blunder, Feng Fei is also culpable. He shall be penalized with half a year's reduction in resources. The disciple expressed his gratitude to the Great Elder for his leniency. Feng Fei thanked him as well. For this punishment, overseen by the Spirit Crane Palace, was merely a formality. "Chu Xinghe, you have misused the Haoyin order. However, given the circumstances, you shall be confined to the Medicine King Palace for 3 months. During this time, you are permitted only to refine elixirs and must not step outside the palace. The Haoyin order will be reclaimed by the sect, I shall report this matter to the sect master. Countless senior brothers, including the elders, bowed in gratitude to the great elder, their faces finally breaking into smiles. 3 months of confinement within the Medicine King Palace? This punishment was hardly severe. Junior brother Xinghe could dedicate himself to cultivating for 3 months. Besides, anything he required, his senior brothers could easily procure for him. Everyone laughed. Yet Chu Xinghe felt like weeping. Was this all? Great elder, could you not at least strip me of my status as a direct disciple? Losing that title would mean a direct ascension to the 5th rank. What significance does mere confinement hold? Yet, at this juncture, Chu Xinghe found himself utterly powerless. 3 months of confinement it would be, but it was better than nothing. As the great elder's words settled in, Chu Xinghe felt a jolt in his mind. In the next moment, the hidden misfortune compass within his consciousness began to stir for the first time. The needle swiftly halted on the penalty of 3 months of confinement, signifying the completion of his task, and rewards soon materialized before Chu Xinghe's eyes. For enduring 3 months of confinement, the reward was the pinnacle of second-tier martial artist cultivation. A surge of invisible power emanated from the compass, and in an instant, his spiritual energy surged dramatically. Having just broken through to the initial level of the second tier, Chu Xinghe ascended directly to the pinnacle of the second-tier martial artist realm. What a delight! Although a mere mosquito's leg is small, it is still flesh, at last. I see a glimmer of hope. The great elder departed the Spirit Crane Palace with the Haotian order, for the matter was too significant and required reporting to the sect master. Numerous senior brothers approached to console Chu Xinghe. Junior brother Xinghe, it was Feng brother's fault. Your goodwill was misplaced. Feng Fei wore a face of guilt. Brother Feng, you are mistaken. It is I who should apologize to you. My oversight led to this outcome, and you too have suffered alongside me. I feel. Alas, junior brother Xinghe, how can Feng brother's situation be considered a punishment? The elixir resources are scarce elsewhere. In our Spirit Crane Palace, it is hardly a burden. Thus, there is no need for you to feel guilty. Indeed. Last time, I made a mistake. And had it not been for you, my dear junior Xinghe, I would likely have been expelled from Lingyi Palace. Moreover, your unwavering loyalty to your senior brothers shall not go unnoticed. We shall not stand idly by while you face punishment. Yes, junior Xinghe, do not fret. 3 months will pass swiftly. Focus solely on your cultivation in the Medicine King's palace, and should you require anything, merely speak, and your senior brothers will procure it for you. I am deeply grateful to all of you. At this moment, Chu Xinghe feels truly moved. Numerous elders came forward to offer words of comfort, advising him not to harbor any resentment towards the Grand Elder's punishment. For such is his nature, deep love intertwined with stern admonishment. Yet, the notion of stern admonishment made Chu Xinghe want to scoff. This hardly constituted a punishment. The chastisement I desire is not of this nature. The Grand Elder personally returned to Haotian Palace to restore the Haotian order, and upon hearing of the situation, the sect master was equally astonished. It is not uncommon for a disciple to have a handful of supporters pleading on their behalf, but for an entire palace to advocate for a single disciple is truly extraordinary. Regarding the Grand Elder's punishment, the sect master merely acknowledged it with a simple understood, and reminded the Grand Elder to keep a close eye on that troublesome lad, Chu Xinghe, ensuring he not only masters alchemy, but also diligently practices the Haotian battle intent. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder sighed in relief, for he understood that he had successfully navigated this hurdle. After all, the Grand Elder himself was aware that his punishment was hardly severe. The sect master's approval indicated satisfaction with his approach. The news swiftly spread throughout the entire Haotian sect. The fact that an entire palace of disciples knelt in supplication for Chu Xinghe's singular misstep left many in disbelief. Let me tell you, had I been present, I would have undoubtedly pleaded on behalf of Brother Xinghe. Wanlin, now an elite disciple of Qilin Palace, upon hearing this news, disregarded the opinions of her fellow sisters and firmly supported Chu Xinghe. Brother Xinghe is the most benevolent person I have ever encountered. His kindness towards our peers is unparalleled. Though I may lack eloquence, should Brother Xinghe be in distress, I, Wanlin, would unhesitatingly risk my life to assist him. Unbeknownst to her, Wanlin had become a devoted admirer of Chu Xinghe. Chapter 18. What do you mean by requesting spirit herbs? Wanlin's admiration for Chu Xinghe is not unique. Within the Haotian sect, there are numerous other admirers. Those who accompanied Chu Xinghe in acquiring the spiritual weapon undoubtedly raised their thumbs in praise for his character. Brother Xinghe possesses the finest qualities I have ever encountered. In my life, I shall yield to no one but him. Initially, during the spirit tomb incident, I even questioned whether Brother Xinghe was deceiving us. The mere recollection of that time keeps me awake at night, revealing the narrowness of my heart in doubting such a noble soul. A 3-month confinement seems excessively harsh for Brother Xinghe. Surely 3 days would suffice? The assertion that 3 months of confinement is too severe left many speechless. Goodness, do you even know what transgression Chu Xinghe committed? He purchased 300,000 spirit herbs. While our Haotian sect is vast and prosperous, such an expenditure could bankrupt a small nation. Nevertheless, let us set this aside. The subsequent unauthorized use of the Haotian order is a grave transgression. The Haotian order is a privilege reserved solely for the sect leader. Even the grand elders may only wield it in the absence of the leader. This constitutes a monumental breach of protocol. To say it plainly, had it been anyone else, they would have faced immediate execution. Even core disciples could find themselves expelled from the sect. Yet what of Chu Xinghe? A mere 3 months of confinement. Supposedly within the apothecary palace? Is this truly confinement? One might as well claim that being within the Haotian sect suffices. He is, after all, a disciple of the Lingyi palace. In this newly established apothecary palace, he has the luxury of sleeping in 100 rooms daily. Yet he could scarcely occupy even 1/10 of them in 3 months. Such a vast space cannot be deemed confinement. Regardless, the leniency of Chu Xinghe's punishment is indeed astonishing. The unprecedented act of unauthorized use of the Haotian order resulting in merely 3 months of confinement is a first in the annals of the Haotian sect. Yet, jealousy is hardly warranted. Disciples of the Lingyi palace kneel in earnest petition, and every elder from the Lingyi palace is present to advocate for Chu Xinghe. Is this a matter of jealousy? Even disciples from outside the Lingyi palace rally in support of him. When the news reached the sect leader, he merely acknowledged it without any inclination to pursue further inquiries. Thus, this outcome is as solid as iron. However, when this news reached the outer sect, Chu Xinghe spat blood in anger. Chu Xinghe is nothing but a deceitful scoundrel, outwardly charming yet profoundly contemptible. You have all been duped by his facade. You have all been misled. Chu Xinghe lamented throughout the day, yet who truly cared? Meanwhile, within the apothecary palace, the Grand Elder continued to instruct Chu Xinghe, aiding him in swiftly mastering the apothecary's legacy. The prior events were never mentioned, as if they had never transpired. Yet, the Grand Elder discreetly observed Chu Xinghe, concerned that this punishment might dampen his spirit. Soon, though, the Grand Elder's worries dissipated. Faced with his own errors, Chu Xinghe remained unyielding, standing firm even when warned of further punishment. He similarly interceded on behalf of his fellow disciples without a hint of fear for his own consequences. Observing this, the Grand Elder could not help but exclaim, "Heaven bless Haotian. This child possesses a pure disposition. He has not been disheartened by his punishment, demonstrating an intrinsic understanding of his mistakes. He accepts his punishment willingly, harboring no resentment. Truly, his advocates have not labored in vain." Moreover, this punishment provides the Grand Elder with an excellent opportunity to further educate Chu Xinghe, enhancing his knowledge. In the morning, they practiced the Haotian battle intent under the Grand Elder's watchful eye, and in the afternoon, they delved into the intricacies of alchemical knowledge, with the Grand Elder himself providing instruction. Such treatment is reserved even for one's own child. Returning from delivering goods, Wei Deqian remains haunted by the events that transpired in the Lingyi palace. He knows not who Chu Xinghe truly is, but he understands that this is an individual he cannot afford to provoke. A person for whom the entirety of the Lingyi palace would plead is one whose wrath, should he be antagonized, would invoke a far harsher response than mere petitions for mercy. Wei Deqian inscribed the name of Chu Xinghe in a small notebook, simultaneously instructing all the senior managers under his command to steer clear of this individual from the Haotian sect. He cautioned them that if anyone were to provoke him, they might as well go home and hang themselves, ensuring that the Daxing Chamber of Commerce would not be implicated. Once he had conveyed these directives, Wei Deqian let out a sigh of relief. Just as he set aside the matter of Chu Xinghe, a servant came to deliver news. "Sir, Elder Ma from the Xinghe sect has arrived." "Ah, quickly, please escort Elder Ma to the VIP room. He has already been taken there. We are merely awaiting your presence." Good, let us hasten." Wei Deqian rose promptly. The Xinghe sect was not one to be trifled with either, being one of the top 10 sects in the realm. While perhaps not as formidable as the Haotian sect, it was still a behemoth capable of annihilating the Daxing Chamber of Commerce with a mere flick of a finger. Typically, such titans would require him to come to them, so it was unusual for an elder to visit in person. Upon entering the VIP room, Wei Deqian repeatedly apologized to Elder Ma, expressing that it was a grave oversight not to have welcomed him properly. Elder Ma, seated comfortably, cast a casual glance at Wei Deqian before gesturing for him to sit and speak. Recently, your business has been thriving, Wei Deqian. The Haoyan sect has certainly procured a substantial amount from you, Elder Ma remarked, stroking his small beard, teasing Wei Deqian. Elder Ma, you jest. The Daxing Chamber of Commerce merely serves as a subordinate to esteemed sects like yours. Any profits we garner are but a grace bestowed upon us by benefactors such as yourself. I, Wei Deqian, am unworthy of such kindness, he replied. Ha ha ha, Wei Fatty. Your eloquence always brings a smile to my face, Elder Ma chuckled heartily. Now that I am here in person, might I inquire if you have any instructions for me? My esteemed Xinghe sect seeks to procure a batch of medicinal herbs. Here is the list. Please prepare them for delivery to the Xinghe sect, matching the prices with those of the Haoyan sect. I shall not ask for more. Rest assured, Elder Ma, the herbs will be delivered precisely as ordered. Just as Wei Deqian began to express his willingness to fulfill the order, he was taken aback by the items listed. Elder Ma, if I may be so bold, might I request you to review the list? The Shunling grass. He presented the list to Elder Ma, for the other items appeared quite ordinary. Yet the request for 500,000 units of Shunling grass was utterly bewildering. Goodness, do all the major sects tend to make the same blunder? The Haoyan sect has just mistakenly ordered Shunling grass, and now the Xinghe sect is making the same error? No need for concern. The quantity of Shunling grass is correct. Simply prepare it as per the list. Elder Ma waved his hand, indicating he need not see it again. However, upon hearing Elder Ma's words, Wei Deqian felt despair wash over him. Elder Ma, while the other items are manageable, I must implore you, there is simply no way to procure the Shunling grass. No way. The Daxing Chamber of Commerce cannot even acquire Shunling grass. While 500,000 is a substantial amount, it should not be beyond reach. Elder Ma's brow furrowed. Was this Wei Fatty courting disaster? Tears began to well up in Wei Deqian's eyes. Elder Ma, you may not be aware, but procuring 500,000 units of Shunling grass was once a simple task for the Daxing Chamber of Commerce. However, just a few days ago, the Haoyan sect placed an order for 3 million units of Shunling grass, and now the market is nearly devoid of any remaining supply. All of it is with the Haoyan sect. What? Elder Ma's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. How much can you procure now? To be frank, not even 50,000 is available. Elder Ma was taken aback, glancing at Wei Deqian. This rotund fellow would never dare to jest in such a manner. Thus, there was but one possibility. Could the Haoyan sect be aware of that matter? Given their renowned network of intelligence, it was entirely plausible they had already learned of it and swiftly acquired all the Shunling herbs, effectively severing the Starry Moon sect's retreat. With a heavy heart, Elder Ma departed from the Daxing Chamber of Commerce, for this matter required immediate reporting to the sect. Wei Deqian, trembling in trepidation as he bid farewell to Elder Ma, had just settled down to catch his breath when the attendants announced, Sir, Elder Shangwan from Donghua Pavilion has arrived. What? Wei Deqian was momentarily dumbfounded. What was happening today that all these significant figures seemed to be in a frenzy? Nevertheless, he hastened to the VIP room, lavishing compliments upon Elder Shangwan until the elder appeared quite at ease. Soon enough, Elder Shangwan presented the procurement list. Just a glance rendered Wei Deqian speechless. The list still featured the Shunling herbs, and once again, there was an enormous order of 500,000. Had the world gone mad? Herbs that previously failed to sell had now become the object of fierce contention? What were they planning to do with them? Weave straw sandals. Wei Deqian responded to Elder Shangwan from Donghua Pavilion with equal astonishment, and the elder left, burdened with his own thoughts. What was truly occurring? Curiosity gnawed at Wei Deqian. Yet he dared not inquire. What right did a mere Daxing Chamber of Commerce have to delve into the affairs of the 10 major sects? Were they courting disaster? Just as he exhaled in relief, another announcement arrived. Sir, Elder Su from Biming City has come. With a numb expression, Wei Deqian stepped into the VIP room. But as he entered, a smile returned to his face. Flattery was the customary opening, followed by the familiar list, the ever-present Shunling herbs, the expected responses, and the weight of unspoken concerns. Now, Wei Deqian too was mired in thoughts. What peculiar effect could weaving straw sandals from Shunling herbs possess? Or was it that consuming the stone-breaking pill bestowed eternal life? Otherwise, had all the 10 major sects truly lost their senses? Equally pensive was Chu Xinghe from the Medicine King Palace. No, this couldn't be right. My procurement of Shunling herbs has inflicted such a significant loss on the sect. Why has the misfortune compass not rewarded me? Chu Xinghe realized, according to the established protocol, one should be punished yet rewarded. However, having caused harm to the sect should also yield a reward. Why was that not the case? This question had plagued Chu Xinghe for several days. And the only explanation he could muster was that although he had overpurchased the Shunling herbs, their price remained fixed. Though they lay in the Medicine King Palace's warehouse, they still counted as fixed assets. The misfortune compass calculated losses not based on erroneous purchases, but required actual loss. Even if valuable items were exchanged for a heap of worthless goods, as long as the value remained unchanged, it would not be deemed a loss. With this understanding, Chu Xinghe realized that seeking to inflict losses on the sect through procurement was futile. He must devise a more tangible approach. Chapter 19. The three sects arrive at the Medicine King Palace. The Grand Elder had devised a daily confinement plan for Chu Xinghe. In the morning, Chu Xinghe diligently practiced the Haotian battle intent and familiarized himself with the Haotian sword box. A multitude of elders from the Apothecary King Palace took turns to spar with him. Although the experience was painful, his combat prowess was visibly advancing by leaps and bounds. However, thus far, Chu Xinghe realized he could only wield a single grasshopper from the Haotian sword box, while the other divine swords remained beyond his reach, likely due to his insufficient cultivation level. The afternoon brought further suffering, as the Grand Elder personally imparted alchemical techniques to Chu Xinghe. Despite possessing the legacy of the apothecary sage, he still required guidance to fully assimilate the teachings. The Grand Elder's method was refreshingly straightforward. Practice. He relentlessly pushed Chu Xinghe to refine pills. Ultimately, the Grand Elder's approach proved remarkably effective. When Chu Xinghe successfully concocted a fourth-tier pill, the exquisite blood spirit pill, a smile finally graced the Grand Elder's face. Simultaneously, Chu Xinghe grasped several key principles, and thereafter, as long as he maintained his focus, he could consistently produce top-quality blood spirit pills during his refining sessions. This was indeed the hallmark of the apothecary sage's legacy. The Grand Elder gazed at the superior pills produced by Chu Xinghe with satisfaction. Yet, the discomfort within the Apothecary King Palace was not solely borne by Chu Xinghe. Feng Fei had also been experiencing considerable distress in recent days, though no one blamed him for the predicament concerning the 300,000 Shunling herbs. He felt a heavy sense of guilt. Thus, he pondered how to manage the vast quantity of herbs. The Haotian sect had its own merchant convoy, and Feng Fei had approached them, but upon hearing about the sale of 300,000 Shunling herbs, the convoy's manager nearly fainted from shock. It was no exaggeration to say that the external demand for Shunling herbs was virtually non-existent. Selling 30,000 in a year would require subterfuge and deception. Consequently, the 300,000 Shunling herbs currently lay dormant in the newly constructed herb storage of the Apothecary King Palace, utterly useless. Feng Fei had also consulted the Grand Elder about the matter, who suggested that Feng Fei handle it himself. Resolutely, Feng Fei decided that if all else failed, he would simply lower the price. Although he would incur a loss, at least he could dispose of them. One day, while the Grand Elder was instructing Chu Xinghe in alchemy, a disciple entered. The Grand Elder looked up to see Shin-chan. Grand Elder, Elder Ma from the Xingyue sect, Elder Shangwan from the Dongyue Pavilion, and Elder Su from Baiming City have arrived together. What? The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback by the mention of these three sections. Among the top 10 sects in the world, the Haotian sect held the foremost position, but beneath it were 9 other formidable sects, with these 3 among them. Although interactions occurred among the top 10 sects, it was truly unprecedented for the elders of all 3 to visit the Haotian sect together. The Grand Elder understood that their presence could not be for trivial matters. Casting a glance at the resting Chu Xinghe, the Grand Elder instructed, "Do not pretend to be dead. Come with me to meet these esteemed elders. Shin-chan, notify Feng Fei to entertain our distinguished guests. I shall join shortly." Shin-chan complied, and Chu Xinghe hastily rose to his feet. As long as they did not require him to refine pills, he was willing to do anything. The 3 elders arrived together, and the Grand Elder, not daring to be negligent, donned his resplendent robe adorned with purple and gold lightning patterns. a garment signifying his esteemed status. Chu Xinghe also changed into his disciple's attire, a black robe embellished with golden edges and swirling cloud patterns, further adorned with star motifs, exuding an air of opulence. Following the Grand Elder, they entered the most luxurious guest chamber of the Medicine King Palace, where upon entering, they beheld the three elderly gentlemen extolling the newly constructed palace with admiration. "Apologies for the delay, esteemed elders," chuckled the Grand Elder as he made his entrance. "Elder, we were just discussing this Medicine King Palace. Truly, it is a magnificent edifice." Elder Shangwan, also a practitioner of alchemy, remarked, "Yet, our Dongyue Pavilion could never hope to possess such a vast and luxurious alchemical facility as this. The Haoyan Sect indeed lives up to its reputation. Such a grand Medicine King Palace is a formidable undertaking." Elder Su echoed his sentiments. "Compared to this palace, I am far more eager to see the disciple who has inherited the legacy of the medicine sage. Surely, it must be this young man behind the Grand Elder." Elder Ma's gaze locked onto Chu Xinghe. The news of the Suzaku spirit and the inheritance of the medicine sage was no secret. All parties had already been informed, albeit without thorough understanding until now. As Elder Ma spoke, all eyes turned toward Chu Xinghe. Junior Chu Xinghe pays his respects to the esteemed elders. Chu Xinghe stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the three venerable figures. "Good lad, no need for such formalities." "Oh dear, I came in such haste that I have prepared nothing." The three elders laughed heartily, yet their eyes scrutinized Chu Xinghe, as if wishing to memorize every detail of him. The Grand Elder invited the three to take their seats, while Chu Xinghe, alongside Feng Fei, served tea and water, afterwards standing behind the Grand Elder. Following a round of utterly meaningless pleasantries, Elder Ma cut straight to the point. "Grand Elder, we have come with a request." Elder Ma's politeness was met with the Grand Elder's assurance. "No need for such formalities among the 10 sects. What assistance does the Xingyue sect require from the Haoyan sect? Rest assured, if it is within our means, we shall not hesitate." However, Elder Ma remained unmoved. "Not hesitate? I find that hard to believe." He feigned gratitude before continuing. "My Xingyue sect wishes to purchase 500,000 Shinling herbs." The Grand Elder was taken aback by this proclamation. "What on earth? 500,000 Shinling herbs? Has Elder Ma had too much to drink?" Yet, before he could ponder this further, the other two elders chimed in, each echoing Elder Ma's request for the same quantity of herbs. Each sect sought 500,000, amounting to a staggering total of 1,500,000 Shinling herbs. Upon hearing this, even Chu Xinghe was left bewildered. What was the meaning of this frenzy for such an ordinary herb? Yet, Feng Fei, on the other hand, was nearly beside himself with excitement. For days he had been troubled about how to manage 3 million Shinling herbs, and now, with the prospect of selling 1,500,000, though half would remain, it was undoubtedly a tremendous stroke of fortune. Feng Fei gazed at the Grand Elder with palpable excitement, as if urging him to acquiesce and sell to them swiftly. Yet, in the midst of Feng Fei's fervor, the Grand Elder spoke. "Gentlemen, you jest. 150,000 spirit herbs? Even if every member of the Haoyan sect were to combine their resources, we would scarcely possess such a quantity. I fear your journey may be in vain." Feng Fei was left dumbfounded, and Chu Xinghe was equally bewildered. Just yesterday, the Grand Elder had been troubled over the spirit herbs, yet today, when an offer was made, he refused to sell? There must be a conspiracy afoot. Chapter 20. Brother Xinghe achieves another feat. The Grand Elder's rejection was utterly unexpected. Although the Haoyan sect sought to manage 300,000 spirit herbs, why did the three factions appear to purchase them, only to receive such a response? Feng Fei was on the verge of exasperation, nearly ready to jump in frustration. However, Chu Xinghe quickly grasped the situation. There was undoubtedly a scheme at play. The simultaneous appearance of elders from the three major sects, all seeking the spirit herbs, was clearly suspicious. Normally, acquiring spirit herbs would not necessitate their personal involvement. A mere disciple could negotiate with Feng Fei, even for such a substantial quantity. "Grand Elder, we have already approached the Daxing Chamber of Commerce," Elder Ma interjected, seemingly anticipating the Grand Elder's response. "Oh, when did Wei the Fat become so audacious in his fabrications?" Feng Fei retorted. "Tomorrow, arrange for someone to teach Wei a lesson he won't soon forget." Feng Fei complied. The Grand Elder leisurely sipped his tea, exuding an air of indifference as if to say, "Speak as you will, I shall not concede." Finally, Elder Shangwan, unable to contain his frustration, spoke up. "Grand Elder, We are all reasonable individuals here. Let us not feign ignorance. That spiritual cavern was discovered by our three factions. Surely, the Haotian sect is aware that the cavern is infested with petrifying venomous insects, and without the necessary stone-breaking pills, our disciples cannot enter. The tactics employed by the Haotian sect to sever our options seem rather excessive. Upon hearing Elder Shangwan's words, Elders Ma and Su nodded in agreement. But the Grand Elder was taken aback. What is this nonsense? A spiritual cavern? Chu Xinghe was equally stunned. He had never considered any ulterior motives behind purchasing the spirit herbs, solely intending to deceive the Haotian sect. Little did he know that instead of ensnaring the Haotian sect, they had inadvertently trapped themselves. Not long ago, the three factions had jointly discovered a spiritual cavern, only to find it teeming with minuscule creatures capable of petrifying those who ventured within. To enter, one needed to prepare a substantial quantity of stone-breaking pills. The three factions had agreed to prepare their own supplies, but to their dismay, when they sought to purchase the spirit herbs, they discovered that the Haotian sect had acquired them all. Their first instinct was to assume that the news had leaked, and the Haotian sect must have learned about the cavern, employing such tactics to coerce the three factions. Thus, the elders had come together to ascend the mountain. At this juncture, the message was clear. The three factions conveyed their intent. Since the Haotian sect was already aware, they would no longer pretend to be coy. The shares of the spiritual cavern would be divided equally among the four factions. Half, the Grand Elder exclaimed, setting down his teacup. Surely, the Grand Elder is being unreasonable. The spirit cavern has a total of only 300 slots. It is utterly impossible for your Haotian sect to claim half. Elder Shangwan was so enraged that he nearly smashed his teacup. The atmosphere grew tense, but ultimately, Elder Ma sighed and spoke. 100 slots. This is the utmost limit for Haotian sect regarding the spirit cavern. If Haotian sect refuses, we shall have no choice but to seek assistance from the Martial Emperor City. Given their profound resources, they may very well procure the required spirit herbs. Deal. The Grand Elder did not hesitate for a moment. Upon finalizing this transaction, the Grand Elder acquired various pieces of information regarding the spirit cavern from the three individuals. Furthermore, with a wave of his hand, he declared, "We, the 10 great sects, are bound by solidarity. How can we charge you? We shall gift you these 150,000 spirit herbs. Moreover, not only will we gift them, but we shall also assist you in refining the stone-breaking pills, which will be delivered to you as well." The elders of the three sects were infuriated, their beards bristling. A mere 150,000 spirit herbs cost so little. And as for the supposed assistance in refining, was that genuine help? It was, in fact, a precaution against the possibility of our three sects being deceived by your Haotian sect. As long as the stone-breaking pills remain in your possession, we shall never abandon you. The Grand Elder, with a beaming smile, escorted the elders of the three sects out of the Haotian sect's gates. Once he confirmed their departure, he erupted into hearty laughter. The spirit cavern. The Grand Elder had never imagined that Chu Xinghe's erratic actions would inadvertently tighten the noose around the three sects' necks, bringing invaluable intelligence about the spirit cavern to the Haotian sect. The so-called spirit cavern is a rare phenomenon born from ancient ruins absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. It is ideally suited for disciples on the brink of reaching the Grand Martial Master realm. The spiritual liquid within the cavern can aid these disciples in cleansing their marrow and bones, thus effecting a complete transformation. Such spirit caverns are exceedingly scarce, and any discovery is treated as a monumental secret. This time, the three sects stumbled upon the spirit cavern, and astonishingly, not a whisper of it reached Haotian sect's intelligence network. However, fate has a way of surprising us. Who could have anticipated that Chu Xinghe's mistake in the procurement order, resulting in the acquisition of 300,000 spirit herbs, would render all the schemes of the three sects null and void? The three sects had no inkling that Haotian sect's procurement of spirit herbs was accidental. Indeed, who could have imagined that such a prestigious sect would encounter such an unexpected turn of events? Yet, this serendipity bestowed unimaginable benefits upon Haotian sect. The Grand Elder promptly reported the news to the sect master, who, upon hearing the Grand Elder's account, was momentarily taken aback. Chu Xinghe's acquisition of 300,000 spirit herbs had initially appeared to be a colossal blunder, yet now, it had transformed into a tremendous opportunity for Haotian sect. Gu Mingqiao could only conclude that this must be the will of heaven. Subsequently, the Grand Elder disseminated the news of the spirit cavern to all the palaces. Upon hearing this news, All the palaces were abuzz. First and foremost, the elders of each palace realized that the 100 slots would be distributed among them, meaning that each palace would benefit, allowing their disciples to experience the cleansing and fortification, thus paving a smoother path for their future cultivation. This was indeed a monumental opportunity. When the elders of the palaces learned that all of this was a result of Chu Xinghe's unintentional purchase of 300,000 spirit herbs, they could only laugh and cry at the absurdity of it all. The disciples from various sects were filled with immense excitement upon hearing the news. Although only 100 individuals were granted the opportunity to venture into the spirit cave for the purpose of cleansing their marrow and bones. For the 3,000 newly initiated disciples of the Haoyan sect, the majority would likely find themselves unable to even compete for a spot. However, one must not forget that the spiritual liquid within the cave, even when diluted during the cleansing process, could still be retrieved. With the residual spiritual essence, it could be refined into marrow-cleansing pills using alchemical techniques. While this method may not equate to the direct marrow cleansing, it would undoubtedly be a rare treasure. Thus, the seemingly trivial action of Chu Xinghe not only yielded 100 spots for the Spirit Cave expedition, but could also provide every newly initiated disciple with a marrow-cleansing pill. In an instant, the Haoyan sect was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere. Yet, amidst this festive spirit, Chu Xinghe found himself in a perplexing situation, lamenting, "How difficult it is for me. All I wanted was to purchase 300,000 shinnying herbs to create some losses for the sect, and now, not only have I failed to incur any losses, but I have also inadvertently created a spirit cave." The only solace for Chu Xinghe was that, due to the matter of the spirit cave, his confinement had been lifted ahead of schedule. Furthermore, under the suggestion of the Grand Elder, he had been appointed as the leader of the 100 selected individuals. With a serious expression, Chu Xinghe thought, "So you want me to be the leader? Just wait and see how I lead you all astray." Chapter 21. Military Order. Chu Xinghe's confinement ended prematurely. No one found it questionable that senior brother Xinghe was released, for he had indeed rendered significant service to the sect. The proposal by the Grand Elder to appoint Chu Xinghe as the leader was met with immediate approval from the sect master. The 100 spots were swiftly determined by the elders of each sect, with all selected individuals being the most outstanding disciples. The Pill King Palace was in full swing, as all disciples intensified their efforts in refining stone-breaking pills in preparation for the expedition to the Spirit Cave. Preparations were unfolding at a rapid pace. Wan Lin was among the 100 chosen, and she joyfully rushed to the Pill King Palace. Upon entering, she noticed Chu Xinghe, who appeared troubled. Senior brother Xinghe must be under tremendous pressure as the leader, likely worried about his ability to guide us toward greater benefits. With this thought, Wan Lin's admiration for senior brother Xinghe grew even more. "Senior brother Xinghe." Wan Lin approached to greet him. Chu Xinghe lifted his gaze to her, momentarily distracted by the prominent emblem of the Qilin Palace on her chest. "Ah, this girl is Wan Lin. Greetings, junior sister Wan Lin. Is there any difficulty in which I may assist you?" Chu Xinghe endeavored to avert his gaze from inappropriate distractions. "Senior brother Xinghe, I am also one of the 100 participants. I specifically came to express my gratitude for the incredible opportunity you have created for us. However, upon seeing your troubled expression, I thought it must be because you are concerned about not being able to lead us to greater benefits," Wan Lin said, gazing at Chu Xinghe with admiration. Chu Xinghe nodded while secretly thinking, "Am I worried about not leading you to benefits? I am merely contemplating how to ensnare all of you. It is precisely because I am at a loss as to how to deceive you that I am troubled. Rest assured, brother Xinghe, although our Haoyan sect is the farthest away, I have heard from the elders that we have already prepared a teleportation array, ensuring our timely arrival at our destination. With only a few days remaining until the opening of the Spirit Cavern, we shall make it in time. Moreover, all the stone-breaking pills are in our possession. The other 3 sects will have no chance of entering beforehand. If we fail to arrive, no one will be able to benefit from the Spirit Cavern." "What on earth?" Chu Xinghe was momentarily stunned by Wan Lin's words. Good heavens, what a remarkable junior sister. Throughout this expedition to the Spirit Cavern, Chu Xinghe had been troubled, pondering how best to ensnare everyone. The Grand Elder had warned him of the dangers within the cavern. One misstep could lead to death. Therefore, he had to exercise utmost caution. This burden weighed heavily on him. His intent was to undermine the Haoyan sect, not to eradicate it entirely. His fellow disciples were all good-hearted individuals. Thus, he grappled with the dilemma of how to ensnare them without jeopardizing their lives. a task that seemed insurmountable. However, Wanlin's remarks illuminated a different perspective for Chu Xinghe. The opening of the spirit cavern is time-sensitive, occurring at a specific moment that the three sects have calculated to be 5 days hence. Should they miss this window, the cavern would automatically close, and its next opening would be an uncertain future, given that the Haotian sect is the farthest from the cavern's location. While the teleportation array allows for swift travel, one must always consider the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. What if they fail to arrive in time? If they miss the opening? Not only the Haotian sect, but also the other 3 sects would be barred from entry, as the stone-breaking pills remain in their possession. Thus, the repercussions would extend beyond the Haotian sect, ensnaring the other 3 sects as well. Would they allow such an injustice to pass unchallenged? Goodness! Tears nearly brimmed in Chu Xinghe's eyes. What an extraordinary junior sister! Filled with excitement and joy as he bid farewell to Wanlin, his previously gloomy mood was instantly uplifted. Today is a fortuitous day, he thought. Wait. That song is inauspicious. The last time he sang it, they secured 300,000 spirit herbs, only to encounter the spirit cavern. He could not afford any more mishaps. That song must never be sung again. In the ensuing time, the Grand Elder revealed to Chu Xinghe the terrifying capabilities of the Apothecary Palace in full operation. Nearly 200,000 spirit herbs had been entirely consumed, while a substantial number of stone-breaking pills were concurrently refined. The Grand Elder divided the elixirs into 4 portions, with Haotian sect receiving the largest share. Let us put it this way. Even if one were trapped in the spirit cavern for 10 days or half a month, one would not need to bring provisions. Merely consuming the stone-breaking pills would suffice to sustain them. As the Grand Elder put it, this is called being prepared for any eventuality. Additionally, he bestowed upon Chu Xinghe a multitude of assorted elixirs, including those for healing and detoxification, essentially, all that could be of use. Furthermore, the Grand Elder presented him with his Elder Token. When venturing outside, one must not act recklessly. Carry this Elder Token with you, and use it when you deem it necessary. Will I be punished like last time with the Haotian order? Chu Xinghe inquired. Rest assured, I have already reported to the sect leader. The Elder's decree was personally delivered to you by me. As long as you do not act recklessly, you shall not face any punishment. The words of the Grand Elder left Chu Xinghe feeling disheartened. After imparting various precautions to Chu Xinghe, the Grand Elder departed. Just as the Grand Elder left, Feng Fei arrived with a group of senior brothers from the Lingyi Palace. Junior brother Xinghe, here are various elixirs I've prepared for you. Take good care of them. While out in the world, we must not skimp on these medicinal aids. Safety comes first. Feng Fei admonished, stuffing the elixirs into Chu Xinghe's hands. Junior brother Xinghe, these are the elixirs I have prepared for you. And me too. Goodness, an entire assortment of elixirs was thrust upon Chu Xinghe. Now, even if he were to be trapped in the spirit cave for half a year, these elixirs would suffice to keep his hunger at bay. Junior brother Xinghe, take these spirit stones with you. When out in the world, expenses arise frequently. Though these spirit stones may not seem plentiful, they can certainly alleviate immediate needs. Feng Fei presented a large box filled to the brim with high-quality spirit stones. You call this not much? Brother, do you truly understand spirit stones? Chu Xinghe, having come from a humble background, had a keen grasp of monetary value. Ordinary folk in the outside world used various forms of currency, such as gold and silver, while spirit stones existed above them. A low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for around 1,000 pieces of gold, and it was rare for anyone to trade spirit stones for gold. 100 low-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for a medium-grade spirit stone, and 100 medium-grade spirit stones could be traded for a high-grade spirit stone. Chu Xinghe vaguely recalled that during his time in Kaoshan village, approximately 10 pieces of gold could sustain a family of 3 for an entire year. The spirit stones Feng Fei had just given him could easily purchase the entirety of Kaoshan village 50 times over. Brother Feng, how can you be so stingy? As junior brother Xinghe embarks on his first journey, it is inevitable that he will encounter financial constraints. What good is this meager amount of spirit stones? Come, junior brother Xinghe, I have more here. Take them, I won't need them. Junior brother Xinghe, I have a bit more for you. Take it. Soon, boxes were piled before Chu Xinghe, each high-grade spirit stone radiating a dazzling glow. As these numerous spirit stones gathered, Chu Xinghe realized his arithmetic skills were woefully inadequate. He could not successfully calculate how many Kaoshan villages could be purchased with such a quantity of spirit stones. After bidding farewell to this wave of senior brothers, Another group arrived. Some brought medicinal supplies, others spirit stones, and a few even prepared various treasures for Chu Xinghe. Unfortunately, those treasures were of a level too high for him to utilize. Once all the senior brothers had departed, Chu Xinghe gazed silently at the contents within the Qianquan ring bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder. He had often heard tales of mountain village youths defying the odds, slapping the faces of various young masters from affluent families whenever they disagreed. Yet at this moment, Chu Xinghe could only point at the mountain village youth's face and question, "By what right do you oppose me? Just look at the treasures within my Qianquan ring. I need not lift a finger, merely by producing these spirit stones. I could crush your entire village. Tell me, by what means do you intend to stage a comeback against me?" The treasures amassed by the disciples of Lingyi Palace alone have exceeded Chu Xinghe's capacity for calculation. It appears that I am destined not to traverse a path against the current, for I not only do not need to swim upstream. This river is indeed ours. After a night of delightful dreams, the following morning, Chu Xinghe and the chosen disciples from each palace gathered at Haotian Palace. To his surprise, the sect leader himself made an appearance. The Grand Elder commenced with a series of admonitions before their departure, emphasizing the importance of maintaining the sect's esteemed reputation and ensuring personal safety. The sect leader then approached the assembly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it settled on Chu Xinghe. "Xinghe, as the leader of this expedition, remember to exercise caution and prudence. On this journey to the Spirit Cavern, it is your duty to safeguard each and every junior disciple while striving to bring back as many resources as possible for our Haotian sect. Rest assured, sect leader, should we fail to acquire over 70% of the resources, I am willing to accept expulsion from the sect as punishment." The sect leader was taken aback. "Did you not hear me say as much as possible? I did not ask you to draft a military order. Xinghe, I understand your desire to bring honor to the sect, but if you were to be expelled for this, how would other disciples dare to lead in the future?" The sect leader chuckled lightly. "What you say is true, but as the leader, you must embody the responsibilities of your role. If we do not secure over 70% of the resources, then I request that you strip me of my status as your direct disciple." The sect leader sighed. "Good child, I know you wish to win glory for the sect, but there is no need to place such immense pressure upon yourself." The other elders nodded in agreement. In the past, when disciples ventured out, any mishaps would result in mutual blame, each fearing that punishment would fall upon them. Yet here was Chu Xinghe, a good child, assuming all responsibility as the leader without shirking his duties. Such leadership is rare. Observing Chu Xinghe's earnest demeanor and the approving nods from the surrounding elders, the sect leader acknowledged. Though he felt Chu Xinghe's military order was somewhat excessive, he still nodded in acquiescence. As the saying goes, with greater power comes greater responsibility, and with greater responsibility comes greater pressure. Gu Mingxiao was curious to see if Chu Xinghe could still perform splendidly under such intense pressure. As for the potential revocation of his status as a direct disciple, it could be granted just as easily as it could be reinstated. Chapter 22. The Grand Assembly outside Haotian Palace. The martial arts arena was now adorned with a vast teleportation array. The location of the Spirit Cavern was within the Yulin mountain range, which lay far from Haotian Sect. Thus, utilizing the teleportation array to reach the nearest Yuqing was the most expedient method. However, the area around the teleportation array was already crowded with people. Disciples from various palaces were present, yet it was the disciples of Lingyi Palace who were the most numerous. Gu Mingxiao cast a glance and noted that it seemed nearly all disciples from Lingyi Palace had gathered, save for a few with special tasks that prevented their departure. Earlier, upon hearing of Chu Xinghe's punishment and witnessing the entire Lingyi Palace petitioning for his case, Gu Mingxiao had been moved. Today, seeing so many senior brothers come to bid farewell to Chu Xinghe stirred his emotions once more. However, Chu Xinghe was merely visiting the spirit cave. Although it posed certain dangers, everyone was well aware of the actual level of threat it presented. Was it necessary to react as though he were headed to the gallows? Safe travels, Brother Xinghe. May you display your prowess, Brother Xinghe. You shall undoubtedly return laden with treasures. Since this was not at Lingyi Palace, the numerous senior brothers referred to him as brother, given that he was a direct disciple. As Chu Xinghe greeted his fellow brothers, he eventually arrived at the teleportation array, where the sect master and the Grand Elder were waiting for them. However, both men discreetly refrained from interrupting Chu Xinghe's heartfelt farewells with his brothers, for it seemed that, over the years, he was the first to earn such fondness from so many. Once all 100 individuals gathered in the center of the teleportation array, The sect master wasted no time and initiated the teleportation. A beam of spiritual light shot skyward, and in an instant, Chu Xinghe experienced a dizzying sensation. It was his first time using a teleportation array. The overwhelming disorientation nearly induced nausea. Fortunately for him, Wan Lin, standing not far behind, had already succumbed to the urge to vomit. As the surrounding radiance dissipated, Chu Xinghe realized they had emerged on the outskirts of a city. This must be Yuqing, their intended destination. Glancing back, he was astonished to see that at least a third of their group had collapsed. What sort of teleportation array was this? Was its power truly so formidable? As Brother Xinghe observed Wan Lin, who was retching once more, he noted the remnants of breakfast in her vomit. Let us rest for a moment. We shall settle in Yuqing for the night and depart early tomorrow morning, Chu Xinghe commanded, marking his first directive as the team leader. Brother Xinghe, is that wise? It may delay our journey, Wan Lin quickly cautioned. Delay the journey? That is precisely my intention, he replied. Having traveled from Haotian Sect to Yuqing, with 2 days remaining before the spirit cave opened, a normal departure would suffice for arrival within a day. The extra time was a precautionary measure against unforeseen circumstances. Previously, Chu Xinghe had been troubled by how to stretch out the next 2 days, but the teleportation array had provided him with the opportunity he needed. Wan Lin, we can reach the Yulin mountain range from here within a day. The remaining day shall be spent recuperating in Yuqing. Although treasure hunting is important, remember that each of you is the most valuable resource of our Haotian sect. Your lives far outweigh the significance of any spirit cave. Upon hearing these words, Wan Lin was moved to tears, and the gazes of the other junior brothers and sisters towards Chu Xinghe were filled with gratitude. It was known that Chu Xinghe had previously made a solemn vow in front of everyone, and many had expected him to insist on hastening their pace and devising various plans. Yet, unexpectedly, Brother Xinghe prioritized the well-being of his fellow disciples even in such circumstances. Everyone donned casual attire as they entered Yuqing. Yuqing, nestled at the edge of the Yulin mountain range, stands as the largest city on this side of the mountains. Upon entering Yuqing, one is greeted by a kaleidoscope of goods and a throng of bustling people, weaving together the city's vibrant tapestry. Chu Xinghe recalled the elder's words, noting that although Yuqing was vast, its level of prosperity seemed excessive. Soon, he would discover the reason for such prosperity. In recent days, a grand festival known as the 10,000 Flowers Gala had been jointly organized by a dozen neighboring cities. This event, ostensibly a competition to select the most enchanting courtesan, had attracted the finest beauties from surrounding locales to Yuqing's renowned Wanhelu, drawing in a multitude of eager admirers. Even Chu Xinghe, who considered himself a paragon of virtue, felt an undeniable urge to witness the spectacle. The group made their way to the grandest establishment in Yuqing, the Fan Tower, which also served as the largest inn in the city. Due to the ongoing gala, nearly every inn was fully booked. However, when Chu Xinghe placed a mid-grade spirit stone before the innkeeper, declaring his intent to reserve the entire Fan Tower, it took less than 10 minutes for all other guests to vanish from sight. The power of wealth is indeed profound. A single mid-grade spirit stone could account for half a year's revenue for such an inn, and any innkeeper of sound mind would know how to make the right choice. With over 100 rooms available in the Fan Tower, the group was free to select accommodations at will. Yet, before they embarked on this task, Chu Xinghe earnestly addressed his fellow disciples. We shall rest here for a day and set off at dawn without delay. However, I must implore you all, under no circumstances should you attend the 10,000 Flowers Gala or seek out the courtesans, even if they are immensely captivating. And even if missing this chance may lead to lifelong regret, you must exercise self-control. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's admonition, the female disciples nodded in agreement. However, the male disciples, who had initially given little thought to the gala, found themselves stirred with curiosity after Chu Xinghe's warning. Is it really necessary, Brother Xinghe? As long as we remain punctual and adhere to the sect's rules, can't we indulge a little? One disciple named Ma Liang said, his displeasure evident. Oh, here comes the troublemaker. I've been waiting for you to speak up. Chu Xinghe glanced at Ma Liang, choosing not to engage further. I've said my piece. You all know what to do. With that, he proceeded to select his room. Once settled, Chu Xinghe found himself in a state of torment. Ma Liang, you must do your part. Don't just talk the talk, he urged. The courtesans are undeniably alluring. Take the other disciples with you to see them. If they could have some indescribable adventures tonight and emerge as soft-hearted souls by morning, that would be truly ideal. Chu Xinghe remained in his room, fervently praying for his disciples to act. A barely perceptible creak from the adjacent room sent a thrill through him. Finally, one of the disciples could no longer contain himself. I knew it. A group of young souls in their prime. Who could possibly resist the allure of the 10,000 Flowers Gala? Leaning against the window, Chu Xinghe crouched low, eager to discern who would be the first to dare indulge in the delicacy of crabs. Was it Ma Liang? Or perhaps there were other hidden contenders within the group he had yet to discover. Peering intently, he spotted a figure, tightly wrapped and shrouded in mystery, stealthily slipping out of Fan Tower, disappearing into the night. But as he gazed at the vanishing silhouette, Chu Xinghe found himself utterly bewildered. Was it Wanlin? Though she was bundled up like a rice dumpling, he instantly recognized her distinctive figure. How could it be that the first to succumb to impatience was not Ma Liang or any other junior brother, but Wanlin? Little girl, is this truly your desire? No. What if Wanlin merely sought a midnight snack? What if she simply wanted to witness the excitement? Just as Chu Xinghe was lost in a whirlwind of possibilities, another door swung open. Ma Liang, with a furtive glance, scanned his surroundings, particularly lingering for a few seconds on the direction of Chu Xinghe's room. Satisfied that all was well, he swiftly slipped out of his room and quietly departed from the inn. Following Ma Liang, several other junior brothers, unable to withstand the allure of the night, also ventured out. Alas, there were fewer than 30 in total. This figure left Chu Xinghe somewhat disheartened. Did the remaining junior brothers lack an appreciation for the courtesans? And what of the junior sisters? They might take a cue from Wanlin. I am quite open-minded. I do not disapprove of your peculiar preferences. Though the outcome fell short of expectations, Chu Xinghe consoled himself, reasoning that it was still a considerable number. With so many junior brothers out, a nocturnal escapade awaited them. Tomorrow, they would undoubtedly appear listless, and in such circumstances, it would be entirely reasonable for them to rest a bit longer on their way back. Consequently, due to their weakness, if they took too long to recover and missed the opening of the spirit cave, that too would be justifiable. Then, the three sects would be furious, seeking out Haoyan's sect, which would lead to their own disciples being stripped of their titles and thrust into the limelight as scapegoats. Even if they could not be expelled from the sect, being relegated to the outer disciples was not entirely out of the question. Lost in the reverie of his promising future, Chu Xinghe contemplated the allure of the courtesan, yet resolutely decided to remain steadfast and not be swayed. What merit lay in a courtesan? They could only impede my swiftness with the sword. Once I ascend to the status of a martial emperor, I shall not only seek courtesans, but also the likes of Li Kuei. As the night deepened, Chu Xinghe pondered further. While it was understandable for other junior brothers to pursue courtesans, how would Wanlin engage in such frivolities? Two beautiful women together. Oh dear. The imagery was too scandalous to entertain any longer. Just as he was clearing his mind of such impure thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the disturbance. A knock resounded at his door. Ma Liang entered, supported by two junior brothers. Chu Xinghe furrowed his brow, noticing a deep, bone-exposing wound on Ma Liang's arm. Without further inquiry, he swiftly retrieved a healing elixir, crushing it to treat Ma Liang's injury. The medicinal concoction from Haoyan's sect was extraordinary, and soon the bleeding ceased, with the wound beginning to mend. However, Chu Xinghe's gaze remained fixed on Ma Liang and the expressions of those around him. Soon, Chu Xinghe understood what had transpired. After Ma Liang slipped away, he made his way to the flower festival, where he set his sights on a courtesan. Little did he expect to encounter a rival. In the ensuing competition, Ma Liang emerged victorious. However, his opponent, in a fit of anger, launched a sneak attack on him. Caught off guard, Ma Liang narrowly escaped losing his arm from a single strike. Subsequently, other disciples arrived, but the rivals seized the opportunity to flee. With no recourse, they could only bring Ma Liang to Brother Xinghe for treatment. Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Chu Xinghe remarked coolly, stowing away the medicinal elixirs. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. Today, I have brought shame upon our sect. Whatever punishment is to befall you, report it truthfully when we return. Ma Liang, surprisingly, displayed a semblance of bravado, fully aware that upon their return, Chu Xinghe would likely embellish the tale. Just as he pondered the possible repercussions, he heard Chu Xinghe's voice calling out names: Zhang Biao, Zhao Tong, Lu Hai Sunday. One by one, disciples approached, responding to Chu Xinghe's summons. All of you, come with me to the flower festival. I wish to see which scoundrel dares to lay hands on my junior brother. Does he have a death wish? Ma Liang was taken aback. Chapter 23. The fiery Chu brother Ma Liang had never particularly admired Chu Xinghe. They had both entered the sect on the same day. Yet Chu Xinghe basked in praise, elevated to a pedestal. To Ma Liang, it all seemed a matter of mere fortune. As for the external accolades regarding Chu Xinghe's character, Ma Liang scoffed. Many wore masks of virtue while harboring deceit. He was convinced that Chu Xinghe was a cunning individual, adept at concealing his true nature. Thus, even within their group of hundreds, Ma Liang remained defiant. When Chu Xinghe forbade him from attending the flower festival, Ma Liang was resolute in his desire to go. Yet, he never anticipated finding himself embroiled in such a predicament. Although regretful, he felt powerless. He was certain that Chu Xinghe would seize upon this breach of command to deliver a severe reprimand, and upon returning, would undoubtedly embellish the story within the sect, leading to inevitable punishment. Nevertheless, Ma Liang had steeled himself for the consequences. At worst, he would relinquish his status as an elite disciple, confident that his skills would eventually earn him that title back. As he awaited Chu Xinghe's rebuke, the latter instead summoned several senior brothers. "You are all coming with me to the flower pavilion. I want to see which rascal dares to harm my junior brother. Is he tired of living?" Chu Xinghe's words not only stunned Ma Liang, but also left the disciples who had come to support him in shock. They had entered the sect together and shared a close bond. Given that Ma Liang had violated rules and had been ambushed, punishment seemed inevitable, and both were contemplating how to intercede on his behalf. Yet, unexpectedly, Brother Xinghe did not reproach Ma Liang at all. Instead, he was rallying the group to head to the flower pavilion. This turn of events left them utterly bewildered. "Why are you still dawdling? Let us depart." With a sweeping gesture, Chu Xinghe commanded everyone to follow. A grand procession made its way to the Wanhua building, the venue of the grand floral event. The scene before the building remained a throng of people, indicating that the earlier tumult had not significantly affected the gathering. Ma Liang, still dazed, pondered Chu Xinghe's intentions. Just as he was lost in thought, Chu Xinghe led the group into the Wanhua building. The attendants, confronted by a cadre of fierce-looking youths, quickly discerned that this was not a gathering for selecting the courtesan. Some even recognized Ma Liang as the individual who had recently been ambushed. A figure, appearing to be the leader of the guards, stepped forward in an attempt to obstruct them, but before he could utter a word, Chu Xinghe delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him hurtling backward. The impact sent debris flying as the guard crashed into a table, igniting chaos within the establishment. The beautiful courtesans were left aghast at the sudden turn of events. Even Ma Liang's companions, who had followed Chu Xinghe, were taken aback. Was their senior brother truly this volatile? Did he not allow anyone to finish their words before resorting to violence? Guards from all directions began to converge on the scene, but with a mere wave of his hand, Chu Xinghe commanded, "Have them all lie down." At this command, Ma Liang's fellow disciples, witnessing their senior brother's aggression, hesitated no longer. They required no magical weapons, a cadre of the talented disciples from Haotian's sect, even if their cultivation levels were not exceedingly high, were far beyond the capacity of these minor guards to withstand. Within 10 breaths, not a single guard remained standing. The personnel of Wanhua building were left in stunned silence. They had encountered unreasonable behavior before, but this level of brutality was unprecedented. Could they not at least provide an explanation before striking? What madness was this? To attack without a word? All unrelated personnel, get out. Otherwise, you will end up like them, Chu Xinghe declared, his voice resonating with authority. If the manager of Wanhua building does not come out within 10 breaths, I shall demolish this establishment. Finally, Chu Xinghe spoke, and as his words echoed, his disciples prepared for action. Onlookers began to retreat in haste. As he began the countdown, the tension escalated. When the countdown reached 3, a middle-aged man in his 40s came rushing down the stairs. "Wait, I am the manager of Wanhua building." Upon seeing the manager approach, Chu Xinghe pointed at Ma Liang, asking, "Do you recognize him?" The manager, glancing at Ma Liang, opened his mouth to respond, but before he could finish, Chu Xinghe delivered a resounding slap that sent the manager spinning through the air, crashing to the ground, blood and teeth spilling from his mouth. Everyone stood in shock, including Ma Liang. In this moment, Chu Xinghe shattered all of Ma Liang's previous perceptions. Initially, Ma Liang suspected that Chu Xinghe was merely putting on a show for vengeance, but he now realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. Chu Xinghe was genuinely concerned for him. The bloodied manager, clutching his cheek and shedding tears, stammered, I recognized that young hero had a conflict here. But who was the other party? Chu Xinghe's voice was laced with ice. as I uttered a single word of denial. A resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving the innkeeper's teeth in jeopardy. "This is your final opportunity," Chu Xinghe had declared, seizing a candlestick from the table and hurling it towards the wooden staircase of the Wanhalu. The flames ignited the stairs, and in an instant, a blaze erupted. "Your time is running out. Respond swiftly, or Wanhalu shall be engulfed in flames." Chu Xinghe maintained an air of nonchalance, while the onlookers were rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. "My lord, I am truly Huang Xiaohua, the third young master of the Huang family." At last, confronted by the flames of Wanhalu, the innkeeper succumbed to despair. He had encountered countless ruthless individuals, yet he had never witnessed someone as audacious as Chu Xinghe. Without a moment's hesitation, he ignited the Wanhalu. Had he hesitated even slightly, it would have been beyond salvation. Having obtained the desired answer, Chu Xinghe waved his hand, leading everyone away in haste. Meanwhile, the innkeeper, having responded quickly, managed to prevent the fire from fully taking hold, though Wanhalu suffered significant damage. "Quickly, relay the news to the Huang family." The innkeeper, disregarding his swollen mouth, urgently commanded his servants. He was unaware of Chu Xinghe's true identity, yet he realized that the Huang family had undoubtedly encountered formidable opposition. Having seen many fierce individuals, he had never before encountered someone as unreasonable as Chu Xinghe. On the other side, Chu Xinghe had returned to the Fanlu with Ma Liang and the others. The individuals who had stealthily slipped out, including Wan Lin, had also hurried back upon hearing the news. Upon seeing Chu Xinghe return with his companions, everyone quickly surrounded him. "It is Huang Xiaohua, the third young master of the Huang family. Everyone, prepare yourselves. I am eager to see how audacious the Huang family truly is to provoke my disciple." Yes, they all promptly retreated to their rooms to prepare. At the Huang family estate, Huang Yongtang had just concluded a pleasant exchange with his 13th concubine when an urgent knocking at the door interrupted his reverie. "Who is it? Seeking death?" Despite his irritation, Huang Yongtang opened the door to find Huang Liang, the chief steward, looking anxious. "The third young master has stirred up trouble." Huang Liang recounted the day's events in detail, including the near inferno at Wanhalu instigated by Chu Xinghe and his companions. "A group of formidable young individuals? They cannot possibly be from the Xingyue sect, can they?" Huang Yongtang hesitated, but upon hearing the steward's belief that they were likely not affiliated with the Xingyue sect, he exhaled in relief. "Humph. In this small territory of Yuqing, aside from the Xingyue sect, there is truly no one my Huang family regards with any significance. It is important to note that although they were a branch, they belonged to the esteemed Pingyuan Huang family, one of the 3 great families in the world. Leveraging their lineage, the Huang family commanded respect in Yuqing. I understand the matter now. Send someone to investigate the origins of these young rascals." After giving his instructions, Huang Yongtang watched as Huang Liang nodded and left to carry them out. Meanwhile, the 100-strong group had assembled, following Chu Xinghe in silence, fully aware of the events surrounding the attempted arson at Wanhalu. Those who could not accompany them are filled with profound regret. Is this still the same senior brother Xinghe they once knew? So domineering, striking first without uttering a word. Should anyone dare to utter a single no, he would incinerate the orchid pavilion without hesitation. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the grand courtyard of the Huang family, Chu Xinghe arrived at their doorstep with a 100-strong entourage. The guards stationed at the entrance, sensing the palpable aura of menace emanating from the group, hastily reported the situation. The news swiftly reached butler Huang Liang, who, having been instructed by the Lord to investigate the identity of the visitors the night prior, found himself unprepared for their sudden arrival. However, this also simplified matters. Huang Liang quickly sought out Huang Yongtang. Upon learning that the adversaries had come knocking, Huang Yongtang, in a fit of rage, overturned the breakfast table. A bunch of reckless fools, unaware of their impending doom. Do they not inquire about the Huang family as standing? In this Yu city, whom do we, the Huang family, fear besides the Xingyue sect? Huang Yongtang bellowed, causing numerous Huang family members to converge from every direction. He vowed that anyone arriving today, barring disciples of the Xingyue sect, would not leave unscathed. Just as Huang Yongtang was rallying his forces, a thunderous crash erupted from the Huang family's entrance. The imposing 5-meter gate was obliterated, collapsing half of the courtyard wall, and as the dust settled, the ground was strewn with Huang family disciples. Could they truly be disciples of the Xingyue sect? Huang Yongtang was momentarily taken aback. Such audacity to storm their gates was clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. But as his thoughts lingered, a voice emerged from within the Huang family. Uncle, it cannot be the disciples of the Xinghe sect. They are currently engaged in a grand ceremony and would not leave the sect unless for exceptional reasons. Hearing this, Huang Yongtang felt a wave of relief. If they were not from the Xinghe sect, then it was manageable. Clearly, these were a group of Navi youths, mistaking the Huang family for a trivial establishment. Those who dared to wreck the Huang family's gate would all have to stay today. All disciples of the Huang family, heed my command. Today, we shall ensure these ignorant brats leave with no chance of return. Yes, the multitude of Huang family disciples responded in unison, and amidst their fervent cries, Chu Xinghe and his 100-strong entourage stepped over the fallen courtyard wall and entered the Huang family estate. Once all had crossed the threshold, Chu Xinghe tore away his outer garments, revealing the illustrious attire of a disciple of the Haotian sect. The others followed suit, shedding their casual wear to display the striking black robes of elite disciples of the Haotian sect. Indeed, they were not from the Xinghe sect, which lacked such dark attire. Huang Liang, upon seeing the uniformed figures, was momentarily elated, but his joy was abruptly interrupted by a sharp slap from none other than Huang Yongtang. Huang Yongtang had also recognized that these individuals were indeed not disciples of the Xinghe sect. However, the insignia on their robes marked them as the sole disciples of the illustrious Haotian sect. Chapter 24, Aspiration, to become an exemplary individual like Senior Brother Xinghe. In Yu City and throughout the entire Yulin mountain range, the most influential presence is the Xinghe sect. The Xinghe sect reigns supreme in this realm. Although the Huang family wields considerable power in Yuqing, they adhere to a strict principle. They never provoke the Xinghe sect. Indeed, the Huang family has consistently followed this rule. Whenever the Xinghe sect intervenes, they promptly retreat, which is the very reason for their continued arrogance. However, today, the individuals who have arrived are not members of the Xinghe sect, but rather far more formidable. They belong to the renowned Haotian sect, the foremost sect in the world. If the Xinghe sect reigns over the Yulin mountain range, then the Haotian sect is the true sovereign of the entire realm. Even a powerhouse like the Xinghe sect trembles before the Haotian sect. At this moment, the sight of the black robes worn by the disciples of the Haotian sect sends chills down Huang Yongtang's spine. While ordinary disciples of the Haotian sect don gray attire, only the elite disciples are adorned in black. All present are elite disciples of the Haotian sect, and what is even more terrifying is the individual standing at the forefront, whose black robes are embroidered with cloud and star patterns. Huang Yongtang's mind begins to spin. Core disciples are permitted to have gold-trimmed garments, while the cloud and star motifs signify direct disciples. This means that the individual before him is a direct disciple of the Haotian sect. Huang Yongtang feels breathless. Just yesterday, the manager of the Wanhua Pavilion had sent word that the Huang family might have encountered a formidable opponent. Yet this is no mere opponent. It is akin to confronting an iron mountain. Let the head of the Huang family step forward. Chu Xinghe's voice is cold as ice. Upon hearing this command, Huang Yongtang shudders, and noticing the expressions of the Huang family disciples beside him, he hastily declares, "I am Huang Yongtang, the head of the Huang family." He rushes forth from the crowd, advancing towards Chu Xinghe. Upon reaching Chu Xinghe, a sycophantic smile spreads across Huang Yongtang's face. Yet, before he can utter another word, a resounding slap echoes through the air. Chu Xinghe delivers a sharp backhand directly to the unsuspecting Huang Yongtang's face, causing him to stagger and nearly lose his footing. Huang Yongtang is left dumbfounded. The members of the Huang family are equally astonished, as are Chu Xiong and the surrounding disciples. After all, Huang Yongtang is a fifth-grade martial spirit. While he may be insignificant within the Haotian sect, should he choose to engage, the numerous second-grade martial masters present would likely struggle to emerge unscathed, given the three-level disparity in their ranks, regardless of their excellence in numbers. The sudden slap eradicates all traces of sycophancy from Huang Yongtang's countenance, replaced by a visage of utter humiliation and fury. His spiritual energy surges violently, as if he intends to tear Chu Xinghe to shreds. "I will slay you," Huang Yongtang exclaims, unleashing his spiritual force towards Chu Xinghe. Yet Chu Xinghe remains steadfast, unmoving in his position, allowing the terrifying spiritual light to approach him. Everyone expects Chu Xinghe to be sent flying by this overwhelming force. yet the spiritual light halts just 10 centimeters from him. Chu Xinghe regards the suspended energy with a look of utter disdain. Though he possesses a semblance of dignity, it is hardly substantial. Do you harbor an insatiable desire to eliminate us all? You may wish to test your luck against the obscured communications of my esteemed Haoyan sect, where countless elite disciples have perished under mysterious circumstances. Of course, you might also gamble with the lives of your entire Huang family, to see whether my sect exhibits mercy or obliterates your lineage entirely. Chu Xinghe spoke these words with an unsettling calm, yet each syllable struck Huang Yongtang's heart like a heavy hammer. The Xinghe sect was a force he could not contend with, and the Haoyan sect was even more formidable. Not even the vast Huang family of the plains would dare to challenge them recklessly. The notion that over 100 elite disciples could meet their demise at the hands of the Huang family in a single day was ludicrous. Surely, the Haoyan sect would not let such a transgression go unpunished. It was likely that Yuqing would be purged entirely, with every last soul eradicated. Not only Yuqing, but even the Huang family of Pingyuan would have to bear the brunt of the Haoyan sect's wrath. This was a cost Huang Yongtang could not afford, nor could the Huang family withstand it. Thus, even when faced with Chu Xinghe's scorn, he swallowed his pride. Young hero, perhaps there is a misunderstanding? The ferocity vanished from Huang Yongtang's visage, replaced by obsequiousness. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. Hand over Huang Xiaohua. He struck my junior brother with his sword. I seek merely an arm in recompense. Is it unreasonable to demand an arm for a sword strike? Huang Yongtang pondered that should the Haoyan sect demand such retribution, it would not be excessive. However, having lost 2 sons to the treachery of women in his earlier years, Huang Xiaohua was his sole surviving bloodline, cherished beyond measure. How could he accept the loss of his only son's arm? Young hero, I have heard of my son's transgressions. I implore you to show mercy, considering his youth and ignorance. Instead, allow me to offer something in compensation for my junior brother. As he spoke, Huang Yongtang retrieved a treasure chest from his ring. Upon opening it, a radiant light emanated forth, revealing an abundance of mid-grade spirit stones that made the eyes of the Huang family glisten with greed. Esteemed young master, do not hold a grudge against the petty. Let this be a form of compensation. But before he could finish, Chu Xinghe kicked the chest, sending the spirit stones spilling across the ground. Mid-grade spirit stones? Are you insulting me? Do you have any notion of the quantity of superior-grade spirit stones within my ring? I could fill your family with them. Presenting me with mid-grade stones is nothing short of a humiliation. Should Huang Xiaohua not appear within 10 breaths, I shall take my leave. Chu Xinghe granted Huang Yongtang no time for contemplation. His words echoed with an impending countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. As Chu Xinghe reached the count of 2, no one had stepped forward. Just as he was about to take his leave, Huang Yongtang spoke. Bring Huang Xiaohua here. His voice bore an indescribable desolation, yet he understood that this was his final opportunity. Should Chu Xinghe turn away, the consequences would far exceed the mere loss of an arm. Soon, the Huang family brought forth a wildly struggling Huang Xiaohua. Father, no. Save me. I shall not dare again. I will not compete with him. I was wrong. Huang Xiaohua was utterly terrified, his fear evident. You shall do it yourself. Chu Xinghe did not spare Huang Xiaohua even a fleeting glance, instead addressing Ma Liang directly. Indeed, Ma Liang had long been harboring a surge of pent-up frustration. Without uttering another word, he struck decisively, a scream echoing as blood spilled upon the Huang family's courtyard. Huang Xiaohua collapsed, unconscious. The patriarch of the Huang family would need to discipline his offspring more sternly. Not everyone is as accommodating as I am. Chu Xinghe observed Huang Yongtang, who sat despondently on the ground, and departed without a backward glance. The 100-man group followed in Chu Xinghe's wake, traversing the shattered walls of the Huang residence, while the onlookers outside parted to grant them passage. Amidst the gazes of countless spectators, Chu Xinghe and his companions departed with an air of composure. As they vanished from sight, many young hearts on the street raced with admiration. Brother, is this truly the legendary Haoyan sect? How domineering! A 5th-tier martial spirit can strike at will. Demanding the hand of his son, he must personally retrieve him. The foremost sect in the world is not merely a name of empty renown. Father, I've made up my mind. I no longer wish to join the Xinghe sect. I want to enter the Haoyan sect. Child, let us return home, wash up, and rest. The destruction of the Huang family gates, Chu Xinghe's reprimand of the patriarch, and the severing of Huang Xiaohua's arm spread like wildfire throughout Yuqing. The proprietor of the Wanhua building rubbed his swollen jaw, still drenched in cold sweat at the recollection of the incident. The Haotian sect's ruthless warriors were indeed from the Haotian sect. Fortunately, he had not hesitated to name Huang Xiaohua, or else his swollen jaw would have been the least of his worries. Wanhua building might have been reduced to ashes, and his own life could have been forfeit. The Haotian sect exists above all else. By midday, outside Yuqing, Chu Xinghe set forth calmly with his companions, though the expressions of his disciples were decidedly grim. Brother Xinghe, this is all my fault. It is my disregard for your counsel that has led to such turmoil. We will surely miss our opportunity at the spirit cavern. Ma Liang lamented, tears streaming down his face. Though the other disciples remained silent, their eyes reflected a peculiar mix of emotions. What is with those looks? Ma Liang, although he had not heeded my orders, was not in the wrong as per our sect's regulations, and he had not desired to be ambushed. The delays in our journey were a result of my decisions. Thus, dear disciples, bear no ill will towards Ma Liang. Even if we truly miss our chance, the responsibility lies solely with me. Any repercussions from the sect, I shall shoulder alone. At this, Ma Liang wept openly, clinging to Chu Xinghe's leg. He sobbed while striking his own face. Brother Xinghe, I am unworthy, narrow-minded. I have always heard that you are benevolent, yet I believed you to be duplicitous. So I intentionally opposed you. Brother Xinghe, I was wrong. I truly was. Ma Liang's tears flowed like a river. In that moment, the gazes of those around Chu Xinghe were filled with deep respect. Prior to their journey to the spirit cavern, everyone was aware of the military order Chu Xinghe had established. Yet despite the discomfort caused by the teleportation array, he still urged everyone to rest well, demonstrating his consideration for each of his disciples. Subsequently, Ma Liang, disregarding orders, ventured out and found himself in trouble. However, rather than punishing Ma Liang, Chu Xinghe chose to seek out the true culprit, ensuring that justice was served with unwavering resolve. He would not permit anyone to harm his junior brother nor tarnish the esteemed reputation of Haotian sect. As for the time lost in this pursuit, not a single individual harbored resentment towards Chu Xinghe. Each person, upon introspection, questioned whether they themselves could withstand military orders and subsequent penalties to protect their junior siblings and uphold the honor of their sect if they were in Xinghe's position. Among the 100-member team, 30% had received spiritual weapons alongside Chu Xinghe and, much like Wan Lin, had long held no doubts about his character. The remaining 70%, hailing from various palaces, had limited interaction with Chu Xinghe, mostly relying on hearsay. Yet, within a mere day and night, these 70%, including the headstrong Ma Liang, developed a newfound appreciation for their senior brother. He treated his comrades with the warmth of spring and his enemies with the cruelty of winter. Aware that delaying their expedition to the spiritual cavern would result in severe punishment, he still chose to bear the burden alone, ensuring no harm befell his junior brothers and sisters. Such an extraordinary senior brother was indeed a rare find. Ma Liang wiped away his tears, vowing that this would be the last time he cried in his lifetime. From that moment on, he resolved to become an exceptional person like senior brother Xinghe. Though he might never reach Xinghe's lofty heights, he deemed that learning even a fraction of his wisdom would suffice for a lifetime. Chapter 25. Have I really crossed over? At Haotian Palace, before the Haotian Mirror, the sect leader Gu Mingqiao, the Grand Elder, and the esteemed elders from various palaces were all gathered. Before them, the Haotian Mirror displayed the events of the 100-member team. Although the Haotian sect was the foremost sect in the realm, the young ones, including Chu Xinghe, were mere fledglings with little worldly experience. Under such circumstances, how could the elders of the sect possibly feel at ease? Although no one mentioned it. Since their arrival in Yuqing, everything that transpired had been under the silent scrutiny of these venerable figures. At that moment, as they observed the events unfolding in the Haotian Mirror over the past day and night, a profound silence enveloped them. Ultimately, it was the sect leader who broke the stillness. Well, unfazed in the face of danger, courageous and wise, this little fellow Xinghe is impressive. The sect leader exclaimed thrice in approval. The Grand Elder beside him was nearly beaming with delight. Initially, after Ma Liang defied Chu Xinghe's orders and was subsequently ambushed and injured, the Grand Elder's first thought was to punish Ma Liang for disrespecting the leader and bringing shame to the sect, a grave accusation indeed. If Chu Xinghe had reported the incident, regardless of whether Ma Liang would be expelled from the outer sect, his status as an elite disciple was sure to be revoked. Furthermore, the fact that a disciple of the distinguished Haotian sect had been ambushed nearly losing his arm to a sword strike, would undoubtedly render him a laughingstock among his peers upon returning to the sect. However, Chu Xinghe did not take that route. He promptly led a team to the Wanhua building, setting it ablaze to compel the shopkeeper to reveal the true perpetrator, a move that left even the Grand Elder astonished. Many elders were puzzled as to why Chu Xinghe believed the shopkeeper possessed such knowledge. Later, the sovereign resolved the doubts of the assembly. Indeed, Xinghe is remarkably quick-witted. In an event as grand as the 10,000 Flowers Conference, one would expect the manager of the 10,000 Flowers Tower to immediately intervene and restrain any brawls, especially if casualties were to arise. It is only natural that the perpetrator would be apprehended. However, what did the 10,000 Flowers Tower do at that moment? They did not pursue or even intervene. It is hard to believe that the manager was unaware of the identities involved. Though Chu Xinghe was not present on site, he swiftly deduced the situation from the accounts of his two junior brothers and the clues he gathered upon arrival. Without uttering a word, he struck first, unleashing a tempestuous assault on the entire 10,000 Flowers Tower, leaving them utterly unprepared. Subsequently, the act of tossing a candle to ignite the tower became the last straw, leading to the manager's complete breakdown, who dared not conceal anything further. Afterward, many speculated that Chu Xinghe might report the incident to the sect for resolution. But they were mistaken once again. Leading a 100-man team, he forcefully breached the gates of the Huang family at dawn, disregarding any claims about their so-called Pingyuan Huang family branch, and promptly dealt a significant blow to a fifth-grade martial spirit. What pleased the sovereign most was that before taking action, Chu Xinghe clearly stated his identity, which provided him the confidence to confront a fifth-grade martial spirit. It was proven that Chu Xinghe was correct. He rejected any notion of compensation in spirit stones and insisted that for the sword strike against his junior brother, a hand must be severed as retribution. Upon hearing this demand, many elders could not help but shake their heads and sigh. This child, Xinghe, is still too merciful. If it were me, I would not only annihilate the entire Huang family, but at the very least eliminate Huang Xiaohua, remarked Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang's assertion was misguided. It was not about exterminating an entire lineage. Since the wrongdoing was committed by Huang Xiaohua, it sufficed to execute him, perhaps even extend the same punishment to Huang Yongtang, while merely requiring the others to forfeit an arm as a light punishment. Elder Zhang was indeed correct. The child, Xinghe, is commendable in many aspects, but is simply too soft-hearted. No one deemed Chu Xinghe's actions excessively arrogant or overbearing, for they are part of the world's foremost sect, the Haotian sect. Should Chu Xinghe have chosen to report back to the sect rather than confronting the Huang family directly, it would be reasonable. Yet it would undoubtedly lead to disappointment among his peers. After all, you took your junior brother out, regardless of whether he erred. If he was harmed and you dared not seek vengeance, how could you shoulder the burdens of the Haotian sect in the future? However, today, both the sovereign and every elder were immensely satisfied with Chu Xinghe's actions. They had gathered before the Haotian mirror not only to witness Chu Xinghe, but also to discern the true nature of these disciples. It is known that some disciples behave like obedient children before their elders, yet once outside, they act like wild dogs, behaving recklessly. As the leader of this endeavor, everyone was eager to see how Chu Xinghe would conduct himself away from the watchful eyes of the sect elders. This time, Chu Xinghe's performance earned unanimous approval. This child truly possesses a pure and sincere nature. What he is within the sect is exactly how he is in the world outside. As long as fellow disciples are in distress, one must spare no effort to assist, even if it may result in severe punishment for oneself. Yet, Chu Xinghe remains undaunted. This child is carefree, but at this moment, others are undoubtedly concerned that he may suffer consequences for missing the time to enter the spiritual cave. Observe their pale faces. They confront the Huang family like little tigers, yet they tremble in front of the sect. Henceforth, do not be overly harsh on the disciples, particularly you, esteemed elder. The sect leader, Gu Mingqiao, could not help but voice his grievances for the children. Ah, esteemed leader, you are unaware, my strictness towards the disciples was in the past. Since Xinghe joined my Lingyi palace, the number of disciples facing punishment here has dwindled significantly. This child, under the care of many senior brothers, remains true to his roots. Whenever a senior brother is in trouble, he is always the first to plead for leniency, even if it means he may share in the punishment. Thus, I have become remarkably more lenient in Lingyi Palace. The elders nodded in agreement, filled with envy, lamenting the absence of a disciple like Chu Xinghe in their own sections. Gu Mingchao and the elders shared laughter, seemingly unconcerned about the missed opportunity to enter the spiritual cave. Had Chu Xinghe been present, he would have undoubtedly discerned the underlying issues. Regrettably, he was not there. Outside Yuqing, everyone had embarked on the path to the spiritual cave. After meticulous calculations, Chu Xinghe realized that unless they could fly, they would surely not reach their destination in time, even at their utmost speed. Although his heart brimmed with joy and he contemplated persuading his junior brothers and sisters to abandon their quest and return home, he felt it was imperative to maintain appearances. Thus, he displayed an expression of urgency, as if he wished to soar to the location of the spiritual cave in the Yulin mountain range. As evening approached, they remained some distance from the spiritual cave. Wan Lin, panting and weary from the arduous journey, sighed, "Brother Xinghe, I fear we may not arrive in time." The final deadline set by the sect was dusk. Failing to reach the spiritual cave by then would result in its closure, leaving no opportunity for entry. Regardless of whether we miss the opening time, we must proceed. Even if we truly miss it, we must at least provide an explanation to the three sects. Remember, we are the foremost sect, Haotian sect. We cannot choose to evade any situation but must confront it. Chu Xinghe's words brought tears to the eyes of his junior brothers and sisters. In truth, Brother Xinghe already knew they would not make it. Yet he did not lead them back to the sect. Instead, he chose to confront the three sects' reproach at the spiritual cave. Even at this juncture, Brother Xinghe did not shirk any responsibility. His magnanimity and sense of duty shamed all present. Brother Maoliang attempted to say something, but was rebuked by Chu Xinghe. "Return to the group. This matter does not concern you. Even upon returning to the sect, you must not speak out of turn, understood?" Maoliang silently nodded, gritting his teeth to suppress his tears. Everyone is aware that Brother Xinghe berates Maoliang out of fear that Maoliang might truly lose his composure. After all, missing the opportunity of the spirit cave is a matter of grave significance. If Maoliang's actions were to be revealed to the sect, it would not merely result in his expulsion to the outer sect. The possibility of being stripped of his cultivation and cast out from the sect entirely is not beyond the realm of possibility. Such a calamity is one that Maoliang cannot bear, nor can any of them. Only Brother Xinghe, though he too would face severe repercussions, would at least not be reduced to the status of an outer disciple. Nonetheless, everyone understands that Brother Xinghe must confront the inevitable wrath of heavy punishment. Yet, despite this, Brother Xinghe remains unperturbed, and his defense is for a Maoliang who has consistently been a thorn in their side. In truth, they all know that had Maoliang erred in the same manner, Brother Xinghe would have shouldered the blame for any of them. That is the essence of true leadership, possessing not only responsibility, but the capacity to bear the weight of all transgressions. Enough of the sentimentality. Let us continue our journey. Brother Chu Xinghe is in remarkably high spirits, for the time has already surpassed the deadline for the spirit cave. Let us not dwell on what has transpired prior. Simply missing the spirit cave is ample cause for severe punishment. Moreover, Chu Xinghe can well imagine how the disciples of the other three sects, having failed to acquire the broken stone pills, are now unable to enter the spirit cave, thus forfeiting a tremendous opportunity. The three sects are not to be trifled with. Should so many lose their chance due to Chu Xinghe's singular fault, they would surely cause an uproar at the Haotian sect. At that point, even the Grand Elder, the puppet master behind the scenes, would find it difficult to save himself. What kind of punishment shall befall me? The status of a direct disciple is certainly lost. It is unlikely I would be directly stripped of my cultivation and expelled from the sect, but being relegated to the outer sect is undoubtedly inevitable. The Haotian sect must provide an explanation to the three sects. After all, from a direct disciple to the outer sect, what a jarring fall. With a sense of exhilaration, Chu Xinghe arrived at the location of the spirit cave late at night, where the disciples of the three sects had already gathered. However, contrary to his expectations of them erupting in fury, a scene of chaos did not unfold. As Chu Xinghe pondered whether these individuals had been rendered foolish by their anger, a young man clad in the attire of a direct disciple from the Xinghua sect approached him. "You must be Brother Xinghe. I am Guoqizhen from the Xinghua sect, and I am also the leader of this expedition from our sect. I did not expect the Haotian sect to arrive half a day earlier." Half a day earlier? Chu Xinghe's immediate reaction was one of disbelief, thinking to himself, have I traversed into another realm? Chapter 26. No more pretense. The truth revealed. Guoqizhen summoned the leaders from Dongyue Pavilion and Baiming City, introducing them to Chu Xinghe, though Chu Xinghe barely grasped their names. At that moment, one thought consumed Chu Xinghe's mind. Have I truly crossed over? Quick, someone tell me, have I crossed over? I should be hearing the activation of a system or something akin to host selected to embark on an extraordinary journey ringing in my ears. Shouldn't I? Yet, no such sound emerged. Chu Xinghe turned to his disciples behind him. They appeared equally bewildered. Were they all in a similar predicament? Chu Xinghe's first instinct was to think that their entire group had crossed over together. However, the dream of traversing through time was swiftly shattered. From Guiqizhen, Chu Xinghe learned that they had not crossed over, nor had they missed the spirit cave, for the opening time had always been set for the morrow. The disciples of the three sects initially believed that the distant Heoshenzong would not arrive until tomorrow morning, and thus felt no urgency, confident they had ample time. Yet, Chu Xinghe, spurred by haste, had thought they had missed their window, only to discover that the spirit cave was not due to open until tomorrow. Bewildered, he stood there in shock. Just then, his junior disciples erupted into joyous cheers behind him. Wan Lin, disregarding any potential inconvenience, embraced Chu Xinghe fervently, shouting in exuberance. Ma Liang knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head to the heavens as if his prayers had been answered. Amidst the jubilant throng, only Chu Xinghe wore a bitter expression, pondering the promised severe penalties and the notion of missing out. He felt utterly beleaguered. The members of the three sects were left perplexed by the behavior of Heoshenzong, each inwardly questioning the sanity of their actions. Meanwhile, before the Haotian mirror, a group of elders laughed heartily. Look at the expression on Xinghe's face. It seems he is not as fearless of punishment as he pretended. His earlier nonchalance has given way to a bittersweet expression, a stark contrast born from overwhelming joy. Indeed, this young man remained but a child. His previous indifference was merely an attempt to alleviate any burdens from his juniors. Little did he realize that the sect master had outmaneuvered them, preemptively granting them an extra day to avoid any potential mishaps. After all, they are but children embarking on their first journey. Caution is the mother of safety. Yet, the look on his face is simply too amusing. The grand elder chuckled heartily. Before the spirit cave, the younger disciples paid no heed to whether the three sects deemed them mad. They surrounded Chu Xinghe, celebrating with wild abandon. Brother Xinghe, I told you, those who aspire shall not be forsaken. Indeed, with someone like Brother Xinghe, even the heavens would not allow him to suffer punishment. May the heavens bless Heoshenzong. May the heavens bless Heoshenzong. The fervent shouts caused Chu Xinghe to cradle his head in despair. Every time he heard those four words, it heralded misfortune. Surely, it was his optimistic musings that had invoked such ill omens. How terribly inauspicious. As the Heoshenzong members set up camp, Chu Xinghe observed his companions, who, despite a full day's journey, appeared unwearied, reveling before the campfire. He swore that had he known this would be the outcome, he would have taken them straight back to Heoshenzong rather than feigning formality. Yet, it was too late for regrets. He could only contemplate how to navigate the spirit cave. Having pledged a solemn oath, he was determined to secure the remaining 70% of the precious spirit liquid, aside from the transformative elixir, to bring back to Heoshenzong. Failure would mean the loss of his status as a direct disciple. Considering this, he realized he still had a chance, indeed, a significant one. The night was filled with laughter and dancing, and the revelers eventually drifted into slumber, yet the junior disciples were in high spirits. Countless individuals likely awoke from their dreams with laughter, while many from the three factions could not help but question the sanity of the Haotian sect. Early the next morning, Chu Xinghe sought out Guiqizhen, along with a couple of others whose names he genuinely could not recall. I am Fansheng, he huffed. Even though the Haotian sect claims to be the foremost sect in the realm, our Donghua Pavilion ranks among the top 10 sections. Are you, the leader of the Haotian sect, so forgetful as to not remember my name? Is this an affront to our Donghua Pavilion? Fansheng was incensed. Ha. I am Sun Xueheng, he interjected. What Fan Shixiang says is not without merit. The Haotian sect seems excessively arrogant. Chu Xinghe, feeling helpless, did not wish to elaborate. You claim the Haotian sect is arrogant, right? Indeed, we are arrogant. What of it? Are we to tarnish the reputation of the Haotian sect? Are we to bring it down from its pedestal as the preeminent sect? Please spare us. Disregarding their discontent, Chu Xinghe produced the requisite breaking stone pills as per their agreement. Once the pills were distributed in ample quantity, Fansheng and Sun Xueheng's tempers eased slightly. Yet they continued to ignore Chu Xinghe. instead retreating with Chu Xinghe to confer on some matter. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xinghe felt a surge of joy. They intend to isolate us. Splendid. The three factions unite to shun our Haotian sect. When the time comes, they will seize all the spiritual essence, leaving us with naught. Returning to his comrades, Wan Lin and Ma Liang approached. Xinghe Shixiang, are they truly attempting to isolate us? Wan Lin inquired, frowning. Did we not agree to advance and retreat together? Ma Liang was equally vexed. Alas, it is my fault. Yesterday, in my eagerness not to miss the spirit cave, I lost my focus and failed to remember even the leader's name. They accuse us of being too proud and arrogant. Let them say what they will. We are not afraid of their isolation, Wan Lin declared, showing no sign of concern over Chu Xinghe's forgetfulness, nor did he perceive any fault in his Shixiao. Ma Liang nodded vigorously, convinced that whatever Chu Xinghe asserted was correct. Following him would surely lead to greater heights. The three factions seemed to have reached some tacit agreement, as none of them were willing to engage with the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect, unfazed, continued to stand firm, confident in their superior numbers. As time slowly approached the moment of the spirit cave's opening, the shattered runes on the mountainside began to shimmer with light, illuminating the entrance to the spirit cave. Ma Liang, eager to take the lead, attempted to forge ahead but was halted by Chu Xinghe. Are you foolish? Let them scout ahead. If they do not move, neither shall we. Ma Liang nodded without hesitation. The same sentiment echoed among the three factions. No one could ascertain the dangers lurking within the spirit cave. Although individuals from the Xinghe sect had previously explored and discovered petrified venomous insects, the extent of those insects remained unknown, leaving the possibility of other dangers unaddressed. Thus, the first to enter would undoubtedly face risks. Observing the Haotian sect's stillness, the three factions hesitated, mirroring their inaction. As time inexorably passed, from midday to the approach of evening, the spiritual cave was on the verge of closure, yet the individuals on either side remained utterly motionless. Chu Xinghe regarded the unwavering gazes of Sun Xueheng and Fan Shang with an air of calm. As long as they refrained from acting, he would remain steadfast. They could simply wait for the cave to close, and at that juncture, each would return home to face their respective consequences, an outcome he deemed utterly perfect. However, just as Chu Xinghe indulged in the fantasy that his adversaries would steadfastly persist alongside him, the notoriously hot-tempered Fan Shang could no longer contain himself. As the foremost sect in the realm, Haotian sect had historically led the charge, yet the disciples of this generation exhibited an alarming cowardice, trembling like mice. Mind your language. Are you attempting to engage in moral coercion? Why must the number one sect invariably be the first to enter? The Linku was initially discovered by the Xinghe sect, and given the greater numbers of your three clans, shouldn't you lead the way? Chu Xinghe was caught off guard by Chu Xinghe's sudden retort. Enough bickering. If we continue, the cave will close. The Haotian sect members dare not proceed first. We shall go. Ultimately, it was Sun Xueheng who, gritting his teeth, broke the silence. The others, left with no alternative, chose to follow suit, and the members of the three sects began to enter the cave in succession. Meanwhile, the glow of the runes within the cave began to dim gradually. Once the radiance completely faded, re-entry would be impossible. Observing that all members of the three sects had entered, Chu Xinghe did not immediately follow. Instead, he waited for the rune's light to diminish even further. Finally, the runes began to flicker, a harbinger of the cave's imminent closure. Let us enter. At the command, everyone crossed the threshold of the runes into the cave, revealing before them a dilapidated underground city, presumably an ancient relic. Yet before anyone could fully comprehend the nature of this ancient site, Chu Xinghe's voice rang out once more. Everyone, retreat the way we came. What? At this command, most were momentarily taken aback, for the cave was already beginning to close. Exiting now would render re-entry impossible. Had this been in Yuqing, faced with such an order from Chu Xinghe, others would have certainly rallied against him, with Ma Liang being the first to accuse him of nefarious intentions. However, at this moment, Ma Liang promptly followed Chu Xinghe without a trace of hesitation regarding his command. The others, too, exhibited no reluctance and followed suit. Chu Xinghe had resolved to abandon pretense. No more acting. The game was up. In an effort to forego obtaining the spiritual liquid, he had opted to return to the city, challenging the very notion of defeat. By executing a reverse maneuver, he ensured that all would exit the cave, and the Haotian sect would emerge from this expedition bereft of not only the spiritual liquid, but also the opportunity for their disciples to undergo cleansing and refinement. He pondered who could possibly best him in this round. As for the justification, Chu Xinghe had already formulated a rationale. Upon entering, he sensed a warning from the Haoyan sword box and instinctively sought to lead everyone in retreat, never considering that such a course of action could be deemed inappropriate. The reasoning was inconsequential. What mattered was whether there would be repercussions. Chu Xinghe could hardly contain his mirth, reveling in the knowledge that he had so cleverly ensnared his companions. Surely, victory was assured. Yet before his amusement could linger even a moment, the world that unfolded before him left Chu Xinghe in a state of bewilderment. The desolate underground city still lay before them, yet a mysterious green luminescence flickered in the air. Shouldn't I be outside the spirit cave? What in the world is happening? Am I truly experiencing a transmigration? Chapter 27. The Shame of the Sect. Chu Xinghe. This time, there was undeniably no transmigration, for Chu Xinghe discovered that all his junior disciples had appeared behind him. He was convinced that the difficulty of such a large-scale group transition was insurmountable. Yet, was he not supposed to have exited the spirit cave? Why had he ended up in this place? This was the second level. Brother Xinghe, you are simply miraculous. How did you discover that the entrance to that level could be accessed by retreating just as it was about to close, thereby triggering a dislocated space that effortlessly brought us to the second level? Wan Lin exclaimed, his excitement causing him to leap several feet into the air, dizzy with joy. However, Chu Xinghe was on the verge of cursing, for he knew nothing of this dislocated space. He had merely intended to deceive them, having exerted considerable mental effort to devise a plausible excuse. It dawned on him that Brother Xinghe's reluctance to lead was not due to safety concerns, but rather because he was already aware of the mechanism, and thus had to remain at the rear to trigger it, right? Ma Liang mentally pieced together all of Brother Xinghe's previous peculiar behaviors. Upon hearing Ma Liang's words, all the junior disciples nodded in agreement, finally realizing that Brother Xinghe had orchestrated everything with the precision of a grand chess game, each move calculated with utmost clarity. Several junior disciples who had previously harbored doubts rushed to apologize to Brother Xinghe, acknowledging that they should not have questioned his strategies. At that moment, Chu Xinghe, now in the second level, felt an overwhelming sadness. He had merely wished to play a trick on them, yet had inadvertently led them directly to the second level. The three sects had entered earlier but had to explore painstakingly to reach this level, while they had materialized here, completely seizing every advantage. This time, all the spirit liquid belongs to us, Ma Liang proclaimed with an air of certainty. Indeed, all the spirit liquid is ours, echoed Wan Lin and the other junior disciples in unison. Chu Xinghe felt even more despondent. There had been rivals, but now there were none. How could they lose when they had returned to the city? Now he realized they had made a mistake, returning to the gold mine instead. Let us not rush to explore. First, we should assess our surroundings. At this juncture, Chu Xinghe could only devise a means to buy time. 3 sects, you must deliver. I am single-handedly opposing the entire Haoyan sect for you. Do not let me down. Soon, following Chu Xinghe's instructions, numerous disciples were dispatched in groups to survey the area. Chu Xinghe urged them to be as thorough as possible, emphasizing that they should not worry about wasting time, as safety was paramount. As long as one junior disciple failed to return, they would not depart. With many junior disciples deployed, Chu Xinghe, along with Ma Liang and Wan Lin, chose a direction to explore. This spirit cave had once been a grand city. It remained unclear why it had ultimately been buried underground. The green, ghostly lights swirling around them were the aforementioned toxic insects that could petrify. This entity swarms in droves, akin to a cluster of mosquitoes, rendering any attempts at cleansing utterly futile. The only recourse is to endure through the detoxifying prowess of the broken stone pills, which elucidates the necessity for the 3 sects to procure such a substantial quantity of them. Chu Xinghe allocated a sufficient amount of broken stone pills to each of his junior disciples, 1 pill every 10 minutes, ensuring that each could sustain themselves for a span of 8 to 10 days without strain. As they traversed the onslaught of venomous insects, Chu Xinghe approached the periphery of the forsaken ancient city, where 2 paths emerged before him, one leading to the left side of the city and the other toward its heart. Without hesitation, Chu Xinghe opted for the route that led to the city's center, for it appeared more intricate and likely to prolong their journey. Indeed, as he anticipated, the path to the city resembled a labyrinth. Although they navigated through with various means, they were suddenly confronted by an abundance of peculiar statues. standing densely at the entrance as if guarding the city like sentinels. Senior Brother Xinghe, passing through here should grant us entry into the city, where the spiritual liquid is likely located. Let us not act rashly. I sense something amiss. We should retreat and confer further, one voice suggested. Ah, very well. Though feeling his senior brother's caution was excessive, Wan Lin nodded in acquiescence, and the others followed suit, returning to the previous area. Meanwhile, within the first layer, members of the three sects steadily advanced. Why hasn't the Haotian sect caught up yet? Fan Sheng pondered, perplexed. Logically, they should have been able to keep pace easily, having been ahead in the pursuit. I suspect they are reluctant to expend any effort, waiting for us to clear the path below, Sun Xueheng remarked with evident irritation. What a scoundrel that Chu Xinghe is. How can such a petty individual be a direct disciple? The Haotian sect is surely doomed. Junior Brother Fan, tread carefully with your words, Chu Xinghe hastily cautioned. While Fan Sheng appeared disgruntled, he refrained from further comment. The three sects pressed on, battling through various insects, mechanisms, and toxic mists of the first layer. Little did they know that the despicable individual, Chu Xinghe, was single-handedly contending with the entirety of the Haotian sect to afford them precious time. Hence, the adage rings true. Good deeds often go unrewarded. Chu Xinghe meticulously sketched maps and left markers, deliberately leading his party down convoluted paths, employing every possible method to delay their progress. Ultimately, he returned to the point of departure. Is everyone accounted for? Chu Xinghe sighed in resignation. It seems that junior sister Mi Xue's group has yet to return. Ah, how outrageous. You all remain here while we await. Hurry, follow me to search for junior sister Mi Xue. Chu Xinghe was nearly brought to tears. For Mi Xue was a kind soul, finally providing an opportunity to delay their progress. Under Chu Xinghe's leadership, they split up to search for Mi Xue, all recollecting his words. I brought you out from the Haotian sect, and I shall return you all safely. Not a single one shall be left behind. The endeavor to locate Sister Mi Xue persisted for nearly half a day, culminating in the revelation that she was ensnared by toxins in a concealed location. Through collective effort, they ultimately succeeded in her rescue. However, upon returning to their point of departure, the members of the three sects were already descending from the first level. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Haotian sect could not help but sigh, yet they had no choice but to prioritize Sister Mi Xue's safety over all else. Alas, this rescue had ultimately cost them the advantage. As the Haotian sect lamented, the three sects were left bewildered. What was this? Why were the disciples of the Haotian sect present on the second level? They had toiled on the first level for so long, while the Haotian sect seemingly rested on the second. However, what perplexed Fan Sheng the most was why Chu Xinghe was leading his team in this respite rather than exploring the second level. Was there some ulterior motive at play? Brother Xinghe appeared to possess knowledge of secret passages unknown to them. Chu Xinghe approached with a cheerful demeanor. Ah, merely fortunate, just fortunate, he chuckled. I wonder, Brother Xinghe, have you uncovered anything during your time here? Chu Xinghe sought to glean information from Chu Xinghe, though he held little hope. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Chu Xinghe handed him the map he had just drawn, stating, Junior Brother Fan, Junior Brother Son, my failure to remember your names earlier was indeed a misunderstanding. A momentary lapse on my part. You were both rather agitated at the time, so I refrained from explaining. This map details the areas previously explored by the Haotian sect and includes routes leading to the city, which will spare everyone considerable effort. Consider it my apology to you all. At this, the atmosphere grew silent. The members of the three sects were taken aback, particularly Fan Sheng and Sun Xueheng, who had entered cursing Chu Xinghe as a despicable individual, only to find themselves presented with a generous gift upon entry. This left them feeling quite embarrassed. The top 10 sects should stand united and assist one another. I humbly request your forgiveness for my earlier indiscretions, Chu Xinghe said, bowing respectfully to the three sects, while inwardly reflecting that he had scripted the entire scenario for them. You must not let me down. The members of the three sects were equally perplexed, especially Fan Sheng and Sun Xueheng, as they pondered whether Chu Xinghe harbored ulterior motives or was genuinely apologizing. However, the authenticity of the map was undeniable, evident in the astonished expressions of the Haotian sect disciples upon receiving it. Very well, let us continue on our journey, Chu Xinghe announced with a grand gesture, prompting everyone to assemble. The disciples of the Haotian sect and the members of the three sects set forth together according to the map, leaving the latter further confounded. Initially suspecting the map might be flawed, It now appeared to be entirely accurate. Soon, they arrived at a bifurcation indicated on the map, where two paths lay ahead, one leading to the city adorned with peculiar statues, and the other veering toward the left side of the city. The path to the city must surely be the correct route, Fan Sheng declared decisively. Sun Xueheng and Chu Xinghe nodded in agreement. It is often said that where treasures dwell, so too do dangers lurk. Only by overcoming various perils can one attain the ultimate prize. This principle is essentially a law. Therefore, within the spirit cavern, the quickest route to discovering treasures is to seek out the most perilous paths. The two routes before them were marked by statues leading to the city, those statues exuding an aura of menace. While the other path leading to the left of the city appeared devoid of life, not even a venomous insect in sight, certainly a treacherous way. After deliberation, Chu Xinghe spoke up. Brother Xinghe, let us venture down this path together. It must be the correct one. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, Chu Xinghe shook his head. No, no, no. I believe the other path holds the truth. What? You mean that way? Why? Intuition. Brother Xinghe, your intuition may not be entirely reliable. I trust my instincts. If you choose this route, I shall embark on the other. Or perhaps we could traverse together. After all, the path to the city is fraught with peril, one misstep. Huh. Brother Xinghe, you worry too much. Is there really a corner of the spirit cavern devoid of danger? If treasures could be obtained without encountering risks, would they still be termed treasures? I choose the city. We too shall choose the city. All three sects made their decisions, and Chu Xinghe refrained from further discussion, nodding to the others before leading the Haotian sect down the alternative path. None among the Haotian sect doubted Brother Xinghe's intuition. After all, his instincts had guided them directly to the second level. However, the sentiment was starkly different among the other sections. Once the Haotian sect had distanced themselves, Fan Sheng sneered. Huh, I thought he was genuinely apologizing, but it seems he is merely a coward, fearing we might report him to our sect for that incident, thus gifting us this map. Now he shrinks back at the slightest danger. Such a craven individual is a disgrace to the Haotian sect, a shame to our 10 great sects. While the other members of the 3 sects remained silent, they silently nodded in agreement, clearly acknowledging the label bestowed upon Chu Xinghe as a disgrace to the Haotian sect. Chapter 28. The Haotian sect endures, its spirit everlasting. The decision to relinquish the city gate route to the opposing sect was met with some confusion among the disciples of the Haotian sect. Yet they wholly supported Brother Xinghe's choice. After all, throughout their journey, Brother Xinghe had never erred. Even his seemingly implausible intuitions had garnered their unwavering trust. Ma Liang took the lead as the pathfinder, guiding a team ahead to explore. However, as they progressed, they encountered not a single eerie statue. Aside from the occasional green insects that would scurry forth to inflict petrifying toxins, there was no real threat. Moreover, the path was remarkably smooth, evoking a sense of being on a leisurely tour of an underground city rather than a quest for treasure. Meanwhile, the 3 sects had plunged into the midst of the statue cluster, at which point the outer stone shells of the statues shattered, and a horde of ghoul-like creatures emerged from within. The disciples of the 3 sects immediately engaged in a fierce battle against the statues. Chu Xinghe strolled leisurely on the other side, faintly hearing the sounds of conflict in the distance, aware that a battle had certainly commenced there. However, what did it matter to him? His goal was to leave empty-handed. Seeking treasures was no simple endeavor, and expecting to acquire them effortlessly was equally unrealistic. Could he not treat this excursion to the underground city as a mere day trip? After all, who had not erred in their instincts at some point? Yet, just as Chu Xinghe enjoyed his leisurely exploration, Ma Liang, responsible for scouting ahead, came barreling towards him like a wild dog unleashed. Brother Xinghe, Ma Liang exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement, while the other disciples behind him wore expressions of concern. Could there be a problem? Chu Xinghe's heart raced. Brother Xinghe's intuition is truly extraordinary. The spiritual liquid is indeed ahead. Upon hearing this news, the disciples of Haotian sect erupted in excitement, their gazes fixed upon Brother Xinghe, filled with awe. Wait, Ma Liang, could you repeat that? Brother Xinghe's intuition is indeed extraordinary. The spiritual liquid is ahead, Ma Liang reiterated. Chu Xinghe felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly collapsing from the shock of it all. Ma Liang, you are such a calamity. I merely wish to lead everyone to a fruitless venture, to allow the sect to suffer a loss and receive a just reprimand. Why must this be so difficult? At this moment, there was no need for Chu Xinghe to say anything. Everyone surged forward, and indeed, in an expansive area, a pool of spiritual liquid lay still like a blue mirror. Yet, the aura it radiated confirmed its authenticity. On the other side, the three sects were embroiled in a fierce battle against stone-like statues, each as solid as rock, emanating a peculiar petrifying wave. Anyone struck by this wave would require a considerable amount of stone-breaking pills to reverse the effect. Yet the three sects were already low on these vital resources, with disciples facing peril as their supplies dwindled. Everyone, steady yourselves. We shall charge forward and claim victory. Fan Sheng shouted, raising his battle blade. However, as his words fell, a strange sound echoed from the distance. In the next moment, the city gates swung open, and from behind them, the densely packed stone shells of the statues began to shed, awakening from their slumber and roaring as they charged towards the three sections. On the Haotian sect side, Ma Liang, self-proclaimed harbinger of fortune, looked at Chu Xinghe with a cheerful expression. What shall we do now, Brother Xinghe? What else can we do? We've come this far. We might as well take a plunge, Chu Xinghe replied with resignation, realizing there was little choice left. Let Brother Xinghe be the first to descend. It is said that the first to enter will experience the most potent spiritual energy. Absolutely. This opportunity must be reserved for Brother Xinghe. If Brother Xinghe does not go first, I will not accept anyone else. In no time, Chu Xinghe was chosen to be the first to immerse himself in the spiritual liquid. Amidst the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, he approached the liquid, which required no actual bathing. Merely being close allowed the spiritual energy to automatically consume a portion, cleansing his marrow and bones. A breeze, akin to the spirit of spring, flowed into the body of Chu Xinghe. In an instant, he felt an intense heat enveloping him, as if his very bones and flesh had undergone a profound transformation. Simultaneously, his cultivation ascended from the pinnacle of the second-rank Martial Master directly into the esteemed ranks of the third-rank Grand Martial Master. Previously, the misfortune compass had propelled him to the peak of the second rank, and now the spiritual liquid had facilitated his remarkable breakthrough. Congratulations, Senior Brother Xinghe, on your ascension to Grand Martial Master. It was evident that he was indeed exceptional. We entered the sect together, yet Senior Brother Xinghe has already reached the third rank. Enough chatter, let us proceed to the spiritual liquid in turn. The disciples formed an orderly line. Ma Liang, as the vanguard who first discovered the spiritual liquid, was granted the second chance to enter. As the earlier one enters, the stronger the spiritual energy. In a moment of excitement, Ma Liang delivered an impromptu acknowledgement. I must express my gratitude to Senior Brother Xinghe for his unwavering trust in me, even when I was being difficult. He never abandoned me, granting me opportunities that led to my current accomplishments. In essence, following Senior Brother Xinghe guarantees success. Ma Liang completed the cleansing of his marrow and bones, his cultivation advancing from the early stages of the second rank to the pinnacle, merely a step away from the third rank. Next, Wan Lin, the earliest among the disciples to become an admirer of Senior Brother Xinghe, was the third to enter. Without a lengthy speech, she simply stated, "Wherever Senior Brother Xinghe points, I shall strike." Subsequently, the other disciples entered one after another. However, there was a modicum of disappointment among the brothers regarding the necessity of undressing before entering the spiritual liquid. Naturally, Sister Wan Lin shared in this sentiment. The 100-member group completed the cleansing of their marrow and bones, a testament to their elite status as disciples of the Haotian sect. All had reached the pinnacle of the second rank, and although a gap remained before the third rank, their strength had undeniably surged. Senior Brother Xinghe, let us take the remaining spiritual liquid with us. The exit should be just ahead. The other three sects are likely doomed. As Ma Liang spoke, many nodded in agreement. From the direction of the city, the sounds of anguished cries and fierce combat echoed, painting a vivid picture of the battlefield's brutality. One misstep could result in annihilation for the three sections. At this moment, they needed only to do nothing to reap the rewards. Yet, as everyone nodded in agreement, Chu Xinghe interjected, "No, we must go save them." Ma Liang was perplexed, for the choice of path was a matter for each sect to decide. It seemed unrelated to the Haotian sect. Why intervene? The 10 major sects had ranked the Haotian sect first. In the past, when the demonic forces ran rampant, the 10 sects united against them, bound by shared fate. Yet, as the demonic threat persists today, I cannot simply watch our fellow sects perish here, regardless of their circumstances. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Ma Liang lowered his head, and so did the others. A man without trust cannot stand. When the Haoyan sect committed to entering the spiritual cave, we chose only 100 individuals, while the spiritual liquid here is sufficient for 300. The remainder is meant for the other 3 sections. Since the Haoyan sect has made a promise, we shall never hoard it for ourselves. Having spoken his piece, Chu Xinghe observed the nods of agreement from all, finally exhaling in relief. It would be acceptable if the Haoyan sect incurred no losses, but to take the remaining spiritual liquid back entirely would be unacceptable. At this moment, with a grand gesture, Chu Xinghe commanded, "Let us go." Reinforce the 3 sects. At the city gate, 1/3 of the 200 members of the 3 sects were either injured or petrified, while the remaining members found their supply of broken stone pills dwindling. However, the monsters within the gate seemed to multiply endlessly. "Brother Gua, you lead the others away. We can no longer hold on," Fan Sheng said, tears glistening in his eyes. The Dongyue Pavilion, being at the forefront, had suffered the heaviest losses, and now they had no chance of retreating. "Brother Fan, come with us." Sun Xueheng rushed forward, attempting to grasp Fan Sheng. But Fan Sheng forcefully broke free from their hold. "I led the disciples of Dongyue Pavilion out, only to have them perish here. How could I return to the sect with any face? Please inform Sherman that Fan Sheng is the disgrace of Dongyue Pavilion." With those words, Fan Sheng plunged into the horde of monsters without looking back. Guo Qizhen and Sun Xueheng exchanged glances, realizing that they had truly reached the point of no return. They could only find a way to retreat, helplessly watching as Fan Sheng was surrounded by an ever-increasing number of monsters. "Let us go," Guo Qizhen shouted, and they began to fall back. As they did, the monsters surged toward the remaining members of Dongyue Pavilion, who were now too weak to resist. Beginning to be petrified one by one, Fan Sheng continued to raise his battle blade, striking fiercely, yet he was still unable to fend off so many monsters. Tongling, Zhaohong, many of my junior brothers and sisters. Watching his fellow disciples fall victim to the monster's petrifying gaze, despair consumed Fan Sheng's heart. He gradually began to tire, but in that moment, he felt that death might serve as a release. Just as Fan Sheng closed his eyes, preparing to embrace his fate, a beam of yellow light pierced the heavens above. In an instant, the light descended upon the city gate, splitting into 2, then 4, and multiplying further. Hundreds of yellow beams rained down, crashing into the horde of monsters. The Haoyan sword box. The locust emerges, among the 9 divine swords. Although the locust sword was the first to be wielded and not even in the form of a sword, its power was formidable. The light of the locust sword could transform into countless beams in an instant. Of course, Chu Xinghe's current strength was not sufficient for such feats, but he was still capable of splitting it into hundreds of sword lights. 100 beams of sword light descended from the heavens, and all monsters charging towards Fan Sheng were torn apart by the sword array. Haoyan is indomitable. The essence of Haoyan endures. The 100-member squad of Haoyan sect shouted their battle cry as they emerged from one direction to engage the enemy. "Everyone follow me. We must rescue all those trapped." Chu Xinghe led the charge into the fray. The disciples of Haoyan sect, like avenging deities, followed closely in his footsteps, entering the battle. In an instant, the members of Xingyue sect and Baiming city, who were about to withdraw, were taken aback. Haoyan sect. It is indeed the Haoyan sect. They were astonished that help had arrived at such a critical moment. At this juncture, both Guo Qizhen and Sun Xueheng stood in disbelief, unable to fathom that Haoyan sect had come to their aid. And leading the charge was none other than the disgrace of Haoyan sect, Chu Xinghe. Chapter 29, Thunder Shadow emerges, violet lightning flashes. Haoyan is indomitable. The essence of Haoyan endures. Suddenly, members of the Haoyan sect descended, and the locust sword formation cascaded from the heavens, swiftly cleansing the area around Fan Sheng of all monstrous beings. Upon witnessing the approaching Chu Xinghe, Fan Sheng was rendered speechless. He had previously proclaimed that Chu Xinghe was a disgrace to the Haoyan sect, a disgrace to the top 10 sections. Yet, at this moment, he choked on his words. As the saying goes, it is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to send coal in the snow. Fan Sheng had already resigned himself to his demise, yet the Haoyan sect arrived at the critical moment. Countless stone-breaking pills flew from Chu Xinghe's Qianquan ring, showering the battlefield. "What are you still dawdling for? Administer the medicine to those petrified, and for those without, hastily replenish the stone-breaking pills. The Haoyan sect shall lead the charge, with the Xingyue sect on the left flank and Baiming City on the right. Everyone, follow me. Upon receiving the command, both Sun Xueheng and Guo Qizhen sprang into action. In that instant, they felt as if they were reliving the days when their elders spoke of obliterating the demonic path. Why does the Haoyan sect rank supreme? It has always been at the forefront when vanquishing the demonic sections. When the decree of Haoyan is issued, the world bows in submission. Though they were not facing the demonic sect today, and even just moments ago had been insulting Chu Xinghe, they were nonetheless awestruck by his gallantry as he returned with the Haoyan sect. The Haoyan sect could have stood idly by, watching them suffer losses, as the greater their losses, the more benefits the Haoyan sect would reap. Yet, they chose not to do so. They came to rescue former allies, demonstrating immense magnanimity. At this moment, neither Sun Xueheng nor Guo Qizhen had any further words for Chu Xinghe. When Brother Xinghe commands a charge, we shall follow without hesitation. If anyone dares to call Brother Xinghe a disgrace to the Haoyan sect again, I shall break their wisdom teeth. Clearly, this was neither the time for puns nor jest. After being baptized in spiritual liquid, the strength of the Haoyan sect was far beyond that of the three sections. Coupled with the unlimited supply of stone-breaking pills, the monsters were nothing but mere chickens and dogs before the Haoyan sect. Moreover, the true terror lay with Chu Xinghe. At this moment, locusts soared above his head, and with every descent, they unleashed a barrage of sword lights, leaving nothing but ruin in their wake. Flying swords. Those are flying swords. Sun Xueheng was utterly astonished upon witnessing Chu Xinghe's flying swords. Not only him, but Guo Qizhen too wore an expression of disbelief. It was said that the Haoyan sect possessed a Haoyan sword box, containing 9 divine swords, yet for 4 centuries, no one had been able to wield it, rendering it a mere legend. But today, the Haoyan sword box made its debut, astonishingly in the hands of Chu Xinghe. Everyone finally understood why Chu Xinghe could lead the Haoyan sect and why he was a direct disciple. He was the master of the Haoyan sword box. Among the top 10 sects participating in this event, each was a paragon of excellence, but leaders like Guo Qizhen were the very pinnacle of brilliance. Yet, at this moment, upon seeing the Haoyan sword box, all these prodigies paled in comparison to Chu Xinghe. This was the unparalleled heritage of the Haoyan sect. As the sword lights flickered incessantly, Chu Xinghe approached Fan Sheng. At this moment, Brother Fan Sheng of the Star River was at a loss for words. Take the elixir. Quickly save the people of the East Moon Pavilion. Chu Xinghe tossed the elixir to Fan Sheng, who without hesitation continued to engage the enemy. Trembling, Fan Sheng began administering the elixir to his petrified junior disciples. Fortunately, the duration of their petrification was brief, and after consuming a significant amount of the breaking stone elixir, they were restored to their former selves. Soon, the members of the East Moon Pavilion began to recover and gradually rejoined the fray. The monsters were steadily being cleared away, and hope finally dawned upon them. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the city gate, followed by a tremor that shook the earth, causing the walls to collapse. Behind the fallen walls, a colossal statue shattered, revealing a gigantic monster towering 5 or 6 meters high, its gaping maw bared as it charged forth. Fan Sheng took the lead, wielding his spirit blade, but when the blade struck the monstrous figure, it rebounded violently, sending Fan Sheng flying back, blood spewing from his mouth. As he was repelled, the others attempted to attack, but the creature's defenses were formidable, rendering their efforts futile. Stand back. Allow me. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Chu Xinghe understood he must act. Lives were at stake. Locusts. A brilliant yellow sword light surged into the sky as a sword formation descended, unleashing a rain of blades upon the monster. Each blade pierced its skin, leaving behind gashes. The defenses had been breached. Yet, it was still insufficient to vanquish the beast. Enraged by the assault, the monster entered a frenzied state, charging madly towards Chu Xinghe. Brother Xinghe, retreat. Ma Liang positioned himself protectively in front of Chu Xinghe, urging him to escape first. Just as Ma Liang prepared to withdraw with Chu Xinghe, a sudden burst of purple lightning illuminated the surroundings, causing Ma Liang's hair to stand on end. Thunder Shadow. Engage. With a swift motion, Chu Xinghe raised his left arm, summoning a bolt of lightning that shot skyward. In a flash of purple electricity, the thunderous shadow descended, striking the charging monster squarely on the head, resulting in a resounding explosion that shattered its skull. Its massive body collapsed, but inertia carried it forward, eventually resting before Chu Xinghe. In that moment, all present could see a weapon, resembling neither thunder nor lightning. Hovering above Chu Xinghe's head, the second sword of the Haotian sword box, Thunder Shadow. As the purple lightning flickered, the Thunder Shadow had claimed its foe. With the downfall of the colossal monster, the smaller creatures seemed to lose all courage, retreating like a receding tide. Yet, even as the monsters fled, everyone remained in a state of shock. The extraordinary sword rain of the locusts had left many in disbelief, and the recently flashing purple lightning. What divine weapon was that? The purple lightning soared back into the Haotian sword box, and the locusts returned to their place. Chu Xinghe surveyed his surroundings, regaining his earlier cheerful demeanor. However, at that moment, the gazes of both the Haotian sect members and those of the three sects towards Chu Xinghe had fundamentally transformed. What was the reason for the presence of such a rebellious spirit like Ma Liang in the Haotian sect? Previously, Ma Liang felt a sense of injustice, questioning why he should be inferior to someone like Chu Xinghe. After all, wasn't it merely a stroke of good fortune? He believed that in a genuine contest, he would not necessarily emerge defeated. Countless individuals shared this sentiment, especially among the three sects. And even Fan Sheng harbored doubts that Chu Xinghe was merely a beneficiary of connections. However, the moment the Haotian sword box was unveiled, all skepticism regarding Chu Xinghe's prowess dissipated instantaneously. Is Brother Xinghe truly this formidable? Many wondered, having never witnessed him in combat. He had always claimed to possess mediocre talent and average cultivation. Was this truly so? Brother Xinghe was known for his amiable nature, unlike certain individuals who thrived on challenges. Yet he had earned the direct mentorship of the sect leader and the Haotian battle intent. How could they remain oblivious to this? What I previously perceived of Brother Xinghe was but a mere fraction of his true capabilities. His depths were unfathomable. Not only did the Haotian sect regard him as enigmatic, but members from the other sects also gathered around. First among them was Fan Sheng, who suddenly knelt before Chu Xinghe with a thud. Junior Brother Fan, what are you doing? Please rise, Chu Xinghe urged, hastily helping him up. Brother Xinghe, I, Fan Sheng, was but a wretched being. How could I have insulted you? Today, you have graciously overlooked past grievances, coming to the aid of our Dongyue Pavilion. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Fan Sheng wept, overwhelmed with emotion. He had previously disparaged Brother Xinghe as timid and cowardly, yet everyone had just witnessed the magnitude of his strength, the flying sword, the legendary Haotian sword box. Such power was enough to lie untroubled in the spirit cave, yet he had foolishly assumed that Chu Xinghe was merely a product of nepotism. When Chu Xinghe had generously offered a map as an apology for past happenings, he had wrongly suspected ulterior motives. Fan Sheng had never felt such profound remorse in his life. Other disciples of Dongyue Pavilion also knelt in reverence, and in that moment, Chu Xinghe could only urge the disciples of the Haotian sect to assist them, as they were helped to their feet. The gazes of the Dongyue Pavilion disciples towards Chu Xinghe had transformed entirely. Where there had once been disdain, now there was only admiration. Dear brothers and sisters, there is truly no need for such gestures. The 10 major sects are interconnected, a sentiment I have expressed numerous times. Many may think I merely speak in platitudes. But let me assure you, this is a conviction I hold dearly in my heart. Today, when the three sects are in peril, the Haotian sect cannot stand idly by. Just as, in the future, should the Haotian sect find itself in distress, would the three sects remain indifferent? Absolutely not. The disciples of the three sects spoke in unison. Well said. I shall say no more. Let us not dwell on sentiment. By the way, we have indeed located the spirit liquid. It lies upon another path. The spirit liquid is over there, and all of you can accompany us to undergo the cleansing and marrow extraction. As these words left Chu Xinghe's lips, the three sects were once again taken aback. What? The spirit liquid truly lies in that direction? The Haotian sect has already discovered it. Yet they still come to our rescue? Even at the risk of sharing the spirit liquid afterward, they proceed without hesitation? All disciples of the three sects stood in astonishment, marveling at the magnanimity displayed before them. Brother Xinghe, it is indeed a tremendous blessing that we have managed to preserve our lives this time. Logically speaking, our Dongyue Pavilion should no longer take any spiritual liquid, yet Fan Sheng hesitates. Aware that the sect has decrees that must not be defied, he concedes that the spiritual liquid still belongs to you. Chu Xinghe led everyone to the location of the spiritual liquid. Although the three sects felt a twinge of guilt, they nevertheless began to absorb the liquid. Standing before the reservoir, Fan Sheng refrained from making any grand speeches, merely stating, from now on, Brother Xinghe, You shall be like a brother to me." He then proceeded to absorb the liquid. Though the others said little, their gratitude was unmistakable. While they engaged in this process, Chu Xinghe took the opportunity to investigate the nearby city, curious about the commotion surrounding it. However, after thorough exploration, he found nothing of value, no treasures whatsoever. Upon returning to the spiritual liquid, he discovered that all members of the three sects had completed their absorption, leaving a portion of the liquid still available for collection. "Let us divide this among our 4 families," Chu Xinghe suggested, pointing towards the liquid. "Brother Xinghe, how can this be? You have pledged an oath that if you do not return with 70%, you will lose your status as a direct disciple," Wan Lin exclaimed, alarmed by Chu Xinghe's words. The other disciples shared her concern, although the Haotian sect could have claimed it all for themselves. Sharing it with everyone was already a generous act. If they were to divide it further, Brother Xinghe would surely face punishment upon return, which seemed profoundly unfair. "Sister Wan Lin, we 4 families ought to share this, since we all entered together." Enough of this discussion, Chu Xinghe interjected hastily. "If you continue to speak, I want to fulfill my oath." But it was too late. As soon as Chu Xinghe finished speaking, the members of the 3 sects exchanged glances, resolutely nodding in agreement. Then, Guoqijian spoke up. "Brother Xinghe, we cannot share it. All remaining spiritual liquid shall belong entirely to the Haotian sect." Chu Xinghe was taken aback. The members of the 3 sects were unwavering. They were determined not to take any of the remaining spiritual liquid. It was all to be given to the Haotian sect. Chu Xinghe was on the verge of tears. After all his efforts to save them, was this the reward he received from these ingrates? That cannot be. You too came here with a mission. If you fail to obtain the remaining spiritual liquid, you would undoubtedly face severe repercussions upon your return. Seeing that soft persuasion was futile, Chu Xinghe decided to adopt a firmer approach. Each sect undoubtedly had its own tasks, and failure to complete them would result in punishment. Indeed, upon mentioning punishment, many faces revealed signs of hesitation. Now we are getting somewhere. To avoid penalties, shall we divide it? I will bear all the consequences alone. However, before Chu Xinghe could relish his small victory, Fan Sheng spoke again. "Brother Xinghe, while the sect has indeed set requirements for us, had it not been for the Haotian sect's rescue, I, Fan Sheng, would not have survived to even discuss spiritual liquid. Brother Xinghe, you risked your life to save us. Now you are willing to let us all absorb the liquid. If we were to take the remaining liquid after this, would we still be considered human? Brother Xinghe, please cease your words. If we were to take the spiritual liquid, we would indeed be ungrateful and unjust. You must not lead us astray." Fan Sheng's words resonated with silent agreement among the group. Yet, only Chu Xinghe could retort, "Am I the one deceiving you? You are the ones deceiving me." Chu Xinghe wished to exert further effort in his arguments, but the opportunity had slipped away. The members of the 3 sects had already assisted the Haotian sect in collecting the remaining spiritual liquid, which was then entrusted to the fortunate steward, Ma Liang. By Chu Xinghe's side, to avoid any mistakes, the 3 sects meticulously verified the quantity several times, ensuring that not a single drop was missing before they finally relaxed. As the last remnants of the spiritual liquid were completely taken away, the exit of the spiritual cave opened in kind. Everyone, save for Chu Xinghe, emerged from the cave with joyous spirits. "Brother Xinghe, this place is nearest to our Xingyue sect. Why not accompany us to our sect? The sect master and elders will surely express their gratitude for your assistance during this venture." Guoqijian cordially invited, but Chu Xinghe resolutely declined. What folly it would be. Although avoiding conflict is preferable, should the Xingyue sect express their thanks to the Haotian sect, Chu Xinghe would prefer to forego the honor. Despite Guoqijian's disappointment at this refusal, he could not help but admire Brother Xinghe's disinterest in worldly accolades. The gratitude extended by Brother Xinghe, who had led the Haotian sect to rescue everyone from peril and willingly relinquished the spiritual liquid, was indeed immense. It was easy to envision how the Xingyue sect would lavish their thanks upon Chu Xinghe should he accompany them. What a splendid opportunity for recognition. Yet, Brother Xinghe simply dismissed it, citing a duty to his sect. Unmoved by such a promising opportunity, his steadfastness left Guoqijian in deep admiration. "Brother Xinghe, though I, Fan Sheng, may not articulate my gratitude, your kindness is etched in my heart. Should you ever require assistance, know that I would traverse any distance, unflinchingly." Brother Xinghe is one of the individuals I, Sun Xueheng, hold in the highest esteem. If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call upon me. Fansheng and Sun Xuang bid farewell to Chu Xinghe, as they needed to return promptly to their sect to report all that had transpired. Chu Xinghe exchanged respectful farewells with each of them. Meanwhile, the elders of the Haotian mirror were left bewildered by the unfolding scene. What transpired within? They could observe Chu Xinghe and his companions through certain secret arts, yet upon entering the spiritual cave, their vision was obscured. Thus, they remained ignorant of the events that transpired within. They distinctly recalled the tension between the three sects and the Haotian sect upon entry. How could it be that, within such a brief interval, all emerged with an entirely transformed attitude towards Chu Xinghe and the Haotian sect? What truly transpired within? I have already dispatched individuals to await news at the Xinghe sect, which Xizhen assured. Upon my return, I shall receive updates swiftly. The eldest elder's foresight proved astute. After bidding farewell to the three sects, Chu Xinghe led a 100-man contingent towards Yuqing. Along the way, the fortunate Ma Liang flaunted his Qianquan ring with unabashed delight. He. Fellow disciples, this time we are bringing back all the spiritual liquid, although the remaining liquid is not as good as the ones we could directly absorb. After the adept hands of our senior brothers from Lingyi Palace, it will surely transform into washing marrow pills. With this abundance of spiritual liquid, every newly initiated disciple should receive a washing marrow pill, right? Not only that, there will be leftovers. I calculated that if we adhere to what senior brother Xinghe said, about 70%, each person could receive one, and now that it all belongs to us, there will still be excess. Senior brother Xinghe initially pledged 70%, and I must admit, it terrified me. But now it seems he underestimated the yield. It should be 90%. The younger disciples chatted merrily, bursts of laughter echoing, their demeanor vastly different from when they first set out. Though Chu Xinghe joined in the laughter, the bittersweet pangs in his heart were known only to him. How did this ill-fated expedition to the spirit cave turn out like this? Chu Xinghe was baffled. How could they lose by deliberately delaying their arrival, retreating to the city, or choosing a reverse route? How had he lost? Others toiled tirelessly for treasures only to return empty-handed. Yet he, who had painstakingly avoided all possible sources of treasure, ended up with it all. What kind of absurdity was this? At this point, aside from his internal turmoil, Chu Xinghe had no recourse. After a day's journey, they arrived at Yuqing. Meanwhile, within the Haotian sect, in the Haotian palace, both the sect leader Gu Mingqiao and the Grand Elder, along with the other senior elders from various palaces, gazed in disbelief at the disciple who had just returned from the Xinghe sect with news. Please repeat that, the Grand Elder said, momentarily dazed, while the others offered no dissent. It was reported that the 100-man contingent led by junior brother Xinghe had entered the spirit cave, having evidently discovered some unique mechanism that allowed them to directly access the second layer. Subsequently, rather than seizing the spiritual liquid due to their advance, junior brother Xinghe mapped the second layer and shared the information with the three sections. At a fork in the path, he allowed the three sects to choose the inner city, which was most likely to harbor treasures, while he opted for the outer city. The three sects encountered monsters in the inner city and were besieged, while the spiritual liquid appeared in the outer city. Junior brother Xinghe and his team could have forsaken the others to claim the liquid for themselves. Yet they chose instead to lead the Haotian sect to rescue the three sections. With his flying sword, junior brother Xinghe vanquished countless monsters, ultimately saving everyone from the three sects, assuring them that the Haotian sect would not claim an ounce more than its due, sharing the spiritual liquid with the three sections. After the three sects absorbed the liquid, any remaining portion was entirely relinquished to the Haotian sect. The disciple reiterated the information he had gathered, and silence enveloped the Haotian palace. The Grand Elder gestured for the disciple to take his leave. Once the disciple departed, sect leader Gu Mingqiao spoke. This child, though he uttered only 4 words, the admiration in his eyes was unmistakable. The other elders nodded in agreement, with the Grand Elder stroking his newly grown beard, his face blooming with a smile akin to a chrysanthemum. This expedition to the spirit caverns appeared to be a united front of the 4 sects. However, it was well understood that due to Chu Xinghe's inadvertent purchase of the Shunling grass, which had metaphorically choked the 3 sects, they reluctantly relinquished 100 slots. The 3 sects harbored a subtle aversion towards the Haotian sect, evident from the moment they entered. Their animosity towards Haotian sect was firmly established, causing the prominent figures of Haotian sect to worry whether Chu Xinghe could navigate the trials within. Fearing he might fall prey to the schemes of the 3 sects, and end up with nothing. Yet, upon learning of the events that transpired within, they were utterly astonished. What left them most astounded was not how Chu Xinghe discovered the mechanisms or his fortunate navigation of the paths, but rather his choice in the face of crisis. At the most perilous moment for the three sects, he did not choose to stand idly by or to exacerbate their plight. Instead, he decisively led the disciples of Haotian sect to their aid without hesitation. What remarkable magnanimity! What extraordinary composure! Such a spirit and demeanor truly befit the highest throne of the world's foremost sect. While the three sects might isolate Haotian sect, the latter would never turn a blind eye to anyone in need. Chu Xinghe's choices and his noble heart completely won over the three sects, which is why, as they bid farewell, each looked upon him with a mix of guilt and respect. This young man exceeded my most optimistic expectations, Gu Mingqiao mused. Initially, he envisioned the best outcome as Chu Xinghe leading the team to acquire the spiritual liquid and securing the remaining 70%. Yet now, not only had Chu Xinghe obtained all that was left, but he also garnered the respect of the most elite disciples of the three sections. If Gu Mingqiao were to grade this expedition to the spirit caverns, he would assign Chu Xinghe a score of 99, reserving the last point out of concern that the boy might become overconfident. But how composed this child is! Would he truly become arrogant? The Grand Elder proclaimed that this time, Xinghe had rendered significant service to the sect, as the remaining spiritual liquid would require their Lingyi palace to refine it into cleansing elixirs. Gu Mingqiao was filled with immense joy. Rest assured, the Lingyi palace will handle it. The Grand Elder stood tall, acknowledging that Chu Xinghe had indeed brought great honor to the Haotian sect and to Lingyi palace. Although the other heads of the various palaces did not have Chu Xinghe as their disciple, the fact that he had acquired such a substantial amount of spiritual liquid meant that each of their newly initiated disciples would be entitled to a cleansing elixir. A tremendous boon indeed, prompting smiles all around. Everyone was elated, except for Chu Xinghe. Standing in Yuqing, he felt utterly frustrated by this expedition to the spirit caverns. What better way to relieve such frustration than through shopping? Observing the spiritual stones within his Qinquan ring, Chu Xinghe resolved to indulge in a shopping spree. Chapter 31. Taking everything except the boss and the staff. It is often said that when women are unhappy, shopping frantically can alleviate their gloom. In truth, it is not solely women who find solace in retail therapy. Men too share this sentiment, especially when spending someone else's money, which provides an even greater sense of relief. Ma Liang. Here, the illustrious Ma Liang emerged from among the multitude of disciples. I am planning to procure some items in Yuqing. Please inquire about the most prominent merchant association in the area and request their assistance in transporting my purchases to Haotian sect. Senior Brother Xinghe. We possess the Qinquan ring. Ma Liang waved his hand dismissively, yet Chu Xinghe shook his head. Ma Liang refrained from pressing for further details. He would simply follow Senior Brother Xinghe's arrangements. Soon, Ma Liang discovered that the largest merchant association in Yuqing was, rather astonishingly, the Haotian Merchant Association. The representative was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who, upon meeting Chu Xinghe, greeted him with utmost respect. His name was Qin Xiangqian, the vice president of the Western Division of the Haotian Merchant Association, a formidable figure in his own right. In Yuqing, anyone who encountered Qin Xiangqian would inevitably address him as Lord Qin. However, upon meeting Chu Xinghe, he displayed profound deference. This was due to the detailed account Ma Liang had provided regarding Chu Xinghe's identity. As the direct disciple of the Grand Elder, inheritor of the Zhuke Spirit Fire and the Apothecary Saint's legacy, and the master of the Haotian Sword Box, Chu Xinghe had declined the sect master's offer to become a direct disciple, a decision that did not incite anger but rather led to the impartation of Haotian's battle intent and the granting of the Haotian order. Notably, Senior Brother Xinghe became the first disciple in the history of Haotian sect to misuse the Haotian order and only face 3 months of confinement. Therefore, Ma Liang left it to Qin Xiangqian to ponder the significance of this illustrious individual. Was there truly any need for contemplation? Qin Xiangqian's ascent to the vice presidency of the Western Division was not merely due to his stature. Although he hailed from the outer sect, many disciples in the outer sect are unable to transition to the inner sect after a certain period. The Haotian sect also provides alternative career paths, such as joining the Merchant Association. Qin Xiangqian's journey from an outer sect disciple to the vice president of the Haotian Merchant Association's Western Division attests to his remarkable acumen and adaptability. After hearing Ma Liang's introduction of senior brother Xinghe, Qin Xiangqian understood that it was entirely appropriate to serve this esteemed disciple of the Grand Elder. It was not an exaggeration to suggest that he could potentially be the next leader of the Haotian sect, and the master of Lingyi Palace was certainly within reach. Vice President Qin, it is an honor to meet you. Senior brother, Qin Xiangqian addressed Chu Xinghe, a title that bore no offense, for despite his imposing presence, he remained merely an outer sect disciple, and it was entirely fitting to refer to someone of Chu Xinghe's stature as senior brother. Vice President Qin, I cannot accept such a title, Chu Xinghe replied, observing the graying hair of Qin Xiangqian with a bemused expression. Senior brother Xinghe, you jest. You are of the inner sect, and I am of the outer sect. It is customary within the Haotian sect for outer sect members to address inner sect members as senior brothers. Though I, Qin Xiangqian, may not frequently engage with the sect, I would never forget such regulations, Qin Xiangqian stated, prompting a nod of acknowledgement from Ma Liang. Chu Xinghe, resigned yet unwilling to dwell on the matter further, proceeded to articulate his intentions for the day. Vice President Qin, I plan to purchase some items in Yuqing, gifts for my fellow brothers and sisters in the sect, as well as for our esteemed elders. How many gifts shall you procure? I would be happy to assist in selecting them, Qin Xiangqian offered. Everyone possesses it, including the outer disciples. Qin Xiangqian was genuinely astonished this time. Everyone possesses it? How many individuals belong to the Haotian sect? With the 18 palaces of the inner sect and the addition of Haotian Palace, that amounts to a total of 19. Some palaces boast tens of thousands of members, while others have several thousand, nearly reaching 10,000. By such calculations, the total number of disciples in the inner sect of the Haotian sect is undoubtedly an immense figure. It is no exaggeration to say that within the Haotian mountain range, home to the world's foremost sect, every peak and palace resembles a city in its own right. To gift every individual, including the outer disciples, a present? Honestly, Qin Xiangqian found himself unable to fathom the logistics. Not to worry, we can adopt a blind box approach. Let's procure more items, and everyone can draw from the boxes to receive their gifts, Chu Xinghe suggested, noticing the perplexed expression on Qin Xiangqian's face. Blind boxes? Qin Xiangqian was unfamiliar with the concept, but Chu Xinghe elaborated. The idea was to mix all the gifts together and place them in boxes of varying sizes but identical appearances, allowing everyone to choose their own, receiving whatever they drew. This unique method of gifting left Qin Xiangqian bewildered. He had initially thought Chu Xinghe intended to present valuable gifts to the sect leader and the elders, but had not anticipated this. Ma Liang was equally astonished and remarked, no wonder senior brother Xinghe doesn't use the Qian Kuan ring. With this quantity, it could never accommodate such a load. Though Qin Xiangqian did not entirely grasp Chu Xinghe's reasoning, he promptly arranged for the preparation of the boxes as described. Meanwhile, he accompanied Chu Xinghe on a shopping spree in Yuqing, leading Chu Xinghe to the largest commercial street in Yuqing, the premier trade area of the city. Qin Xiangqian soon witnessed what could only be described as Xinghe shopping. This store looks promising. I'll take it. Take what? Everything, except for the owner and the staff. Really? This shop is also quite nice. All gold and silver jewelry. Take it all. This jewelry store is adequate. I'll take everything. This clothing store? Forget the clothes. Just buy all the accessories. While others purchased items piece by piece, Chu Xinghe acquired entire shops. The entire commercial street soon buzzed with excitement. A super-rich individual had arrived in Yuqing, buying without hesitation, sweeping through entire stores. In just a brief period. Aside from a few shops that did not meet Chu Xinghe's standards, practically every item available had been cleared from the shelves. All the shop owners, who were absent from their stores, stood outside in eager anticipation, having encountered wealth before, yet this level of affluence was unprecedented for them. At this moment, Qin Xiangqian felt a sense of embarrassment. In the Haotian sect, if one were to inquire which palace was the most formidable, none would concede to the others. However, if one were to ask which was the wealthiest, Lingyi Palace would undoubtedly claim the second position, prompting the other palaces to vehemently rebuke Lingyi Palace's audacity. But just how wealthy is Lingyi Palace? Today, Qin Xiangqian bore witness. Because Chu Xinghe stated, these are all the allowances given by my senior brothers. Just listen to that, allowances. Could your family's pocket money purchase an entire street, and then another? Were it not for the lack of necessity, Qin Xiangqian would suspect that Chu Xinghe could buy out Yuqing and relocate it. The shopping spree persisted until the evening. during which Chu Xinghe depleted the goods across 7 districts of Yuqing. The entire city buzzed with discussions of the super-rich sweeping through Yuqing. That night, everyone opted not to return to Haoyin Sect, as preparations were still underway at the teleportation array, so they chose to stay in Yuqing. However, this time they did not select the Fan Tower, considering Qin Xiangqian was present and the Haoyin Commerce Association was also nearby. It would be unthinkable to allow their own people to stay elsewhere. Qin Xiangqian directly arranged for everyone to rest at the western branch of the Haoyin Commerce Association. After dinner, Qin Xiangqian accompanied Chu Xinghe for a stroll around the association, but after only a few steps, a subordinate approached to report. "Speak freely. Brother Xinghe is one of our own at Haoyin Sect." Qin Xiangqian interjected, sensing the hesitation of his subordinate. Upon hearing this, the subordinate hastily bowed to Chu Xinghe and conveyed the message. "President Jia Gui from the Listening Snow Tower has come again. Did we not instruct him to leave? Why is he still here?" Qin Xiangqian exclaimed, clearly agitated. He glanced at the puzzled Chu Xinghe and quickly explained, "Brother Xinghe, you may not be aware. Our western branch is closest to Lingmai Mountain. Crossing the Yulin Mountain range leads directly to it. Therefore, we are responsible for the mining of raw spirit stones. Recently, a major mine was discovered, and several commerce associations, including ours, managed to procure a substantial quantity of raw ore from it. Once this batch is transported from Lingmai Mountain to the Shi family in the Eastern District, we stand to gain tenfold profits." The Shi family, mentioned by Qin Xiangqian, is one of the 3 great families in the realm, even ranking above the Huang family. The Shi family has built its fortune on spirit stones. The saying that all spirit stones originate from the Shi family is not mere rhetoric. The Shi family has long been acquiring vast amounts of raw spirit stone from various sources, employing their unique methods to extract the spirit stones from the raw ore. The recent discovery at Lingmai Mountain, identified by an elder of the Shi family, turned out to be a super mine capable of producing high-grade spirit stones, prompting a flurry of purchases from various parties. Once the raw ore is shipped to the Shi family, utilizing their techniques to extract the spirit stones will yield at least tenfold profits. On the other hand, Jia Gui from the Listening Snow Tower, which ranks among the top 10 sects, received the news too late and thus failed to secure any raw ore. Desperate, he has been seeking assistance from all quarters and learned that Haoyin Sect acquired the largest quantity of raw ore. He is now willing to purchase spirit stones from Haoyin Sect at 5 times the price of the raw ore. Could Qin Xiangqian possibly agree to such a deal? We have already procured the raw ore. Simply transporting it to the Shi family will yield us tenfold profits. Why would we sell it to you at merely 5 times the price? Are we fools? This would mean a loss for Haoyin Sect." Qin Xiangqian fervently explained to Chu Xinghe. However, upon hearing the word loss, Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with understanding. Originally poised to gain tenfold, selling at 5 times would imply that Haoyin Sect would be losing 5-fold in a sense. This arithmetic was clear to him. "President Qin, please take me to see the raw ore," Chu Xinghe stated. Naturally, Qin Xiangqian had no objections and led Chu Xinghe to the underground warehouse of the Haoyin Commerce Association. Soon, within the warehouse, Chu Xinghe encountered a mountain of raw stones. Goodness, the sheer quantity of these stones was enough to dazzle anyone. And even at 10 times the price, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Senior Brother Xinghe, once this transaction is completed, our West District will undoubtedly become the foremost among the 4 districts this year. These raw stones are sufficient to meet the consumption of our Haoyin Sect for an entire year." Qin Xiangqian's eyes gleamed with fervor, and Chu Xinghe's gaze mirrored his enthusiasm. The annual spiritual stone consumption quota of the Haoyin Sect. This was an astronomical figure that one could never calculate alone. In that moment, Chu Xinghe made his decision to sell the raw stones to Jia Gui. "Huh?" Qin Xiangqian looked at Chu Xinghe with bewilderment. "I said, sell all the raw stones here to Jia Gui for just 5 times the price. Senior Brother Xinghe, that is not feasible. If we sell to Jia Gui now, we would be losing half the profit." Qin Xiangqian was perplexed by Chu Xinghe's sudden change. However, before he could finish his thoughts, Chu Xinghe had already produced an object from his hand. "I say, sell all these raw stones to Jia Gui of the Listening Snow Pavilion for 5 times the price. Let us finalize the sale tonight." With the Elder's token in hand, Qin Xiangqian knelt upon the ground. Yet, he truly could not comprehend Chu Xinghe's demands. Clearly, they could earn 10 times more. What did it mean to forego the remaining 5 times? Senior Brother Xinghe holds the Elder's token, and I must comply. But please enlighten me as to why. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, then even with the Elder's token, I must seek clarification from the sect. Hey, an unexpected gain, you say? A satisfactory explanation? What a ridiculous notion. Do you expect me to confess that I intend to let the sect incur a loss of half? Isn't it clear enough? To inflict such great damage upon the sect, and you wish to report me? That would be splendid. If the sect learns of this, coupled with my reckless use of the Elder's token, my status as a direct disciple is surely at stake. Chu Xinghe offered no explanation to Chu Xinghe. Yet with the Elder's token in play, compliance was inevitable. When Jia Gui received news that the Haotian sect was selling raw stones, he was utterly astonished. He had lost all hope, yet the Haotian sect had taken the plunge. Had Chu Xinghe lost his senses? But there was no time for hesitation. Jia Gui hastily arranged for a substantial amount of spiritual stones, ready to consume the raw stones from the Haotian sect. Although he paid 5 times the original price, once processed at the Shi family, it would yield a staggering profit of 5 times. Was the Haotian sect foolish? Not only Jia Gui, but Chu Xinghe also considered Chu Xinghe a fool, yet the Elder's token compelled him to comply. However, Chu Xinghe had already declared that he would return to the sect alongside Chu Xinghe, for this matter was too significant. He needed to report the truth to the sect leader. Such a loss could not be attributed to him, Chu Xinghe. A sleepless night ensued for Chu Xinghe, his rage nearly turning his hair white. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe dreamt blissfully, waking several times in laughter. This batch of raw stones, once sold, equated to a direct loss of half a year's worth of spiritual stones for the Haotian sect. I ask you, how could I possibly lose this time? Today is a fortuitous day. Wait, why am I singing this wretched song again? Such ill fortune. As dawn broke, Chu Xinghe awoke and savored a delightful breakfast with his junior disciples. However, in stark contrast to his joy, his juniors wore expressions of bewilderment. It was evident that Chu Xinghe had already divulged the matter to them. The fortunate Ma Liang cautiously approached Chu Xinghe, inquiring, "Brother Xinghe, could it be that Jia Gui is your brother-in-law? Get lost." Chu Xinghe retorted with a kick, incredulous at the absurdity of the suggestion. Am I such a superficial person? Is my pursuit merely wealth and beauty? From this day forth, I shall strive to be a noble individual, a great person, one who transcends base desires, and one who only exploits the sect. Though Ma Liang could not comprehend why Brother Xinghe was determined to act thus, he could only accept that his senior was indeed extraordinary. In the ensuing days, Chu Xinghe refrained from seeking out Chu Xinghe. This batch of raw stones could have propelled him to the pinnacle of this year's for major regions, bringing him a step closer to the legendary position of the president of the Haotian Chamber of Commerce. Yet, with Chu Xinghe's involvement, Chu Xinghe felt a pang of anguish. He had already devised a plan to report the situation truthfully. This burden was too heavy for him to bear. The image of Jia Gui leaving with the raw stones, beaming with delight, only intensified his discomfort. Calculating the days, Jia Gui's shipment to the Shi family was likely imminent, effectively surrendering 5-fold profits to another. Finally, the teleportation array was ready. They had arrived as a 100-strong group, yet returned with an additional member. Chu Xinghe, with a few strands of hair turned gray, joined the return to Haotian sect. The familiar sensation of vertigo and nausea returned. But this time it was only Chu Xinghe who succumbed to vomiting. The others, though pale, managed to hold their composure, likely due to their enhanced cultivation. As the dust settled, they found themselves in the martial arena of Haotian Palace. In the distance, before the palace gates, stood the sect leader, Gu Mingxiao, accompanied by the Grand Elder and the heads of various halls. Salutations to the sect leader and esteemed elders. Chu Xinghe and the 100-strong group bowed in unison. Ha! Good. Good, my children. We are well aware of each of your performances during this expedition. The sect is quite pleased with your journey to the spirit cave. But do not let this inflate your egos. You have committed some minor errors that require reflection. Such mistakes must not be repeated in the future. As the sect leader spoke, his gaze briefly swept over Ma Liang. Tears welled in Ma Liang's eyes. This implied that the leader was aware of certain matters but chose not to pursue them further. He had, at last, escaped unscathed. Looking at Brother Xinghe ahead, Ma Liang recognized that his current fortune was entirely due to Chu Xinghe's support. Subsequently, Ma Liang presented the spiritual liquid from his Qiankuan ring to the Grand Elder for the concoction of cleansing elixirs. Meanwhile, disciples from various halls departed under the guidance of their respective heads, each one stopping before Chu Xinghe to express their gratitude for his care throughout their journey. The elders observing this scene smiled and nodded in approval. Chu Xinghe, watching from the sidelines, felt his heart tremble with emotion. He had encountered disciples of the Haoyin sect before, yet meeting someone like Chu Xinghe was a first for him. The 100-member group hailed from various palaces, and their respect for Chu Xinghe was not merely a result of his leadership position, but rather a profound and genuine admiration. Observing the sect leader and the grand elder, their gazes towards Chu Xinghe resembled that of a father looking at his beloved son. The other elders, rather than expressing any discontent at Chu Xinghe's prominence, exuded an aura of kindness and warmth. Who exactly was this Chu Xinghe? Although Ma Liang had provided ample introduction, Chu Xinghe still found it hard to comprehend. It was one thing for a person to have opportunities, fortune, and talent, but to be universally liked by everyone. What was that about? Furthermore, upon their return, the customary procedure dictated that all should enter the Haoyin palace to pay their respects to the sect leader and the elders, yet here they were, welcomed by the sect leader and elders instead. I recall your name is Chu Xinghe, yes? The president of the West District? The grand elder turned his attention to Chu Xinghe only after everyone else had departed. Disciple Chu Xinghe pays respects to the sect leader and the grand elder. Chu Xinghe hurriedly bowed. As he looked at the grand elder, he noticed the icy demeanor directed towards him, starkly contrasting the affection displayed towards Chu Xinghe. Nevertheless, Chu Xinghe understood that he had to report the matter truthfully. Gritting his teeth, he began, I report to the grand elder. This matter pertains to senior brother Xinghe. Before Chu Xinghe could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Mingqiao. Whatever you have to say, speak it in the Haoyin palace. Goodness. Chu Xinghe had intended to voice his concerns among the crowd, yet it seemed the sect leader sensed that this was no trivial matter. What could his summons to the Haoyin palace mean? Was he attempting to shield Chu Xinghe? Would he resort to silencing him? Despite being the president of the West District, if one were to perish within the Haoyin palace, no one would dare inquire about the circumstances. With a heart full of trepidation, Chu Xinghe followed into the Haoyin palace. This was his first time entering the opulent halls as an outer disciple, yet he lacked the spirit to admire the grandeur. Instead, kneeling before the grand elder and the sect leader, the situation unfolded as such. Chu Xinghe had contemplated embellishing his account, but now he dared not, opting instead for a straightforward recounting of events. Once he finished, the grand elder cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xinghe. Was what he said indeed true? The grand elder still wore a benevolent expression. Regret washed over Chu Xinghe. He recognized that as long as Chu Xinghe maintained his innocence, the grand elder would not hesitate to eliminate him, making him the scapegoat. Ultimately, he had been too naive. Chu Xinghe realized that today. He was likely facing a calamity. However, just as he prepared himself for the role of the scapegoat, Chu Xinghe spoke up. He is correct, it is I. What? This left Chu Xinghe dumbfounded. The grand elder and sect leader also furrowed their brows. In truth, when Chu Xinghe had initially voiced his claims, their instinctive reaction was skepticism. Yet there was no apparent motive for Chu Xinghe to fabricate such a story. What benefit would it serve him to accuse Chu Xinghe? However, the deliberate actions leading to the sect's loss should not be attributed to the young Chu Xinghe. If one were to ponder who might betray the sect, the grand elder would doubt all, including himself, yet would never suspect Chu Xinghe. Thus, the situation is indeed perplexing. Xinghe, do enlighten us with your thoughts, Gu Mingqiao interjected. What thoughts can I possibly have? Chu Xinghe, feeling rather desperate, retorted. I intended for the sect to incur losses, but of course, I would never voice it so bluntly, lest I be swiftly silenced. Just as Chu Xinghe contemplated how to concoct a reason that wouldn't lead to his demise, a sudden golden light surged towards him from afar. It was a golden spiritual bird. Gu Mingqiao swiftly grasped it from the air, and it landed in his palm. This bird was tasked by the Haoyin sect to convey crucial messages. Typically, it only appeared during significant events. Thus, Gu Mingqiao, disregarding all else, opened the bird to discern the message. Upon reading the contents, Gu Mingqiao stood frozen in astonishment. He glanced at Chu Xinghe and then at the kneeling Chu Xinghe, and suddenly burst into joyous laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, what a good child you are, Xinghe. The grand elder, taken aback, received the spiritual bird from the sect leader. After a brief glance, he too erupted in laughter. Ah, I see now. This child Xinghe nearly led us to misjudge him. Qin Xiangqian, bewildered by this turn of events, was left in a state of confusion. Chu Xinghe, though equally perplexed, sensed an ominous foreboding. Chapter 33. The demeanor of senior brother Xinghe, the sect leader and the Grand Elder, laughed heartily, sending chills down Qin Xiangqian's spine, while Chu Xinghe's sense of dread intensified. Soon, the Grand Elder unveiled the information from the spiritual bird, which simultaneously appeared before both Chu Xinghe and Qin Xiangqian. Upon reading the message, Qin Xiangqian was rendered speechless, while Chu Xinghe felt as though his heart had been pierced. Indeed, the foreboding sense had materialized. The message from the spiritual bird was straightforward. There had been a catastrophe concerning the raw stones. The raw stones, procured from a major mine and sent to the Sure family, were found to yield no precious spiritual stones whatsoever, only the most inferior quality. This revelation was catastrophic. The top 10 sects had invested heavily in these raw stones, having previously been assured of their quality through thorough exploration by the Sure family. Now faced with such a calamity, how could the sects remain passive? A brawl erupted right at the Sure family's premises. With the head of the Sure family left bloodied and battered, the sects proclaimed that unless the Sure family provided a satisfactory explanation, they would not relent. It was rumored that the one who bloodied the Sure family head was from the Tingxua pavilion, and a certain Jia Gui appeared to have fainted on the spot. In comparison to the other sects, while everyone faced considerable losses, they had merely forfeited the base price, missing out on a tenfold return. Calculating the losses, it was indeed a setback, but not a catastrophic one. However, the situation at the Listening Snow Pavilion was markedly different. They had engaged in a high-stakes gamble, purchasing the raw stones from the Haotian sect at 5 times the original price. The Haotian sect possessed an abundance of these raw stones. Thus their losses were not merely substantial, but catastrophic. As Chu Xinghe perused the information regarding the spiritual bird, he felt as though he might faint on the spot. Akin to what happened to Jia Gui. Just as he was on the brink of despair, the misfortune compass began to spin once more. What on earth was happening? As Chu Xinghe pondered this perplexity, the compass halted at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier of cultivation. Had he received a reward? What could this possibly mean? He had not caused any loss to the sect. On the contrary, he had profited. Why, then, was there a reward? Yet, upon catching sight of Qin Xiangqian, who appeared ashen and despondent, a realization dawned upon Chu Xinghe. Ah, my dear child, it seems you had sensed the issues with this batch of raw stones ahead of time. The art of stone identification is part of the medicine saint's legacy. Why did you not inform Qin Xiangqian sooner? Had you done so, he would not have needed to rush here to lodge a complaint, leaving me and the sect leader to mistakenly believe you were once again acting recklessly. The Grand Elder gazed upon him with tender affection. When he first heard of Chu Xinghe's predicament, the Grand Elder had been genuinely astonished. After all, the last time Haotian's decree was in play, despite having granted his authorization, the Elder's command leading to such losses could not protect Chu Xinghe from severe repercussions. The Grand Elder was perplexed as to why Chu Xinghe would act in such a manner, yet clarity washed over him. He even imagined that this good child, fearing the sect might suffer losses, had willingly employed the Elder's decree, and his reluctance to inform Qin Xiangqian in advance was perhaps due to a concern about leaking sensitive information. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the medicine saint's legacy is extraordinary. It appears he did not choose poorly, for this child is truly a blessing for Haotian. Qin Xiangqian, with the situation now clarified, you ought to express your gratitude to Xinghe for mending the aftermath. Had it not been for Xinghe's intervention, do you comprehend the fate that awaited you? The sect leader's voice had regained its authoritative tone. Qin Xiangqian, consider this a blessing in disguise. Regarding your prior accusation against Xinghe, I trust that Xinghe's magnanimity will prevail, and thus this matter ends here. At this moment, Qin Xiangqian's countenance was pale as he bowed to the sect leader and the Grand Elder before taking his leave. Good child, you should also take some rest. The Grand Elder gestured for Chu Xinghe to depart. Exiting the Haotian palace, Chu Xinghe spotted the distant figure of Qin Xiangqian, lost and forlorn. Yet, he was not the sole one in such a state. Chu Xinghe himself was not faring much better. Nevertheless, the reward from the misfortune compass at the 3rd tier was a small consolation. Qin Xiangqian, his senior brother, still bearing the appearance of one utterly disoriented, panicked anew upon seeing Chu Xinghe. How much did you keep? Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Qin Xiangqian's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse, but fortunately, Chu Xinghe's quick reflexes caught him just in time. It is commonly said that Ma Liang is a harbinger of fortune. Yet Chu Xinghe believes that Qin Xiangqian is the true fortune bringer. Were it not for him, Chu Xinghe would have suffered a complete loss. Fortunately, Qin's disobedience hinted at his clandestine possession of some raw stones, which resulted in some damage to the sect. Though indirect, it still involved Chu Xinghe. Thus, he received a reward. In this era where everyone betrays one another, finding a fortune bringer like Qin Xiangqian is indeed a rare stroke of luck. Brother Xinghe, I am at fault. I am at fault, Qin Xiangqian exclaimed, his face as pale as paper. How much did you keep hidden? 1/10, Brother Xinghe. I truly did not realize your good intentions. At that moment, Qin Xiangqian felt genuine panic. He knew that if this matter were to be disclosed, no one could save him. Defying the Elder's orders was enough to warrant 100 deaths for him. Very well, I am aware of this matter. Upon your return, regardless of the means, you must rectify your errors. Let this be the end of it, Chu Xinghe stated calmly. Hearing this, Qin Xiangqian was momentarily stunned. At that instant, he found it hard to believe that Brother Xinghe had chosen to spare him. Despite his ignorance of Chu Xinghe's good intentions, he had come to report him to the sect. Yet Brother Xinghe bore no grudges and refrained from disclosing his secret possession of the raw stones to the sect leader. Now, he was even granting Qin the opportunity to mend his mistakes. In that moment, Qin Xiangqian was truly impressed. During his first visit to Haotian Palace, witnessing the respect shown to Brother Xinghe by so many, including the elders of various halls, he had been perplexed. But now he understood. If he had previously addressed Brother Xinghe merely due to his esteemed position, at this moment, it was no longer about status. He was genuinely convinced, wholly captivated by Brother Xinghe's magnanimity and character. To be misunderstood and reported by others, yet to hold no resentment and ultimately assist that very individual. What a noble person indeed. With a resounding slap to his own face, Qin Xiangqian declared, Brother Xinghe, I shall forever remember today's events. Thank you, Brother Xinghe, for your great generosity in sparing me. Enough of that. You have dedicated yourself to the sect for many years, while you may not have achieved merit. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. However, remember this, there must not be a next time. Rest assured, Brother Xinghe, from this day forth, should you instruct me to head east, I shall not venture west. Should you bid me to chase a dog, I shall not pursue a chicken. Qin Xiangqian departed, filled with boundless admiration for Chu Xinghe, leaving Haotian sect behind. Thanks to Chu Xinghe's intervention in the raw stone incident, Haotian sect emerged as the sole victor. Although Chu Xinghe felt discontent, he was grateful that the true fortune bringer, Qin Xiangqian, had aided him, so it was not a total loss. Shortly after Qin Xiangqian's departure, members of the Haotian merchant caravan finally arrived at Haotian sect. A multitude of vehicles transporting countless boxes adorned with the cloud-patterned emblem of Haotian sect drew the attention of many onlookers. What are those? I have no idea, but I heard they were purchased by Brother Xinghe. What has Brother Xinghe bought? That seems far too much. Uncertain of the cost, one might wonder. Brother Xinghe, a disciple of Lingyi Palace, is treated like a precious gem by his fellow brothers. So does this some truly matter to Lingyi Palace? A multitude of blind boxes was dispatched to Haotian sect, and as discussion swirled regarding what Chu Xinghe intended to do, the blind boxes were distributed. The elders and disciples, on their first descent from the mountain, pondered what gifts to bring for their esteemed elders and brothers, yet they were unsure of their preferences, thus resorting to this method. The blind boxes contained an assortment of items. Regardless of what was revealed, it was merely a token of the disciples' heartfelt intentions, and they implored the elders not to scoff at their offerings. As Chu Xinghe presented the blind boxes to each elder, the recipients were momentarily taken aback by this novel gift, but soon they could not suppress their laughter. Previously, disciples from various palaces had descended the mountain bearing precious gifts, which were intended for those who had aided them or could potentially enhance their prospects. While there is nothing wrong with gift-giving, those who did not receive gifts often felt a twinge of envy. Yet, Chu Xinghe's approach was indeed intriguing. By placing all items within blind boxes, he himself was unaware of what each contained. From the sect master to the elders, down to every disciple, including those of the outer sect, Chu Xinghe prepared a blind box for all with impartiality. An elder might uncover a trivial doll, while an outer sect disciple could unveil a treasure of great worth. This method not only piqued everyone's interest, but also garnered silent approval for Chu Xinghe's egalitarian spirit. This child truly put thought into his actions. Upon receiving their blind boxes, Elder Gu Mingqiao also received one. When he opened it to reveal a grasshopper doll, He could not help but smile knowingly. The doll, though inexpensive, held far greater value in Gu Mingchao's eyes at that moment than the various treasures brought back by the other disciples. For Chu Xinghe's approach was, first and foremost, fair, and secondly, equal for all. How could Gu Mingchao not cherish such a thoughtful gesture? He placed the grasshopper doll carefully in a prominent position on his treasure shelf. Compared to the invaluable artifacts surrounding it, the grasshopper doll seemed trivial, yet in Gu Mingchao's heart, it was far more precious because while others offered gifts with ulterior motives, Chu Xinghe's heartfelt gift was genuine. Is there a gift more precious than sincerity in this world? Chapter 34. Pure actors just ask how to lose throughout the Haoyin sect. The recent days have been nothing short of a lively celebration, rivaling the atmosphere of the new year. From the sect master to the outer disciples, even the kitchen staff responsible for preparing meals, everyone has received a blind box gift from Chu Xinghe. The most fervent discussions among the populace revolve around who has opened what. It is said that the sect master unveiled a grasshopper doll. Truly? I thought Brother Xinghe was merely jesting. I had no idea it was indeed a blind box. Your words are quite revealing. Brother Xinghe's character is not unknown to us disciples of the Haoyin sect. He has never been one to flatter those in power while belittling others. The gifts he offers are imbued with genuine sentiment, devoid of any intention to curry favor with the higher-ups. In the past, those who ventured out would return bearing various gifts for the elders and the sect master, leaving us feeling rather overlooked. Yet, when we turn our gaze to Brother Xinghe, the contrast is stark. I have heard tales of an outer sect disciple who received a pendant crafted from high-quality spiritual stones, a treasure of considerable worth. Meanwhile, our esteemed elder merely received a doll, which is rather amusing. Those fortunate enough to acquire valuable items rejoiced, while those who did not remained undeterred. For the sect master had merely obtained a grasshopper figurine, and the elders received dolls as well. In comparison, one could hardly feel disheartened. Throughout the Haoyin sect, everyone was elated by the surprise gift boxes. Simultaneously, the events of the recent spiritual cave expedition undertaken by the 100-member group were disseminated widely upon their return. The endeavors of Chu Xinghe and his companions became the talk of the sect. In no time, both elders and ordinary disciples were nodding in approval of Chu Xinghe and the 100-member group. They exhibited both bravery and wisdom. They were ever willing to lend a helping hand, offering warmth to their fellow disciples while displaying unyielding coldness to adversaries. Chu Xinghe's actions garnered silent admiration from every member of the Haoyin sect. Particularly, the successful retrieval of all the spiritual liquid incited cheers among the 3,000 newly initiated disciples, who hailed Brother Xinghe as exceptionally impressive. Initially, they felt disheartened for not being able to join the 100-member group and partake in the spiritual cave's transformative experience. However, with the return of the spiritual liquid, every individual would at least receive a cleansing pill. Though not as potent as the effects of the spiritual cave, it nonetheless promised significant benefits. For each person, this represented a tremendous advancement. Brother Xinghe essentially conferred great advantages upon each of the 3,000 disciples, which undoubtedly filled everyone with joy. The atmosphere throughout the Haoyin sect was one of jubilance, save for one exception. In the outer sect, Chu Xinghe, who could finally manage to rise from his bed, also received a surprise gift box from Chu Xinghe. You scoundrel, Chu Xinghe! Such despicable behavior to curry favor with others. Enraged, Chu Xinghe cast the gift box to the ground. It shattered, revealing a Zongzi doll. Remarkably, the color and wrapping of this doll bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Xinghe himself at that moment. Chu Xinghe, you dare to humiliate me in this manner. He seethed, tearing the Zongzi doll into shreds. However, this act did little to assuage the fury that swelled within him. Who was he? He was Chu Xinghe, the most gifted individual from Kaoshan village. That scoundrel Chu Xinghe ranked behind him as the foremost figure of Kaoshan village. His destiny was to wield a sword and ascend to the celestial realms. Despite enduring various injustices for the time being, Chu Xinghe firmly believed that these trials were merely tests set by the heavens. As the saying goes, when the heavens bestow great responsibility upon you, they must first temper your spirit and strengthen your sinews. He was merely undergoing this refinement. Once he emerged victorious, he would surely leap through the dragon gate and soar to great heights. Yet, what was Chu Xinghe to dare subject him to such humiliation? He is merely a second-rate scoundrel from the mountain village. He is destined to be trampled underfoot. After venting his frustrations, Chu Xinghe felt a sense of relief. However, just as he was preparing to recline and indulge in his anticipated respite, the door was forcefully kicked open. Lu Bo, the portly leader of the group, stormed in with an expression of displeasure. "What on earth is this rascal shouting about? I was just occupied with a personal matter," and his voice nearly startled me into a state of distress. "Hey, is that a blind box from Brother Xinghe? You wretched creature, have you shattered Brother Xinghe's heartfelt gift? Brother Xinghe, hailing from the same hometown, has repeatedly extended his kindness to you, and yet you repay him with such ingratitude, even ruining this present. Damn it, I can no longer endure this. Brother Xinghe is a truly good person, and you, shameless scoundrel, dare to act this way. Brothers, let us proceed." No one can ascertain how long this brawl lasted, but it is certain that the heavens have bestowed upon Chu Xinghe a heavy burden, ensuring he would endure further hardships for at least half a year. The minor incident outside the sect did not reach Chu Xinghe's ears, for he was preoccupied with refining the cleansing essence pill over the past few days. As a fourth-tier alchemist, Chu Xinghe encountered no difficulties in concocting this fourth-grade elixir. However, due to the legacy of the medicine sage, he was truly disheartened. The Grand Elder proclaimed that the cleansing essence pills produced by others were of ordinary quality, a tremendous waste. Yet, the pills refined by Chu Xinghe were of exceptional quality, offering immense assistance to his junior brothers and sisters. Thus, all the pills were entrusted to Chu Xinghe for refinement. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. How could he have possibly anticipated this turn of events? Was this not a punishment? Did the misfortune compass have no bearing on this? Is there no law or justice? Each day, Chu Xinghe labored with a mournful countenance in the Medicine King's palace, while the senior disciples remained industrious. For every exceptional cleansing essence pill distributed, they informed the recipients. "Do you know that this was personally refined by Brother Xinghe for you? Within the entire Lingyi Palace, only Brother Xinghe possesses the ability to produce such exceptional pills. And the disparity between these and the ordinary ones is monumental. For your sakes, Brother Xinghe has not left the Medicine King's palace for half a month, and we can hardly bear to witness it." With the unwavering support of the senior disciples, each junior brother who consumed the cleansing essence pill was filled with gratitude. "Behold, our Brother Xinghe, tirelessly devoted to ensuring his juniors' swift advancement." The elders of the various palaces also expressed their appreciation for the dedication that Lingyi Palace showed towards Chu Xinghe. However, their gratitude only served to elevate the Grand Elder's spirits, who personally kept a close watch on Chu Xinghe, leaving him no opportunity to slack off. Amidst such rigorous training, Chu Xinghe had not emerged empty-handed. At the very least, he had progressed to the 5th tier in alchemy. After 2 full months, he finally completed the refinement of all the cleansing essence pills. The moment he stepped out of the Medicine King's palace, he understood what it meant to be released from a sentence. The title of 5th-tier alchemist is utterly meaningless. I despise alchemy. What nonsense. Upon returning to his chamber, Chu Xinghe resolved to embrace a state of complacency. Following the incident with the raw stone, he had come to the realization that even the most overt strategies could lead to failure. He understood that a more prudent approach was essential. Otherwise, he must refrain from acting impulsively, for the consequences could be unfathomable. At last, junior brother Xinghe emerged from seclusion. Feng Fei, upon seeing Chu Xinghe sprawled out like a lifeless dog, erupted into laughter. "Brother Feng, you might as well deliver a fatal blow. I find myself devoid of purpose." Chu Xinghe lamented. "That cannot happen," Feng replied. "I have just received word that individuals from the Martial Emperor City and the Heavenly Medicine Palace are approaching, and their intentions are far from benevolent. The elders from various sects are currently convening at Haoyan Palace to deliberate on how to respond. Are we preparing for battle?" Chu Xinghe inquired, astonished. "Not a battle, Paresi. My Haoyan sect holds the esteemed position of being the foremost sect in the realm, while Martial Emperor City ranks just beneath us. For years, they have sought to surpass us and claim the title of the greatest in the world. Let them try." Chu Xinghe could hardly contain his urge to interrupt Feng Fei. Feng continued, "However, the gap in heritage and strength between Martial Emperor City and our Haoyan sect is considerable. Their ambition to surpass us is akin to a fool's dream. Yet, they remain relentless. 15 years ago, they proposed a competition where the most outstanding disciples from each generation would come to Haoyan sect under the guise of seeking guidance, though we both know their true intentions. As for the Heavenly Medicine Palace, they are the only faction capable of rivaling our Lingyi Palace in alchemical prowess. Their alliance with Martial Emperor City in this endeavor is merely a reflection of their shared ambitions. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with determination. I suspect that as the newest generation of disciples emerges, I, junior brother Xinghe, will undoubtedly be called to the forefront, not only to face Martial Emperor City, but also to contend with the Heavenly Medicine Palace. Feng Fei then cautioned, but what if you lose? Lose. Chu Xinghe chuckled. In the past 15 years, Haoyan Sect has only suffered one defeat against Martial Emperor City, a loss attributed to the inadequacy and arrogance of our disciples. That defeat tarnished our reputation and came at a great cost to stabilize our standing, so do not entertain thoughts of failure. Should we lose, it would not only harm our sect, but you, my dear junior brother, would also face severe repercussions. This is a confrontation with Martial Emperor City. A loss would equate to a disgrace upon our sect. No amount of intercession would suffice. Tears welled in Chu Xinghe's eyes. Brother Feng, you are truly an exceptional mentor. Martial Emperor City, with such benevolence, the title of the world's greatest will surely belong to you. If you lack the capability, I, Chu Xinghe, shall elevate you. 15 years. With only a single defeat, and yet that loss had inflicted damage upon our sect's honor, necessitating a substantial sacrifice to restore our reputation. Haoyan Sect, the #1 sect in the world, could scarcely bear the humiliation of losing to the second-ranked Martial Emperor City. Yet, Chu Xinghe declared, I fear no disgrace. I have made it my life's ambition to confront it. Martial Emperor City wishes to challenge us, does it? I, Chu Xinghe, shall not shy away. Mark my words. If we have only lost once in 15 years, I shall ensure there will be a second and a third loss. For I am certain of defeat against the Heavenly Medicine Palace as well. No one shall stand in my way. Observing Chu Xinghe's fervent demeanor, Feng Fei initially assumed that the excitement stemmed from the impending challenge. Junior brother Xinghe, you are undoubtedly prepared to engage in battle, and there are rumors circulating that you are to represent our generation against the opposing champion. However, I have also heard that the individual named Zheng Yu from the opposing side possesses the unparalleled 7-colored glazed body from the Martial Emperor City, which will prove formidable. Formidable? Chu Xinghe became even more exhilarated. It is indeed fitting that it is a tough opponent. If they were merely mediocre, it would be a poor performance on my part. A worthy adversary ensures that a potential loss is more acceptable. Do not worry, Brother Feng. Should I be chosen to represent our sect in battle, I shall not betray the trust placed in me. Feng Fei observed the resolute battle spirit radiating from Chu Xinghe, eliciting a satisfied expression from him. It seemed as though Chu Xinghe glimpsed a beacon of hope beckoning him forth. Today, no, I shall not sing that song again. As an actor of the highest caliber, in a genuine contest devoid of any distractions, I shall question how I can possibly lose. Chapter 35. Upholding the sect's honor is our indispensable duty. The sect did not keep Chu Xinghe waiting long. Soon, news arrived from Haoyan Palace. Upon receiving the message, Chu Xinghe promptly set forth toward Haoyan Palace. Outside the Grand Hall, he encountered Wan Lin and Ma Liang. Brother Xinghe. Upon seeing him, the two greeted him with smiles and bows, and the trio entered the Haoyan Grand Hall together. Inside, the sect leader, the Grand Elder, and the chief elders from various palaces were all present. Greetings, sect leader and esteemed elders, the three bowed in unison. The Grand Elder was the first to speak. You are likely aware of the visit from the Martial Emperor City and the Heavenly Medicine Palace. Therefore, we have summoned the three of you, and you should understand the purpose of this gathering. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Chu Xinghe nodded with an air of calmness, his heart unperturbed. In contrast, Wan Lin and Ma Liang's eyes widened, subsequently revealing expressions of uncontainable joy. The visit from the Martial Emperor City and the Heavenly Medicine Palace was hardly a secret. Nearly every palace had received the news. As for the Heavenly Medicine Palace, it was undoubtedly Brother Xinghe who would be representing them, a fact that no one in the entire Haoyan sect could dispute. But what of the Martial Emperor City? 3 individuals were to compete, and it was clear that Brother Xinghe would take the stage, with his sole opponent being Zheng Yu, renowned for his 7-colored glazed body. The question remained, who would fill the remaining 2 slots? Discussions ensued. For being selected would signify that these 2 individuals had earned the recognition of the sect leader and the elders, placing them among the most exceptional of the 3,000 disciples present. Wan Lin and Ma Liang, upon being summoned, felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, especially when they noticed Brother Xinghe's presence alongside them. It was as though they had suddenly realized something significant. Yet, upon hearing the Grand Elder's words firsthand. They could not contain their excitement. As the two reveled in their elation, many of the sect's dignitaries observed this scene. On one side stood the unflappable Chu Xinghe, while on the other were the visibly delighted Ma Liang and Wan Lin. In this juxtaposition, both the sect leader and the elders could not help but acknowledge that this young man, Xinghe, was indeed extraordinary. The youth, possessing remarkable composure and a calm demeanor in the face of adversity, exemplifies true steadiness. At such a tender age, to exhibit such poise is indeed a blessing from the heavens. Upon your return, the three of you must diligently prepare, for in 3 days, the representatives from the martial Emperor's city and the heavenly medicine palace shall arrive. This competition is crucial for the honor of our sect, and you must not allow even the slightest lapse in vigilance. The Grand Elder spoke, and at that moment, the excitement on Ma Liang and Wan Lin's faces evaporated, replaced by the tension and apprehension stemming from the immense pressure. Yet, when one looked at Chu Xinghe, he remained as unperturbed as ever. The elders nodded in agreement. His ability to remain unaffected by praise and blame truly sets him apart. It is apparent that Chu Xinghe had already contemplated representing the Haoyan sect, showing neither surprise nor excitement at the prospect. However, the Grand Elder's recent remarks had indeed imposed significant pressure. Observing Ma Liang and Wan Lin, their smiles had vanished entirely, while Chu Xinghe faced the weight of expectation with unwavering composure. This young man truly garnered the admiration of the elders. The Grand Elder refrained from imposing further pressure, offering only a few brief words before allowing the trio to depart from the Haoyan Grand Hall. Upon exiting, Ma Liang and Wan Lin grasped Chu Xinghe's arms from either side, and without needing to see, Chu Xinghe recognized by the touch that on his right was Wan Lin, whose anxiety was palpable. "Senior brother Xinghe, what should we do? I am so nervous. To represent the sect in battle, what if I lose? Wouldn't that bring shame upon our sect?" Wan Lin stammered, his words tumbling out in a flurry. "Senior brother Xinghe, I had a hunch about this from the moment we arrived. I was initially just thrilled to stand out among the 3,000 disciples, but as you've said before, greater ability brings greater responsibility. Representing the sect in battle, what if?" Ma Liang hesitated to continue, but the implication was clear. What if they lost? The two of them, consumed by anxiety and trepidation, turned their gazes upon Chu Xinghe. Observing their calm and collected senior brother, they felt a profound admiration for him. Truly, was it possible that he did not comprehend the meaning of nervousness? "Senior brother Xinghe, don't you feel even a hint of," Wan Lin began. But his words were abruptly interrupted by Chu Xinghe. "No. The reason you feel anxious and tense is that you fear performing inadequately and losing. You are merely afraid of failure, but I am unafraid. If one lacks the courage to confront defeat, how can one ever hope to achieve victory?" Chu Xinghe remarked with an enigmatic expression, yet his words resonated with clarity. Why were these two nervous? In essence, it stemmed from the fear of losing. To be selected from among 3,000 disciples certainly indicated excellence. Yet should they falter, would they not be deemed pariahs within the sect? Thus, the pressure was overwhelming. However, what pressure did he feel? Their anxiety arose from the desire to win, while he harbored no such desire. He wished for defeat. He had relinquished any pretense of striving for victory, feeling no pressure whatsoever. If one cannot muster the courage to face defeat, how can one ever hope to win? The echoes of Chu Xinghe's words reverberated in Ma Liang and Wan Lin's minds, dissipating much of the anxiety that had previously clouded their expressions. The two individuals comprehended that senior brother Xinghe was imparting a vital lesson: to relinquish all pressure. When one is unafraid of defeat, what else is there to fear? Representing the sect in battle, the focus should not be on how to win, but rather on contemplating how one might lose. Senior brother Xinghe was reminding them to identify every potential factor that could lead to a loss. Once these factors have been entirely eliminated, victory is assured. Indeed, senior brother Xinghe possesses profound insight. As the trio departed, each returned to their respective palace. Unbeknownst to them, their exchange at the entrance had been overheard by the sect leader and the elders within the Hall of Haoyan. Faced with a lack of courage to confront defeat, how could one ever hope to achieve victory? This young man is remarkable. The sect leader, Gu Mingqiao, bore an expression of immense satisfaction, and the elders nodded in agreement. Throughout the years of competitions against the martial Emperor's city, every selected disciple had been fraught with anxiety and trepidation. Yet, this child, Xinghe, is the first to perceive the essence of victory and defeat with such clarity. It is only through the absence of fear of loss that one can truly win. This child sees through it all more clearly than we do. At Lingyi Palace, today was indeed a fortuitous day. With a buoyant spirit, Chu Xinghe hummed a cheerful tune. What? This song is inauspicious. That was in the past. Now, facing the martial emperor city in a series of 3 contests, he would be pitted against the current chief disciple, Zheng. This would be a one-on-one duel, free from external disturbances. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly lose? With a joyful heart, Chu Xinghe returned to the Medicine King Palace. The news of the trio's selection swiftly spread throughout the entire Haoyan sect. Without a doubt, Chu Xinghe's prowess had long been recognized among the 3,000 newly initiated disciples. Ma Liang had ranked first during the entrance examination, which was why he harbored feelings of discontent when journeying to the spirit cave alongside Chu Xinghe. As for Wan Lin, although her initial ranking during the entrance test was not particularly high, her experience in the spirit tomb had granted her a sole unified spiritual weapon. Subsequently, she ascended to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier and soon after achieved another breakthrough. Rumor has it that Wan Lin had also mastered the supreme technique of Qiulin Palace, the art of the colorful rod, which contributed to her distinction. Thus, no one found any fault in the selection of the trio. At Lingyi Palace, the news of Chu Xinghe's selection was anticipated, yet the enthusiasm of his senior brothers still touched him deeply. Junior brother Xinghe, here is the information I gathered about Zheng Yu. Junior brother Xinghe, although I have not witnessed the supreme technique of Martial Emperor City, the 7-colored glazed body, I managed to procure some insights from the secret archives of the concealed skill tower for your reference. Even the Grand Elder did not remain idle. Upon summoning Chu Xinghe, he shared what he knew about Zheng Yu. However, Chu Xinghe hardly paid attention to the specifics. For his objective was to lose to Zheng Yu. Why would he be concerned with the weaknesses of his opponent? I see no necessity for this. The esteemed elder succinctly describes Zheng Yu with a single word: extraordinary. In the elder's own words, Zheng Yu is lauded as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy by the Martial Emperor City, possessing an unparalleled array of attributes. He has even comprehended the supreme art of the Martial Emperor City, the 7-colored glazed body. The Martial Emperor City has boldly proclaimed that Zheng Yu will undoubtedly sweep through the Haoyan sect. While the elder naturally acknowledges Chu Xinghe's capabilities, he still admonishes him not to be complacent. Chu Xinghe nods earnestly, recognizing that he cannot afford to be negligent. Zheng Yu is exceptionally formidable, and if he were to merely lose to him, it might not be entirely unacceptable. Should others come forth to plead for him, and the sect master, in a moment of leniency, impose a mere 3-month confinement, would he not find himself in vain? Thus, upon realizing Zheng Yu's prowess, Chu Xinghe understands that he is still too young. In this match, he must not only lose, but do so with distinction, losing in a manner that is utterly humiliating. It is our duty to ensure the sect's reputation is thoroughly tarnished. Subsequently, the elder discusses the matter of the Heavenly Medicine Palace, which has come alongside the Martial Emperor City, seemingly due to the emergence of an extraordinary genius from their ranks, seeking to challenge the Haoyan sect's Lingyi Palace. The elder has no second thoughts regarding the competition with the Heavenly Medicine Palace. His sole requirement for this contest is not only to secure victory, but to do so with grace and dignity, ensuring the sect's honor remains intact. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe resolutely nods, assuring the elder that he would never disappoint in this regard. 3 fleeting days pass, and the Martial Emperor City and the Heavenly Medicine Palace arrive as scheduled. Chapter 36, a disastrous opening on this day. The gates of the Haoyan sect stand wide open amidst the Haoyan mountain range. The elder himself greets the arriving guests at the gate. Such a grand affair is largely due to the presence of Cheng Xiaotian, the lord of the Martial Emperor City, a figure capable of contending with Gu Mingqiao. Indeed, the strong are afforded the respect they deserve. The Lord of Xiaotian is welcomed from afar, and the elder warmly ushers Cheng Xiaotian and his entourage into the sect. They exchange pleasantries as they make their way to the Haoyan Palace, where Gu Mingqiao has been waiting. Upon the elder leading the guests to the palace entrance, Gu Mingqiao rises to greet them. As he approaches, he instructs Chu Xinghe, who stands nearby, to follow closely behind him. Chu Xinghe, somewhat perplexed, complies with the sect master's request. However, the expressions of the surrounding elders shift dramatically. It is well known that a sect of Haoyan stature adheres to numerous protocols. For instance, the The positioning of individuals when receiving esteemed guests like the Lord of the martial emperor city is strictly delineated. Only two individuals are permitted to stand behind the sect master, one being the elder and the other the chief disciple. By allowing Chu Xinghe to occupy this position, the sect master implicitly acknowledges him as the chief disciple of this generation. The elders exchange glances, but none speak further on the matter. After all, the talents and character of Xinghe are evident, and few would oppose his ascension to the position of chief disciple. Mingxiao, it has been a decade since we last met. Yet you still exude the same charisma. Lord Xiaodian, you jest. It is indeed you who has gained renown across the realm in these 10 years. As Gu Mingxiao and Cheng Xiaodian exchanged pleasantries, the gaze of the Haoyan sect members shifted to the three young individuals following Cheng Xiaodian. At the forefront stood a young man whose appearance, as described by Chu Xinghe, resembled that of a protagonist stepping out from the pages of a comic. He seemed to emanate light itself. This was Zheng Yu, the extraordinary genius proclaimed by the Grand Elder to be a once-in-a-millennium talent. Behind Zheng Yu stood a girl bearing a long sword. Though her features were unremarkable, the sword she carried was anything but ordinary. It appeared almost alive, quivering at her back as if eager to be unsheathed. Sword intent. How astonishing that this young girl had already cultivated her own sword intent at such a tender age. An elder recognized the profound mystery contained within the sword behind her. Sword intent, a coveted aspiration for those who tread the path of swordsmanship. Yet, many toil their entire lives without even touching the threshold of this elusive concept. Yet here stood this girl, having grasped her own sword intent at such a young age. Truly, the martial emperor city had drawn formidable challengers this time. Further back, the third individual was a towering youth, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with skin of an unusual gray hue and muscles that made one question whether he might suddenly unleash a violent display of strength. However, his appearance left much to be desired, and he seemed somewhat lacking in intellect. This was a descendant of the ancient dragon rhinoceros bloodline. The martial emperor city had managed to recruit a disciple bearing this illustrious heritage. A well-informed elder from the Haoyan sect recognized the dragon rhinoceros bloodline in the third youth. What a remarkable trio, a young genius who comprehended sword intent, a scion of the dragon rhinoceros bloodline, each one a paragon among paragons. Yet, they stood in the shadow of the seemingly unremarkable Zheng Yu. What was it about him? His looks? In addition to the martial emperor city, Wu Kun, the leader of the heavenly medicine palace, had also brought forth their own prodigy, a girl whose age was ambiguous at first glance. Judging by her height and appearance, one might assume she was still a child, but a mere glance at her chest would suggest otherwise. This girl had been fixated on Zheng Yu since her entrance, seemingly contemplating their shared future. Wu Kun cleared his throat and introduced her as Luo Ying, while Chu Xinghe also memorized the names of the two individuals from the martial emperor city, the sword intent girl named Xiao Ling and the imposing youth named Zheng Bo. What astonished Chu Xinghe the most was the revelation that Zheng Bo was, in fact, Zheng Yu's younger brother. To this, Chu Xinghe could only marvel at the prowess of their parents. Surely, one must inquire as to who among them was not biologically related. Gu Mingxiao briefly introduced Chu Xinghe and others, and naturally, all eyes fell upon Chu Xinghe. With the legacy of the Haoyan sword box, I too am eager to witness the mastery of the flying sword technique. Cheng Xiaodian smiled warmly at Chu Xinghe. The fact that Chu Xinghe had acquired the Haoyan sword box was no longer a secret, and the legend of the 9 flying swords had spread far and wide. You should take the opportunity to learn from your senior brother Xinghe. Yes, Zheng Yu replied, having met senior brother Xinghe before. Ah, junior brother Zheng, you are too modest. Let us learn from one another, he said. Gu Mingxiao directed everyone to take their seats, as Haoyan sect had prepared a grand banquet to welcome the guests from the martial emperor city. The banquet, however, was rather dull, merely a display of the elders engaging in their ostentatious conversations. Chu Xinghe, accompanied by Wan Lin and Ma Liang, approached the others to offer a toast and welcome. Zheng Yu downed his cup in one gulp, continuously expressing polite remarks about wanting to learn from senior brother Xinghe in the coming days. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling opted for tea instead of wine, as she had only recently comprehended the essence of the sword and feared that alcohol might hinder her ability to control it. The large rhinoceros, however, completely ignored Chu Xinghe, engrossed in devouring a chicken leg. This fellow did not seem lacking in intelligence. Rather, his cognitive abilities appeared rather limited. Finally, over at Luo Ying's side, Even when Chu Xinghe came to offer a toast, the girl did not divert her gaze from Zheng Yu. Chu Xinghe, feeling somewhat disheartened, decided to leave, but junior sister Wanlin expressed a connection with Luo Ying and chose to sit beside her. However, as Chu Xinghe observed their conversation, he noticed Wanlin's hand resting in an inappropriate position. Furthermore, the way the two girls looked at Zheng Yu was strikingly different. Luo Ying gazed at him with sparkling admiration, while Wanlin's expression seemed to harbor a vengeful intensity reminiscent of a grudge against a father or a rival for a beloved. The banquet concluded in an atmosphere of harmony and merriment. Haotian Sect also arranged accommodations for the guests. After escorting them to their lodgings with the Grand Elder, Chu Xinghe returned to rest. He dreamt not at all, and early the next morning, he was summoned to the Medicine King Palace by the Grand Elder. The martial competition was scheduled for the following day. The first match would see Wanlin pitted against Xiao Ling, the second would feature Ma Liang against Zheng Bo, and the third would be his duel with Zheng Yu. Chu Xinghe nodded in acknowledgement. Last night, I discussed with the Sect Master, and it seems unlikely that Wanlin will emerge victorious in the first match. Chu Xinghe concurred with the Grand Elder's assessment. Wanlin was indeed exceptional, yet Xiao Ling, having grasped the essence of the sword at such a young age, created a significant disparity in combat prowess despite both being at the third rank. While Chu Xinghe wore a worried expression, his heart was already humming a cheerful tune. What was it called again? Opening with a black mark. In the first match, Wanlin went up and knelt down, marking a disheartening start for Haotian Sect. And was there anything more delightful than this? If Ma Liang were to lose to that large rhinoceros in the second match, it would be even more perfect. He was determined not to disappoint in the third match. 3 battles, 3 defeats. Could there be a more flawless conclusion? In the second match, even if Ma Liang cannot secure a victory, he will certainly not face defeat. The bloodline of the ancient dragon horn is renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities. Furthermore, Zheng Bo has honed his skills in the unique martial art of the Martial Emperor City, the elephant armor technique, which takes defense to its utmost limits. However, as we witnessed yesterday, this individual, indicated by the elder with a gesture to his head, has a reputation that speaks volumes. Thus, in this battle, while Ma Liang may struggle to breach his opponent's defenses, he possesses an undeniable advantage in speed, rendering Zheng Bo unable to counter him effectively. Ultimately, a stalemate seems likely. A tie? Well, that is not entirely unacceptable. Therefore, the outcome hinges on you and Zheng Yu. The previous 2 matches merely serve as a prelude. The result is of little consequence, as long as you can vanquish Zheng Yu. Even if the Martial Emperor City triumphs in the earlier contests, they will still face defeat. The elder regarded Chu Xinghe with a serious expression. Chu Xinghe nodded emphatically. I am confident. As the adage goes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. This time, Chu Xinghe need not draft any military orders. As long as he performs to his potential, maintaining a minimum standard, if he loses disgracefully, no one can shield him. And even the reputation of the Haotian Sect could suffer. The elder, observing Chu Xinghe's earnest demeanor, could not help but smile. Xinghe, do not impose such immense pressure upon yourself. As you rightly stated, do not let the fear of failure prevent you from yearning for victory. The elder firmly patted Chu Xinghe on the shoulder, departing with satisfaction. After the elder's exit, individuals from various halls rushed to rally support for Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe, you are the best. What is Zheng Yu compared to you? Bring him down. Junior brother Xinghe, have faith in yourself, with your prowess. A normal performance will undoubtedly secure victory. Senior brother Xinghe, you can certainly win. Just don't embarrass Zheng Yu too badly. It would be a pity. These words came from the younger female disciples of Qilin Palace, whose admiration for Chu Xinghe was evident. Indeed, beauty equates to righteousness, as their affections were nearly spilling over towards Zheng Yu. Eventually, more supporters were intercepted by the elder, who cautioned against placing excessive pressure on Chu Xinghe. That evening, Feng Fei observed his junior brother Xinghe sleeping soundly without a hint of anxiety and could not help but shake his head in amazement. Truly, junior brother Xinghe is extraordinary. The Grand Martial Arena of the Haotian Sect was filled to capacity that day. From all corners of the sect, everyone capable of attending congregated in the arena, as the sect leader himself presided over the event. After exchanging a few pleasantries about the close ties between the Haotian Sect and the Martial Emperor City, the martial competition commenced in earnest. Amidst the collective gaze of the audience, Wanlin ascended the martial platform, wielding a prominent staff that drew considerable attention. Chu Xinghe cast a glance at Wan Lin's weapon, known as the Coiling Dragon Three-Section Staff, a spiritual weapon that resonated with her soul. She had also mastered the supreme technique of Qilin Palace, the wishful staff method. However, Chu Xinghe found himself puzzled as to why all the female disciples of Qilin Palace were so inclined towards the study of staff techniques. Was it a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Or perhaps a case of compensating for what was lacking? Chapter 37. Comprehending the Essence of the Staff. As Wan Lin took the stage with her Coiling Dragon Three-Section Staff, the martial arena erupted into thunderous cheers. Such is the advantage of home ground. Xiao Ling gracefully ascended, landing lightly upon the martial arts stage. The two stood opposite each other, and the Grand Elder, positioned at the center of the stage, proclaimed the commencement of their duel upon receiving their affirming nods. There was little in the way of pleasantries. In an instant, the Dragon Shadow Three-Section Staff in Wan Lin's grasp erupted into a magnificent display. The staff, originally measuring just over half a meter, suddenly expanded several-fold, resembling an oversized chicken leg, with a ravenous dragon coiling around it. Brandishing this colossal chicken leg, Wan Lin advanced, swinging it with the dragon's shadow aimed directly at Xiao Ling. Yet, as the Dragon Shadow Three-Section Staff descended upon her, Xiao Ling displayed no inclination to evade. Buzz! Just as the chicken leg was about to collide with her, the sword behind her emitted a resonant hum. In a frenzy of vibrations, Xiao Ling drew the sword from its sheath. Once unsheathed, there was nothing that could suppress the sword's intent emanating from her, which surged skyward with terrifying ferocity, as if it could rend the very fabric of reality. Without the need for Xiao Ling's command, the soaring sword intent clashed with Wan Lin's oversized weapon in midair. The sword intent swept through, cleaving the illusion of the chicken leg apart, transforming into a tempest that engulfed the surroundings and utterly obliterating the spectral form of the weapon. The rampaging sword intent did not relent. It cascaded down like an awakened primordial beast, lunging toward Wan Lin. He attempted to block with his Dragon Shadow Three-Section Staff, but the sword intent was too ferocious. The tremendous force sent Wan Lin hurtling backward, tumbling off the martial arts stage. The sword intent returned to Xiao Ling's side, the sword sliding back into its sheath. And the intent was once again sealed away. I concede, Xiao Ling spoke lightly, as if uttering a trivial matter. Yet, at that moment, the entire martial arts arena of Haotian Sect fell into a profound silence. Everyone gazed at Wan Lin, who had been sent flying from the stage by a single stroke. Disbelief etched across their faces. Some may have anticipated Wan Lin's defeat, but none expected such a swift and decisive manner of loss. One strike. Merely one strike resulted in his immediate downfall. However, all present understood that it was not Wan Lin's inadequacy, but rather the terrifying potency of Xiao Ling's sword intent. The violent sword intent that had erupted skyward, though now dissipated, continued to instill a lingering fear among the spectators. It was hard to fathom that this seemingly demure young woman wielded such a ferocious sword intent. Is it over? Is this how it ends? That was too swift. Wan Lin had scarcely had the chance to showcase her full abilities. It's futile. Wan Lin's opponent possesses an overwhelming sword intent. She is no match. After a brief silence, the audience erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. For years, the disciples of Haotian Sect and Wudi City had engaged in martial contests. Yet such a one-sided annihilation had never occurred before. In past encounters, victories and defeats were typically decided in the final moments, but today, Wan Lin was dispatched in a single strike, a disparity that was undeniably staggering. Cheng Xiaodian, despite his earnest efforts to suppress the smile tugging at his lips, found it utterly futile, as his joy was genuine. For many years, the Wu Emperor City had engaged in martial competitions with the Haotian Sect. Although they had secured victories, they were often by the narrowest of margins. Today, however, they triumphed with unprecedented clarity and decisiveness. This was a first. In stark contrast, Gu Mingqiao maintained a smile that appeared increasingly strained. At that moment, a figure emerged from a distance, swiftly approaching Wan Lin. Chu Xinghe gazed at Wan Lin, who sat there in a stupor, as if enchanted by a spell, her eyes devoid of their usual brilliance. The most difficult realization to bear was not for those around her, but for Wan Lin herself. After dedicating countless days in preparation for this battle, with numerous seniors offering strategies and suggestions, she was defeated in a single move. The humiliation of such a loss left her feeling utterly bereft of dignity, questioning her very existence. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, A voice pulled her back to reality. Wanlin, what is there to be sorrowful about? Your defeat is not a reflection of your abilities, but rather a consequence of your opponent's sword intent, which you lacked. It was Brother Xinghe. Wanlin looked up, and with a heart-wrenching cry, she threw herself into her brother's embrace. Dear sister, this defeat is not your fault. It was merely due to the overwhelming strength of their sword intent. Once you grasp the concept of the stick intent, you will surely reclaim your victory. Chu Xinghe consoled her, while secretly relishing the prospect of brighter days ahead. What an unfortunate beginning. Wanlin did not disappoint, and this initial setback prompted her to ponder how she had faltered. Stick intent? Brother Xinghe, what is stick intent? She gazed at him, her eyes glistening with tears. Oh, stick intent is quite simple. Have you heard of the concept of 9 shallow, 1 deep? That has stick intent. And what about 9 deep, 1 shallow? That too is stick intent. Is 9 shallow, 1 deep truly stick intent? And 9 deep, 1 shallow as well? Wanlin questioned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Upon witnessing her expression, Chu Xinghe inwardly lamented his misstep. As he contemplated redirecting the conversation to comfort her, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Wanlin, forcefully pushing Chu Xinghe away. What is happening? He stared in bewilderment at Wanlin. Amidst his confusion, the voice of the Grand Elder resonated from nearby. Silence. Xinghe, do not approach her. Your sister Wanlin has attained enlightenment. Enlightenment? Chu Xinghe was taken aback. Yet he was not alone in his astonishment. The entire assembly felt a buzzing in their heads. What had transpired? Wanlin, seemingly despondent after being bested by Xiao Ling in the first round, had been approached by Chu Xinghe, who spoke to her, and suddenly she attained enlightenment? Had Chu Xinghe inadvertently opened the door to her realization? Not only were those from the Haotian sect incredulous, but the onlookers from Wu Emperor City shared their disbelief as well. Zheng Yu sat aside, observing the defeated Wanlin. He understood that if Wanlin failed to promptly adjust herself, this battle would haunt her for a lifetime, casting a long shadow over her future. When Chu Xinghe rushed over to comfort Wanlin, Zheng Yu's initial reaction was that it would be utterly futile. At that moment, mere consolation could not remedy Wanlin's predicament. She needed to navigate her own way out of the abyss. Just as this thought lingered, Wanlin experienced a moment of enlightenment that left Zheng Yu utterly astonished. What had Chu Xinghe done to inspire such a transformation in someone who had just faced such a devastating defeat? As everyone pondered the mystery of Chu Xinghe's actions, a formidable shockwave emanated from Wanlin. Accompanied by this surge, she seized her panlong 3-section staff, and in the next heartbeat, a radiant glow appeared upon it, expanding until it enveloped the entire staff. This luminescence seemed to bestow a spectral layer upon the panlong 3-section staff, which swelled and contracted rhythmically. If one were to count, they would observe that after every 9 undulations, the spectral form would suddenly enlarge, only to contract again after another 9. This was the essence of the staff, the principle of 9 returning to 1. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Wanlin awakened from her epiphany, and upon seeing the essence of the staff on her panlong 3-section staff, she knelt before Chu Xinghe, expressing her gratitude for his guidance. The scene erupted in astonishment. The essence of the staff. Wanlin had comprehended it under such circumstances. Even more astonishing was the fact that this understanding came through Chu Xinghe's instruction. All eyes turned to the composed Chu Xinghe, and even the sect leader, Gu Mingqiao, found it hard to believe. How had this child managed to achieve such a feat? In just a few words, he had enabled Wanlin to grasp the essence of the staff, particularly the most powerful principle of 9 returning to 1. Zheng Yu gazed at Chu Xinghe with a grave expression. Before arriving at the Haotian sect, he had heard countless tales about Chu Xinghe, largely attributing his achievements to the Haotian sword box's flying swords, considering it merely a stroke of luck. However, witnessing the events unfold before his eyes, he realized that everyone had been mistaken. This Chu Xinghe was indeed unfathomable. The brief clash between Xiao Ling and Wanlin, though fleeting, had allowed Chu Xinghe to grasp the essence of Xiao Ling's sword intent in that instant and subsequently transform that understanding into insights regarding the essence of the staff, which he then imparted to Wanlin. This was how Wanlin had achieved such an epiphany at a critical moment. The soaring essence of the staff now seemed to resonate within the hearts of everyone present, lifting the entire Haotian sect from the shadows of recent defeat. Although Wanlin had lost, this serendipitous opportunity led her to comprehend the essence of the staff, rendering the situation far from a loss. Certainly, It is well known that Wan Lin's comprehension of the art of the staff is entirely due to the guidance of Chu Xinghe. Thus, dear junior brother Xinghe, your depths are unfathomable. Earlier, I triumphed with my sword intent. Now that you have grasped the art of the staff, shall we engage in a fair contest to determine the victor? Upon the arena, Xiao Ling gazed at Wan Lin, who had just comprehended the staff's essence. Though astonished, this only ignited her desire for battle further. As Xiao Ling spoke, the arena erupted with fervent cheers. Another match. Another match. Wan Lin's eyes sparkled. Having previously succumbed to Xiao Ling's sword intent, she felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Now, with an opportunity for a rematch, she was eager to accept. However, just as Wan Lin was about to respond, her senior brother Xinghe interjected. Xiao Ling, are you attempting to insult our Haotian sect? Chu Xinghe's voice, imbued with spiritual power, resonated throughout the arena. Instantly, silence enveloped the space as all eyes turned quizzically toward Chu Xinghe, including Xiao Ling's. Another match? Humph. Are you implying that our Haotian sect cannot bear defeat? As the foremost sect in the world, we have never feared failure. Today, let it be known that should you emerge victorious, we shall accept your triumph gracefully. We can concede defeat, yet we shall never seek excuses for loss. Nor shall we engage in any disgraceful conduct of cowardice. With Chu Xinghe's proclamation, an eerie quietness settled over the crowd. None dared to mention another match. Observing the scene, Chu Xinghe exhaled a sigh of relief. It was a hard-won victory, nearly thwarted by that spirited young woman. Chapter 38. The arrival of the fire god. The arena remained silent for a full 10 seconds. Chu Xinghe's words struck each individual like heavy hammers upon their souls. Particularly those disciples of Haotian sect who had earlier shouted for another match now bowed their heads in shame. Initially, they had not contemplated the implications, only desiring Wan Lin to secure victory in a rematch. However, upon hearing the words of junior brother Xinghe, they realized that Wan Lin had already lost. If a loss could be followed by a breakthrough and another battle, would it not imply that the opponent could also challenge again after losing, leading to an endless cycle? Was this not precisely what junior brother Xinghe meant by being unable to bear defeat? Haotian sect, the foremost sect in the world, had indeed faced losses before, yet it had never been incapable of accepting defeat. The concepts of losing and being unable to bear loss are distinctly different. Haotian sect can lose, but it shall never allow itself to be branded as unable to accept defeat. At this moment, all the elders regarded Chu Xinghe with solemnity. In that fleeting moment, as Wan Lin achieved her breakthrough, several among them had contemplated the possibility of an actual match. Yet now, they recognized the folly in their thinking. This was a contest between sects, not a private duel. A loss is a loss, and a victory is a victory. To propose a rematch after losing was sheer nonsense. The Grand Elder's eyes gleamed with profound approval. Today, the Haotian sect faced a disheartening defeat against the martial Emperor city in their inaugural battle. Naturally, this weighed heavily on his heart. However, Wan Lin's breakthrough in understanding the essence of the staff technique, 9-9 returning to 1, was sufficient to compensate for the initial loss. Even more gratifying for the Grand Elder was the fact that, amidst countless disciples clamoring for Wan Lin to engage in another battle, Chu Xinghe remained the most lucid individual on the field. Had Wan Lin indeed taken to the arena again and, by chance, emerged victorious, how would the outcome be interpreted? If deemed a victory for Haotian sect, how would the world perceive them? Would they not see Haotian sect as unable to accept defeat, continuing to fight until they claimed a win? If such a scenario unfolded, what dignity would remain for Haotian sect? What honor could they uphold? The sect leader, Gu Mingqiao, gazed at Chu Xinghe with fervent admiration. Ah, what a remarkable child, he thought, when Xiao Ling had proactively requested another bout. He too had contemplated whether it was wise to engage once more. Yet, Xinghe had placed the considerations of others before his own. He understood that even a victory in a rematch would not yield any benefits for Haotian sect, but rather, it would strip them of their pride. His timely intervention was commendable. At such a tender age, his clarity of thought and thorough weighing of pros and cons was indeed astonishing. Although Cheng Xiaodian maintained a smile, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed his face, which Gu Mingqiao perceptively noted. In truth, Cheng Xiaodian had been the most eager for a rematch. Regardless of whether Wan Lin won or lost, it would have been a significant blow to Haotian sect. The word would spread that Haotian sect could not bear defeat. Cheng Xiaodian had assumed that Wan Lin, driven by youthful exuberance, would agree without hesitation. Yet, He was utterly unprepared for the comprehensive consideration displayed by Chu Xinghe, who left no room for opportunity. Observing Chu Xinghe standing resolutely, Chen Xiaodian could not help but shake his head, lamenting, "What a splendid child! Such a pity he is not from our martial emperor city." With the announcement of the first match's outcome, the Grand Elder declared martial emperor city the victor, effectively disregarding Xiao Ling's request for a rematch. Although disappointment flickered in Wan Lin's eyes, her newfound understanding of the staff technique dispelled any inner turmoil. She recognized that her inability to conquer Xiao Ling today was not due to a lack of strength, but rather for the sake of her sect's honor. She chose to endure in the name of righteousness. Nonetheless, Wan Lin firmly believed that one day, she would surely bring Xiao Ling to her knees beneath her staff. Upon hearing the Grand Elder announce their defeat, Chu Xinghe finally exhaled a sigh of relief. How difficult it has been, just a hair's breadth away. After a brief respite, the second contest commenced as scheduled, with Ma Liang facing off against the formidable great rhinoceros, Zheng Bo. How should one evaluate this battle? In Chu Xinghe's words, it was exasperatingly tedious. Ma Liang was undeniably strong, certainly among the elite of this generation's disciples, yet the great rhinoceros was, without a doubt, a beast of extraordinary proportions. In the face of Ma Liang's blade, this creature neither flinched nor dodged, enduring every strike with sheer physical might. Remarkably, Ma Liang's most fervent efforts could not even leave a mark upon the beast's hide. What kind of defense was this? However, it was soon revealed by the Grand Elder the terrifying nature of the dragon rhinoceros bloodline, renowned as the strongest defensive innate talent in the world. When combined with the unique martial art of the martial emperor city, the elephant armor technique, it elevated the defense of the great rhinoceros to an almost grotesque level. Yet, every advantage carries its drawbacks. While the dragon rhinoceros bloodline is formidable, those who possess it share a common trait, a lack of intelligence. This great rhinoceros, far from exhibiting any semblance of cleverness, was indeed quite foolish. Consequently, while his defense was formidable, his offensive capabilities were utterly dismal. Aside from mindlessly charging after Ma Liang, there was no semblance of organized attack from him. During the first half of the match, Ma Liang attempted various assaults to exploit the weaknesses of the great rhinoceros. But to no avail, he eventually resorted to using his speed to evade the beast. After a prolonged battle lasting nearly half a day, it was Gu Mingqiao who finally spoke up. "Brother Xiaodian, I propose we conclude this contest in a draw. Your words resonate with my thoughts, Brother Mingqiao. Neither side can truly overcome the other. A draw is indeed appropriate." With both prominent figures voicing their opinions, the Grand Elder, who had been on the verge of exasperation, promptly declared the match a draw. Even after the announcement, the great rhinoceros continued to disregard others, relentlessly pursuing Ma Liang until Zheng Yu intervened to bring him back. This great rhinoceros showed indifference to everyone else, yet he obediently heeded Zheng Yu's commands. When his brother said to cease the fighting, he returned for a meal. Ma Liang descended from the stage, somewhat dejected, clearly unsatisfied with his lack of victory. The ancient dragon rhinoceros bloodline is such that, regardless of whether one stands on equal ground with him, even surpassing him by 1 or 2 levels may not suffice to breach his defenses. You performed admirably. The Grand Elder personally reassured Ma Liang, restoring his confidence. After a brief respite, the highly anticipated third match arrived by evening. Chu Xinghe of the Haotian Sect faced off against Zheng Yu of the martial emperor city. This contest was distinct from the previous two, as the Grand Elder remained silent, confident that Xinghe was unlike the others and required no introduction from him. The moment Chu Xinghe took to the stage, a thunderous ovation erupted. Zheng Yu, furrowing his brow, surveyed the surroundings, observing the fervent disciples of the Haotian sect rallying behind Chu Xinghe. He found it difficult to comprehend how this young man had achieved such admiration. It is understandable for one to be exceptional. Zheng Yu himself was quite accomplished. However, for an individual to garner the affection of an entire sect was somewhat beyond the pale. Even someone as esteemed as Zheng Yu faced disapproval from many of his peers in the martial emperor city, who often conspired against him. Yet, in stark contrast, every disciple surrounding Chu Xinghe was genuinely supportive, their enthusiasm stemming not from the mere rivalry of sects, but from a place of heartfelt sincerity. In fact, during his discreet inquiries over the past 2 days within the Haotian sect, Zheng Yu discovered that not a single person spoke ill of Chu Xinghe behind his back. How could this phenomenon be explained? Fortunately, Chu Xinghe was oblivious to Zheng Yu's inner pleas. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be informed that he had ventured to the wrong place. He should seek out a certain Chu Xinghe in the outer sect, who would surely not disappoint him. With the elder's commanding voice, the third battle commenced. Zheng Yu was enveloped in a brilliant crimson flame. The first hue of the seven-colored, glazed body, crimson flame. At the moment the flame ignited, a divine manifestation of Zhu Rong coalesced behind Zheng Yu. The seven-colored, glazed body, embodying 7 ancient deities. The rumors proved true. Zheng Yu was indeed extraordinary. For centuries ago, the martial emperor city swept across the world, invincible in that era, thanks to the seven-colored, glazed body. It was only after the lineage of this power was severed that our Haotian sect surpassed the martial emperor city. Now, with Zheng Yu inheriting the seven-colored, glazed body, the martial emperor city was unwilling to settle for second place, eager to reclaim its throne. The seven-colored body, the seven-colored deities, Zheng Yu, single-handedly uniting the legacy of the 7 ancient gods, obtained the seven-colored, glazed body. Could Xinghe possibly triumph? Zheng Yu possessed the seven-colored, glazed body, while Xinghe wielded the Haotian sword box. This was no longer 4 centuries ago. Countless elders were fixated on the martial stage. The flames transformed Zheng Yu into a colossal figure of fire, as the divine manifestation of Zhu Rong descended, perfectly harmonizing with him. The fire god had arrived. With a resounding divine proclamation, the entire martial stage was instantly engulfed in flames, transforming into a sea of fire. Be careful, junior brother Xinghe. The spectators gazed in astonishment as the fiery tempest consumed the stage in an instant. Yet, it was futile. The flames spread with such swiftness that, in the blink of an eye, Chu Xinghe was enveloped within. Just as everyone feared that he might be reduced to ashes, a cry of the vermilion bird echoed from within the flames. A pair of enormous fiery wings unfurled above the stage, and the vermilion bird, ablaze with divine fire, emerged from the inferno. Chu Xinghe stood amidst the flames, his entire being suffused with white spiritual energy, transforming into the will of Haotian, which swirled around him like a tempest. With the vermilion bird soaring above and the full might of Haotian's battle intent unleashed, the divine fire of Zhu Rong could not harm Chu Xinghe in the slightest. The elder watched with a light-hearted chuckle, while the Zhu Rong divine fire was formidable. The vermilion bird's spiritual flame was no trifling matter. Zheng Yu's attempt to vanquish Chu Xinghe with Zhu Rong's flames was utterly futile. Zheng Yu, evidently aware of this predicament, suddenly radiated with orange light, and a resplendent starry divine manifestation appeared behind him. The mysterious deity of the profound. At the moment the second divine manifestation descended, Zheng Yu's body split into 2, then 4, creating 4 identical figures, leaving no discernible way to identify the true from the false. This bizarre spectacle sent a shiver through all present, including the elder. As Zheng Yu divided himself amidst the sea of flames, a yellow light surged upward, breaking through the inferno. The Haotian sword box. Locusts. Chapter 39. A single sword, 3 slaughters? Zheng Yu had multiplied into 4 identical copies, leaving everyone uncertain as to which was the authentic Zheng Yu. The Haotian sword box. Locusts. The yellow sword light soared into the sky. For many, it was their first glimpse of Chu Xinghe wielding the Haotian sword box. In an instant, the locusts in the sky transformed into a myriad of sword lights, cascading down like a rain of blades, enveloping all in their path, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. The shimmering sword lights descended upon the 4 Zheng Yu. Yet the bewildering scene that unfolded left the entire audience in a state of shock. The Zheng Yu struck by the locust-like sword rain showed no intention of defense, allowing the blades to rain down upon them unimpeded. Before the onlookers could grasp the reason behind this, a piercing scream erupted from the inferno. It was not Zheng Yu's voice, but that of Chu Xinghe. All eyes turned towards him, witnessing the colossal spiritual vortex of battle intent surrounding Chu Xinghe being violently assaulted by some unseen force, nearly shattering under the pressure. What was happening? Chu Xinghe was equally perplexed. Was it a rebound? Yet, there was no time for contemplation as the 4 Zheng Yu, stepping through the flames, charged towards him from all directions. Each of the 4 was identical in both cultivation and aura, leaving no room for doubt that they were not mere phantoms. However, Chu Xinghe remained unfazed, feeling that his performance had reached its zenith. Everyone had witnessed his full might, yet alas, brother Zheng Yu was simply too formidable. Thus, It was only natural for him to suffer defeat, was it not? As an actor, Chu Xinghe understood the significance of performance. One must not merely leap off the stage with a cry of despair when Zheng Yu cast fire. Such ineptitude would lead not only to disgrace, but might even result in the Grand Elder treating him as a traitor and silencing him on the spot. Therefore, it was imperative not just to lose but to do so with flair, ensuring that all spectators perceived it as an inevitable outcome. Now, Chu Xinghe felt it was time to reveal his true prowess. Being besieged by the four Zheng Yu, his defeat due to inexperience would be entirely justified. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not to be squandered. He was prepared for the onslaught from all sides. Yet, just as Chu Xinghe summoned the spirit of battle to defend himself against the impending assault, the four Zheng Yu abruptly halted before him. In the next moment, their actions rendered Chu Xinghe utterly dumbfounded. The four Zheng Yu did not strike at him. Instead, they all raised their palms and slapped them against their own chests. What on earth? This fellow is also an actor. Chu Xinghe was thrown into a panic. What is the greatest fear of an actor? It is not the overwhelming strength of one's allies, but the presence of actors on the opposing side. Though he could not fathom why Zheng Yu was engaging in such self-indulgent theatrics, how could he possibly lose after such a display? So, this was a performance, was it? Very well. I shall drop the pretense. Gritting his teeth, Chu Xinghe unleashed a surge of violet light from his left arm. The Haoyan sword box. Thunder Shadow arise. The released Thunder Shadow transformed into a bolt of violet lightning, soaring into the air. In a flash of purple lightning, Chu Xinghe disregarded all else, launching his most formidable strike. However, the trajectory of this violet lightning did not aim at Zheng Yu, but rather descended upon himself. Surrounded by Zheng Yu, unleashing a flash of violet lightning and inadvertently striking himself was only a reasonable outcome, was it not? Zheng Yu, you wish to perform as I do. Yet I shall grant you no such opportunity. This victory must belong to you today. The purple lightning strikes with swiftness, descending from the heavens. In the very moment Zheng Yu's hand was about to land upon himself, the purple bolt instead struck Chu Xinghe's chest. Of course, mindful of the previous instance where Ling Ku had annihilated a great beast, Chu Xinghe, wary of the ferocity of the lightning, only exerted 40% of its power. Targeting his chest, this strike would ensure he would lose his combat capability, yet would not be fatal. The lightning successfully reached Chu Xinghe's chest just before Zheng Yu could strike himself. Chu Xinghe braced himself for a gory recoil, yet the anticipated pain never arrived. Instead, he witnessed a scene that left him utterly astonished. Boom! The chests of the four Zheng Yus, front and back, were engulfed in charred blackness. In the next instant, 3 of them disintegrated into ashes, leaving only the one before him, from which blood gushed forth as Zheng Yu was propelled backward. As he flew, the flames extinguished, and the 2 divine figures surrounding him vanished into thin air. Zheng Yu soared for dozens of meters before plummeting from the edge of the arena. Chu Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zheng Yu falling from the stage. What on earth just transpired? The lightning struck me. Yet he is the one who flew away. What madness is this? Can someone elucidate this situation? Chu Xinghe was utterly bewildered. In the spectators' area, Cheng Xiaodian descended like a streak of light, landing beside Zheng Yu. Brother, how dare you kill my elder brother? I will kill you. A foolish cry echoed from the side, as the massive rhinoceros, who had just been gnawing on a chicken leg, now radiated a grayish light, charging madly toward Chu Xinghe. Junior brother, no? Xiao Ling, witnessing the rhinoceros's assault on Chu Xinghe, understood the gravity of the situation. After all, the confrontation between Zheng Yu and Chu Xinghe was a fair and open contest. This retaliation was unwarranted. Buzz, sword intent surged forth from behind Xiao Ling, confronting the charging rhinoceros. Perhaps spurred by the transformation of his elder brother, the rhinoceros moved with astonishing speed, too swift for Xiao Ling's sword intent to intercept. Reaching Chu Xinghe in an instant, purple lightning flashed. The shadow of thunder reappeared. As the violet bolts rained down, crackle. Chu Xinghe, still perplexed by his unexpected victory, was incensed that this foolish creature dared to court disaster. The rhinoceros, enveloped in black smoke, collapsed to the ground, and the sword intent that had sought to halt its charge was torn to shreds before the thunder shadow, causing Xiao Ling's intent to falter, resulting in him spitting blood and falling. In that moment, the world fell silent. Yet, all gazes turned toward Chu Xinghe, their perceptions irrevocably altered, especially Ma Liang, who had previously battled the rhinoceros. He understood better than anyone the formidable defense it possessed. He had wielded his watermelon knife against the beast for half an hour, and yet, not a hair had been harmed. Yet, that recent flash of purple lightning had left the rhinoceros heavily injured and smoking as it lay on the ground. Not only the mighty rhinoceros, but also the sword intent of Xiaoling was swept away by the residual might of Thunder Shadow. That strike, which had vanquished Sister Wanlin's sword intent, encountered no resistance whatsoever before Brother Xinghe's Thunder Shadow, as the sword intent was shattered into fragments. At that moment, Zheng Bo's voice reached them, but it was too late. The great rhinoceros had fallen, and Xiaoling lay gravely injured. Zheng Yu gazed incredulously at the scene before him, ultimately resigning himself to a bitter smile as his eyes turned toward Chu Xinghe. Blood streamed from Zheng Yu's nose and mouth as he rose from the ground with the support of Cheng Xiaotian. Zheng Yu expressed his gratitude to Brother Xinghe for showing mercy. In this battle, Zheng Yu conceded his defeat wholeheartedly. Upon hearing Zheng Yu's words, even Cheng Xiaotian nodded in agreement. Just moments earlier, when Zheng Yu was injured, his initial thought as he rushed down was that Chu Xinghe had been excessively ruthless, administering such a heavy blow. However, this notion dissipated as the great rhinoceros collapsed and Xiaoling's sword intent was obliterated. At this juncture, anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that Chu Xinghe's first bolt of purple lightning, as Zheng Yu had stated, had indeed shown restraint. Otherwise, considering Zheng Yu's physique and that of the great rhinoceros, had they unleashed their full power, Zheng Yu would likely have been reduced to ashes. Yet, Zheng Yu's words nearly brought tears to Chu Xinghe's eyes. Was that mercy? It was merely a consideration of whether he could withstand the repercussions. But who could explain why he struck himself while Zheng Yu ended up injured? What on earth was happening here? Brother Xinghe, Zheng Yu acknowledges his inferiority in skill and accepts defeat, but could you enlighten me on how you discern my star shift technique? Zheng Yu inquired, his expression grave. Star shift technique? Chu Xinghe was utterly bewildered. What star shift technique? When did you employ such a technique? Are you not an actor? Did you not intend to perform for me? I merely executed my moves more swiftly and effectively than you, and yet you claim to have lost. Since Brother Xinghe was reluctant to reveal his secret method, Zheng Yu did not press the matter. He would remember this defeat and seek Brother Xinghe's guidance in the future, hoping he would be willing to impart his knowledge then. After concluding his remarks, Zheng Yu joined Cheng Xiaotian in assessing the injuries of the great rhinoceros and Xiaoling. The great rhinoceros's formidable defense was well known. Though severely injured by the electric strike, it was not in mortal danger. Yet, the more he pondered, the more astonished Zheng Yu became. No one understood his brother's defensive capabilities better than he did, having practiced alongside him for years. Even when unleashing his full strength, it was utterly inconceivable that he could inflict such harm. Yet, with just a single blow, Chu Xinghe had rendered his brother in such a state, shattering Xiaoling's sword intent alongside it. At this moment, Zheng Yu yearned to comprehend the true extent of Chu Xinghe's strength. Incomprehensible depths. Zheng Yu felt that perhaps only the phrase incomprehensible depths could aptly describe Chu Xinghe. Once, having received the inheritance of the seven-colored glazed body, Zheng Yu was lauded by his elders as the foremost of the younger generation, a sentiment he held true to himself. Upon arriving at the Haotian sect, he would not forget the countless words of praise from the elders and his fellow disciples. For 400 years, the Haotian sect had held dominion over the world for long enough. It is time for the Wu Emperor City to reclaim our rightful supreme throne. Zheng Yu arrives with unparalleled conviction, determined to become the preeminent force in the world, starting with the defeat of the Haotian sect. However, in this battle, Zheng Yu is thoroughly convinced by his loss. Chu Xinghe did not resort to any underhanded tactics or special techniques, but instead overwhelmed him in a direct confrontation. Zheng Yu even felt that Chu Xinghe had not exerted his full strength. Such a terrifying existence exists in this world. He realizes he has merely been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Chu Xinghe, from this day forth, you shall be my lifelong adversary. Chu Xinghe, completely oblivious to the fact that he has become someone's eternal rival, is still bewildered, wondering if anyone can explain what the star shift technique is and why he emerged victorious. Zheng Yu, how dare you play me? Chapter 40. The preeminent of the younger generation, the martial arts exhibition has concluded. The Grand Elder announces the results. The first match ended in defeat for the Haotian sect. The second was a draw, and the third saw victory for the Haotian sect, declaring the event a tie. However, upon the Grand Elder's declaration, Cheng Xiaotian shakes his head decisively. The Haoyan sect can accept a loss, and so can Wu Emperor City, but in this situation, Wu Emperor City cannot afford to lose face. This time, we concede our defeat with humility. Cheng Xiaotian's words are impeccable. In truth, the three matches hinged on the outcome of the third. The seven-colored glazed body faced off against the Haoyan sword box, determining who would be the true victor. Yet now, not only has Zheng Yu been defeated, but Chu Xinghe, with a flash of purple lightning, has simultaneously taken down both the Great Rhinoceros and Shaoling. It is evident to all that this tie is far from equitable. Even Cheng Xiaotian must acknowledge that Chu Xinghe is unfathomable, the foremost of the current younger generation. Even if Zheng Yu and his companions joined forces, they would scarcely stand a chance against him. Chu Xinghe has virtually dominated the entirety of Wu Emperor City with an invincible aura. This tie is something Wu Emperor City cannot accept if they wish to retain any semblance of dignity. With Wu Emperor City conceding defeat, the Grand Elder finds it inappropriate to say more. He presents a pill to Cheng Xiaotian. There is no need for the pill. Let us cancel tonight's banquet. Wu Emperor City has pressing matters and shall depart from the Haoyan sect this evening. Cheng Xiaotian's countenance is as grim as one mourning a lost child. Accompanied by the reluctant Zheng Yu, the fainted Great Rhinoceros, and the weakened Shaoling, they leave the Haoyan sect. Yet, as they depart, Cheng Xiaotian casts a glance at Chu Xinghe, indicating that Zheng Yu will one day return to challenge him, hoping that Chu Xinghe will generously impart his wisdom. Chu Xinghe nods in confusion, for at this moment, his thoughts are far from such matters. All he wishes to understand is the star shift technique. How did I win? And why do you not want to tie? If I was wrong, can't we just acknowledge it? I assure you, I am not angry. I will not take it out on the Great Rhinoceros with a flash of purple lightning. Must we not discuss this further? Can we not have another match? Whoever wins will be the victor. Chu Xinghe genuinely feels like he might vomit blood. He despairs at his own predicament. What level of output? What bottom line? What standards are you even talking about? I have lost my very foundation in this victory. Had I known from the very beginning that others would set fire to everything, would it not have been wiser to simply lie down and accept my fate? The divine flames of Zhu Rong, one might argue, are merely a shade fiercer than the ethereal fires of the vermilion bird. Would that not be a reasonable assertion? Thus, it is not entirely far-fetched that the vermilion bird succumbed and ceased its efforts. Now, alas, everything has been lost, and we have even driven away the Thunder Shadow. Oh, Thunder Shadow, you must bear the blame for this. With such strength, do you truly justify my faith in you? The imperial city of warriors may have departed, yet the banquet of the Haoyan sect remains unscathed. What a jest! Had we faced defeat today, there would have been no celebration, nothing at all. However, not only did we triumph today, but this victory surpasses all previous 15 contests combined in terms of satisfaction. In the past, the Haoyan sect could best the imperial city of warriors, but each victory was hard-won, and when Cheng Xiaotian departed, he bore the countenance of one who had been wronged in defeat. Yet, this time is entirely distinct. Zheng Yu himself openly acknowledged his defeat with respect, and even the Grand Elder suggested a draw, while Cheng Xiaotian could not bring himself to claim a stalemate, for the loss was starkly humiliating. Brother Xinghe single-handedly vanquished the three strongest warriors of the imperial city. Moreover, the chilling revelation was that Zheng Yu, who faced Xinghe, had inherited the seven-colored glazed body. For centuries prior, when the Haoyan sect wrested the title of the world's strongest from the imperial city, they proclaimed that the loss of the seven-colored glazed body was merely a temporary setback. The day it was restored would herald the return of the imperial city. With Zheng Yu now possessing the legacy of the seven-colored glazed body and challenging the Haoyan sect, the world watched with bated breath. All speculated whether this battle would mark the resurgence of the imperial city or the continuation of the Haoyan sect's legendary saga. And now, the answer has been unveiled. Chu Xinghe confronted Zheng Yu, the embodiment of the seven-colored glazed body, and with barely a fraction of his strength, he triumphed, prompting Zheng Yu to utter words of concession and respect. Following this, the Thunder Shadow, with a flash of purple lightning, swiftly dispatched the ancient dragon-rhinoceros bloodline duo, achieving a remarkable victory. Such an accomplishment is undeniably resplendent. May heaven bless Haoyan. During the banquet, Sect Master Gu Mingqiao raised his goblet and proclaimed these four words, echoing throughout the assembly as all joined in unison. May heaven bless Haoyan. In good spirits, Chu Xinghe, with a hint of exasperation, joined the chorus. Countless seniors and juniors flocked to congratulate Chu Xinghe, including numerous elders who sought to extend their felicitations. Yet, Chu Xinghe felt naught but indifference. His only desire was to comprehend the enigma of the star-shifting technique. Ultimately, he sought out the Grand Elder. "What is the star-shifting technique?" he inquired. The Grand Elder, typically averse to liquor, looked at Chu Xinghe with a befuddled expression, punctuating his thoughts with a hiccup. "You have just executed the star-shifting technique. Could you elaborate, Grand Elder?" "Ah, the seven-colored glazed body harbors the essence of seven divinities, each possessing its own corresponding supernatural abilities. Among them, the arcane power of the profound deity is the star-shifting technique, which not only allows for the creation of three identical clones, but also activates the star domain technique to fabricate an illusory puppet. This puppet can be concealed in a specific location, and any damage inflicted upon you will be redirected to the entity or object that the puppet occupies." "Damage transfer?" "Precisely," the Grand Elder concluded before returning to his revelry. Chu Xinghe was left seething with frustration. "By the heavens, I misjudged Zhengyu. I once thought this individual was merely an actor, and when the four Zhengyes took a selfie together, Chu Xinghe assumed this person would portray himself. However, how mistaken I was, profoundly mistaken. This person must have redirected the harm towards himself. Thus, when he took the selfie, it was he who was injured, not Zhengyu. Conversely, this self-inflicted injury would rebound, ultimately causing Zhengyu to suffer. This explains why my lightning strike effortlessly defeated Zhengyu in an instant." Tears welled up in Chu Xinghe's eyes. Despite all calculations, he never anticipated Zhengyu would engage in such antics. "Oh, Zhengyu, why must you indulge in this? Why can't you simply behave normally? If only you acted a tad more rationally, you would have been the star of tonight's banquet, my young friend. One must not tread the path of the unorthodox." Chu Xinghe imbibed copiously. Regardless of who toasted him, he graciously accepted every drink. The fortunate Ma Liang was busy proclaiming to everyone how illustrious and valiant Senior Xinghe was. "Do you know? The defense of that great rhinoceros was utterly monstrous. But to what avail? It was swiftly felled by Senior Xinghe's sword." Wan Lin was also occupied, after comprehending the essence of the stick technique. He even contemplated testing his skills against Senior Xinghe, particularly because he had grasped the pinnacle of the stick technique, 9-1. Although it was largely thanks to Senior Xinghe, Wan Lin felt a slight swell of pride. Yet, after witnessing that flash of lightning, Wan Lin fully comprehended the formidable prowess of Senior Xinghe. The chasm between himself and Senior Xinghe could not merely be bridged by the stick technique. Moreover, the final strike by Senior Xinghe, which shattered the opponent's sword intent, was undoubtedly for Wan Lin's sake. Senior Xinghe recognized his inability to contend further, but still assisted in vanquishing the foe through this means. Truly, Senior Xinghe is the foremost of the younger generation. Chu Xinghe was oblivious to how the banquet concluded, but as he was escorted back, intoxicated, he repeatedly cried out, "I only wish to lose. I truly want to lose. Let me lose, I implore you." At such absurd words from Senior Xinghe, many of his inebriated junior disciples stood in solemn respect. Today, Senior Xinghe triumphed over Zhengyu, undeniably establishing himself as the foremost of the younger generation. Yet even so, Senior Xinghe displayed no arrogance, remaining ever prepared for the possibility of failure. Such a mindset is what we must diligently emulate. Indeed, I have heard that Senior Xinghe once told Senior Sister Wan Lin and Senior Brother Ma Liang that their anxiety and trepidation in facing combat stemmed from their fear of failure. It is this fear that stifles their desire for victory. Yes, indeed. Observing Senior Xinghe, one notices he never harbors failure within himself. Thus, failure can never catch up to him. The realm of Senior Xinghe is worthy of lifelong study. Eventually, Chu Xinghe was returned to his room, and the equally intoxicated Feng Fei, with a proud demeanor, covered the lamenting, defeat-seeking disciple with a blanket. Meanwhile, news of the battle between the Haotian sect and the martial emperor city spread rapidly. Upon learning the outcome, nearly everyone was momentarily taken aback. How could the Haotian sect emerge victorious with a record of 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw? Many immediately questioned, could it be that the Haotian sect possesses such shamelessness? However, witnessing Chu Xinghe effortlessly dispatching 2 opponents with a single strike, and even facing Zhengyu without exerting his full strength, left everyone in astonishment. The name of Chu Xinghe was well known among the major sects, yet this time, more individuals favored Zhengyu, who had entered Haotian sect with his 7-colored glazed body to challenge. After all, The martial emperor city had once been a realm of supremacy, and the seven-colored glazed body was the very foundation of its invincibility. Yet, in this battle, Zheng Yu suffered a most tragic defeat, with Chu Xinghe demonstrating the ability to single-handedly vanquish the three most exceptional disciples of martial emperor city, leaving countless jaws agape. That night, an unknown number of people lay awake, and many pens inscribed the name Chu Xinghe in their notebooks. Moreover, this name transformed into an imagined adversary in the hearts of the younger generation across all major sects, and indeed the entire world. To defeat Chu Xinghe would mean ascending to the throne of the foremost individual among the youth. Countless dreamers tossed and turned that night, envisioning their own triumph over Chu Xinghe. Yet the more they imagined, the greater the pressure that the name Chu Xinghe imposed upon them. This name had, in an intangible way, become a colossal mountain that the younger generation yearned to conquer. Outside the Haotian sect, Chu Cheng was also restless throughout the night. Bundled up like a dumpling, he murmured to himself with a mouth reminiscent of his own sausages. Why am I not the number one in Kaoshan village? Chu Xinghe should be in second place. I, Chu Cheng, am a man of imperial potential. I refuse to accept this. I am merely a dragon roaming in shallow waters. Golden scales are not mere creatures of the pond. Once the winds of fortune arise, I shall transform into a dragon. Bang! The door was kicked open by a rotund figure. Who the hell is making noise here? Do you want to deprive me of my sleep? Are you tired of living? Come at me. No one knew how long the scuffle lasted, but the golden scales would certainly have to endure in the pond for another year or so. Chapter 41. This battle is secured. Throughout the Haotian sect, aside from the imperial potential of Kaoshan village's foremost figure, Chu Cheng, nearly everyone reveled in the victory of the sect. The term nearly was used because, apart from the Emperor Chu Cheng, the members of Tianyao Palace were also present. Luo Ying's heart shattered. How is it possible? How could my senior brother Zheng Yu lose to that fellow Chu Xinghe? What right does he have to win? My senior brother Zheng Yu possesses unparalleled beauty and should be the most invincible existence in this world. Yet, he has now lost to that scoundrel Chu Xinghe. He must have employed some despicable and underhanded tactics to gain a fortuitous victory over the benevolent and just Zheng Yu. Luo Ying'er was so distraught that she could not attend the Haotian sect's evening banquet, instead retreating to the alchemy chambers prepared for Tianyao Palace to engage in fervent cultivation. She vowed to herself that she would defeat that scoundrel Chu Xinghe. The magnificent beauty of senior brother Zheng Yu would be safeguarded by me, Luo Ying. However, Luo Ying'er believed that not all individuals within the Haotian sect were devoid of virtue. Take, for instance, Sister Wanlin. Though she was inebriated, she still made the effort to visit Luo Ying'er, offering her a full-body relaxation massage to ease her weary spirit from alchemical practices. The memory of her skilled touch still sent delightful shivers down Luo Ying'er's spine. Truly, Sister Wanlin was an extraordinary mentor. Fortunately, Chu Xinghe, in his drunken state, remained oblivious to this incident. Otherwise, he would have surely exclaimed, "Spare her. She is but a child." After a night of revelry, the dawn of a new day greeted the Haotian sect as usual. Following breakfast, Chu Xinghe made his way to the apothecary palace. Today, the palace was bustling not only with disciples from the Lingyi Palace, but also with numerous visitors from other sects drawn to witness the unfolding events. Although the martial emperor city had retreated, the heavenly apothecary palace had yet to depart, despite its inability to rival the martial emperor city in terms of strength and status. The heavenly apothecary palace held significant sway within the realm of alchemy and had frequently challenged the Lingyi Palace in recent years. The Grand Elder escorted Wu Kun, the master of the heavenly apothecary palace, into the apothecary palace. Although Wu Kun held the esteemed title of master, his standing did not warrant a personal reception from figures such as Gu Mingqiao. Having the Grand Elder accompany him was already a considerable honor. After finishing breakfast, Chu Xinghe arrived at the apothecary palace, only to find Luo Ying'er glaring at him like an agitated squirrel. Beside her, Sister Wanlin seemed to be offering comfort, though her hands appeared rather indiscreet in their placement. Please be a bit more mindful, Sister Wanlin. Chu Xinghe mused to himself. Are you no longer concerned about propriety? He proceeded to greet the Grand Elder and pay his respects to Master Wu Kun. The Grand Elder regarded Chu Xinghe with evident satisfaction, while Wu Kun could not help but marvel at the emergence of such a young hero. Following the events of the previous day, Chu Xinghe's reputation had soared, and he was now heralded as the foremost talent of his generation. Not only was he formidable in strength, but he also possessed an extraordinary aptitude for alchemy. Wielding the vermilion bird's spiritual fire and inheriting the teachings of the apothecary sage, ensuring a boundless future in the field of alchemy. Regrettably, such a talent was not a disciple of the heavenly apothecary palace. After some pleasantries exchanged between Wu Kun and the Grand Elder, the competition between the Haotian sect and the heavenly apothecary palace commenced. Wu Kun introduced the talented disciple, Luo Inger, and Chu Xinghe took the opportunity to inquire further about her from the Grand Elder. Despite her youth, this little girl had already made quite a name for herself in the alchemical community, even outshining Chu Xinghe in some respects. Nevertheless, regardless of Luo Inger's prowess, he felt certain he was destined to lose today. Upon awakening this morning, Chu Xinghe's first task was to engage in a profound self-reflection. What had possessed him to act so pretentiously during his match against Zheng Yu? Why had he felt the need to showcase his skills and set a benchmark? Was it truly a splendid defeat? What level did he possess to warrant such standards? After this deep introspection, Chu Xinghe vowed that he would not repeat the elementary mistakes he had made against Zheng Yu. He would grant his opponent no opportunity for triumph this time. Let the alchemical contest begin. As a former adept at alchemy, I must inquire, what could possibly be a more reliable means of refining than the alchemical furnace? Regardless of this girl's skills, as long as she does not cause the furnace to explode today, she shall never claim defeat in my esteemed Haotian sect. No, even if she were to cause an explosion, the likelihood of her losing remains non-existent, for I am certain that my own failure would be far more resounding and complete. I intend to face this contest with utter devastation. Even the heavens themselves could not prevent my furnace from igniting. As the saying goes, once I set my sights on the verdant mountains, I shall not relent until the elixir is refined. Though I remain oblivious to the reason behind the vexation of the little squirrel, Luo Inger, rest assured, even if you were to fume like a pufferfish, you shall not wrest a defeat from my grasp. Before long, the Grand Elder announced the content of the alchemical competition, the 5th grade elixir, feathering pill. This rare concoction does not grant immediate ascension but allows the user to sprout wings temporarily, enabling them to hover slightly above the ground for a brief period. However, due to its fleeting nature, this elixir is seldom produced, and the intricate methods required for its refinement are highly complex, making it a rarity even among 5th grade alchemists. The choice of the feathering pill must have been proposed by Wu Kun. Otherwise, given the Grand Elder's tendency to operate from the shadows, he would have had no reason not to inform me in advance. Nonetheless, the feathering pill is a welcome challenge. Although the Sage of Medicine's teachings contain numerous flawless methods for its refinement, I have yet to attempt its production myself. Is it not reasonable for my first attempt at the feathering pill to result in failure? Soon, the necessary materials for the feathering pill were prepared, and the quality of the ingredients for both contenders was nearly indistinguishable. As the guest, the little squirrel, Luo Inger, was the first to select her materials. The remaining portion was entrusted to me, Chu Xinghe. However, before she could commence, I interjected, Sister Luo Inger, merely refining the feathering pill is rather mundane. Why don't we incorporate additional elements? Additional elements? I propose that we each select an extra herb from beyond these specified materials, which must also be included in the refining process, and ultimately determine the victor based on the outcome. Upon hearing my suggestion, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, even causing the Grand Elder to furrow his brow. The components of elixirs are the culmination of centuries of research. The introduction or omission of even a single ingredient could lead to unimaginable alterations in the final product, rendering my proposal perplexing to many. Very well. Luo Inger readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. Without further ado, a flash of blue light erupted from her hand, and a piece of aquamarine stone materialized before us. She placed the aquamarine stone among my materials, signifying her choice. Witnessing this stone, the expressions of all those knowledgeable in alchemy turned to one of grave concern. It is essential to recognize that the transformation elixir is a fire-based concoction, while the aquamarine stone represents a water-centric ingredient. The notion of water and fire coexisting is not merely a saying. The combination of the transformation elixir with the aquamarine stone could result in a catastrophic explosion. As Chu Xinghe gazed upon the aquamarine stone, tears welled in his eyes. Indeed, Junior Sister Luo Inger is remarkably considerate. His suggestion was merely a ploy to provide a more convincing excuse for the impending disaster. With the inclusion of the aquamarine stone, no matter how the concoction might explode, he would remain steadfast. Given junior sister Luo Ying'er's kindness, he felt compelled to ensure her satisfaction. Soon, Chu Xinghe selected a different herb for her. Plan to go? Has junior brother Xinghe lost his senses? The onlookers were bewildered upon witnessing Chu Xinghe's choice. Planago is also a water-based herb, known for its mild properties, which seldom induce significant side effects when combined with any elixir. While Luo Ying'er selected the aquamarine stone for him, junior brother Xinghe chose Planago for her. What was he thinking? How could the transformation elixir be refined with the aquamarine stone in the mix? Junior brother Xinghe is indeed benevolent. He must have perceived that Luo Ying'er, being a mere girl, might be unfairly burdened, thus intentionally complicating his own task. This aligns with his character, as he likely feared external criticisms that the Haotian sect was bullying the Heavenly Medicine Palace, and sought to silence such gossip through this approach. However, Luo Ying'er's choice of the aquamarine stone was rather excessive. While junior brother Xinghe selected a herb with negligible impact, she opted for one that was fundamentally incompatible with his choice. Such disparities in character are astonishing. The disciples of Lingyi Palace engaged in animated discussions. Not only them, but Luo Ying'er herself was momentarily stunned by Chu Xinghe's selection. When he initially made the request, her instinctive reaction was that this wretched rogue must have ulterior motives. Hence, without hesitation, she chose the most challenging aquamarine stone. Little did she expect that this rogue would select Platago for her. As a prodigious alchemist, Luo Ying'er was acutely aware of the vast difference between Platago and the aquamarine stone. In that moment, her heart wavered, but she quickly recalled the striking visage of senior brother Zhengyu, which solidified her resolve. This rogue must certainly harbor a scheme, fearful of losing to her, which is why he employed this seemingly self-imposed difficulty as a pretext. It must be so. With her mind resolute and free from distractions, Luo Ying'er commenced invoking the earth fire without another word. As the earth fire surged, a blood-red flame erupted from below, coalescing in mid-air into the majestic form of a Qilin. True Qilin flame. This girl possesses the true Qilin flame. It is akin to the Zhuke spiritual flame. Luo Ying'er is indeed a bearer of the Qilin flame's legacy. As the Qilin flame soared, the entire apothecary palace quaked with astonishment, and even Feng Fei and others cast worried glances at Chu Xinghe. It is essential to recognize that among the various flames, the true fire of the Qilin stands on par with the spirit fire of the vermilion bird. In an ordinary confrontation between the true fire of the Qilin and the spirit fire of the vermilion bird, one would assume that junior brother Xinghe, with his inheritance from the medicine saint, would have a solid advantage. However, the sudden intervention of Hai Banshee completely undermined all of Chu Xinghe's advantages. This battle has become exceedingly challenging for him. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, a hint of concern creeping into his demeanor. Yet, upon witnessing the true fire of the Qilin, Chu Xinghe was almost overwhelmed with excitement, nearly leaping from his position. Although he had previously heard from the Grand Elder that Luo Ying'er might possess the ability to control the true fire of the Qilin, such claims had remained mere rumors. Now that they were confirmed, Chu Xinghe was filled with exhilaration. He was certain of his impending defeat in this battle. It was assured. Chapter 42. The emergence of the divine elixir. The Haotian sect, in its arrogance, faced a dismal defeat as the spirit fire of the vermilion bird fell to the true fire of the Qilin. At this moment, Chu Xinghe's mind was already concocting narratives about the discussions that would ensue following his failure. Although these topics would not rival the sensationalism of a defeat to the martial emperor city, the Haotian sect had just triumphed over the martial emperor city, only to subsequently suffer a loss to the Heavenly Medicine Palace due to Chu Xinghe's hubris. Surely, the topic would not lack for intrigue. Having lost this battle due to his own arrogance, he would also tarnish the reputation of the Haotian sect. Would the Grand Elder refrain from punishing him? Could the sect leader contain his fury? Would Chu Xinghe's status as a direct disciple be secure? Would the reputation of the Haotian sect remain unscathed? It was a situation fraught with peril. With an immensely delighted heart, Chu Xinghe began the process of refining the feather transformation pill. Each material was methodically placed into the alchemical furnace, and under the auspices of the spirit fire of the vermilion bird, the entire refining process proceeded remarkably smoothly. However, he had no apprehensions about the potential for an explosion. The spirit fire of the vermilion bird was inherently fierce, and with the volatility of the vermilion furnace. Once Hai Banshee tossed his materials inside, the explosion would occur without any need for his intervention. It was a certainty. On the other side, Luo Ying'er was no less swift in her refining efforts. With the enhancement of the true fire of the Qilin, although her furnace could not compare to the vermilion furnace, it was by no means a trivial artifact. Various medicinal materials were successively added to the furnace, and the refinement of the feather transformation pill progressed with remarkable ease. Before long, Luo Ying'er picked up the plantain leaf prepared by Chu Xinghe. After thoroughly examining it, she confirmed its integrity and placed it into the furnace. Her refining endeavor had finally reached its final moments. A fragrant aroma began to waft from the furnace, and along with the fragrance, streams of purple smoke began to emanate from it. This exquisite purple smoke heralded the emergence of a top-tier elixir. Truly, the true fire of the Qilin was formidable. Even with the addition of the plantain leaf, it was still capable of producing a superior elixir. Luo Ying'er's alchemical skills were awe-inspiring, and junior brother Xinghe would likely find himself outmaneuvered this time. Within the Medicine King Palace, the observers watched as the purple smoke from Luo Ying'er's furnace increased in volume, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Wu Kun wore a broad smile, while the Grand Elder opposite him cast a worried glance toward Chu Xinghe, perplexed by his actions. Suddenly proposing additional rules was one thing, but when the opponent offered Haibanshi, why would he not also present her with the same choice? What is the meaning behind your offering her plantain? Could it be that this child, Xinghe, has become overly arrogant due to yesterday's victory? Buzz. Luo Ying'er's alchemical furnace trembled, and in the next moment, it opened, releasing a beam of purple light that soared into the sky. Luo Ying'er soared upwards, grasping a flying purple elixir. In an instant, the purple elixir radiated a dazzling light, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance that filled the entire alchemy chamber. A supreme transformation elixir. It is truly an extraordinary potion. With a look of elation, Luo Ying'er hurried to her master, Wu Kun, presenting the elixir before him. Wu Kun nodded slightly, indicating for her to take it to the Grand Elder. Once again, Luo Ying'er approached the Grand Elder, eager for his appraisal. Without needing much scrutiny, a mere glance was sufficient for the Grand Elder to ascertain that Luo Ying'er's supreme transformation elixir was flawless. Witnessing the Grand Elder's nod, a radiant smile broke across Luo Ying'er's face. Simultaneously, her gaze shifted to the still immersed Chu Xinghe. Xinghe, you scoundrel, do not overreach yourself. Prepare to meet your demise. Meanwhile, the concoction of the transformation elixir by Chu Xinghe was ongoing, yet in stark contrast to Luo Ying'er's earlier success. The aroma from his Zhuke furnace was scarcely perceptible. This was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal issue was that the aquamarine stone had yet to be introduced. Just as everyone began to fret over how Chu Xinghe would manage the aquamarine stone, he finally approached the final stage of the concoction, unhesitatingly tossing the aquamarine stone into the furnace. The moment the water element aquamarine stone entered the Zhuke furnace, it began to tremble violently. It was on the brink of explosion. Everyone recoiled. The Zhuke furnace shook uncontrollably, and indeed, the addition of the aquamarine stone had utterly ruined the concoction of the transformation elixir. This was the consequence of an explosion. The Grand Elder, witnessing the frantic shaking of the Zhuke furnace, instinctively prepared to intervene. However, upon observing Chu Xinghe's demeanor, he hesitated. At that moment, he discerned that there was no trace of panic on Chu Xinghe's face in light of the impending explosion. Instead, a faint smile remained. Seeing that smile, the Grand Elder's heart jolted. Could it be that this child possesses a hidden strategy? I shall wait a moment longer. Just as the Grand Elder waited, Chu Xinghe suddenly channeled his spiritual energy, and the Zhuke spirit fire erupted forth in an instant. Under the overwhelming force of the Zhuke spirit fire, the already trembling Zhuke furnace seemed unable to withstand the pressure any longer. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated throughout the Medicine King Palace. The immense sound of the explosion, accompanied by a terrifying blaze, engulfed the Zhuke furnace. As everyone frantically sought refuge from the imminent outburst of the Zhuke spirit fire, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The erupting Zhuke spirit fire did not stray far from the furnace. Rather, it encircled it, swirling madly. Amidst the spiraling flames, the Zhuke furnace suddenly ascended into the air. A surge of water light erupted from within the Zhuke furnace, intertwining inexplicably with the Zhuke spirit fire, creating an astonishing harmony between water and fire. Water and fire converged. This is a miraculous fusion of elements. Wu Kun was the first to exclaim. As his voice echoed, The Grand Elder's eyes widened in excitement. It is said that within the realm of alchemy, an extraordinary technique exists, capable of harmonizing various herbs that would normally clash, even enabling the conflicting forces to enhance the quality of the elixir. This method is referred to as the confluence of water and fire. However, it has long been relegated to the realm of legend, with even the revered apothecary saint, Lu Changfeng, unable to fully master it, having only made tentative attempts and conjectures. Yet today, the scene outside the Xinghe furnace, where water and fire melded flawlessly, mirrored that legendary technique, did it not? Buzz. The Xinghe furnace trembled violently, but this time, it was not an explosion, it was an emergence. A beam of golden light erupted from the furnace, soaring into the air. It was an elixir, a golden elixir. As this miraculous concoction ascended, an unexpected gathering of ominous clouds darkened the previously clear sky above the Haotian sect. Lightning began to flicker within the clouds. A divine product. A divine elixir. The birth of a divine elixir heralds a cataclysm. Wu Kun's eyes blazed with fervor. As a pinnacle ninth-grade alchemist, he had dedicated his life to the craft, yet he had never once produced a divine elixir. Even the Grand Elder had only managed this feat once in his lifetime. Crafting a divine elixir is the aspiration of every alchemist throughout their existence. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, shattering the roof of the apothecary palace, colliding with the soaring golden divine elixir in the sky. The golden light fused with the lightning. The storm sought to obliterate the elixir. Yet it seemed imbued with an enchanting power, for instead of being destroyed, it radiated an even more resplendent golden glow. Boom! The lightning shattered, the divine elixir completed. The golden elixir descended, and the fragrance of herbs instantly pervaded the entire apothecary palace. Though it was the same herbal aroma, it invigorated everyone present. A divine elixir. This was a true divine elixir, incomparable to any top-tier concoction. No one could have anticipated that today. Chu Xinghe, a mere fifth-grade alchemist, would conjure the legendary divine elixir before the eyes of all. Wu Kun was left dumbfounded. The Grand Elder's excitement caused his beard to almost take flight. Countless brothers and sisters of the Haotian sect wore expressions of uncontainable joy. Luo Xinghe appeared utterly incredulous. Yet, amidst this chaos, Chu Xinghe wore a look of bewilderment. What in the world is this? How did this divine elixir come to be? All I wished for was an explosion. How did I end up producing a divine elixir instead? Xinghe furnace, are you playing tricks on me? At that moment, Chu Xinghe's confusion, as perceived by everyone else, transformed into an air of tranquility, a serene detachment from worldly matters. All gazes turned towards the figure standing before the Xinghe furnace. Chu Xinghe. Behold, this is our junior brother Xinghe. Not even the emergence of a divine elixir could ruffle his composure. He must have foreseen everything. No wonder junior brother Xinghe faced the sea blue stone without fear. It turns out he had mastered the extraordinary method of the confluence of water and fire. This must have been the insight he gleaned from the legacy of the apothecary saint. This is an accomplishment that even the revered apothecary sage could not achieve in his time. Brother Xinghe truly surpasses the master. Luo Xinghe gazed wide-eyed at Chu Xinghe, marveling at how his figure appeared so towering and magnificent in that moment. As an alchemist, no one harbors a desire greater than to concoct divine elixirs. Luo Xinghe dreamed of it, yet she recognized the vast distance she still had to traverse. In contrast, before her stood Chu Xinghe, who effortlessly crafted a divine pill, remaining so composed that, despite the earlier explosion of the furnace almost prompting her to cheer, he stood unfazed, as if he had foreseen the unfolding events. Indeed, he must have mastered the legendary technique of blending water and fire. Chu Xinghe was profoundly inscrutable. For the first time, Luo Xinghe felt utterly diminutive, as if the imposing presence of Chu Xinghe, akin to a towering mountain, rendered her breathless. Simultaneously, as she observed Chu Xinghe, calm amidst the Xinghe spirit fire while witnessing the emergence of the divine pill, she realized, perhaps inexplicably, that brother Xinghe appeared so grand and undeniably handsome, rivaling even the striking beauty of brother Zhengyu. Chapter 43. The arrival of the fortuitous general. As the divine pill emerged, a cataclysm descended. The sudden appearance of thunderclouds shook the entirety of Haotian sect. Even the sect master Gu Mingqiao traversed the void from Haotian palace. Gazing at the clash of thunder and the golden pill in the sky, even he felt a stir within his heart. Today marked the alchemical competition between Haotian Sect and Tianyao Palace. Gu Mingqiao, lacking any knowledge of alchemy, had not intended to attend, especially since the palace master of Tianyao Palace would not require his personal presence. Yet, he never anticipated that a divine pill would manifest today, attracting even the wrath of heavenly thunder. Within Haotian Sect, only the Grand Elder had previously reached the pinnacle of the 9th grade in alchemy, producing pills of divine caliber that once summoned heavenly thunder to shake the realms. Today, however, it was a contest between Chu Xinghe and Luo Ying. Both were 5th-grade alchemists, yet they had conjured a divine pill. Gu Mingqiao hastened towards the apothecary palace, and through the roof that had been blasted open, he beheld the divine pill suspended in midair, surrounded by countless ecstatic disciples of Haotian Sect. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Mingqiao broke into a smile. It is indeed this child, Xinghe. He truly lives up to the legacy of the apothecary sage. Just yesterday, he single-handedly vanquished the younger generation of Wudi City, and today, the divine pill of the apothecary sage emerges. This child perpetually brings forth astonishing surprises. Not only Gu Mingqiao, but the elders of the various palaces also rushed from all directions at the moment the thunder manifested. Upon seeing the golden divine pill and the jubilant disciples of Haotian Sect, everyone realized the significance of the event. Heaven bless Haotian. Countless elders raised their voices in song. Gu Mingqiao stood with hands clasped behind his back, his heart brimming with unrestrained joy in that moment. Heaven bless Haotian. There was nothing amiss in this proclamation. For centuries have passed, and while the Haotian Sect has produced countless prodigies, none have matched the unparalleled supremacy of the 10th generation Haotian emperor. Even Gu Mingqiao, who is hailed as the world's foremost expert, is acutely aware that the world harbors many hidden masters and ancient beings who seldom reveal themselves. Thus, he understands that he may not be invincible in this vast realm. However, today, the Haotian Sect has finally birthed an individual who can rival the 10th generation Haotian emperor. No, to be precise, Chu Xinghe has transcended the achievements of the Haotian emperor from yore. At this tender age, the emperor could not have possibly attained such remarkable feats. Gu Mingqiao realizes that fortune has truly favored Haotian, for the sect is on the brink of producing a genuinely invincible entity. As the thunderclouds dissipated, a colossal hole appeared atop the newly constructed Medicine King's palace. Yet, rather than sorrow, excitement filled the hearts of the onlookers. For this hole stands as a testament to the emergence of a divine elixir, and it marks the ascent of Brother Xinghe. The Grand Elder soared into the air, retrieving the divine elixir from the heavens. The elixir radiated a dazzling golden light, and as the Grand Elder cradled it in his hands, it was as if he held the most potent treasure in the universe, allowing everyone to marvel at its brilliance. Each observer gazed upon the elixir with gleaming eyes, for this was indeed the legendary divine elixir. Ultimately, the Grand Elder presented the elixir before Wu Kun, requesting his esteemed opinion. Wu Kun gazed at the divine elixir, his expression rife with bitterness. The Grand Elder chuckled, remarking that Wu Kun had yet to concoct such an elixir in his lifetime, and thus questioned his qualifications to appraise it. Today's battle has left the Heavenly Medicine Palace utterly convinced they have overstepped their bounds and have brought shame upon themselves. As Wu Kun spoke these words, the Grand Elder struggled to contain his amusement, repeatedly asserting that it was beneficial for everyone to exchange thoughts. Indeed, it was quite advantageous. Had there been no exchange, this young man Xinghe may not have achieved such a breakthrough, crafting the divine elixir. Wu Kun's heart was heavy with bitterness, a sentiment shared by Chu Xinghe. How did a divine elixir come to be? Wasn't the expectation to merely explode the furnace? I merely wished for an explosion. I had even tossed in the sea blue stone. Was that not a reasonable request? What do you mean by producing a divine elixir? Zhuke furnace. Are you seeking revenge upon me? Was it really necessary for you to retaliate for that minor grievance I inflicted upon you long ago? Chu Xinghe remained utterly bewildered. Brother Xinghe, Luo Ying remarked, today I am thoroughly convinced. Your mastery of alchemy provides ample material for me to study for a lifetime. Having grasped the true fire of the Qilin, I once fancied myself capable of matching your prowess. Yet today I have come to realize that the chasm between us is as vast as heaven and earth, not only in alchemical skill, but in temperament as well. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. When Brother Xinghe proposed additional conditions, I foolishly suspected trickery. In selecting such herbs as plan to go, I had malice in my heart, choosing the sea blue stone for you instead. Yet your extraordinary abilities have left me in awe. Luo Ying'er spoke with such poignant sincerity that many of her fellow disciples were moved. However, Chu Xinghe felt no sympathy for this little squirrel. Today's predicament bears a weighty share of responsibility on your part. Had you not selected that wretched sea blue stone, could I have concocted the divine elixir? Could I have emerged victorious? The little prince of the exploding furnace simply wished to ignite a furnace, yet it proved to be an arduous task. At this juncture, Chu Xinghe found himself utterly bereft of solutions. The divine elixir had already emerged. What more could be done? All he could do was offer some consolation to the little squirrel before him. The heavenly medicine palace, much like the martial emperor's city, had suffered a resounding defeat. Wu Kun chose not to linger at the Haotian sect any longer, departing with the little squirrel in tow. Yet, as the little squirrel took its leave, it turned back thrice, gazing at Chu Xinghe with eyes filled with admiration, inquiring if it could seek his guidance in the future. Chu Xinghe, donning a smile, graciously welcomed the prospect. Internally, however, he wished for the squirrel to never return, hoping that no other squirrels would ever grace the Haotian sect again. Observing his junior sister Wan Lin tearfully bidding farewell to the little squirrel at the mountain gate somewhat eased his heart. Come, little squirrel. You have no idea that at the Haotian sect, not only are the senior brothers formidable, but the senior sisters are even more so. The elder of the Medicine King Palace had decreed that no one was permitted to cultivate in the cavern opened by the heavenly thunder. This was a portent of the Medicine King Palace's ascendance, a symbol of Chu Xinghe's glory. Hence, Feng Fei waved his hand grandly. Employing high-grade spirit stones as glass to seal the opening, not only would it shield against rain, but it would also emit light, allowing every disciple entering the Medicine King Palace to behold the former splendor of Brother Xinghe. The Heavenly Medicine Palace, in its arrogance, suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the Vermilion Bird's spiritual fire. The news of the divine elixir's emergence could not be concealed. Once it spread, the discussions mirrored Chu Xinghe's predictions, merely with roles reversed. Just after the Haotian sect had vanquished the martial emperor's city, it proceeded to obliterate the Heavenly Medicine Palace. And what was even more astounding was that all of this was accomplished by a single individual. Only yesterday, people speculated that Chu Xinghe might be the foremost among the younger generation. Today, they discovered that not only was he powerful, but he also excelled in the alchemical arts. Retaining his position as the preeminent figure among the youthful cohort, countless sect leaders lamented in frustration. Why must such an exceptional disciple go to the Haotian sect? Our sect is equally commendable. It is one thing for a person to possess great strength, but how could their alchemical skills be so remarkably outstanding, creating such a chasm between individuals? On this day, an unknown number of young disciples were tasked with increased training regimens by their sects, and many grumbled in despair. Yet, the Lingyi Palace was festooned with lights and decorations. Tonight, it hosted a grand feast. While the celebration did not encompass the entirety of the Haotian sect, it was lavishly arranged within the Lingyi Palace. Even the sect leader came to partake in the festivities, admonishing Chu Xinghe to remain humble and not to let today's achievements breed arrogance, but rather to continue advancing with humility. To this, Chu Xinghe could only manage a wry smile, thinking, how could I be arrogant? Right now, I feel like I want to vanish. The Lingyi Palace laid out a sumptuous banquet, with attendees from various palaces arriving to extend their congratulations. Amidst the festivities, all spoke of Chu Xinghe's remarkable performance that day. You cannot imagine, when I witnessed Brother Xinghe acquire the aquamarine stone, I thought it was the end for him. In retrospect, the additional conditions he proposed were truly noble. Indeed, Brother Xinghe bore no desire to bully that young girl, possessing the true fire of the Qilin. He was unaware of the vastness of the sky and the depths of the earth. Even upon obtaining the aquamarine stone, Brother Xinghe could still effortlessly dominate. The disciple Xinghe is a person of remarkable integrity, one who harbors no inclination to oppress others. Despite possessing the ability to easily vanquish his opponents, he refrains from doing so, fearing the repercussions of being perceived as a bully by outsiders and mindful of certain conditions imposed upon him. Yet, in the face of undeniable strength, who could possibly stand a chance? Did you not notice the sparkle in that young girl's eyes as she departed from the sect, gazing longingly at disciple Xinghe? She is simply not worthy of him. Indeed, disciple Xinghe is of such caliber that she could never be his equal. Come, let us raise our glasses in honor of disciple Xinghe. Today, Chu Xinghe remained sober, for he heard from several senior brothers about his own drunken proclamations. exclaiming a desire for failure, which left him in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the imaginative embellishments of his brothers served to alleviate the situation, and he was relieved to have refrained from uttering anything more outrageous. However, he resolved to drink less in the future. What if he were to drunkenly declare his wish to destroy his own sect? It would not reflect well on him to belittle his fellow disciples in such a manner. The banquet at Lingyi Palace continued well into the night. Although Chu Xinghe did not indulge excessively, he feigned inebriation, laden with discomfort as he returned to his quarters with Brother Feng. Lying in bed, he ensured Brother Feng was soundly asleep before tears began to flow. He had conquered the martial emperor's city and vanquished the heavenly medicine palace. What on earth had he done? Where was the promised failure? But upon reflection, could he truly blame himself? The opponents were simply too weak. Zhengyu, oh Zhengyu, why could you not engage in a fair fight? What was the need for your spatial shifting technique? Disappear if you must. And little squirrel, why choose a sea blue stone? Were you not aware of the trouble you were courting? With a heart full of grievances, Chu Xinghe ultimately succumbed to slumber. He dreamt not at all. And the following morning, he was roused by Brother Feng. After breakfast, a senior brother delivered news. The Grand Elder wished to conduct additional training with him. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe felt a surge of frustration. As predicted, bad news had arrived, with the emergence of divine pills. The Grand Elder had become as invigorated as if he had been injected with vitality. Previously, any failure to produce high-quality elixirs was deemed unacceptable. Would the Grand Elder now impose an ultimate goal of producing divine pills, or face failure? The very notion of alchemy was becoming tiresome. Yet, despite his annoyance, he had no choice but to comply. Upon arriving at the Medicine King Palace, however, he discovered that the Grand Elder was not present. Inquiring further, he learned that the Grand Elder had gone to the Haotian Palace. It appeared that a certain Chu Xinghe, a vice president of the Haotian Merchant Association, had reported a matter of great importance, prompting the sect leader to summon the Grand Elder and the heads of the various palaces to the Haotian Palace. Upon hearing the name Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe's eyes lit up. The fortunate Chu Xinghe, the only truly beneficial figure who had not led him astray, was incomparable to the deceitful pretender Ma Liang. What news could Chu Xinghe possibly bring that warranted such a gathering of the sect leader, Grand Elder, and the heads of the palaces? Could it be that the sect was in peril? Suddenly, a wave of excitement washed over Chu Xinghe. Chapter 44. The exhaustion of the spirit mine in the Haotian Palace. Within the Grand Hall, the sect leader Gu Mingqiao, the Grand Elder, and the heads of each palace convened. Chu Xinghe, the fortunate envoy of Chu Xinghe, arrived at the Haotian sect bearing rather unfortunate news. The primary spiritual mine of the sect had depleted its resources, having not produced a single spiritual stone for over half a month. This mine, acquired centuries ago, was a supreme vein that played an indispensable role in the rise of the Haotian sect. Even to this day, the spiritual stones yielded by this mine accounted for approximately 10% of the sect's total output. The exhaustion of this vital resource indeed heralded a grim situation. Gu Mingqiao summoned the heads of the various halls with a singular purpose: to deliberate on the selection of a new spiritual mine. After all, spiritual mines are of utmost importance for any sect, serving as crucial sources of spiritual stones. Given the grandeur and extensive demands of the Haotian sect, it was imperative to identify a vein that could substitute for the primary mine. What insights does the Merchant Association have? Chu Xinghe, the Grand Elder, inquired slowly. Chu Xinghe responded respectfully. Esteemed Grand Elder, the primary mine is unparalleled among the finest veins. Few can rival its excellence. The challenge of locating a suitable replacement in a short time frame is indeed formidable. Many elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Chu Xinghe's words. The depletion of the primary mine made the search for a substitute paramount. Gu Mingqiao then asked, which of the elders is willing to undertake the journey to Lingmai Mountain to select a new spiritual mine? However, as soon as the sect leader finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the hall, including the Grand Elder. This was not due to a lack of willingness among the elders to contribute. Rather, the selection of a spiritual mine is a matter of great significance. Acquiring a new mine entails astronomical costs, and finding one that could compare to the primary mine is akin to an insurmountable challenge. In such circumstances, a wrong choice could inflict unimaginable losses upon the sect, deterring even the Grand Elder from voicing an opinion. Observing the elder's silence, Chu Xinghe opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. Chu Xinghe, for now, You should rest within the sect. We shall deliberate on this matter further, Gu Mingqiao said, recognizing the complexity of the situation and opting to postpone the decision. Yes. Qin Xiangqian bowed to the sect leader and all the elders before exiting the Haotian hall. Upon stepping out, he spotted Chu Xinghe in the distance, waving at him from within the Haotian palace. Although he no longer possessed the Haotian order, Chu Xinghe was still granted unrestricted access to the palace. Not only did Chu Xinghe frequently visit to discuss the Haotian battle intent with the sect leader, but he also enjoyed a good rapport within the sect, ensuring that the disciples on duty would not hinder him. Seeing Chu Xinghe beckoning, Qin Xiangqian's eyes lit up, and he hurried towards him. Though it had not been long since their last separation, he was acutely aware of all that had transpired during that brief interval. With sheer determination, the younger generation of Wudi City was subdued, and even the illustrious Zhengyu, adorned in 7-colored glass, fell beneath the prowess of Chu Xinghe. Subsequently, during the grand alchemical competition hosted by the Heavenly Medicine Palace, he emerged as the world's first 5th-tier alchemist to successfully concoct a divine elixir, sending ripples of astonishment throughout the realm. In a remarkably brief span, the name of Chu Xinghe resonated countless times in the ears of Qin Xiangqian. Each thought of Chu Xinghe filled Qin Xiangqian's heart with reverence. Not only was the brother of the starry river of noble character, but his strength was also unfathomable. Moreover, it was crucial that upon reporting the news of the first mine to the sect, Qin Xiangqian harbored an audacious idea, so bold that he hesitated to voice it in the Haotian Grand Hall. This bold notion was intrinsically tied to Chu Xinghe. The last time, with just a glance, Brother Xinghe discerned the flaws in the raw stone, a level of insight into spirit stones that Qin Xiangqian had never encountered in his half-a-lifetime of dealing with them. This must be the capability bestowed by the legendary inheritance of the medicine sage. Thus, Qin Xiangqian pondered that should he persuade Brother Xinghe to visit Lingmai Mountain and personally select the spiritual mine, success would surely be assured. Yet, the Haotian sect had its own protocols. Historically, even the most senior elders refrained from intervening in the selection of spiritual mines, as a failure could yield dire consequences. This was precisely why the elders remained silent after the sect leader spoke. Even the foremost leaders of various palaces and the Grand Elder hesitated to take on such a significant responsibility. Although Brother Xinghe held an extraordinary position within the sect, it seemed implausible that such a monumental task would be entrusted to him. Qin Xiangqian revealed his intentions and thoughts regarding Chu Xinghe without reservation. After listening to Qin Xiangqian's words, Chu Xinghe fell into silence for a full 10 seconds. What does it mean when a nap is accompanied by a pillow? What does it mean to offer timely assistance? What does it mean to find joy in helping others? What does it mean to be a fortunate benefactor? From this day forth, there exists only one fortunate benefactor in this world, and that is you, Qin, the fortunate benefactor. The previous encounter with Qin, who had elevated his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd tier, had brought him great joy, especially as he grappled with the recent setbacks in both Wudi City and the Heavenly Medicine Palace. Now, Qin had presented him with such a monumental opportunity. A spiritual mine. What immense significance does a spiritual mine hold for the sect? What astronomical sum is required to acquire one? My heavens! If this were to lead the sect into a significant pitfall, the losses would be unfathomably grave. Fortune indeed favors the diligent. Just when the path seemed obscured, a new opportunity emerged. Tears nearly welled in Chu Xinghe's eyes. Was this not the opportunity he had long awaited? Even more reassuring for Chu Xinghe was that he did not need to remind Qin, as the fortunate benefactor thought of him first. Qin, the fortunate benefactor. How little do I truly understand about raw stones. Although the medicine sage's inheritance does contain insights regarding raw stone evaluation, I would consider myself defeated if I merely glanced at one. Suppressing his tumultuous emotions, Chu Xinghe turned to Qin, saying, Qin, President Qin, have you discussed this matter with the sect leader? Returning to Brother Xinghe, I dared not speak of it, as the matter is of such gravity. I feared it might lead to your detriment. Ah, you are the one who is truly putting me at risk. In this instance, Chu Xinghe is genuinely anxious. Should he miss such a splendid opportunity, he would undoubtedly regret it for the rest of his life. The selection of spiritual minds is an extraordinary chance, a divine gift. A misstep in choice would not only harm the sect, but also hinder his own advancement. If the sect suffers a loss, someone must bear the blame. Chu Xinghe believes that even if he is not relegated to the outer sect, his status as a direct disciple would inevitably be compromised. Consequently, he would face punishment while missing out on potential gains. Such an opportunity is rare. Where else could one find it? President Qin, how could you be so oblivious? This is a monumental matter. If it is entrusted to an elder who lacks proficiency, and a mistake occurs, the sect will incur immense losses. Let us go to the Haotian Grand Hall at once. Chu Xinghe exclaimed as he pulled Qin forward, rushing towards the Haotian Grand Hall. Qin, wearing a bitter smile, did not doubt Chu Xinghe's motives or aptitude regarding the raw stones. His primary concern lay in the matter of status. The selection of spiritual minds is of utmost significance, meant only for those of the highest rank within the sect. Chu Xinghe is merely a disciple, albeit a direct disciple. Would the sect truly assign such a crucial task to him? As they entered the Haotian Grand Hall, the assembly of distinguished elders paused in surprise. You little rascal, the sect is in session. How dare you intrude? Begone. The Grand Elder rebuked Chu Xinghe. Upon hearing this, the other elders chuckled but remained silent. Even the sect leader, Gu Mingqiao, wore a smile but refrained from speaking. However, Qin was taken aback. In his haste to follow his senior brother, he had forgotten that no one is permitted to intrude during meetings of the sect leader and elders. He knew the strict rules of the Haotian sect and recalled a core disciple who had lost their status for inadvertently trespassing into the Haotian palace. Yet today, Chu Xinghe had boldly entered the Haotian Grand Hall, and the Grand Elder merely told him to leave? While it was understandable that the Grand Elder would protect his own disciple, the lack of objection from the other elders, including the sect leader, was astonishing. Others who intruded into the Haotian palace would be cast out to the outer sect. Yet here was Chu Xinghe, not only intruding, but also defying the Grand Elder. And the Grand Elder was unfazed, even permitting him to speak? At that moment, Qin realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. Xinghe's standing within the Haotian sect has reached an unimaginable height. Today, had any other disciple been in his place, it would have been utterly impossible for them to walk out of the Haotian Grand Hall unscathed. I just inquired with President Qin. It seems that the number one spiritual mine has run dry, correct? Chu Xinghe spoke nonchalantly. However, as soon as these words escaped his lips, Qin Xianqian turned pale with fright. Brother Xinghe, you truly dare to say anything. The matter of the number one spiritual mine is a secret of the sect. I disclosed it to you because I trust you. But now, in front of so many elders and the sect leader, to speak of it, are you out of your mind? Inquiring into sect secrets is a capital offense. The Grand Elder will surely be furious. I'm doomed. I'm absolutely doomed today. Tears nearly brimmed in Qin Xianqian's eyes. But just as he braced himself for the Grand Elder's wrath, the Grand Elder spoke. You are correct, Qin Xianqian. What is this? You are correct. And that is acceptable? Chapter 45. Trust of the sect. Qin Xianqian felt his mind swirling like a pot of congee. Instead of the Grand Elder's thunderous rage over Xinghe's unauthorized inquiry into sect secrets, he received mere affirmation. Qin Xianqian felt his worldview had been completely upended. The depletion of the number one spiritual mine is undoubtedly a closely guarded secret of Haotian sect. It is absolutely impermissible for anyone to inquire about it. Otherwise, should this information leak, it could inflict unimaginable harm upon the sect. Such a level of secrecy is reserved solely for the highest echelons of the sect, and even ordinary elders are not privy to it. To pry into such confidential matters would ordinarily result in severe punishment, if not death. Yet now, this mere affirmation left Qin Xianqian bewildered. Just moments ago, he thought he was facing death. For Xinghe's illicit inquiry into secrets is a grave offense, and his own inadvertent disclosure would surely lead to his demise. Yet, all the elders and the sect leader maintained their smiles. What did this signify? Were they entirely unconcerned? Xinghe, since you are aware, please share your thoughts, spoke the sect leader, Gu Mingqiao. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xianqian was utterly astounded. What did the sect leader mean by this? Xinghe was not only unpunished for knowing this secret, but was now invited to express his opinions? It is well understood that matters of this magnitude could potentially influence the future of the sect. Even ordinary elders lack the authority to know, let alone voice their views. Yet the sect leader was encouraging Xinghe to share his thoughts? Qin Xianqian felt as though he must be dreaming. Yet even in a dream, this felt all too real. Leader, President Qin has just briefed me on the situation. The number one spiritual mine accounts for 10% of our Haotian sect's spiritual stone output. Its depletion has a tremendous impact on the sect. Therefore, I believe we should promptly seek out a replacement mine. The sect leader and the numerous elders nodded, signaling Chu Xinghe to continue. I conferred with President Qin outside. and he harbors an idea he was hesitant to share earlier. In his heart, he has a candidate in mind for selecting a new spiritual mind. Who? The elder spoke, directing his gaze towards Chu Xinghe. Despite being drenched in sweat, Chu Xinghe promptly responded with utmost respect. It is Brother Xinghe. What? Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, a wave of confusion swept over the group of elders. However, it wasn't long before they seemed to recall something. Was it related to the previous incident with the raw stones? Returning to the sect master, Brother Xinghe has inherited the legacy of the medicine sage, endowing him with an extraordinary ability to discern raw stones, surpassing that of even the elders of the Shi clan. If Brother Xinghe could be sent to Lingmai Mountain to identify the veins through the raw stones, the accuracy would surely be unparalleled. Chu Xinghe spoke in one breath, prompting a flurry of discussions among the elders and the sect master. Listening to the elders' deliberations, Chu Xinghe felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had anticipated that a long elder would immediately rise to argue that Chu Xinghe was merely a disciple of the sect, and thus unqualified to make such decisions. However, to his astonishment, not a single elder questioned Chu Xinghe's qualifications. Rather, they debated whether he could indeed discover better mineral veins. At that moment, Chu Xinghe realized the unprecedented status Brother Xinghe held within the Haoyan sect. Both the sect master and the various palace elders tacitly acknowledged Chu Xinghe's right to partake in their discussions, a privilege no disciple had ever achieved in the history of the Haoyan sect. Xinghe, what do you think? The sect master inquired with a warm smile. Returning to the sect master, as a disciple, it is my duty. Are you aware of the gravity of the matter? Should there be an error, the consequences could be severe, the sect master continued, still smiling. In serving the sect, I have never considered the notion of punishment. I only know to devote myself wholeheartedly. Ha ha ha, good lad. I shall discuss this matter with the elders. You may return for now. Yes. Chu Xinghe said no more, nodding before leading Chu Xinghe out of the Haoyan Great Hall. Once outside, Chu Xinghe realized that in that brief moment, his clothes had nearly been drenched in cold sweat. Yet, looking at Brother Xinghe, he saw a visage of calmness. In the presence of such formidable figures of the sect, Chu Xinghe felt that only Brother Xinghe could remain so composed. Inside the Haoyan Great Hall, Gu Mingqiao addressed the assembly. What are your thoughts? There is no need to elaborate on Xinghe's capabilities, but he is still young. If an accident were to occur, it could be detrimental to him. Indeed, if a wrong choice is made, the sect may suffer minimal loss, but punishing this child would weigh heavily on my conscience, another elder remarked. Even if he were cast out to the outer sect, it would merely be a matter of title. However, I fear that such punishment might dampen his spirit. The elders exchanged opinions, and at that moment, Chu Xinghe, if he had heard them, would have been at the brink of despair. So, you are not at all concerned about the potential losses to the sect should Chu Xinghe make an erroneous choice, are you? Even if you were to punish Chu Xinghe, it would not stem from anger, would it? You are merely worried that such punishment might undermine his confidence, correct? I believe that this child has navigated his path too smoothly. Should he falter this time, experiencing a modicum of adversity may not be amiss. The sect leader surveyed the assembly before finally speaking. The grand elder nodded in agreement, affirming the leader's insight. This child possesses a resilient spirit, not one that would be disheartened by punishment. Rather, he is the type who grows stronger through trials. Given that he will inevitably engage with more of the sect's affairs in the future, it is said that with great power comes great responsibility. Entrusting this matter to him would serve as valuable training. The grand elder's words resonated with all present, including the sect leader, who exhibited a countenance of consensus. Ultimately, the sect leader decreed that this matter would be entrusted to Chu Xinghe. If he succeeds, everyone will rejoice, and even if he errs, the Haoyan sect can bear the consequences. If this minor setback can provide Xinghe with experience, everyone deemed it worthwhile. Chu Xinghe was not kept waiting long. Just past noon, he returned to the Haoyan Grand Hall. However, this time it was not an unauthorized intrusion, but rather a summons from the sect leader. At this moment, only the sect leader and the grand elder remained in the hall, with Chu Xinghe also being called forth. The disciple bowed before the sect leader and the grand elder. After the formalities, the sect leader, Gu Mingqiao, spoke. Xinghe, the matter concerning the spiritual mind is of paramount importance. Such a significant issue requires at least a senior elder to oversee it. However, given your possession of the apothecary sage's inheritance, you are the most suitable candidate. Therefore, the sect has decided to entrust you with this responsibility, and no elders will accompany you. You shall handle it alone." Upon hearing the sect leader's words, Chu Xinghe wore a grave expression, while Qin Xiangqian appeared utterly perplexed. After leaving the Haotian Grand Hall, Qin Xiangqian had been pondering whether the sect would genuinely entrust this task to Brother Xinghe. After all, the stakes were incredibly high. He presumed that even if the sect were to allow Brother Xinghe to proceed, they would at least dispatch a senior elder or even the Grand Elder to lead the expedition, ensuring decisive authority. Yet now, Qin Xiangqian was truly bewildered. Not only had the sect granted permission, but they had also given Chu Xinghe full autonomy, with no elder to accompany him. This was no mere matter of trust. It was a frightening testament to the power and status conferred upon him. Qin Xiangqian looked at Chu Xinghe, and in that moment, he realized he had struck gold. Brother Xinghe was not just a pillar of support. He was a veritable column reaching to the heavens. Clinging to Brother Xinghe, would his own future not ascend to great heights? Chu Xinghe expressed his gratitude to the sect leader and the elders for their trust. He could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of good fortune. "You may now select some accompanying disciples from the sect. Any matters can be entrusted to them," came the instruction. "Yes." Chu Xinghe nodded in agreement. A beam of white light emanated from the sect leader's hand. It was the Haotian order, which had been recovered. The Haotian order flew back into Chu Xinghe's grasp, and the sect leader continued. "Xinghe, you shall hold this Haotian order. For the matter of the spiritual mind, you have full authority to act without the need to report back to the sect." "Thank you, sect leader." Chu Xinghe's heart began to resonate with visions of a promising future. Full authority, without the obligation of reporting back to the sect, effectively granted him the power to make all decisions. The Haotian order, when wielded externally, was akin to the sect leader's presence. Thus, even if he were to break through the heavens, it would be of no consequence. This is the convergence of favorable circumstances, advantageous terrain, and harmonious relations, leading one to ponder how defeat could possibly befall them. Even as he departed from the Hall of Haotian, Qin Xiangqian's mind remained in disarray. He could scarcely believe the revelations he had just encountered. There was no need for the elders to accompany him. The sect placed unwavering trust in Chu Xinghe, who wielded the Haotian order with absolute authority, requiring no reports to the sect whatsoever. Qin Xiangqian mused that, should the sect leader decide to transfer the position of Haotian sect master to Brother Xinghe at this very moment, he would not find it entirely unacceptable. The selection of accompanying disciples was expedited by Chu Xinghe. The fortune-bearer, Ma Yang, had somehow caught wind of Brother Xinghe's impending journey and promptly sought him out, weeping and pleading to follow. Although Chu Xinghe initially balked at this disingenuous fortune-bearer, he reconsidered upon reflecting on Ma Yang's knack for stirring up trouble, ultimately acquiescing. After all, when venturing into the unknown, it is often better to have more companions than fewer. Who knows what delightful surprises Ma Yang might bring. In addition to Ma Yang, Sister Wanlin also joined. Having grasped the essence of the stick technique, Wanlin had ascended to the rank of core disciple. Thus she was included as well. Subsequently, a few familiar disciples were chosen, all of whom shared a common trait. They were known troublemakers within their respective palaces, adept at instigating chaos. However, they held deep respect for Brother Xinghe, and each selected individual was overwhelmed with joy. Although they were oblivious to their destination and purpose, they were thrilled to march into battle alongside Brother Xinghe. Upon learning of Chu Xinghe's upcoming expedition, the brothers and sisters from Lingyi Palace expressed their heartfelt reluctance. While Chu Xinghe received an abundance of potions, both known and unknown in utility. As for the previously criticized Brother Feng Fei, he generously prepared 2 large boxes filled with high-grade spirit stones. Chu Xinghe could not help but wonder how lucrative the sect's procurement process must be, allowing Brother Feng to indulge without oversight. This time, not only from Lingyi Palace but also from other palaces, fellow disciples arrived bearing gifts. There were charms from the Talisman's Palace, lethal toxins from the Changchun Palace, and concealed weapons from the 100 Ice Palace, a chaotic assortment that filled 2 Qiankuan rings. This was only a fraction of what was offered, as Chu Xinghe had repeatedly declined many items. Had he accepted everything, he would need to adorn all 10 fingers with Qiankuan rings to accommodate the bounty. After all, he was off to select spirit mines, not to engage in combat. So what need had he for such an arsenal? With preparations complete, the sect leader arranged for the teleportation array. Qin Xiangqian was once again teary-eyed, contemplating the disparity in treatment. While he endured arduous journeys, Brother Xinghe could simply teleport at will. Chapter 46. By now or forever hold your peace. Each activation of the teleportation array consumed a considerable amount of resources, which is why, under normal circumstances, the sect seldom employed it. However, the sect leader personally prepared the array for Chu Xinghe, directing him to Lingmai Mountain. Although this was Qin Shangqian's second experience with the teleportation array, as the light enveloped them and they materialized at Lingmai Mountain, he nearly lost his composure due to his lower cultivation level. Chu Xinghe exhibited little reaction after his second attempt, while his fellow disciples displayed moderate responses, significantly improved from their initial experiences. President Qin must not neglect his cultivation solely for the sake of the Merchant Association. Ma Liang watched with a grin as Qin Shangqian nearly fainted from nausea. In response, Qin Shangqian, bemused, remarked, "Young master, do you think I am like you? You are an inner sect disciple, endowed with extraordinary talent, a true prodigy. I am merely an outer sect member with little achievement, sent to the Merchant Association. If anyone possessed cultivation talent, who would choose to join the Merchant Association?" Upon arriving at Lingmai Mountain via the teleportation array, Chu Xinghe candidly shared his purpose for coming with every accompanying disciple. Though he warned them not to divulge this information, his heart brimmed with yearning. Regrettably, the solemn expressions on their faces led him to believe that he might be disappointed. "Rest assured, Brother Xinghe, this matter is of great significance. We will not breathe a word of it, and we shall not betray your trust," Ma Liang assured him, with the other disciples nodding emphatically in agreement. Such a monumental secret, shared so openly by Brother Xinghe. How could we dare to speak of it? Brother Xinghe places such trust in us. We absolutely cannot let him down. The feeling of being trusted is truly delightful. Lingmai Mountain is situated in the southernmost region of Liang Continent, renowned for its abundant spiritual stones, hence its name. Various major sects possess their own spiritual mines in this area. Despite Qin Shangqian's somewhat lethargic state, he persevered in leading the group. After a half-day's journey into Lingmai Mountain, they arrived at their destination, Ling City. Ling City, the largest city within Lingmai Mountain, serves as the hub for the merchant associations of various sections. The raw stones extracted from the spiritual mines are transported here for trade. However, it is important to note that raw stones do not directly become spiritual stones. They require refinement through a process known as stone point transformation. The Sure family, one of the three great families, rose to prominence through this craft and is currently the most adept in the art of stone point transformation. The phrase spiritual stones produced by the Sure family is not mere rhetoric. After the spiritual stones are refined in Ling City, they are subsequently distributed to the various sections. Thus, although Ling City may not appear overly large, it is indeed the place with the highest concentration of spiritual stones. The Haotian Sect's Merchant Association is located in the bustling East District of Ling City, where Qin Shangqian led all members of the Haotian branch to pay their respects to Chu Xinghe. Upon recognizing the esteemed figure before them as Chu Xinghe, many young individuals in the Merchant Association were visibly captivated. In recent days, Chu Xinghe's name had spread far and wide, particularly among the younger generation, who all aspired to be like him. Conversely, some senior members of the Merchant Association, privy to the specifics of the number one spiritual mine, felt a sense of trepidation. They discreetly pulled Qin Shangqian aside. "President, have you not informed the sect about the number one spiritual mine?" "I did mention it." "Then why has the sect not dispatched anyone to address this matter?" The higher-ups were perplexed. This is undoubtedly the most significant matter. Logically, the sect should have dispatched a high-ranking elder to address it at the earliest opportunity. Yet here we are. "What? Are you referring to Chu Xinghe, President?" The senior members were bewildered, even questioning whether the president had adequately communicated with the sect. The first spiritual mine has been exhausted, necessitating the selection of a new one, a process that requires substantial financial resources. To entrust such a monumental task to Chu Xinghe seemed ludicrous. However, when Qin Shangqian discreetly recounted the events within the Haotian sect to the higher-ups in detail, a profound silence enveloped them. The sect leader personally produced the Haotian order, granting Chu Xinghe full authority to handle the matter. Remarkably, not even an elder was required to accompany him. This was utterly revolutionary to their worldview. How could they allow such a young disciple to manage this affair, risking catastrophic losses for the sect due to a potential misstep by Chu Xinghe? What were the sect's leaders thinking? While the higher-ups struggled to comprehend, Qin Shangqian had come to a realization. In their eyes, the spiritual mine was of utmost importance. Yet to the sect, it was evident that Chu Xinghe held greater significance. Thus, even knowing that their esteemed brother was young and might err in this endeavor, the sect unhesitatingly entrusted it to him, providing Chu Xinghe with an opportunity to independently manage a crucial matter. Even if he were to falter this time, the sect would view it as a valuable lesson for him. The sect was cultivating Chu Xinghe as a future leader of the Haotian sect. After meeting with Chu Xinghe, everyone returned to their respective duties, while Chu Xinghe approached him with 2 assistants from the Chamber of Commerce. Brother Xinghe, here are some materials we previously gathered regarding available spiritual mines for your review. The documents were opened, clearly detailing the specifics of various mines for sale, including their locations, yields, and potential extraction timelines. Thank you for your diligence, President Qin. Chu Xinghe acknowledged with a cursory glance, then subtly shook his head. It was not that the mines listed were inadequate. Rather, they were too mediocre. Were these truly the spiritual mines he sought? Take this one, for instance. Despite its high cost, the yield of spirit stones was comparable to that of the first mine, and with deeper extraction, it might even surpass it. If purchased, wouldn't the Haotian sect profit immensely? Was such a promising spiritual mine even available? Then there was this one, which, while yielding less than the first mine, had a promising future and was priced affordably, making it ideal for acquisition. Yet, this was even less acceptable. How could they ensure that the sect would not incur losses with this purchase? Thus, Chu Xinghe continued to shake his head, thinking, "Oh, Qin Fu, you have somewhat disappointed me this time. What is this one that has been crossed out?" Ma Liang inquired, pointing at a discarded entry. Brother Ma Liang, this mine was previously discovered by the Shi family, known as the Tianyi mine, which was the source of those counterfeit ores last time. It has now become a barren site. A barren mine? Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled. This was not merely a worthless mine. It was, in fact, the mine of his dreams. On the same day last time, the Tianyi spirit mine yielded a substantial amount of raw stones, nearly causing the various sects to choke on their own blood. Had it not been for a fortunate coincidence, the Haotian sect would likely have faced a torrent of scorn. Missing that previous opportunity, Chu Xinghe vowed that he would not let the second chance slip away. The Tianyi spirit mine, you say? The very name suggests it is no ordinary mine. Heaven and earth, the foremost under the heavens. Such a perfect spirit mine. Where else could one find such a treasure? Is the Tianyi spirit mine up for sale? Chu Xinghe inquired with a solemn expression. The Shi family has recently put it up for sale, but Brother Xinghe, you are aware that this mine has ensnared countless individuals who would be foolish enough to purchase it. I have heard that the Shi family is preparing to take it off the market soon. That simply cannot be allowed. We must buy it. The entire room. Ahem, Brother Xinghe, this Tianyi spirit mine has already been proven to be a useless mine, and the Shi family might withdraw it shortly. Thus, we must contact the Shi family immediately. Let us purchase it without bargaining. If necessary, we can pay more. If we do not act now, the opportunity will vanish. Chu Xinghe was frantic. This was the mine of his dreams. If he missed this chance, where could he find a more lucrative pitfall? Chu Xinghe was bewildered, and the higher-ups of the Merchant Association were equally perplexed. Even Ma Liang could not restrain himself. Brother Xinghe, is this Tianyi spirit mine truly suitable? It is perfectly suitable. President Qin, you must rally for this matter. It is the Tianyi spirit mine. Chu Xinghe was so anxious that he even took out the Haotian order. Gazing at the radiant Haotian order, Chu Xinghe felt tears welling up, but soon, he seemed to recollect something. He cast a glance at Chu Xinghe, realizing that Brother Xinghe was not one to act recklessly. Previously, he had lost a significant amount of raw ore due to misunderstanding Brother Xinghe's intentions. Was it possible that Brother Xinghe had discovered something that no one could foresee? It seemed unlikely, as Brother Xinghe had barely glanced at the Tianyi spirit mine since his arrival and yet was resolute in his desire to purchase it. This was rather enigmatic. Chu Xinghe felt a twinge of anxiety, yet with the Haotian order in hand, he dared not defy it. He could only comply and follow Chu Xinghe's directives. However, as they exited their lodgings, 2 senior members grasped his arm. President, this feels rather reckless. Should we not report this to the sect? The assistant was on the verge of tears. Previously, purchasing spirit mines required extensive investigation and analysis. One would not dare finalize a deal without a few months of diligence. Yet, Chu Xinghe had arrived merely a day ago and was insisting on buying a mine deemed useless by the Shi family. This was madness. Chu Xinghe's gaze was resolute as he shook his head. The sect master has expressly stated that Brother Xinghe has full authority to handle this matter. We shall follow orders. No more discussion is necessary. Let us proceed. We are going to the Shi family. Without further ado, Chu Xinghe led his assistant to the Shi family's outpost in Ling City. Upon hearing that Chu Xinghe wished to purchase the Tianyi spirit mine, the head of the Shi family in Ling City was momentarily stunned. Had the Haoyan sect lost its senses? Regardless of whether the Haoyan sect was indeed deranged, the Shi family's representative was moved to tears. They had suffered considerable losses when they initially acquired the Tianyi spirit mine. Upon the discovery that the mine was worthless, the Shi family sought to sell it, yet found no willing buyers. Just as despair enveloped them, the Haoyan sect expressed interest in purchasing it. Faced with such a seemingly foolish buyer, the head of the Shi family presented a cup of their treasured tea, aged for 20 years, to Chu Xinghe. Bowing and scraping in a display of servility, not out of fear of Qin, but in sheer dread that the fool might suddenly realize the folly of the deal and withdraw. The negotiations proceeded with remarkable efficiency, swiftly finalizing various details. Thus, on the very first day of Chu Xinghe's arrival at Lingmai Mountain, the fastest transaction in the history of spiritual mines was consummated. In the name of the Haoyan sect, Chu Xinghe acquired the Tianyi spiritual mine. When the Haoyan order fell upon the contract, nearly all the senior members of the Haoyan Merchant Association, save for Chu Xinghe, wore expressions of bewilderment. Meanwhile, members of the Shi family departed the Haoyan Merchant Association in fits of laughter, their expressions seemingly mocking the association's members, as if to say, "You are all a bunch of fools." Not only did the Shi family revel in their success, but news of this transaction quickly spread throughout the Ling City and beyond, reaching various sects in record time. Upon hearing the news, the immediate reaction of everyone was to question whether Chu Xinghe had lost his senses. Even if he was indeed deranged, did the rest of the Haoyan sect members also suffer from a lack of judgment? Such a significant purchase of a spiritual mine would typically require the direct involvement of the sect leader, or at the very least a highly respected elder. One would expect extensive comparisons, investigations, and negotiations before committing to such a transaction. Yet, Chu Xinghe, on his very first day, made the decision to purchase the Tianyi spiritual mine without hesitation, leading many to believe he had lost his mind. It would be one thing to acquire a different spiritual mine, but this was the Tianyi mine, an asset that everyone knew had been misjudged by the Shi family. Now merely a worthless site. Did Chu Xinghe not have a vendetta against the Haoyan sect, intentionally seeking to undermine its strength? Previously heralded as an unparalleled prodigy and the foremost of the younger generation, doubts began to swirl around Chu Xinghe's reputation following this transaction. Could such a fool truly be the legendary first among the youth? Is it possible that this individual has become overly inflated due to previous circumstances? Ling City, located in the Eastern District, serves as the stronghold of Wu Emperor City. At this moment, within the confines of Wu Emperor City, the steward of the Wu Emperor Chamber of Commerce stands beside a man who seems to have stepped straight out of a comic book. The outside world circulates rumors that this Chu Xinghe is a fool, and if such a person were to truly become the future leader of the Haoyan sect, what could possibly thwart its permanence under his reign? With a cheerful demeanor, the steward reports to the present Zheng. However, after hearing the steward's words, Zheng remains silent for an extended period, eventually shaking his head. You are mistaken. Those who label Chu Xinghe a fool do so because they have never encountered him. Among all the young men I have seen, he is the most exceptional, profoundly enigmatic. This swift acquisition of the Tianyi spiritual mine by Chu Xinghe is certainly not as superficial as it appears. There is also a smaller mine adjacent to the Tianyi spiritual mine, which shares its origin. You must find a way to secure this smaller spiritual mine at once. The steward is taken aback. The world claims that Chu Xinghe is a fool for purchasing the seemingly useless Tianyi spiritual mine. Yet, Zheng wishes to acquire the smaller mine, which is also deemed worthless. What kind of operation is this? Should this matter be reported to the city lord? No need. Zheng flicks his wrist, revealing a black Wu Emperor order. It stands to reason that Chu Xinghe could procure the Haoyan order. And given Zheng status in Wu Emperor City, obtaining the Wu Emperor order is equally plausible. Act on this matter immediately, or it will be too late. Yes. The steward, with a bitter expression, departs to attend to the task. Once the steward has left, Zheng gazes up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes reflecting a sense of profound weariness. Outsiders may deem senior brother Xinghe a fool, but that is because they have never personally experienced the terror he embodies. The lightning-fast acquisition of the Tianyi spiritual mind suggests that senior brother Xinghe has uncovered some significant secret, yet it is unfortunate that the news arrived too late. Otherwise, Wu Emperor City could have secured a share of the Tianyi spiritual mine. Now, we are left with merely this smaller mine, which is better than nothing. Zheng Yu's eyes convey a sense of melancholy. Although he cannot fully comprehend senior brother Xinghe's peculiar actions, he firmly believes that Chu Xinghe is not one to act without purpose. Thus, he unhesitatingly purchases the smaller mine. The news of the sale of the Tianyi spiritual mine swiftly reaches the Shi family. Upon hearing it, the family head, Chu Xinghe, and a group of elders become so excited they could hardly contain themselves. Heaven has favored the Shi family. They had feared that the Tianyi spiritual mine would become a nightmare for them, but unexpectedly, the Haotian sect. However, do not rejoice too soon. Although the contract has been signed, the Haotian sect has yet to make any payment. No one in this world has ever dared to breach a contract with the Haotian sect. Nor should one worry about the Haotian sect failing to uphold its end of the bargain. What kind of entity is the Haotian sect that it could possibly default? Yes, today is a day of great joy. Let us celebrate. Yet, just as the elders are laughing heartily, a voice interrupts from outside. You fools! The Tianyi spiritual mine is an extraordinary spiritual mine, and you dare to sell it? You will come to regret this. Accompanied by a cacophony, a seemingly deranged individual burst through the door. Upon recognizing him, the elders of the Shi family were immediately enveloped in expressions of dismay. How could he have been released? Someone, apprehend him at once. Members of the Shi family hastily approached to drag away this madman, who was none other than Chu Xinghe, the younger brother of Chu Xinghe. Since childhood, he had been captivated by the family's spirit-sensing techniques, accompanying the elders in their explorations of spiritual mines. To him, nothing else existed beyond the mines. However, Chu Xinghe's prowess in spirit-sensing was indeed formidable, with many of the family's spiritual mines discovered by him. This time, the Tianyi mine, which he had uncovered, had unfortunately become a worthless site, and the Shi family had faced considerable pressure from various sects demanding accountability due to the mine's decline. It was only after substantial sacrifices that the family managed to navigate through the turmoil. Now that they had finally divested themselves of the Tianyi mine, Chu Xinghe audaciously spread alarm, oblivious to the psychological toll his discovery had inflicted on the family. Yet, the mood among the Shi family members remained unperturbed by Chu Xinghe's antics, as they indulged in a grand banquet, reveling in merriment. In the Haotian sect, the Haotian mirror within the great hall remained dormant. On this occasion, when Chu Xinghe descended the mountain, the sect leader had refrained from assigning anyone to monitor him. However, the heads of various palaces were still convened within the great hall, all drawn together by the news brought by a spirit bird in the leader's possession. The revelations conveyed by the spirit bird left all the elders who had witnessed them in somber silence. Respected leader, allow me to descend the mountain and retrieve the child Xinghe. I shall also address the matters concerning the Shi family, spoke the eldest elder, his countenance darkened with concern. The elder had high hopes for Chu Xinghe, who had ventured forth with the Haotian decree to resolve the issues surrounding the spiritual mines. Yet, who could have anticipated that? Merely a day later, the spirit bird would return with news that shook the very foundations of their expectations. On the very first day of his arrival, Chu Xinghe had opted to purchase the now-defunct Tianyi mine. The eldest elder nearly choked on his disbelief upon hearing this. Let us not be overly perturbed. Our Haotian sect has not yet reached a state of decline where we cannot absorb such a financial blow, the sect leader remarked, prompting all the elders to nod in tacit agreement. While the acquisition of the Tianyi mine was indeed a substantial expenditure, to suggest that it could cripple the Haotian sect was an absurdity. With a resigned sigh, the elder took his seat. Xinghe is a diligent child. We need not waste words on his character. I suspect there are complexities at play here. He is certainly not one to act recklessly. Thus we should observe the situation unfold. The leader's words elicited further nods of consensus among the assembly. Indeed, the sentiment resonated. While they might suspect other disciples of the sect of capricious behavior, they would never entertain such thoughts regarding Xinghe. He was a commendable youth, always striving tirelessly for the sect's advancement. In matters concerning the sect, he was invariably at the forefront, undaunted by hardship, punishment, or blame. To label such a child as reckless? Not a single member of the Haotian sect would acquiesce to that notion. Moreover, to return to the matter at hand, Even if this child has indeed made a misstep, then so be it. Let it serve as a lesson, enabling him to cultivate greater composure in the future. This is not without merit. Indeed, even if the child has erred, this experience will certainly prove beneficial. I find this quite plausible. A group of elders engaged in spirited discourse until the sect leader decisively declared that they would observe the situation and see what further moves this child, Xinghe, might make. The leader firmly believed that Xinghe would not act recklessly. There must be a rationale behind his acquisition of the Tianyi spirit mine that eludes outsiders' comprehension. Within the spirit city, Chu Xinghe passionately kissed the contract for the purchase of the Tianyi spirit mine. He pondered whether this time he would maintain his composure. Securing such an ostensibly worthless mine was bound to raise questions about the sect's potential losses. This time, he was certainly to face repercussions. Who could stand in his way? However, why had the ominous compass yet to react since the contract was signed? Could it be due to the absence of payment? This simply would not do. He hastened to summon Chu Xinghe, urging him to expedite the necessary procedures. Having acquired the spirit mine, they could not delay in remitting payment. Heaven's Reach Sect could not afford to lose face. What if they were accused of defaulting? Chapter 48. The minor disciple upon hearing Xinghe's insistence on prompt payment. Chu Xinghe could only smile wryly. Although the contract had been executed, he questioned whether the sect would indeed fulfill the payment once the matter was reported. Despite being utterly perplexed by Xinghe's enigmatic maneuvers, Chu still held firm faith in his brother's capabilities. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to follow Xinghe's instructions in seeking payment from the sect. He had mentally prepared himself for a reprimand or even outright rejection. Yet, to his astonishment, an unbelievable turn of events unfolded. Upon receiving the news, the sect, without hesitation, transferred the full amount directly to Chu. Chu was genuinely flabbergasted. Was this the extraordinary standing that Xinghe held within Heaven's Reach Sect? Such a ludicrous transaction, had it been anyone else. The sect would likely have dispatched an investigation team to ascertain whether that person had betrayed them. Yet, with Xinghe's mysterious approach, the sect simply remitted the funds without a second thought. Who could dispute such an operation? When Chu Xinghe dispatched the funds to the Shi family, the entire Heaven's Reach commerce was set ablaze with excitement. Many had previously speculated that the sect would never authorize payment, perhaps even deny the transaction altogether. However, unexpectedly, the sect not only acknowledged the deal but did so without a single inquiry. In that moment, those who had clamored to report Chu Xinghe to the sect fell into a profound silence, realizing the significance of the name Chu Xinghe within Heaven's Reach Sect. With the full payment made to the Shi family, the Tianyi spirit mine officially became the property of Heaven's Reach Sect, with the Shi family vacating the mine entirely, leaving not a single stone behind. The members of Heaven's Reach Sect formally took control of the entire Tianyi spirit mine. After receiving this news, Chu Xinghe waited a day in anticipation, yet the ominous compass remained unresponsive. What on earth was going on? On that day, the astronomical sum spent on such a worthless mine has caused an immense loss to the sect. Shouldn't this warrant a promotion of at least 3 ranks? Yet, your utter lack of response is perplexing. After much contemplation, Chu Xinghe surmised it must be because the calamity compass has not yet activated, as the incident has not come to light. However, it is merely a matter of days, and Chu Xinghe was not in a hurry. With time to spare, he sought out Chu Xinghe. President Chu, is there anything you cannot resolve? I am here to assist you. Chu Xinghe held great admiration for the fortunate Chu Xinghe. Whenever Chu Xinghe was present, everything seemed to proceed smoothly. Is there indeed an insurmountable issue? Chu Xinghe inquired. There is one matter I previously reported to the sect. It is increasingly difficult to recruit minor disciples. Their numbers are dwindling, and the amount of raw stones extracted is also on the decline. The minor disciples Chu Xinghe referred to are those who extract raw stones from the spiritual mines. Not just anyone can work in these mines. One must possess spiritual power to engage in such labor. These minor disciples, in a sense, are also disciples of the Haotian sect, albeit of a lower rank than the outer disciples. However, they cannot be regarded as true disciples, as only those who are talented yet exceptionally poor and defiant against fate may become minor disciples. Such individuals typically lack the qualifications to become outer disciples and are relegated to the status of minor disciples. While these minor disciples do receive some cultivation techniques, these are of the lowest tier, offering no real chance for advancement throughout a lifetime. The sect provides these techniques solely to exploit these disciples for their spiritual power to extract minerals. Chu Xinghe, initially unfamiliar with these minor disciples, decided to investigate their circumstances upon Qin Xiangqian's mention of them. Accompanied by Qin Xiangqian and a group of junior disciples from the Haoyin sect, Chu Xinghe arrived at the spiritual mine. However, upon arrival, he was utterly shocked by the scene before him. The minor disciples stood in orderly rows, awaiting Chu Xinghe's inspection. Yet they appeared ragged and emaciated. You call these individuals disciples? They hardly qualify as minors. This is a group of refugees. Soon, Chu Xinghe was thoroughly astonished by the state of the entire spiritual mine. 10 individuals were crammed into a dilapidated small house, which lacked even basic bedding, forcing all minor disciples to sleep on the ground. Their sustenance resembled that of swine. From the moment they became minor disciples, it was as if they had been sold to the Haoyin sect. There was no escape, no days off, and they toiled like soulless beings in the mine until the day of their demise. Qin Xiangqian, you refer to these as Haoyin sect minor disciples? This surely violates the Geneva Conventions. What Geneva? Regardless of which convention it is, are these truly our Haoyin sect minor disciples? Not only was Chu Xinghe stunned, but even the junior disciples who accompanied him were equally taken aback. As everyone knows, the disciples of Haoyin sect are divided into 3 tiers. The inner disciples enjoy the best treatment, followed by the outer disciples, with the minor disciples at the bottom. However, who could have imagined, without witnessing it firsthand, that the minor disciples would endure such conditions? Dear brothers and sisters, you may be unaware, Qin Xiangqian began to explain, that many years ago, while the minor disciples across various sects were not treated well, their conditions were not entirely bleak. In a prestigious sect like Haoyin, the minor disciples were on par with the outer disciples of smaller sections. In addition to their daily toil, they received some resources and even access to decent cultivation techniques. However, the situation changed dramatically due to the Shi family, who were the first to argue that minor disciples should not receive such favorable treatment, claiming it would impact productivity. Although their approach was undeniably inhumane, one cannot deny its effectiveness. Benefits for minor disciples were slashed, and their working hours were increased, leading to a significant rise in output. Observing this, other sects quickly followed suit, and thus commenced the nightmare for minor disciples. It became a relentless cycle of exploitation, with each sect striving to maximize productivity through any means necessary. Today, minor disciples enjoy virtually no benefits. Aside from occasionally learning the most basic techniques of the sect and receiving negligible resources, they exist as little more than slaves. While the other sects are not oblivious to this reality, they have ultimately chosen to turn a blind eye, resulting in the current state of affairs. Once Qin Xiangqian concluded his account, all the junior disciples of Haoyin sect turned their gazes toward Chu Xinghe. Witnessing the plight of the minor disciples firsthand stirred their compassion. Yet they understood their lowly status within Haoyin sect rendered their voices insignificant. Only the words of senior brother Xinghe would carry weight. I am not concerned with whether others acquiesce or not, but I, Chu Xinghe, will not allow this, he declared vehemently. Although minor disciples may lack the innate talent of outer disciples, they are still members of Haoyin sect. How can they be subjected to such a life of servitude? Chu Xinghe was genuinely enraged. Are these disciples? They are nothing but laborers exploited under the yoke of capitalism. Senior brother Xinghe, we must tread carefully, Qin Xiangqian cautioned. This issue transcends Haoyin sect. It permeates all sections. If we act recklessly, we risk inciting widespread discontent, leading to a united backlash against us. Inciting a backlash? Is there such a silver lining? Chu Xinghe mused, initially stirred by the plight of the minor disciples and genuinely wishing to amend their circumstances, without considering the broader implications. Yet, fortune favors the bold, and a mere disagreement had unexpectedly brought immense revelations to him. Maliang, look at this. Despite being similarly favored by fortune, how starkly different our paths have been. Let this matter rest, he concluded resolutely. Chu Xinghe once again produced the Haoyin order. By my command, from this day forth, the treatment of all minor disciples shall be redefined, and I shall personally oversee this matter. Furthermore, dispose of that slop in the pots. Go to the city and hire the finest chefs. From today, the meals for all minor disciples will adhere to the standards of outer sect disciples. Qin Xiangqian was taken aback. Did his senior brother not hear his previous words clearly? The current plight of the minor disciples was the result of intense competition among the sects, with all parties ruthlessly slashing the benefits of the minor disciples for the sake of output. Anyone daring to reverse this trend would be opposing all sects, potentially inciting dire consequences. However, with the Haotian order in hand, Chu Xinghe dared not voice further objections and promptly instructed others to act according to Chu Xinghe's demands. Soon, the city's esteemed chefs arrived, and various ingredients were procured. Enormous cauldrons began to be set up around the mine. The savory aroma of meat quickly wafted throughout the entire mining area, eliciting faint smiles from the miner disciples, though most still bore expressions of numbness. A prominent figure from the sect has arrived. Surely our meals will improve today, commented a young miner, dark-skinned and cheerful. Tainyo, don't you realize this improvement in our meals is merely for show? Once the prominent figure departs, everything will return to normal. So what? I just love eating meat. If I can have some, I'm happy. The other miner disciples only smiled in response, refraining from further discussion. Is your name Tainyo? A voice called from nearby as Chu Xinghe approached, accompanied by Chu Xinghe. Greetings, sir. A group of minor disciples from Haotian Sect knelt before Chu Xinghe, adorned in the garb of a direct disciple. Yet, witnessing this scene made Chu Xinghe feel a profound sense of warmth. Rise, rise. I am not an elder of the sect. You may simply call me Brother Xinghe. No need for such formality. Chu Xinghe hurriedly helped each dazed minor disciple to their feet. Sir, I, Tainyo, wish to ask how long you will be staying here? Call me Brother Xinghe. Why do you ask such a thing? Oh, esteemed Brother Xinghe, the longer you stay, the more meat we can enjoy. Tainyo replied with a somewhat simple-minded expression, yet his words caused Chu Xinghe to feel a flush of embarrassment. Observing the other miners, it seemed they shared Tainyo's sentiment. Casting his gaze over the crowd, Chu Xinghe slowly spoke. The duration of my stay is of little consequence. But I can assure you that from this day forth, you shall have meat every day, whether I am present or not. Should anyone dare to withhold even a morsel of your benefits, I guarantee that even the mightiest of figures will be powerless to protect them. Chapter 49. Outrageous Rebellion. The fragrant aroma of meat permeated the air at noon in the spiritual mine. All the minor disciples formed a line to fill their bowls with generous servings of braised pork. Perhaps the delight brought forth by the exquisite food allowed these individuals, who had endured countless inhumane treatments, to display rare smiles. Tainyo, devouring the braised pork in his bowl, trailed closely behind Chu Xinghe. Brother Xinghe, you are a good person. Please don't let me follow you. I have bad luck and fear I might bring you misfortune. Tainyo, with a face of simplicity, spoke up. His surname was Wang, and his full name was Wang Tainyo. His claim of misfortune was not unfounded. After inquiring with Chu Xinghe and Chu Xinghe, it became evident that Wang Tainyo was indeed a person plagued by exceedingly poor luck. Not only was this lad somewhat lacking in intellect, but his fortune was also extraordinarily dismal. Since his arrival at the spirit mine, he had scarcely uncovered any substantial raw stones. Wherever he went, it was as if darkness enveloped him. In the words of those working at the spirit mine, he possessed an inherent aura of bad luck. Consequently, many individuals were reluctant to associate with Tainyo. However, upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe was utterly exhilarated. An aura of misfortune? What a stroke of luck! He had previously pondered why all his diligent efforts had yielded no success. It must have been due to his own unparalleled good fortune. Now, with someone bearing an aura of misfortune to taint his luck and siphon it away, the path to becoming a martial emperor was surely within reach. Thus, without hesitation, Chu Xinghe took Tainyo on a tour of the spirit mine. After lunch, a group of miners prepared to resume their work according to their usual routine. For there was little time for rest here. Each day, aside from the essential hours for sleep and meals, every moment must be devoted to labor. However, just as they were about to commence work, a piece of news rendered all the miners dumbfounded. Starting today, after lunch, all disciples were granted an hour of rest. Upon hearing this news, the miners stood in a daze, and after confirming that they had not misheard, jubilant cheers erupted throughout the spirit mine. Yet, before their cheers could fully subside, countless carriages from the Haotian Merchant Guild appeared within the mine. Numerous brand-new miner disciples were disembarked from the carriages and began distributing brand-new mining uniforms. Each miner received 2 new outfits at once. This left the miners utterly bewildered. What momentous occasion was this? Improved rations, a break, and new uniforms? What was happening? Meanwhile, as countless miners engaged in animated discussions, Chu Xinghe wore a wry smile while observing Chu Xinghe. Brother Xinghe, while it is commendable to enhance their living conditions, such an increase in resources could indeed cause trouble. Qin Xiangqian gazed at the various resource allocations Chu Xinghe had devised for the minor disciples, bewildered. Previously, these minor disciples consumed approximately 1% of the spirit mind's output annually. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe became frantic. What nonsense is this? 1%? Is this even a reasonable treatment? It must be increased, elevated to extremes. Brother Xinghe, according to your proposal, these minor disciples would require at least 10% of the spirit mind's output each year. How can we ensure the sect's supply of spirit stones with such demands? This would lead to significant losses for the sect. Losses for the sect? Upon hearing Qin Xiangqian's words, Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with realization. He had been so engrossed in sympathizing with the minor disciples that he nearly overlooked the implications for the sect. Now, upon reevaluating his plan, he realized that even consuming 10% of the output was excessively parsimonious. Was he truly behaving like a decent person? Thus, with a grand gesture, Chu Xinghe elevated the resources once more. Upon witnessing the figures inscribed by Chu Xinghe, Qin Xiangqian nearly fainted. The remuneration for the mining disciples was now to be based on 30% of the spiritual mind's output. Every mining disciple would enjoy 4 days off each month. In the event of extraordinary circumstances, they could request leave for no more than 3 days without any deductions from their benefits. The cultivation techniques available to all mining disciples were upgraded from the most basic to those just below that of outer sect disciples. All benefits for the mining disciples would now be second only to those of the outer sect disciples. With each stipulation that emerged, Qin Xiangqian could only think of 4 words: utterly outrageous. Brother Xinghe, are you attempting to shatter the heavens? Previously, 99% of the spiritual mind's output was sent to the sect. Yet even then, the sect demanded increased production annually. Now, you propose to retain 30% and send only 70%. Furthermore, these mining disciples, who used to work the full month, would now not only have daily rest, but also mandated time off each month. Wouldn't this inevitably reduce the mind's output? Calculating this, Qin Xiangqian could only conclude that the spiritual stones sent to the sect each year might not even reach half of what was previously delivered. Even if Brother Xinghe held an exalted position, the sect would surely be in uproar over a loss of half the spiritual stones each year. Qin Xiangqian wished to counsel Brother Xinghe, yet he was utterly disregarded. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xinghe instructed Ma Liang to post the various benefits for the mining disciples. The resplendent Haoyan seal emblazoned upon it representing the supreme authority of the Haoyan sect. Qin Xiangqian recognized that a significant upheaval was imminent. The series of actions taken by Brother Xinghe was far more alarming than merely acquiring a spiritual mind. With the sect poised to suffer losses in spiritual stones annually, the repercussions of such a policy would incite rebellion among mining disciples from other sects. Previously, everyone had endured hardship and thus had accepted the rules. But should they suddenly discover that others fared better, chaos would surely ensue. Humanity is such that comparisons breed discontent. Once juxtaposed, troubles inevitably arise. However, Chu Xinghe heeded not a word of Qin Xiangqian's entreaties. A significant upheaval? I eagerly await such turmoil. After all, it is a rare occasion to emerge and possess the Haoyan seal. This time, I shall not relent until the heavens are rent asunder. Soon, when Ma Liang affixed the benefits formulated by Chu Xinghe for the mining disciples, the entire Haoyan sect's spiritual minds erupted in commotion. All mining disciples, upon beholding the newly established benefits, were left in disbelief. To speak candidly, while these benefits might be slightly inferior to those of the outer sect disciples of Haoyan sect, they surpassed the benefits provided by most other sects. Indeed, in some smaller sects, even the inner disciples would be hard-pressed to receive such treatment. Could this truly be real? Yet, when the emblem of the Haoyan seal, representing the apex of authority, shimmered before their eyes, the mining disciples comprehended the truth. This Brother Xinghe was indeed serious. He was nothing like those so-called high-ranking officials from before, who made empty promises only to depart, their words less substantial than the fragrance of flatulence. Chaos ensued. The entire Haoyan sect's spiritual minds were thrown into disarray. Ma Liang found himself surrounded by numerous disciples of the mining sect. Is what is inscribed above truly authentic? Address me as Senior Brother Ma Liang. He calmly replied, emulating the demeanor of Senior Brother Xinghe. Senior Brother Ma Liang, you cannot be jesting, can you? Indeed. Senior Brother Ma Liang, this jest is rather excessive, is it not? Ma Liang's gaze swept over the gathering of mining disciples. Jesting? Humph, you are the jesters here. Open your eyes and behold what lies above. This is the Haotian order bestowed by the sect master. Who would dare to jest with the Haotian order? And do you know who devised this plan? It was none other than Senior Brother Xinghe. You likely do not know who he is, do you? Let me enlighten you. Senior Brother Xinghe is the foremost prodigy of this generation. Ma Liang embellished the tales of Chu Xinghe's exploits within the Haotian sect, portraying him as nothing short of a sage. He cared for each junior disciple, willing to endure punishment for their sake. He respected every senior brother and sister, never looking down upon anyone, regardless of their status, even those who were direct disciples of the sect master inheriting the Haotian battle spirit. With a single stroke, he had bested the young talents of the martial emperor city, defeating Xinghe, the bearer of the seven-colored glazed body, in one fell swoop. Subsequently, he crafted an unparalleled divine elixir as a fifth-tier alchemist, earning the title of the foremost young alchemist in the realm. The sect had entrusted him with significant responsibilities, allowing him to select spiritual minds for the sect and granting him full authority to make decisions. As Ma Liang recounted these events, disbelief filled the eyes of all the mining disciples. Besides Ma Liang, Wan Lin and other junior disciples began to share their accounts of Senior Brother Xinghe's deeds within the Haotian sect. Gradually, every mining disciple found themselves captivated by his legend. Senior Brother Xinghe, is this truly the legendary figure we have heard about? When he visited the spiritual mine yesterday, everyone assumed it would be a mere formality, a routine affair where they would feast and then return to the usual grind. Who truly paid heed to Senior Brother Xinghe's words? Yet, they realized their grave mistake. Senior Brother Xinghe was not merely speaking. He had taken action, doing what others dared not, and achieving what others deemed impossible. Why did they become mining disciples of the Haotian sect? Was it out of a fondness for mining? No. It was because who among them did not harbor dreams of transcending into divinity? What if their talents were lacking? What if their gifts fell short? Did that render them unworthy of pursuing their dreams? Countless individuals, after enduring numerous rejections and ridicule, chose to enter the spiritual minds of the Haotian sect as mining disciples. They once held dreams close to their hearts, envisioning a day when they would wield a sword, their aspirations soaring to the heavens. Yet, reality dealt them a harsh blow. As mining disciples, they gained nothing beyond the most basic techniques and resources to sustain their mining efforts. But why do they persist? Because they still hold on to their dreams. Yet, gradually, they began to wonder if perhaps those dreams were destined to remain just that, dreams. Today, Brother Xinghe stepped forward and proclaimed to each individual that from this day forth, they have once again earned the privilege to pursue their dreams. The resources and benefits afforded to them are second only to those of the outer disciples, and even more astonishingly, Brother Xinghe has bestowed upon them superior cultivation techniques. Henceforth, by diligently mining here, they may acquire resources. As long as they exert sufficient effort and meet the requisite standards, they can learn the advanced techniques of the Haotian sect. Should their performance be exemplary, they might even rightfully ascend to the status of outer disciples, or perhaps even inner disciples of the Haotian sect. They could become the very future of the Haotian sect. Chapter 50. A stirring across all realms in that moment. The eyes of all the miners glistened with tears. What Brother Xinghe offered was not merely techniques and resources, but the chance for each person to chase their dreams. A multitude of miners spontaneously knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing towards the notice behind Ma Liang. Ma Liang, Wan Lin, and all the disciples of the Haotian sect were profoundly moved. They were all exceptional individuals, having lived amidst the praise of others since birth, and upon entering the Haotian sect, they were the Siarmi de la Siarmi. They were the pride of their families and the sect. They had never fathomed that so many dreamers existed in the world. In fact, when Chu Xinghe had previously attempted to dissuade Chu Xinghe, expressing concern that allocating such abundant resources might lead to losses for the sect, Wan Lin had also hesitated. Should he persuade Brother Xinghe to reconsider? Yet at this moment, Wan Lin recognized his own narrow-mindedness and inadequacy. The gap between himself and Brother Xinghe had not merely remained unchanged, it had widened dramatically. What had he been perceiving? The dwindling number of spirit stones, the potential loss to the sect. But Brother Xinghe envisioned countless dreams and the future of the sect. One could argue that these minor disciples lacked talent, yet one must not extinguish their dreams. One cannot declare that their lives are destined to be futile. The first generation of the Haotian emperor did not possess unparalleled talent. Yet through sheer effort, he established the Haotian sect. Who could say that among these minor disciples, the next Haotian emperor or a figure of martial emperor caliber would not emerge? The prospect of losing half the spirit stones may seem daunting, but consider the profound foundation of the Haotian sect. Such losses are not beyond their capacity to bear. Is it not worth sacrificing these spirit stones to procure an opportunity for all to pursue their dreams? Indeed, Brother Xinghe's perspective has reached a height that inspires awe in all. Ma Liang's heart was also profoundly shaken. He vowed that from this moment on, his dreams would transform. Once, he aspired to become someone like Brother Xinghe, but today he realized the folly of his ambitions. To aspire to be like Brother Xinghe? Who was he to even entertain such thoughts? If he could merely become someone who follows Brother Xinghe, that alone would signify a remarkable achievement for him. The other junior disciples also began to grasp why Brother Xinghe had chosen to bring them along. It was a lesson for their own enlightenment. Reflecting on my past transgressions within the sect, I feel a deep sense of shame for having bullied my fellow disciples, their faces flushed with embarrassment. What a disgrace! In confronting my own misdeeds, Brother Xinghe chose not to chastise or scold us. Instead, he remained silent, yet conveyed a profound lesson through a startling event. While I lingered in the realm of tormenting my peers, Brother Xinghe had risen to the level where he treated even the most humble minor disciple as family. In that moment, every heart silently vowed to follow Brother Xinghe for life. Even if one could not become a person of his caliber, a commitment to unwavering loyalty was essential. For countless years, the spirit mine of Haotian sect had remained dormant, yet today it resonated with laughter and joy. The once listless minor disciples now roared with exhilaration. At last, they had awaited this moment, the opportunity to chase their dreams and defy fate. Wang Tiniu gazed blankly at each word on the notice, the remnants of a harsh self-inflicted slap still visible on his cheek. A consequence of doubting the reality of his dreams. He recalled Brother Xinghe's words upon his first arrival. From this day forth, should anyone dare to withhold resources from you, even the mightiest of powers shall not save them. Initially, Wang Tiniu had dismissed this as mere rhetoric. Despite the whispers that labeled him foolish and unlucky, and the many who distanced themselves from him, Brother Xinghe stood unwavering. His smile, as gentle as a spring breeze, made Wang Tiniu wonder if such goodness truly existed in this world. Since Brother Xinghe's arrival, many had privately criticized him, claiming that he was duplicitous, that his words, though beautiful, were insincere. Countless individuals conspired to tarnish Brother Xinghe's reputation, and Wang Tiniu had even found himself agreeing with their sentiments. Yet at that moment, he slapped himself once more, not to test if he was dreaming, but out of profound regret. How could I, Wang Tiniu, have so unjustly disparaged Brother Xinghe? I am not worthy of the title of human. Tears streamed down Wang Tiniu's face as he resolved to become a person of dreams, to be deemed useful in Brother Xinghe's eyes, and to strive to emulate him. The spirit mine of Haotian sect trembled with renewed vigor, as all minor disciples experienced a rebirth. However, the news that spread from the Haotian sect's spirit mine sent shockwaves far beyond its confines. What madness is this? 3/10 of the yield designated for the minor disciples? Superior cultivation methods? And a few days off each month? Is Haotian sect truly out of its mind? Who exactly is this Chu Xinghe? Has he escaped punishment for acquiring the Tianyi spirit mine? If any disciple from our sect behaved so recklessly as to purchase the Tianyi spirit mine, they would be buried beneath the weight of consequences. Is this fellow utterly fearless? Not only did he purchase the Tianyi spirit mine, but he also dared to meddle with matters of the minor disciples? Could he possibly be the illegitimate son of Gu Mingqiao? Even if Gu Mingqiao's illegitimate son dared to act in such a manner, Gu Mingqiao would surely have him executed in a gruesome fashion. How could the Haotian sect, the preeminent sect in the realm, behave so recklessly? The news sent shockwaves through all factions, not only among the elite, but also among the minors and disciples in various sections. When the tidings reached the spirit mines, all were left astounded by the treatment that Chu Xinghe had conferred upon the minors of the Haotian sect. Previously, they had existed at the very bottom, where even the eldest brother would refrain from mocking the second. Yet now, the minors of the Haotian sect were no mere brothers. They were afforded the status of esteemed lords. Many inner disciples of other sects had it no better, perhaps. Although the minors endured hardships, their innate talent had always been lacking, and a bit of toil was inconsequential. For now, hope lay within their grasp. Thus, in a brief span, the minors of various sects began to rebel. Why should the Haotian sect receive such treatment while they were relegated to lesser status? They too demanded the same privileges as the Haotian sect. If denied, they declared they would abandon their posts and seek to join the Haotian sect as minors. Such a monumental shift had been anticipated by the various factions, and soon enough, news circulated that Chu Xinghe's reckless actions had come to the attention of the Haotian sect, which had already dispatched individuals to administer punishment, likely to execute him on the spot. With this revelation, a temporary hush fell over the factions, all awaiting the arrival of the Haotian sect elders who would come to eliminate Chu Xinghe. Within the grand hall of the Haotian sect, the news from Lingmai Mountain did not require the Haotian sect's spirit birds, as other sects had already delivered the information. At this moment, the sect leader and heads of various palaces were gathered together. The eldest elder, upon hearing the news, was stricken with anguish, lamenting the loss of his heir in despair. Xinghe, O Xinghe, have you truly sought to tear the heavens asunder? Previously, the acquisition of Tianyi's spirit mine had already rendered the Haotian sect a laughingstock, and now the entire world awaited to see them ridiculed further. Yet before the laughter could subside, you have stirred up such a tremendous uproar? What are you all dawdling for? Speak up, the sect leader urged first. Leader, the reactions from various sects have been exceedingly strong, demanding severe punishment for this child, Xinghe. Several sects have even suspended their collaborations with the Haotian sect. Not only these sects, but the Shi family had also expressed their stance, declaring that should the Haotian sect continue to tolerate Chu Xinghe's unruliness without repercussions, they would cease all cooperation with the sect. Furthermore, I have calculated that if this child's actions persist, the sect would incur losses exceeding half of its annual supply of spirit stones. Although the remaining half might barely suffice, the elders began to voice their concerns, sharing various pieces of information from their respective factions. Leader, allow me to take action personally. I shall devise a way to handle this matter, the eldest elder proposed, stepping forward. Sit down, sit down. The sect leader gestured for the eldest elder to take his seat. Yet this time, the eldest elder remained standing. Leader, this child has indeed crossed the line. The other sects will likely retaliate in succession, and this child may find it difficult to cope, the eldest elder remarked, causing the other elders to nod in agreement. The series of actions taken by Chu Xinghe can be likened to a dramatic overturning of the table. However, this upheaval does not merely affect the table of the Haotian sect, it impacts everyone. While the Haotian sect may withstand the loss of half of its spiritual stones, others may not be able to bear such a burden. Consequently, various sects will undoubtedly take action to reclaim those spiritual stones, seeking to suppress Chu Xinghe and compel the Haotian sect to revert to its former state. Thus, a chain of retaliatory strikes is inevitable. The Grand Elder is concerned that Chu Xinghe may not withstand the repercussions. While the punishment of Chu Xinghe is an internal matter for the Haotian sect, the response from other sects will not be so easily managed. Therefore, the Grand Elder feels it is necessary to intervene directly, believing that he can quell the situation with his own methods. All eyes turn to the sect leader. If the Grand Elder were to intervene now, he could indeed suppress the matter. However, have you considered the implications for the dignity of young Xinghe? Upon uttering these words, the sect leader's statement causes the elders to change countenance. Is the sect leader now contemplating the reputation of this child? Or does he regard Chu Xinghe as someone of significant standing? Despite the bewildering nature of his actions, the sect leader remains unwavering in his support. I reiterate, this child, Xinghe, is one we have watched grow. While I might believe others could act recklessly, I am convinced that Xinghe's motivations stem from righteousness. He cannot abide the treatment of the mining disciples. Unlike us, who chose to endure, he has acted where we have hesitated. He has done what we feared to do. As the sect leader's words hang in the air, silence envelopes the room. Everyone knows the plight of the mining disciples, yet who has truly stood up for them? Today, Chu Xinghe dares to challenge the status quo. We must not only focus on the negative aspects, we must also recognize the positives. Xinghe's sense of righteousness is commendable, and all he has done will undoubtedly win the hearts of the mining disciples and all those who value righteousness. In this regard, the boy has acted rightly. Even the Grand Elder is taken aback. Understand that the act of winning hearts is typically considered a grave transgression, especially with the sect leader present. To buy loyalty is tantamount to treason. Do you aim to usurp power? Do you believe yourself more righteous than the sect leader? Yet, in Chu Xinghe's case, the sect leader not only refrains from anger but appears genuinely pleased, which is quite extraordinary. Chapter 51. The objective: surpass the Sure family. All the elders, including the Grand Elder, fall into silence. Chu Xinghe's actions may not have been a deliberate attempt to win hearts, yet they have indeed produced that effect. If anyone else had acted similarly, it would have been deemed a severe betrayal. However, the sect leader, rather than displaying anger, is exceedingly pleased with Chu Xinghe's conduct. It is evident to all that the sect leader has begun to groom Chu Xinghe as his successor. Thus, the more outstanding Chu Xinghe becomes, the more delighted the sect leader is. No one among the elders is willing to offer any reply to the various sections. When has the Haotian sect ever been in a position to justify itself to others? Who do they think they are? A sudden surge of authority emanates from the sect leader, causing the entire Haotian hall to tremble. As for how each sect will proceed next, I too am curious to observe. Let no one interfere. I shall leave it to Xinghe to manage. Such an opportunity to confront the various sects is rare indeed, and allowing this young one to experience it firsthand, to spar with them, is not a detrimental affair. As for those unwilling to cooperate, let it be known that their refusal is of no consequence. If the Sure family is reluctant to continue providing us with their services, we shall inform them that the contract is void. What? Does the departure of our Haotian sect from the Sure family mean that no one will assist us any longer? Upon concluding his remarks, the sect master rose and departed without a backward glance. Once he left, the others finally dared to exhale deeply, including the Grand Elder, who wore a countenance of disbelief. Despite the sect master's usual gentle demeanor, one must not forget that he is the Haotian emperor, the foremost figure on the heavenly Tao rankings. For years, the sect master has concealed his brilliance, and the Haotian sect has remained tranquil. Yet this does not imply that we are easily trifled with. The dignity of the world's foremost sect is not something to be provoked lightly, whether by the Sure family or any other sect. It seems they have forgotten that an enraged Haotian sect possesses the power to stir the very fabric of the world. The Haotian sect is not solely characterized by its gentle nature. The number of sects it has annihilated could encircle the Liang continent thrice. All sects are awaiting the arrival of Haotian sect members to deal with Chu Xinghe. Even Chu Xinghe himself is in anticipation. Surely it must be the Grand Elder arriving? Or perhaps the sect master in person. Goodness, what punishment might await me? The rumors of immediate execution circulating outside are certainly not something Chu Xinghe would believe. The possibility of being stripped of my status as a direct disciple and relegated to the outer sect, or even becoming a mere minor disciple. Such outcomes are not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, after many days of eager anticipation, there has been not a whisper from the Haotian sect. Not only has the sect master not come, but not even a disciple has arrived with news. Chu Xinghe is bewildered. Has the sect's communication system deteriorated to such an extent? Or has the teleportation array malfunctioned? Even if they had to travel, they should have arrived by now. What does it signify that there has been no response whatsoever? I have raised a storm, and the Haotian sect has become the target of all. But urgency yields no results. At least Chu Xinghe has brought some unexpected news. Senior Brother Xinghe, I bear grim tidings. All collaborations with the various sects have been annulled, and our contract with the Sure family has also been rendered void. We are now thoroughly isolated. Chu Xinghe rejoiced. Is this truly bad news? A harbinger of fortune, indeed, for it heralds exceptional tidings. While the cancellation of collaborations with other sects may not be dire, the dissolution of the contract with the Sure family is indeed troubling. The Sure family is the foremost stone refinement family in the realm, with over 70% of raw stones transformed into spirit stones by their adept hands. Now that the Sure family refuses to refine stones for the Haotian sect, we are indeed in a predicament. Can one not feast on a wild boar without a butcher? Chu Xinghe scoffed. Qin Xiangxian, feeling helpless, remarked, apart from the Sure family, there are indeed some other clans with a modicum of stone refinement skills. However, their yield of spirit stones is inferior to that of the Sure family, and their fees are exorbitantly higher. Consequently, the sect may incur additional losses. How splendid! Chu Xinghe was overjoyed. Ling City was indeed a wonderful place. Since his arrival, joyous news had been incessant. But now a loss was imminent. How could they maximize that loss? Could our Haotian sect not refine the stone by ourselves? Chu Xinghe inquired tentatively. Brother Xinghe, you must understand that refining the stone is not as simple as it seems. To cultivate a stone refiner, one must not only possess the art of refinement, but also identify exceptional candidates endowed with the talent for it. The art of refinement is somewhat attainable. Although it is difficult to acquire from the outside world, If our Haotian sect were to invest significant resources, it could be procured. However, finding a skilled stone refiner is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, as it relies heavily on innate talent. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe was filled with excitement. A hefty cost? A daunting task? Does that imply it could easily go to waste? What are we waiting for? Instead of cultivating a stone refiner, we risk ending up with empty hands. It is better to rely on ourselves, regardless of the cost. We must procure the art of refinement immediately. Chu Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. However, witnessing the gleaming Haotian order, he could only nod in agreement. As for the selection of the stone refiner, I shall take charge, Chu Xinghe declared confidently, for he already had an exceptional candidate in mind. What? Ma Liang and his group? Absolutely not. Those individuals possess extraordinary talents. Who knows if they have the aptitude for stone refinement? As a so-called false fortune bringer, if Ma Liang were to claim he was a once-in-a-millennium talent for stone refinement, I would have nowhere to lament my misfortune. Thus, after much contemplation, Chu Xinghe thought of an unparalleled candidate, Wang Tiniu. A stone refiner thrives on talent. Yet look at Wang Tiniu's potential. A stone refiner requires cleverness. And just look at Wang Tiniu. Perfect. A stone refiner also needs a stroke of luck, even disregarding the first two qualities when it comes to luck. Tiniu is in a league of his own. How could someone who struggles with quarrying possibly learn the art of stone refinement? It was a foregone conclusion that I would not fail. If this art were to go to waste, Chu Xinghe would feel he had betrayed Wang Tiniu's extraordinary gifts. Chu Xinghe set off to acquire the art of refinement, while Chu Xinghe sought out Wang Tiniu. Brother Xinghe, I'm here. What do you need me for? Just say the word. Even a furrowed brow is yours. Tiniu, there is a monumental and historically significant task I am entrusting to you. Do you believe you can handle it? Certainly. Leave it to me. Look at that. I am pleased with you. If anyone else were to be entrusted with such a significant task, they would at least inquire about the details. But look at our Tiniu, without a second thought. He agreed. That is what I call reliability. Good. Your confidence brings me great solace. You may return for now. When the time comes, I shall summon you again. All right. Brother Xinghe, I shall take my leave. With Tiniu's departure, Chu Xinghe felt even more satisfied. This junior brother was dependable. He didn't ask a single question, even sparing me the trouble of fabricating excuses. Where could one find such a worry-free disciple? Unlike that troublemaker Ma Liang. In recent days, various sect spirit minds had become tumultuous again. Wasn't it said that Chu Xinghe would be severely punished, allowing everyone to return to a level playing field? Yet now, what was this reverse competition within the Haotian sect? In recent days, numerous miners have flocked to the spiritual mine of the Haotian sect to observe the situation. To one's astonishment, the sight is truly remarkable. The miner disciples of the Haotian sect are clad in brand new mining attire. A far cry from the shoddy garments one might expect. These uniforms are crafted from the same fine fabric as those worn by the outer disciples of the sect. The two most renowned chefs in the spirit city have been engaged by the Haotian sect to prepare meals at the mine. The succulent, 5-layered braised pork, the array of dishes bursting with flavor and aroma, the exquisitely crafted pastries, and even the provision of beverages. What divine fare this is. Moreover, the Haotian sect has constructed new dormitories for the minor disciples, accommodating 4 per room, complete with beds. Each disciple can enjoy a restful hour after lunch. Is this truly how one ought to live? As some miners enter their leisure mode, astonishingly, this does not incur any resource deductions. Envy fills the eyes of minor disciples from various sections. Observing the conditions afforded to the Haotian sect's minor disciples in stark contrast to their own, one cannot help but feel the disparity. This is not merely a comparison of individuals, but rather of humans to slaves. Despite being equals in status as minor disciples, the treatment is vastly different. The minor disciples from various sects have reached their breaking point. The promises of confronting Chu Xinghe and returning to a level playing field seem hollow when it appears that only they endure hardship, while others are treated like lords. The uproar among the minor disciples has led to the first ever mass strike. Although various sects have resorted to threats and temptations to quell the unrest, the miners have resolved to stand firm. They boldly declare, "We shall simply cease our labor. Let the sect strip us of our cultivation. We shall start anew at the Haotian sect." In response to the miners' defiance, the various sects have begun to redirect their pressure towards the Haotian sect, canceling all collaborations and spreading rumors about the sect's false benevolence. Unlike the spiritual minds of other sects, within the Haotian sect's mind, all minor disciples are profoundly grateful after receiving guarantees of treatment from senior brother Xinghe. Ma Laosan, how dare you slack off? Do you honor senior brother Xinghe? Ma Laosan, you do not deserve to remain in the spiritual mind. I am deeply sorry. I was blinded by foolishness, and I shall not repeat it. Ma Laosan, should there be a next time, we will not spare you. Previously, members of the Haotian Chamber of Commerce had to monitor these miners constantly, fearing they might slack off and reduce output. Yet in recent days, this has become unnecessary. Should anyone attempt to shirk their duties, the other minor disciples would swiftly intervene. Do you honor senior brother Xinghe? Has become the motto etched in the hearts of every minor disciple. Now, the miners know to rest well during their breaks. But when it is time to work, they pour their very souls into their labor. Over the course of several days, those responsible for collecting raw ore have stumbled upon a perplexing phenomenon. Despite the fact that the miners are working significantly fewer hours than before, the output has not only remained unchanged, but has even increased by 30%. What sorcery is this? It is utterly incomprehensible. The news reached Chu Xinghe, leaving him utterly bewildered. However, he chose not to report it to Chu Xinghe, opting instead to observe further. After all, it is not uncommon for a particular vein of ore to yield an unexpected increase in output, thus necessitating continued scrutiny. While he was monitoring the situation, Chu Xinghe finally expended a small fortune to acquire the art of pointing stones. Yet, when he cautiously inquired about the candidates for the master of this art as mentioned by his senior, Xinghe, he was left speechless. Wang Tinyu, the perpetually unlucky Wang Tinyu? Senior Xinghe, are you certain you are not jesting? Indeed, it was Tinyu, the one-in-a-million master candidate for the art of pointing stones. Trust me, and trust in Tinyu. The future of surpassing the Shijia rests upon him. Chu Xinghe was left in disbelief. Surpassing the Shijia? It seemed the money spent on acquiring this art would be entirely wasted. Chapter 52. The remarkable talent of pointing stones. Wang Tinyu. When Wang Tinyu was summoned, he bore his usual naive demeanor. Upon receiving the art of pointing stones from Chu Xinghe, he did not even glance at it before assuring him, Senior Xinghe, rest assured, I will manage this matter with utmost clarity. What do you mean by managing it clearly? Chu Xinghe was nearly in tears. Brother, I now call you brother. Can you even comprehend the art of pointing stones? Tinyu, Senior, I have faith in you. Chu Xinghe's expression was grave. Wang Tinyu departed with tears in his eyes. Nonetheless, the news of Wang Tinyu being chosen by Senior Xinghe swiftly spread throughout the spirit mind. The initial reaction from everyone upon hearing this was disbelief. However, as they contemplated the audacity of Senior Xinghe, their skepticism turned into curiosity. There was no possibility that Senior Xinghe could have made a misjudgment. Wang Tinyu must possess some hidden talent for the art of pointing stones. In contrast to the unwavering confidence of the people from the Haotian sect, the outside world nearly laughed their teeth out upon receiving this news. Could it be that Chu Xinghe was an infiltrator within the Haotian sect? I think it's quite plausible. Purchasing the Tianyi spirit mine could be attributed to youthful arrogance, and while his subsequent claims of righteousness might be excused, this Wang Tinyu is someone I've heard of before. He's rather notorious for lacking intelligence and possessing abysmal luck. Such a person attempting to learn the art of pointing stones seems to reflect the adage that birds of a feather flock together. Indeed, the assertion holds true. This Chu Xinghe is quite the fool. While the mockery from other sects was tolerable, the Shijia nearly succumbed to laughter. It is worth noting that the Shijia felt considerable pressure from their decision to sever ties with the Haotian sect. After all, this was the Haotian sect, the foremost sect in the world. Who could predict what they might do in a fit of rage? The Shijia had prepared thoroughly for any potential retaliation from the Haotian sect. However, rather than an anticipated counterattack, they received news that the Haotian sect intended to cultivate a master of the art of pointing stones. Initially, upon hearing this news, the Shijia felt a flicker of concern. After all, this was the Haotian sect. Could it be that they had truly discovered a prodigy in the art of pointing stones? The Shijia dispatched individuals to investigate further. But before they could ascertain any information, the word spread that the chosen candidate was Wang Tinyu. Are you jesting with me? Chu Xinghe's actions have transcended the realm of folly. This individual appears to be nothing short of a complete simpleton. How could the Haotian sect dispatch such a fool to this place? Has the Haotian sect truly fallen from grace? A multitude of onlookers have been left dumbfounded by Chu Xinghe's series of maneuvers. The prior events could be rationalized, But what was he thinking in cultivating Wang Tinyu? Nurturing a genius in the realm of stone transformation is already an arduous task, and what is Wang Tinyu, if not a fool? The consensus among all has solidified. The Haotian sect has indeed made a grave misstep. In the Wu Emperor city, situated within the spiritual city, Xinghe found himself in a state of bewilderment for a full half-minute upon receiving this news. Although he was unfamiliar with Wang Tinyu, others in the Wu Emperor City Merchants Association enlightened him. In their accounts, he was merely a fool, beset by the most unfortunate of luck. What could Chu Xinghe possibly mean by selecting such a simpleton? Could it be that Brother Xinghe truly misjudged? No, Brother Xinghe is an extraordinary individual, possessing not only remarkable strength, but also a meticulous mind. If Wang Tinyu were a typical individual, one might entertain the notion of a misjudgment. However, given Wang Tinyu's reputation as a fool plagued by misfortune, it is inconceivable that Brother Xinghe would remain unaware. Thus, this action must hold profound significance. Yet, what could Brother Xinghe be contemplating? It is utterly inscrutable. Is there any news from the small spirit mine? Xinghe inquired, casting a glance at the steward. We have been working tirelessly, but thus far, only waste stones have emerged, the steward replied, his face marked by concern. Do not fret, continue excavating. Chu Xinghe would never act without purpose. Understood. The steward complied and departed. In the ensuing days, the notion of Chu Xinghe as a colossal fool reverberated throughout the spiritual city, with various sects shedding their reservations and openly expressing their opinions. Some even dared to proclaim, I believe Chu Xinghe is indeed a fool, but the Haotian sect is the one that has truly fallen. Their disciple runs amok without restraint, and the sect remains passive. It is truly incomprehensible. Hush, I have heard that Chu Xinghe is the illegitimate son of Gu Mingqiao. Is that true? You should ponder that for yourself. How intriguing. The rumor regarding Chu Xinghe's lineage spread like wildfire, with all eyes eagerly awaiting to see how the Haotian sect would extricate itself from this predicament. You claim to be the #1 sect in the world, yet your disciple acts recklessly, and the sect turns a blind eye, ultimately inciting the wrath of the entire realm. One must question whether the face of the #1 sect is still worth preserving. On one particular day, at the Tianyi spirit mine, numerous energetic miners toiled diligently. Brother, we have been digging for so many days, and all we have unearthed are waste stones. This mine may truly be unproductive. Nonsense. If you speak such drivel again, I shall silence you. This site was personally chosen by Brother Xinghe. How could there possibly be an error? Brother Xinghe possesses a discerning eye. We simply have not reached the right location yet. Indeed, how Brother Xinghe treats us requires no further elaboration. Everyone, let us exert ourselves. Even if we must dig through this spirit mine, we shall unearth spirit stones. Right. Let us all put forth our utmost effort. Suddenly, a shout echoed from the distance. The spirit mine has yielded. Many rushed over to investigate. One of the miner apprentices unearthed a pile of debris, and behind this rubble, a glimmering piece of spiritual ore emerged. This is spiritual light. Only high-grade spiritual stones could emit such a faint glow. They've found it. Indeed, they have unearthed it. Hurry and report this. The news swiftly reached Chu Xinghe, who, upon hearing it, could hardly contain his excitement and rushed over to witness the find, neglecting to inform Chu Xinghe. However, his enthusiasm quickly faded into disappointment. For apart from the shimmering ore, the rest was merely waste stone. Though a piece of high-grade spiritual stone had been discovered, it was insufficient to alter the fate of the Tianyi spiritual mine. Let us continue digging. I refuse to believe this. Yes, keep digging. It must be hidden deeper. The miner apprentices remained undeterred, yet Chu Xinghe let out a resigned sigh. Could it be that Senior Brother Xinghe had truly misjudged? Just as he pondered, his assistant delivered news that nearly caused Chu Xinghe to choke on his breath. President, Wang Tinyu has grasped the stone transformation technique and requests some raw stones for practice. What nonsense is this? Chu Xinghe was bewildered. Wang Tinyu can comprehend the stone transformation technique. Are you jesting with me? He made his way directly to Wang Tinyu, and from a distance, he spotted him standing in the courtyard. President, I've comprehended the stone transformation technique. Please give me some spiritual stones to test my skills. Tinyu, are you certain you're not jesting? I never lie, Wang Tinyu declared earnestly. Without further ado, Chu Xinghe instructed his men to fetch the raw stones, ensuring they brought only the lowest quality to avoid waste. Soon, the raw stones were delivered to Wang Tinyu, and Chu Xinghe gestured for him to begin. Wang Tiniu wasted no time. He approached the raw stone with a few strides, and with a flash of spiritual light in his hand. He employed the technique of stone transformation. As the light enveloped the raw stone, it quivered slightly, and the outer shell began to peel away in succession. In the next moment, a low-grade spiritual stone materialized before everyone. Silence enveloped the courtyard. All eyes were wide with astonishment, frantically darting between the spiritual stone and Wang Tiniu. Had the stone transformation been successful? Truly successful? Did Wang Tiniu possess a talent for the technique? And not just an ordinary talent. It had barely been a few days since he acquired the knowledge of the stone transformation technique. Without any renowned masters to guide him, relying solely on his own comprehension, he had managed to master this art. This was beyond absurd. It was utterly extraordinary. Wang Tiniu continued to demonstrate his skill, and soon, all the raw stones had been transformed. As he completed this feat, Chu Xinghe was left dumbfounded once more. What is this? Wang Tiniu's speed is astonishingly rapid. Chu Xinghe understood that typically, the pace of a stone transformer was quite slow, as the process consumed considerable energy. Wang Tiniu's speed was something he had never witnessed before. Just as Chu Xinghe was astounded by Wang Tiniu's swiftness, his assistant spoke up. President, it seems the yield rate of these stones is rather high. Yield rate? There is indeed a concept of yield rate in stone transformation. Why do so many seek out the stone family for their expertise? Due to the stone family's extraction rate hovering around 70%, it implies that the maximum loss on all spirit stones handled by them is merely 30%, allowing for a remarkable 70% retention. This is indeed the highest standard. However, at this moment, looking towards Iron Bull, his extraction rate appears to be around 50%. While a 50% extraction rate might seem inferior compared to the stone family, Chu Xinghe understands that the 70% figure pertains to the proficiency of the stone family's master point stone practitioners, all of whom have devoted their lives to mastering this art from a young age. In contrast, Iron Bull has only been self-taught for a mere few days. Previously, the stone family's most exceptional disciple, Chu Xinghe, was celebrated for achieving a 30% extraction rate on his first attempt, prompting the family to announce to the world that they had birthed an unparalleled genius. Typically, achieving even a 1% or 0.5% extraction rate on the first try is considered a mark of talent. However, looking at Iron Bull now, Chu Xinghe's perception has dramatically shifted. This is no longer Iron Bull, but rather a golden bull. President, why do you gaze at me thus? I am aware of my extraction rate. It stands at 50%, causing embarrassment for senior brother Xinghe. Nevertheless, rest assured, I have researched it. And with a few more days of practice, attaining a 90% extraction rate should pose no issue. Achieving a full 100% will be considerably challenging. I will need several years of further training to reach that. Upon hearing Iron Bull's declaration, the entire venue fell silent. While others might boast without credibility, when Iron Bull speaks, one can be assured of the truth. If he claims he can reach 90%, he undoubtedly can. And if he asserts his ability to challenge the legendary 100%, he will surely accomplish it. Chu Xinghe felt his blood pressure rising. In fact, it wasn't just him. Everyone present in the courtyard was feeling the same, particularly Chu Xinghe, who rushed over upon hearing the news and caught Iron Bull's words, nearly collapsing from shock. Chapter 53, It's over, all over. Chu Xinghe, who had neither provoked nor offended anyone today, was contentedly singing a joyous tune. Just as he was celebrating the happiness of the new year, he sensed something amiss. Why was he singing such an inauspicious song? However, what was there to fear? This time, he was destined to triumph. Yet, before Chu Xinghe could continue his song, Ma Liang arrived. Senior brother Xinghe, Iron Bull has grasped the art of point stone. With a sudden jolt, Chu Xinghe fell from his seat. What nonsense is this? Iron Bull has comprehended the art of point stone. Are you joking with me? But soon, Ma Liang, this fortunate bearer of news, whisked him away to the courtyard of the Haotian Chamber of Commerce. Iron Bull's proclamation was heard loud and clear by Chu Xinghe. What does it mean to feel one's vision darken? Today, Chu Xinghe truly understood. Wang Iron Bull, have I not treated you well? How could you be so ungrateful? Do you think you deserve my regard? Senior brother Xinghe, I haven't disappointed you, have I? Wang Iron Bull's eyes glistened with tears. Absolutely not. Chu Xinghe's teeth were nearly ground to dust. This is not a matter of disappointment. You are delivering a tremendous blow to me. Did I unearth your ancestral graves? How could you treat me like this? What happened to the promise of being a one-in-a-million fool, the assurance of being plagued by misfortune? You have accumulated an abundance of fortune over the years, only to have it culminate in this moment of misfortune, have you? Although Chu Xinghe was nearly overwhelmed with anger, he was nonetheless taken aback upon witnessing Wang Tingyu's mastery of the stone touch technique. The initial attempt yielded an astonishing success rate of 50%, accomplished without any guidance from esteemed mentors, relying solely on personal insight. Merely gaining insight would have sufficed, but the stone touch technique that Chu Xinghe had procured was rather rudimentary. However, Wang Tinyu seemed to be a man born for this art. In a matter of days, he had thoroughly comprehended and subsequently enhanced the technique. This improvement elevated the once ordinary stone touch technique to an extraordinary level. Chu Xinghe, upon catching a glimpse, nearly dropped the technique in shock and, with a face full of trepidation, presented Wang Tinyu's refined version to Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe, I swear I only glimpsed the initial characters. I did not dare to gaze upon the rest. I would never disclose any content. Although Chu Xinghe had only seen a fleeting glimpse, he understood that this version had transcended the one he had purchased. This art was likely superior even to the ancestral techniques of the Shi family. Such a divine art deserved to be housed in the most secretive vault of the Haoyan sect. Merely casting one glance could lead to dire consequences. Chu Xinghe, with a numbed expression, opened the stone touch technique. Although he did not comprehend its intricacies, after only a few brief observations, he discerned that this was indeed a miraculous technique. Wang Tinyu was undoubtedly born to master the stone touch. Had it not been for his existence, the art would remain shrouded in eternal darkness. Ma Liang and others were equally curious about the modifications made to the technique, yet none dared to approach. They were not like senior brother Xinghe. Such divine arts were not meant for the eyes of the uninitiated. The risk of divulging sect secrets was a grave offense. Rest assured, senior brother Xinghe, I would never dare to share the stone touch technique with anyone outside our Haoyan sect. Wang Tinyu, though somewhat dazed, realized he had accomplished something remarkable. Yet, he felt no pride. He attributed his success entirely to senior brother Xinghe. There is a saying, it is easy to find a good dog 1,000 miles away, but a true mentor is hard to come by. Was he not the good dog in this scenario? Senior brother Xinghe was the true mentor. Nonetheless, Wang Tinyu would not allow himself to bask in any fleeting glory. Rather, he was determined to strive further, believing that only through continued effort could he honor senior brother Xinghe's dedication. He made it his lifelong mission to follow in senior brother Xinghe's footsteps. Chu Xinghe, placing a firm hand on Wang Tinyu's shoulder, wore a serious expression. Wang Tinyu sensed the weight of senior brother Xinghe's expectations for his future. Steady now. Wang Tinyu was merely an anomaly and would not disrupt the larger scheme. Chu Xinghe continually reassured himself, remaining resolute. One Wang Tinyu could not overturn the established order. The fruits of his relentless efforts over these past few days were not easily undone. Just as Chu Xinghe was about to perform as Wang Tinyu, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. An incident had occurred, a significant one at that. What happened? Chu Xinghe's heart soared. Finally, there was good news. The president and senior brother Xinghe were both present. Something had gone awry at the Tianyi spiritual mine. What transpired? Chu Xinghe was taken aback. Moments ago, a disciple inadvertently unearthed a fissure, leading to a collapse in the spiritual mine. Incredible. A wave of joy washed over Chu Xinghe, dispelling the gloom that Wang Tinyu had cast upon him. The heavens do reward those who toil diligently. One must seize the joy of life while it lasts. Laughter and cheer herald the new year. Such moments recur year after year. Chu Xinghe nearly burst into song. Yet, he maintained a fade of urgency. Quickly, we must rush to save the people. Without a second thought for the messenger, he gathered everyone and hurried towards the Tianyi spiritual mine. Upon arriving, he found the mine surrounded by a throng. Clear the way. Chu Xinghe bellowed, and the surrounding disciples recognized Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe. Congratulations, senior brother Xinghe. Your insight is remarkable. Such exuberance from the miners nearly caused Chu Xinghe to exclaim. Had I been too ostentatious in my earlier display? But there was no time for explanations. He plunged into the Tianyi spiritual mine. It had truly collapsed. The mine's tunnel had plunged downwards for several meters, revealing another entrance. Everyone streamed in, yet the anticipated horrific scene of a blocked tunnel claiming lives did not materialize. As they advanced several dozen meters through the new tunnel, a blinding white light nearly overwhelmed their senses. Spiritual light. A dazzling brilliance illuminated the previously dark cavern, leaving countless disciples in awe. But it was not just them. Everyone who entered was equally astonished. Spiritual light. All of it comprised high-grade spiritual stones, a veritable treasure trove. Chu Xinghe was utterly entranced. Not only was he mesmerized, but all the members of the Haotian sect present were also captivated. They had seen spiritual mines before, but never had they encountered such an abundance of high-grade spiritual stones gathered in one place. It was a phenomenon they had only heard of. Over there, a rainbow glow. Someone shouted, and in the next moment, everyone turned to look, indeed confirming the seven-colored light. Only the rarest spiritual stones could emit such a glow. The occurrence of high-grade spiritual stones in a mine often ended in futility, with only the rarest instances yielding them. Yet now, as they gazed upon a wall shimmering with this seven-colored light, it was all high-grade spiritual stones. Heaven bless Haotian. Ma Liang led the chorus, and in an instant, the entire cavern resounded with the cries of the Haotian Merchant Association members, inner disciples of the Haotian sect, and the minor disciples alike, all chanting, Heaven bless Haotian. Heaven bless Senior Brother Xinghe. By the heavens, Chu Xinghe felt as if he might spew blood. This must be a dream. Quickly, I must awaken from this dream. I refuse to remain ensnared in slumber. Yet it has been proven that this is no mere dream, for Iron Bull, with swift strides, has charged into the very heart of the spiritual stone. With a deft touch, he has extracted the precious ore, revealing the brilliance of high-grade spiritual stones before the astonished eyes of all. Once more, Iron Bull seizes the seven-colored ore, and with another flourish, exquisite seven-colored spiritual stones are born. Silence envelopes the entire mine. Every gaze is fixed upon the spiritual stones revealed by Iron Bull, their eyes glistening with envy. Tears cascade uncontrollably from Wan Lin's eyes. Brother Xinghe. Indeed, Brother Xinghe was right. The Tianyi spiritual mine is unparalleled in the world. With Wan Lin's exclamation, a wave of realization washes over the crowd. As they turn their attention to the serene-faced Chu Xinghe, their hearts are profoundly stirred. When Brother Xinghe expressed his desire to purchase the Tianyi spiritual mine, many among them had deemed him mad, even foolish. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he acquired the mine. At that time, some had wondered why he did not elucidate his reasoning to them. Now, witnessing the unfolding events, they understand. It was not a matter of lacking explanation, but rather one of secrecy. Had anyone known the truth, could the Shi family have sold the Tianyi spiritual mine? This is the most formidable spiritual mine discovered to date. Brother Xinghe. It is indeed Brother Xinghe. Despite enduring countless slanders and rumors, he has never sought to defend himself. Perhaps he has been waiting for this very day? At last it has arrived. Brother Xinghe has demonstrated, through undeniable evidence, the sharpness of his insight and the depths of his wisdom. Though the world may insult, scorn, and wound me, I remain unfazed, for the ultimate outcome will reveal who stands as the true man at the pinnacle. Brother Xinghe's realm has indeed ascended to heights beyond the reach of all. Chu Xinghe's eyes brim with tears. He too had once doubted Brother Xinghe, but today, he is utterly convinced. From this day forth, nothing will sway my resolve to follow in Brother Xinghe's footsteps. No wonder Brother Xinghe bestows such treatment upon the miners. He has not been oblivious to the potential repercussions for the sect. He has merely ascended to a height we cannot fathom. Already privy to the secrets of the Tianyi spiritual mine. With the Tianyi spiritual mine, even if the miners receive greater benefits, what does it matter? With this mine, the sect will not suffer losses. Rather, the annual yield of spiritual stones is bound to multiply exponentially. Hail to Brother Xinghe. With him, how can our Haotian sect not flourish and thrive? Chapter 54. A single man's strength, manipulating the world at will. The Tianyi spiritual mine has erupted, not a mere explosion, but a cataclysmic detonation. Today will be etched in the annals of Haotian sect's history. The sect chronicles record, on October 10th, in the year 8562 of the Liang calendar. Under the guidance of its most exceptional disciple, Chu Xinghe, the Haotian sect acquired the Tianyi spiritual mine, the greatest spiritual mine in the history of Liang continent. Chu Xinghe is uncertain how he emerged from the mine. It is all over, utterly finished. His vigorous endeavors have culminated in folly. The Tianyi spirit mine has transformed from a widely recognized abandoned mine into the foremost spirit mine in the world. Wang Tiniu has also evolved from a simpleton into a man heralding a new era in the art of refining stones. Yet, Chu Xinghe finds himself in vain. having labored tirelessly for days, only to end up as a mere facilitator for others' gains. The news of the Tianyi spirit mine was impossible to conceal, and when it spread, a hush fell over the entire spirit city. The initial reaction of every person who learned of it was disbelief, thinking it absolutely absurd. However, as the mine is situated within the city, a frenzy ensued as people rushed to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing baskets of radiant spirit stones and multicolored raw ores being transported, their eyes widened in astonishment. Some even contemplated seizing the stones on the spot. But sanity prevailed. The value of spirit stones is precious, yet life holds greater worth. To challenge the Haotian sect? Such madness would be a path to ruin. Anyone daring to snatch Haotian sect's spirit stones today would find themselves hunted down by Gu Mingqiao, unable to escape a grim fate, no matter how cleverly they hid. This should belong to our Shi family. Others may have remained composed, but the Shi family was in utter despair, as if their very blood were spilling forth. It is said that the head of the Shi family, upon hearing the news, was so overwhelmed that he spat out blood. "We will not sell. We shall not sell. The Tianyi spirit mine is ours," he shouted before losing consciousness. Though every member of the Shi family yearned to voice this sentiment, they knew it would bear no fruit. Could they refuse to sell to the Haotian sect? Did they not believe that the next day, the Haotian sect would leave the entire Shi family lifeless on the ground? Did they think the Haotian sect was a soft target? Many had tried to oppose them, only to meet a tragic end. Their bodies never even gathered for a proper burial. The Shi family lacked the courage, and they dared not entertain such thoughts. Blood flowed through various sects, with many spitting blood in fury upon hearing the news. When Chu Xinghe set the record for the swiftest acquisition of the Tianyi spirit mine, countless individuals emerged to deride him as a fool. At that moment, all believed that Chu Xinghe had been foolishly misguided. Yet now, everyone realized that it was not Chu Xinghe who was foolish, but rather ourselves. We were the ones who had been blinded by ignorance. The Tianyi spirit mine, the greatest spirit mine in the world. The Haotian sect initially claimed to have purchased it at an exorbitant price, with all declaring them to be at a loss. Yet now, everyone comprehended that what they had deemed exorbitant was merely a bargain, akin to giving it away. The head of the Shi family, upon reviewing the contract from that time, was so enraged that he allegedly consumed it in his fury. Was Chu Xinghe the fool? No, we were the true fools. In the Wu Emperor's city, stationed within the spirit city, the overseer looked on in astonishment at the equally shocked Zheng Yu. Indeed, Chu Xinghe was unfathomable. He had manipulated the entire world with his singular prowess. In that moment, the prideful Zheng Yu felt utterly deflated. "Brother Zheng, do not be so despondent. Though we did not acquire the Tianyi spirit mine, the small mine we have unearthed is remarkable. Though its vein is modest, it possesses a unique charm akin to that of the Tianyi spirit mine. The spiritual stones within nearly blinded me." At this moment, the overseer truly finds himself in awe. While the entire world scoffs at Chu Xinghe, only senior brother Zheng Yu has unwavering faith in his profound capabilities. There was a time when I believed Zheng Yu had lost his senses. However, it is now apparent that it was my own naivety that led me astray. Chu Xinghe indeed embodies the depth Zheng Yu spoke of. With singular prowess, he manipulates the world as if it were mere plaything. When has the Shi family ever stumbled so drastically? When has any sect been so thoroughly toyed with? Yet, Chu Xinghe accomplished it. He remains silent, yet exudes the aura of one seated upon the highest throne, observing the tumult of the world with a serene smile, unshaken amidst the chaos. Such charisma even captivates the overseer. The foremost individual of the younger generation is indeed the foremost. Not only is his strength formidable, but his intellect is terrifyingly unparalleled. Each of his seemingly random moves now, in hindsight, resembles the flight of a celestial steed, leaving no trace detectable. By the time one begins to comprehend, he has already secured victory. Although the martial emperor city may harbor envy and resentment, senior brother Zheng Yu's superior intellect allowed him to foresee even the slightest trajectory of Chu Xinghe's maneuvers. Now, aside from the Haotian sect, the martial emperor city stands as the second greatest victor. The Tianyi spiritual mine has caused a sensation across the realm. However, the matter of Wang Tinyu has reverberated even further. "Heaven did not give birth to me, Wang Tinyu. Turning stone into gold is as eternal as the night." A man who, without guidance, comprehended and even innovated a new technique for stone manipulation. An extraordinary being who, on his very first attempt, achieved an astonishing 50% extraction rate. Initially, when the Haotian sect proclaimed their intention to cultivate their own stone manipulators, everyone deemed them insane, perhaps underestimating Chu Xinghe's sobriety. Yet, at this moment, all were met with a resounding revelation. Wang Tinya demonstrated to all that Chu Xinghe possesses not only remarkable strength and intellect, but also an extraordinary ability to discern talent. The Haotian sect has not only acquired the Tianyi spiritual mind, but has also produced a superlative stone manipulator in Wang Tinya. With Wang Tinyu's aptitude, it won't be long before the Haotian sect can independently achieve remarkable results in stone manipulation without external reliance. However, upon reflection, the true terror lies not in Wang Tinya, but in Chu Xinghe himself. This man is profoundly inscrutable. The news did not linger long and ultimately reached the Haotian sect. In the great hall of Haotian, not only were the heads of the various palaces present, but all the elders had gathered as well. Yet, at this moment, the hall was eerily silent. Everyone was still processing the information that had arrived from the spirit city. The acquisition of the Tianyi spiritual mind was regarded by many as an act of folly. Enhancing the miner's conditions provoked responses from various sects, exposing the true, ugly nature of the Shi family. Selecting Wang Tinya became the subject of ridicule across the world. Each step taken by Xinghe was beyond anyone's anticipation, and now, the Tianyi spiritual mind, the foremost spiritual mind in the realm. Even if the Haotian sect increases the benefits for all miners, their profits have multiplied several times compared to the past. Nurturing Wang Tinya, the future master of the pointing stone, to develop a new method of pointing stone technique for the sect. How should we speak of this child, Xinghe? Although the sect leader verbally pondered how to address him, the smile on his face was already creeping closer to that of the elder's joyful visage. As for the elder, he remained silent. Maintaining his composure in such circumstances was sufficient. The other elders shook their heads, not out of disapproval, but in self-reflection. Previously, when Xinghe had stirred up so much commotion, we had harbored the slightest doubts. Now it seems we were gravely mistaken. This child, Xinghe, is nothing short of perfect. Heaven bless Haotian. It was unclear who among the elders exclaimed this, but all the elders echoed in agreement. The leader's smile had never faltered. At that moment, he felt like the most sagacious and valorous individual, confident that he had not misjudged his choice. Even when everyone else suspected Chu Xinghe might act recklessly, he had steadfastly supported him. The facts had proven that this child did not disappoint. Upon the news reaching the entirety of Haotian sect, a wave of excitement ensued. The preceding events had left the sect on edge, even leading to conflicts between disciples of Lingyi Palace and others, resulting in punishment for some. However, now those who had been wronged came to offer apologies. We, who rashly doubted Brother Xinghe, feel utterly ashamed. Now you understand. Brother Xinghe is unfathomable. How could mere mortals like you perceive him? We will personally apologize to Brother Xinghe. No need for that. Do you not know him? Would he hold a grudge? Would he be angered by your doubts? He would not. Brother Xinghe is of exemplary character. You should conduct yourselves accordingly in the future. Hearing the words of the Lingyi Palace disciples, everyone felt even more embarrassed. Indeed, how could we have forgotten? Brother Xinghe, of such noble character, would not be angered by our suspicions. The entire Haotian sect was shaken by the news from Ling City. Alas, had I known I should have accompanied Brother Xinghe to Ling City, I would not have missed such a grand event. I truly regret it. Yes, I should have insisted on going. Brother Xinghe would certainly have obliged. What a pity. After a routine beating of Chu Xinghe by the rotund fish, this news was relayed to him. Chu Xinghe, you little rogue. How can two individuals from the same mountain village differ so vastly in character? Look at your pitiful state, and then at Brother Xinghe, truly an exemplar for our generation. Chu Xinghe had spat blood from the beating, more than from the rotund fish. Chu Xinghe, the scoundrel, is duplicitous, sycophantic, despicable, and cunning. You have all been deceived. Daring to defame Brother Xinghe. Today I shall strike you, so that your face blooms like a peach blossom. You will not comprehend why the flowers are so red. No one knows how long the beating lasted, but the peach blossoms undoubtedly bloomed. As for the chrysanthemums, that remains uncertain. In Ling City, within the residence of Haotian sect, Chu Xinghe lay despondently on a rocking chair, the creaking of the chair echoing the sorrows within his heart. Alas, Brother Xinghe, I have arrived too late. Previously, you instructed me to procure the entirety of the Tianyi spirit mine, yet I neglected to remember the existence of a smaller spirit mine. My misstep has led to everlasting regret. I have just received news that the minor spirit mine has been acquired by Xinghe from Wudi City. What a miscalculation. Fortune bringer Chu Xinghe has finally delivered a sliver of somewhat favorable news. As Chu Xinghe's words fell, the doomsday compass began to spin. Could there truly be a reward? Chu Xinghe was utterly bewildered. The subsequent reward somewhat alleviated his despondence. Chapter 55. This matter has nothing to do with my Haoyan sect. Chu Xinghe, already devoid of hope, felt a flicker of optimism as the doomsday compass spun. Could it be? Even in such a disastrous round, there was still a reward? Soon, the needle of the doomsday compass came to a halt. Simultaneously, a powerful force surged forth from the compass, causing Chu Xinghe to tremble. In that moment, he felt his cultivation soar from the pinnacle of the third rank directly into the fourth, and he was propelled to the peak of the fourth rank martial sovereign. Goodness! What ecstasy! At that moment, Chu Xinghe was simultaneously exhilarated and tormented. Completing such a significant leap in rank filled him with joy. Yet it also made him acutely aware of his prior losses. Had the Tianyi spirit mine not disappointed him, he might have surged into the realms of the 6th rank martial king or even the 7th rank martial saint. But now, it was too late for lamentations. The doomsday compass chose to elevate him, likely in response to the news from fortune bringer Chu Xinghe. Xinghe had indeed seized the opportunity, acquiring a smaller mine that was of the same origin as the Tianyi spirit mine. Thus, the doomsday compass acknowledged that this should have belonged to the Haoyan sect. But due to Xinghe's actions, it became a loss. Brother Xinghe, all sects have commenced their collaborations with our Haoyan sect. Chu Xinghe delivered another blow to Chu Xinghe. What is this? Did they not intend to isolate us? Why, then, are there collaborations? Chu Xinghe felt exceedingly disheartened. What happened to the promised isolation? What of the pledges of non-cooperation? What of the continued suppression and retaliation? Could they not possess a shred of integrity? What Brother Xinghe might not realize is that with the acquisition of the Tianyi spirit mine, the exquisite spirit stones it produces are scarce among all sections. Each one is apprehensive about their inability to obtain these precious stones from our Haoyan sect. Thus they dare not negotiate any terms. Chu Xinghe was exceedingly excited. Previously, when the major sects united to isolate the Haoyan sect, he was filled with trepidation. What could be done? Yet, he never imagined that Brother Xinghe had already been plotting and strategizing from afar. Once the exquisite spirit stones emerged, all sects bowed their heads in submission. In the past, during collaborations, sects would present various demands, but now it was different. Not only were they unable to propose conditions, they lacked the qualifications to even negotiate. It was entirely a matter of the Haoyan sect dictating terms. Over the years, Chu Xinghe had never engaged in such a smooth transaction. There is no need for cunning schemes or excessive contemplation. The Haoyan sect is simply responsible for setting the conditions, while the other sects merely need to acquiesce. Chu Xinghe felt exhilarated, whereas Chu Xinghe was engulfed in sorrow. The grim news arrived in relentless succession, igniting a simmering fury within Chu Xinghe. Gather all the finest spirit stones and bring them to me. I shall return to the sect and present them as gifts. Chu Xinghe seethed. You sects do not wish to offend me, yet you still desire the finest spirit stones? Just wait. Rest assured, Brother Xinghe, all the recently mined finest spirit stones have been meticulously packed. For the other sects to obtain them, that will be a matter for next year. Chu Xinghe chuckled as he handed a Qianquan ring to Chu Xinghe. Holding the ring and gazing at the resplendent spirit stones within, Chu Xinghe felt a modicum of relief. After bidding farewell to the fortunate Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe took a day to recuperate. Seizing this opportunity, he also visited the spiritual mines. He specifically instructed the minor disciples not to neglect their cultivation in the pursuit of mining. Mining can be done at any time. Your cultivation is paramount. The minor disciples were deeply grateful for Brother Xinghe's counsel. Listen, this is our Brother Xinghe. In contrast to other sects, which worry about their miners slacking off and insist that they complete their tasks before pursuing their own cultivation, Brother Xinghe encourages us to focus on our training without undue burden. Faced with such understanding from Brother Xinghe, countless minor disciples vowed never to let their mining efforts suffer due to their cultivation. With Brother Xinghe treating them this way, they felt compelled not to disappoint him in the slightest. Subsequently, Chu Xinghe visited Wang Tiniu. Remarkably, in just a few days, Tiniu had made astonishing progress in his stone-pointing technique. His stone output rate now matched that of the Sure family at an impressive 70%. Yet, Tinyu showed no signs of excitement. Instead, he repeatedly lamented that his advancement was too slow. With Brother Xinghe providing me such opportunities and placing such importance on my growth, how could I let him down? I must grow swiftly, surpass the Sure family, and elevate the Haotian sect's stone-pointing technique to the pinnacle of the world. Tinyu was not only working hard himself, but had also taken on about 10 disciples in the past few days. These disciples were his former companions, seemingly not the brightest. Yet Tinyu's long-dormant fortune surged forth in a matter of days. Among the disciples he selected, with only a few lacking in talent, the rest exhibited unparalleled aptitude in the stone-pointing technique. Even those with lesser abilities were at least on par with the Sure family's prodigies. Upon hearing Wang Tinyu's report, Chu Xinghe's frustration deepened. Indeed, the Spirit City was a vast pit. Nothing good had transpired since his arrival. Thus, he chose not to linger in the Spirit City any longer and prepared to depart. Qin Xiangqian personally escorted Chu Xinghe and his companions to the teleportation array. Not only did Qin Xiangqian arrive, but all the senior members of the Haotian Chamber of Commerce were present. Although Chu Xinghe had been there for a brief time, each of his endeavors had already become legendary within the annals of the Haotian Chamber of Commerce. Despite his short stay, the insights he imparted would be invaluable for us to learn from throughout our lives. Not only the high-ranking officials of the Haotian Chamber, but even the minor disciples gathered to bid farewell to Brother Xinghe. Countless minor disciples, with tear-filled eyes, implored him to visit often. Visit often? I'd rather not come at all. In the future, I shall resolutely minimize my visits. Amidst the heartfelt send-off from the multitude, Chu Xinghe exited the Spirit City, followed closely by Wan Lin, Ma Liang, and others, who were fervently discussing how they must relay the tales of their journey in Spirit City to every junior disciple, ensuring they understood the profound vision of Brother Xinghe. As Chu Xinghe braced himself for another trial, the teleportation array was not far from Spirit City, and they soon arrived at its location. However, those tasked with setting up the teleportation array were still occupied, requiring a brief wait. After instructing Qin Xiangqian to seek him out should any troubles arise, Chu Xinghe bid him farewell. Observing Qin Xiangqian's hesitant demeanor as he turned back multiple times, Chu Xinghe could only shake his head in exasperation. Once Qin Xiangqian had departed, the others settled in to wait for the teleportation array to activate. While Chu Xinghe pondered what mistakes he might have made during his time in Spirit City, a sudden commotion of fighting erupted in the distance. Brother Xinghe, I'll go take a look. Ma Liang, with his innate penchant for excitement, volunteered eagerly. Wait, I'll go? Chu Xinghe shot Ma Liang a glare. You? Absolutely not. It's better to avoid unnecessary complications. What if there's an opportunity that could harm our sect? How would I manage if you rushed in first? After instructing everyone to remain on standby, Chu Xinghe stealthily approached the source of the ruckus. Before long, he discovered the source of the noise. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to see Zheng Yu, engulfed in flames, leading a group of disciples from the martial emperor city as they battled a throng of cloaked figures. However, the number of the cloaked individuals clearly exceeded that of the martial emperor disciples. Despite Zheng Yu's formidable strength, the opposing faction was evidently more powerful, and Zheng Yu's group was increasingly encircled, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Brother Xinghe, amidst the fierce struggle, Zheng Yu inexplicably spotted Chu Xinghe and, upon seeing him, was filled with elation. The appearance of Chu Xinghe indicated that members of the Haotian sect were also present. Surely, they could rescue them. In his excitement, Zheng Yu called out for Chu Xinghe's assistance. Conversely, the cloaked figures quickly recognized Chu Xinghe's presence, their expressions shifting to alarm. Yet, just as the cloaked individuals feared an unwelcome complication due to Chu Xinghe's arrival, he bellowed, I am merely passing through. Continue with your business. This matter holds no relevance to the Haotian sect. With that declaration, Chu Xinghe turned and fled without a backward glance. The cloaked figures were left dumbfounded, as were Zheng Yu and the others. What on earth just transpired? Initially, the members of the Haotian sect were somewhat unsettled by the appearance of the black-clad figures. However, their bewilderment turned to disbelief when they witnessed the disciples of Wudi City abandon their comrades and flee without so much as a word. Such abject cowardice was beyond their experience. Had they truly known the Haotian sect to be this feeble? Where was the esteemed reputation of the foremost sect in the realm? Where was the promised solidarity among brethren? Zheng Yu was utterly dumbfounded. He had prepared for the possibility of Chu Xinghe coming to their aid, but he never anticipated that his senior brother would abandon them in their time of need. Just as everyone stood in stunned silence, a man among the black-clad figures, who had yet to make a move, suddenly revealed a piercing gaze. Everyone, abandon the disciples of Wudi City and capture him. He is Chu Xinghe of the Haoyan Sect. With this proclamation, the black-clad man soared into the air, riding the winds in pursuit of Chu Xinghe, a 7th-rank martial saint. The seemingly cowardly Chu Xinghe was taken aback. What on earth was happening? They were engaged in battle with Wudi City, and he was merely a bystander. Why were they forsaking Wudi City to pursue him? Moreover, what was the significance of a 7th-rank martial saint? At that moment, Chu Xinghe could no longer concern himself with such thoughts. As all the black-clad figures abandoned the disciples of Wudi City and surged toward him, Zhengyu, disciples of Wudi City. Thus, those who were initially besieged were left behind, all in pursuit of Chu Xinghe. With tears in his eyes, Zhengyu realized that his senior brother was not cowardly. He had devised a strategy to draw the enemies away from the disciples of Wudi City. Chapter 56. A grave situation unfolds. At this moment, Chu Xinghe felt utterly exasperated. He had merely come to observe the commotion, feigning fear for his life. Zhengyu was the one in peril. And if any surviving disciple of Wudi City were to escape and recount the day's events, it would reflect poorly on him as a member of the Haoyan Sect. The narrative would not simply portray Chu Xinghe as cowardly. It would depict the entire Haoyan Sect as craven, indifferent to the plight of their brethren. Such a portrayal would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon their reputation. Chu Xinghe had intended to inquire how he could possibly lose in this situation. But now he understood. What did it mean that they had all forsaken the disciples of Wudi City to pursue him? And what of that 7th-rank martial saint? He had refrained from engaging the disciples of Wudi City and had not intervened against Zhengyu. Why then was he so intent on chasing Chu Xinghe? Though perplexed, Chu Xinghe was not naive. The direction of his escape was not toward the teleportation array. After all, Ma Liang and the others were still in that vicinity. If he ran in that direction, his own escape was uncertain, and they would certainly face trouble. Therefore, he chose to flee toward Ling City. Once inside, not even an 8th-rank martial venerable would dare to capture him there. However, within a mere half-minute, Chu Xinghe realized his naivety. The 7th-rank martial saint traversed the air with ease, closing the distance between them in mere moments. The eyes of the martial saint gleamed with an intense light, resembling the gaze of a lecherous rogue who had just beheld his long-desired goddess laid bare before him. Chu Xinghe, where do you think you're escaping to? With a flicker of dark energy, the martial saint's hand transformed into a massive shadowy grip, lunging towards Chu Xinghe. Do not strike. I surrender. Just as the black hand was about to seize him, Chu Xinghe halted abruptly. The martial saint, taken aback by this unexpected pause, found himself hurtling forward for several meters before he could come to a stop. Meanwhile, the other cloaked figures swiftly closed in from behind, surrounding Chu Xinghe in an instant. Brave warriors, do not harm me. I surrender. I surrender. Chu Xinghe exclaimed, crouching down with his arms wrapped around his head. This bewildered all the black-clad assailants. They belonged to the Shadow Demon Sect, who had originally planned to ambush Zhengyu. Yet, they had inadvertently encountered Chu Xinghe, a veritable prize. In comparison, Zhengyu seemed insignificant. Chu Xinghe's reputation had spread far and wide. Even the members of the Shadow Demon Sect had grown weary of hearing his name. The foremost figure of the younger generation, Chu Xinghe of the Haoyan Sect, was a monumental catch indeed. The sect had prepared for Chu Xinghe to resist fiercely, yet his instantaneous surrender was baffling. Was this truly the Haoyan Sect they knew? Was this really the champion of the younger generation? Meng Yong, the 7th-tier martial saint and demon lord, found himself questioning the situation. How could someone of Chu Xinghe's caliber be so cowardly? Was he indeed Chu Xinghe? After scrutinizing him from head to toe, Meng Yong confirmed his identity. The garb that Chu Xinghe donned, unmistakably that of a direct disciple of the Haoyan Sect, could not be feigned. Moreover, due to Chu Xinghe's recent prominence, the Shadow Demon Sect had acquired his likeness. After comparing it with his own portrait, Meng Yong was assured that the individual before him was indeed Chu Xinghe. Bring him to me. With a commanding shout, Meng Yong signaled, and a throng of dark figures surged forward, swiftly restraining Chu Xinghe, who was then ensconced in a burlap sack. The Shadow Demon Sect departed in haste. Barely a minute after Meng Yong's departure, Zhengyu arrived with the forces of the Martial Emperor City. Upon witnessing the remnants left behind by the black-clad assailants, Zheng Yu's heart sank. A grave situation had unfolded. Brother Xinghe has been captured. In the face of a seventh-tier martial saint, Brother Xinghe had no means to resist. However, as he contemplated the direction in which Brother Xinghe had fled, Zheng Yu realized the truth. Brother Xinghe was not cowardly nor indifferent to suffering. Rather, he had deliberately diverted the Shadow Demon Sect away from Martial Emperor City. Zheng Yu and his companions had intended to return to Martial Emperor City via the teleportation array, but they had not anticipated encountering the ambush of the Shadow Demon Sect upon arrival. Zheng Yu had feared that all was lost. Just as Martial Emperor City was on the brink of collapse, Brother Xinghe had appeared, employing such a clever strategy to draw the assailants away. The reason it is asserted that Senior Xinghe intentionally led the adversary away rather than acting out of cowardice lies in the direction of his escape. Had he truly been a timid soul, he would have fled towards the disciples of Haotian Sect. However, it is evident that Senior Xinghe aimed to head towards Spirit City. His intention was to seek assistance there. Yet given his cultivation level, facing a seventh-tier demon lord, there was no way he could reach Spirit City in time. Bang! Zheng Yu shattered the imperial order in his grasp. In an instant, countless streams of spiritual light surged into the sky, signifying a plea for help from the imperial city. Just moments ago, the intensity of the battle had prevented Zheng Yu from breaking the imperial order. But in this moment, he understood the gravity of the situation. Senior Xinghe had been captured by the members of the Shadow Demon Sect while attempting to rescue them. If anything were to happen to Senior Xinghe, Zheng Yu would be eternally damned. What occurred? Soon, the disciples of Haotian Sect, led by Ma Liang and Wan Lin, hurried over. After all, once the imperial order was shattered, the message would be relayed instantaneously for all to witness. Zheng Yu? Ma Liang recognized him. What has happened to Brother Zheng Yu? Wan Lin inquired as well. It's a crisis. Senior Xinghe has been taken by the Shadow Demon Sect. Upon Zheng Yu's utterance, all the disciples of Haotian Sect were left dumbfounded. What on earth? Hadn't Senior Xinghe just gone to assess the situation? How could he have been captured? Yet, they quickly learned the events from Zheng Yu's account. The disciples of the Imperial City were besieged by the Shadow Demon Sect, and in a moment of bravery, Chu Xinghe had drawn their attention away, but alas, confronted by a seventh-tier demon lord, he was unable to resist and was thus captured. Zheng Yu and Wan Lin nearly fainted upon hearing his words. But wasn't this precisely in line with Senior Xinghe's character? He was valiant and would never turn a blind eye to those in peril, always eager to lend a hand. Yet today, he had sacrificed himself for the sake of the Imperial City's people. Without uttering a single word, Ma Liang produced the sect's disciple token and crushed it on the spot. Not just Ma Liang, every disciple of Haotian Sect followed suit, shattering their own tokens. The disciple tokens possessed the ability to communicate with the sect. Thus, with Ma Liang destroying his token, the sect would immediately be alerted to the peril faced by its disciples. What is happening? From Spirit City, several rays of light soared into the sky. They belonged to the people of the Imperial City, and evidently, members from various sects had also received the shattered Imperial Order's message and rushed over. A crisis has emerged. A monumental crisis. Senior Xinghe has been taken by the Shadow Demon Sect. At this moment, Zheng Yu was devoid of his usual composure, frantically disoriented. Countless powerful figures rushed from Spirit City, and upon hearing Zheng Yu's words, they were engulfed in darkness. A grave calamity has indeed unfolded. Chu Xinghe has been captured by the Shadow Demon Sect? Is there anything more significant than this in Spirit City? Who is Chu Xinghe? If Haotian Sect were to learn of this news, it would surely incite chaos. If anything were to befall Chu Xinghe, Haotian Sect would undoubtedly be in disarray. There is no need for anyone to speak. At this moment, all the formidable warriors disperse, their singular goal clear, to locate Chu Xinghe. They must rescue him at any cost. Qin Xianqian, accompanied by the elite from Haotian Sect, hastens to Ling City. However, upon hearing the news, Qin Xianqian's vision darkens, and he collapses to the ground in despair. Quick! Notify everyone in Ling City. Summon them all to action. If we do not find Brother Xinghe, none shall live. His command swiftly reverberates throughout the entirety of Ling City, causing a profound upheaval. What? Brother Xinghe has been captured by the Shadow Sect. Everyone, immediately search for Brother Xinghe. Cursed Shadow Sect. How dare they seize Brother Xinghe? Not a single member of Haotian Sect remains behind. All are mobilized. For nothing is more paramount than the safety of Brother Xinghe. Not only Haotian Sect, but once the news spreads, The people of Wudi City also joined the fray without exception. Chu Xinghe has been taken by the Shadow Sect while attempting to rescue Zhengyu and the denizens of Wudi City. The people of Wudi City, upon receiving this shocking news, are incredulous yet acutely aware that while others might disregard the matter, they cannot afford to do so. Should anything befall Chu Xinghe, Wudi City would be held accountable. All citizens of Wudi City are out in full force, frantically searching for Chu Xinghe. Other sects are also not idle. Chu Xinghe is unlike any ordinary disciple of Haoyan Sect. If an elite team of disciples were to be ambushed and annihilated by the Shadow Sect, Haoyan Sect would surely seek retribution. However, should anything happen to Chu Xinghe, the stakes transcend mere vengeance. Haoyan Sect might find themselves irrevocably at odds with the Shadow Sect. The world regards Chu Xinghe as the most outstanding disciple of Haoyan Sect in 4 centuries, even surpassing the 10th emperor of Haoyan. The sect nurtures him as the future leader of Haoyan Sect, evident from the events that transpired since his arrival in Ling City. The series of actions deemed reckless by many have not only gone unimpeded by Haoyan Sect, but have received unwavering support, even at the cost of their own resources. What does this signify? It clearly indicates that the sect is investing its resources and enduring losses to hone Chu Xinghe's skills. If he succeeds, it is well. Even if he fails, the sect is resolute in imparting valuable lessons at such a steep cost. Now, with Chu Xinghe captured by the Shadow Sect, and in relation to Wudi City, should any misfortune befall him, Haoyan Sect's wrath is likely to ensnare Wudi City in its turmoil as well. The entire Ling City is in chaos. All affairs are cast aside in the fervent search for Chu Xinghe. If he remains unfound, they shall brace for the thunderous fury of Haoyan Sect. It is not improbable that in their rage, Haoyan Sect could lay waste to the entire Lingmai Mountain. Chapter 57. A dual command issues. The world trembles. Ling City has erupted. What mining or business matters exist at this moment? Even a mere dog must bear a slap and join the quest for Chu Xinghe. Meanwhile, at Haoyan Sect, Ma Liang and others finally establish contact with the sect after having shattered their disciple tokens. The sect leader, Gu Mingqiao, contacted Ma Liang using the Haoyan mirror. However, upon hearing Ma Liang's words, Gu Mingqiao nearly collapsed to the ground in disbelief. What did you say? Gu Mingqiao's eyes blazed with fury. His senior brother, Xinghe, had been captured by the forces of the Shadow Demon Sect while rescuing the people of Wudi City, and his whereabouts were now unknown. Gu Mingqiao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Ring the bell. All elders and disciples of the Haoyan Sect must gather at Haoyan Palace. He could not afford to hesitate. With a single command, the bell of the Haoyan Sect tolled 9 times. Disciples and elders from every palace, regardless of their current pursuits, dropped everything and rushed towards the Haoyan Palace in a frenzied rush. Within moments, the entirety of the Haoyan Sect had convened at the palace, with people densely packed inside and outside the Grand Hall. A cacophony of speculation filled the air as everyone debated the gravity of the situation that had prompted the sect leader to ring the bell. The Grand Elder and a group of elders stood stunned, their minds reeling from the leader's revelations. The Grand Elder nearly lost his footing, but fortunately, was steadied by his quick-thinking colleagues. Quick, prepare the teleportation array. We must head to Ling City immediately. The Grand Elder disregarded all else. How could something have happened to Chu Xinghe? If anything were to befall him, it would indeed spell catastrophe. The news rapidly spread from the Haoyan Grand Hall, throwing the entire sect into chaos. What? Something has happened to senior brother Xinghe? He was captured by the Shadow Demon Sect? Damn Zhengyu. Let him perish. But how could senior brother Xinghe be so reckless as to divert the enemy for the sake of Wudi City? Senior brother Xinghe acted far too impulsively. Do not speak so lightly. While I may not know others, are you not aware of Xinghe's character? If he had not aided them today, then I would suspect foul play. Indeed, junior brother Xinghe has many admirable traits, yet his compassion and eagerness to assist others are unmatched. He would never stand idly by in the face of danger. The audacity of the Shadow Demon Sect is beyond belief. Enough talk. We must rush to Ling City and find senior brother Xinghe. With minimal discussion, Gu Mingqiao issued a direct order to set up the teleportation array. Aside from a few elders left to guard, all capable members of the Haoyan Sect were dispatched with the singular goal of reaching Ling City to ensure Chu Xinghe's safety. Dispatch the Haoyan Edict. We call upon all parties to lend their strength. We must locate Xinghe. Gu Mingqiao commanded again, and the elders nodded in agreement. The Haoyan Edict had not been issued for a century, It was last invoked when the Haotian sect eradicated the demonic sect, and all of the world had obeyed without question. However, every time the edict was issued, it signified an extraordinary event. This time, issuing the edict for a single individual was unprecedented in the sect's history. Yet, no one doubted the leader's command, for it concerned none other than Chu Xinghe. The Haotian edict swiftly emanated from the Haotian sect, and all major sects received it without delay. Upon reading the edict, various factions were shaken. Yet, once they understood the circumstances, they comprehended the Haotian sect's fervor. Something had befallen Chu Xinghe. The shadow demon sect had dared to lay hands on him. Originally, the intention was not to take action against the Haotian sect, but rather to target Zheng of the Wudi city. Unexpectedly, the valiant young Chu Xinghe selflessly diverted the attention of the demon shadow sect's members to rescue Zheng. However, to his dismay, he encountered a formidable demon lord within their ranks, leading to his capture. Previously, it was rumored that Chu Xinghe was the unrivaled champion of the younger generation in martial arts, and his character was said to surpass even his martial prowess. I was skeptical, but it appears the rumors hold true. Hear my command. The elders of the sect shall emerge to seek out Chu Xinghe. The decree of the Haotian sect reverberated throughout the realm. Yet, soon after, an even more astonishing event unfolded. The Wudi city's imperial decree was also issued. Zheng promptly relayed the news to Wudi city, and upon hearing it, Cheng Xiaodian nearly fainted. Nevertheless, he understood that although Chu Xinghe was the one captured, the root of this incident lay with Wudi city. As for Xinghe, Cheng Xiaodian was at a loss for words. He was a source of both admiration and frustration. The admiration stemmed from having such an exceptional disciple, whose martial skills were unmatched and whose character was noble. The frustration, however, arose from pondering why such a remarkable disciple did not belong to Wudi city. Regardless, since the matter originated from Wudi city, they could not remain idle. Cheng Xiaodian issued the imperial decree, summoning all the formidable warriors of Wudi city to locate Chu Xinghe. In a single day, the Haotian decree and the Wudi decree were both proclaimed. The world trembled. The simultaneous issuance of these two grand decrees for a single individual was unprecedented in the annals of the Liang continent. Countless powerful figures descended upon Ling City, instilling fear and trepidation among its inhabitants. In the past, the presence of a seventh-tier martial saint would astound the populace, but today, over a dozen martial emperors had already traversed the void. Among them were the esteemed leader of the Haotian sect, Gu Mingqiao, and the lord of Wudi city, Cheng Xiaodian. For the sake of one individual, the world quaked with the name of Chu Xinghe resonating far and wide. Zheng had not slept for an entire day and night. Consumed by a singular thought, should anything happen to his senior brother Xinghe, he feared he would never absolve himself. This would become his heart's demon, a burden he could never forgive himself for carrying. Amidst the tempest stirred by Chu Xinghe, in a lavish underground chamber of a small city called Tianran, 1,000 miles from Ling City, Chu Xinghe was extricated from a sack. Before him stood the demon Lord Meng Yong, who was blissfully unaware of the external turmoil. Gazing at Chu Xinghe with a broad smile. I am Chu Xinghe, a direct disciple of the Haotian sect. Greetings, demon lord. Chu Xinghe's words left Meng Yong momentarily bewildered. What nonsense is this? Meng Yong chuckled, recognizing the audacity of the young champion. Many disciples of the demon shadow sect could not help but scoff at his bravado. How did you perceive his courage, my lord? Have you forgotten his instantaneous surrender? Initially, they thought they could capture Zheng, but instead, he had walked right into their trap, a delightful surprise indeed. Meng Yong laughed heartily, exposing his tonsils in amusement. Though Zheng is admirable, she pales in comparison to Chu Xinghe, who embodies an entirely different concept. Indeed, the Lord of Demons speaks the truth. It is indeed a delightful surprise. Meng Yong, what is this fellow so unafraid of? With gritted teeth, Meng Yong declared, Chu Xinghe, it seems you are already aware of our identities. The Haotian sect has caused considerable trouble for our shadow demon sect over the years. Before Meng Yong could finish her words, Chu Xinghe interjected. The Lord of Demons is correct. Annihilating the Haotian sect is our solemn duty. Meng Yong. Not only Meng Yong, but the surrounding disciples of the shadow demon sect were also left bewildered. What on earth? According to the conventional narrative, shouldn't you be pointing fingers at us? Proclaiming that those who act unjustly shall meet their demise, and that exterminating the demon sect is our righteous obligation? Yet here you are, openly declaring the intent to obliterate a sect. Moreover, Judging by Chu Xinghe's fervent expression, it hardly seemed feigned. In an instant, everyone began to doubt. Could this truly be Chu Xinghe? Surely there must be a mistake. Chu Xinghe, of course, was not mistaken. He was no fool. Captured by them. If he were to shout heaven bless Haoyan now, would they not devour him? While he harbored desires to destroy the sect, it did not imply he wished for the death of its members. Chu Xinghe had his own principles. Collaborating with the demon sect, should this information leak. Even if he became a martial emperor, he would be hunted by the entire world. However, as the saying goes, when one is under a roof, they must play the role of the protagonist. In terms of performance, he had to execute his role flawlessly. Chu Xinghe, there is no need for such pretense. Now that you have fallen into the hands of our shadow demon sect, it would be wise for you to comply. Comply? I must indeed yield, Lord of Demons. If you wish to uncover any secrets of the Haoyan sect, I assure you, I shall disclose all. Ah, Lord of Demons. I also possess the latest edition of the stone transformation technique from the Haoyan sect. I humbly present it for your perusal. As Chu Xinghe spoke, he directly handed over the stone transformation technique, meticulously organized by Wang Tiniu, to Meng Yong. As the saying goes, one must sacrifice something to gain something, without offering sincerity. How could one ascend to the role of the protagonist? Meng Yong. Yet before Meng Yong could comprehend, Chu Xinghe spoke again. In addition to these, I have these exquisite spirit stones, all from the Haoyan sect, and I am greatly relieved to present them to you, Lord of Demons. Without hesitation, Chu Xinghe relinquished all his Qinquan rings. It was a jest to think he could perform now. If they seized everything later, he would be left with nothing. Then, as the Qinquan rings opened, boxes shimmering with various hues of superior spirit stones and countless exquisite spirit stones left all the members of the Shadow Demon sect wide-eyed with astonishment. Meng Yong stared in disbelief at the array of spirit stones. Is this truly the Haoyan sect? Is this really Chu Xinghe? Such a multitude of spirit stones was something even a demon lord had never encountered. And this stone transformation technique, Meng Yong took a glance and nearly lost control. In her youth, she had also studied the technique but had ultimately given up due to her lack of talent. However, her discerning eye recognized that the stone transformation technique presented by Chu Xinghe was undoubtedly worthy of the title divine technique. Such a technique was simply otherworldly. However, Meng Yong found the presence of Chu Xinghe even more astonishing. What on earth is this? Is this lad truly so perceptive? According to the usual script, I should have slowly tormented this fellow, only revealing the truth when he could no longer endure the pressure. Yet, without any inquiry from my side, he has laid everything out before me. Meng Yong was utterly bewildered. While Meng Yong was in a state of confusion, Chu Xinghe remained unfazed. Upon being captured, Chu Xinghe had already come to a realization during the journey. This was not a case of Chu Xinghe willingly betraying his sect. Rather, the sinister nature of the demonic sect left him no choice. If he did not appease them, would they spare him? Nevertheless, he had to express gratitude towards Zheng Yu and the Shadow Demon sect for providing him, Chu Xinghe, with a passive opportunity to inflict losses upon his own sect. The basement fell into a profound silence for a full minute, until Meng Yong finally broke the quietude, gazing at Chu Xinghe and inquiring, "What exactly is your scheme?" "My lord, you jest," Chu Xinghe replied. "I am already captured, and my life and death rest entirely in your hands. How could there be any talk of schemes? You may not know this, but I have long harbored a deep yearning for the demonic path. To join the demonic sect is my lifelong aspiration. The so-called Haoyan sect is nothing but a fleeting farce. Now that the grand path of the demonic sect lies before me, I am filled with admiration for you, my lord, akin to the ceaseless flow of a mighty river. Do you know who I am?" Meng Yong felt nearly swayed by Chu Xinghe's fervor. "But do you know who I am? That is of little importance. From the very first glance at my lord, I realize that if I do not follow you in this lifetime, I shall forever live with regret. Thus, in your presence, I felt an uncontrollable urge to betray the Haoyan sect. I humbly request your understanding." As Chu Xinghe's words echoed through the room, every disciple of the Shadow Demon sect was left in a state of shock. At that moment, they could only think one thing. Is this performance not exceedingly ludicrous? Chapter 58. The Mirror of Truth. The Shadow Demon sect had captured countless individuals from prestigious sections. Among these, 5 out of 10 would vow to resist to the death, even enduring torture while cursing until their last breath. Even the members of the Shadow Demon sect could not help but admire their resolve. 3 individuals might eventually divulge minor details under extreme duress, but they would never betray the highest secrets of their sect. The remaining two, lacking fortitude, might ultimately reveal everything. But such individuals typically held low ranks and would have little of value to disclose. They had encountered steadfast warriors, those who could not withstand the pressure, and even traitors. Yet, they had never before witnessed someone like Chu Xinghe, who surrendered all before any form of torture or interrogation had even begun. If one were to claim that Chu Xinghe was merely a minor figure, that could be accepted. But are you not the foremost of the younger generation? Are you not Chu Xinghe of the Haoyan sect? Do you possess no integrity? Could you not at least put up some resistance? We had not even posed a question. And you have already laid bare your sect to the point of utter humiliation. Do you still consider yourself a person? Many disciples of the Shadow Demon sect felt that, in comparison to the despicable and shameless Chu Xinghe before them, they appeared remarkably upright. You yearn for the demonic sect? Meng Yong was equally perplexed. How could I not yearn for it? To see the Haoyan sect destroyed is my lifelong dream. Chu Xinghe declared with unwavering conviction. Wait, are you certain? Certainly. Meng Yong had prepared numerous tactics and an array of inquiries today. He had even braced himself for the possibility that Chu Xinghe would remain silent until death. However, he found himself in disarray, uncertain how to navigate the situation with the unexpectedly cooperative Chu Xinghe. First, confine him, he commanded. I must ascertain whether the items he presented hold any discrepancies. Following Meng Yong's orders, the disciples of the Shadow sect imprisoned Chu Xinghe in a cell and stationed guards to prevent any schemes from unfolding. Yet, Meng Yong gazed at the items Chu Xinghe had produced with a sense of melancholy. My lord, the items have been assessed. All the spirit stones are authentic. And this stone transformation technique is worth a fortune, reported one of his subordinates. Even without the report, Meng Yong was already aware that the items presented by Chu Xinghe were undoubtedly legitimate. With such evidence at hand, what issues could possibly arise? Suji, what do you surmise Chu Xinghe is up to? Meng Yong inquired of his trusted advisor. It's difficult to say. This fellow holds an extraordinary position within the Haoyan sect. I have never encountered spirit stones of such caliber, and the stone transformation technique is exceptional. I suspect he aims to placate us for the time being. Undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives, Suji replied. His claims of wanting to obliterate his sect are utterly absurd. Meng Yong scoffed. My lord, I have heard that this lad has studied the Haoyan sect's Haoyan battle intent. You might leverage this as an opportunity. He has expressed a desire to join the demonic sect, has he not? Let him offer the Haoyan battle intent as his token of allegiance. Should he refuse? Suji's words sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Meng Yong's eyes. Without further ado, he led Suji down to the basement. Greetings, Demon Lord. Meng Yong coughed, then addressed Chu Xinghe. So, you wish to join our demonic sect and annihilate the Haoyan sect? This is indeed certain. I have heard you have learned the Haoyan battle intent. Since you desire to join, why not use the Haoyan battle intent as your pledge? With a sinister smile, Meng Yong regarded Chu Xinghe. Continue your charade. He thought, those spirit stones and the stone transformation technique, while immensely valuable, pale in comparison to your worth, Chu Xinghe. You would sacrifice those to save your life, and the Haoyan sect would not hold it against you. However, the Haoyan battle intent is an entirely different matter. It is a closely guarded secret of the Haoyan sect. Let us see how you will maintain your facade. Yet, just as Meng Yong anticipated Chu Xinghe to reveal his true colors in response to the demand for allegiance, Chu Xinghe erupted into laughter. By heavens, truly, you are the Demon Lord. I admire you. While confined, Chu Xinghe contemplated how to exploit this incident for maximum benefit. Although he held an exceptional status and possessed many secrets, divulging them to these individuals would hardly inflict significant damage. The notion that the Haoyan sect is the foremost sect in the world is laughable. I would relish the opportunity for you to seize resources from the Haoyan sect. But must you not take a moment to reflect on your capabilities? Do you truly believe you are worthy? He was indeed troubled, yet serendipitously, opportunity arose. Haoyan battle intent. You are courting disaster, yet you aspire to learn the heavenly battle intent. Do you truly believe that such a skill is within the grasp of your demonic sect? However, if you seek your own demise, I, Chu Xinghe, shall extend my benevolence to assist you. The heavenly battle intent is a sacred legacy of our sect, and its complete form must be imparted personally by the sect leader. It is beyond your capability to cultivate it alone. Nevertheless, we possess an incomplete version, which is still a form of the heavenly battle intent, albeit the consequences of practicing it are uncertain. Alas, if your demonic sect is so eager to learn, I assure you, my intentions are not to deceive you. Rather, I am merely overly enthusiastic. It would be best if you all began your training immediately. Otherwise, many of you may meet your end. I am prepared to take this risk. My Lord Demon Monarch, I shall now share the heavenly battle intent with you. Mengyong, Suji. Both were left utterly bewildered. What folly was Chu Xinghe indulging in? Subsequently, Chu Xinghe meticulously conveyed his interpretation of the perilous version of the heavenly battle intent to Mengyong, even articulating some of his insights with clarity. Mengyong was left completely stunned. Can anyone explain what is happening here? Is the heavenly battle intent a fabrication? Mengyong was certain it was false. Chu Xinghe, please remain calm. Let me ascertain the authenticity of this heavenly battle intent before we proceed. My Lord Demon Monarch, please confirm swiftly. If you remain uncertain, it would be best to report this to the sect. If it truly cannot be helped, it would suffice to make the heavenly battle intent public. Although it is an incomplete version, its exposure would certainly tarnish the sect's reputation. Should this incomplete version of the heavenly battle intent leak, we would be secure. Suji was astonished. He felt that Chu Xinghe harbored even greater disdain for the heavenly battle sect than he did. Mengyong and Suji departed the underground chamber. Before leaving, Suji made arrangements. You all must not be overly cautious tonight. Provide this lad with an opportunity to escape, understood? The disciples of the Shadow Demon sect were perplexed. Follow my instructions. After Suji issued his orders, the disciples complied. Are you attempting to ascertain whether this lad intends to flee? Mengyong certainly understood the implications of the strategist's plan. I suspect that the heavenly battle intent is indeed a ruse, and this lad will undoubtedly devise a means to escape in the dead of night. We shall see how he continues to feign innocence. Mengyong gave Suji a thumbs up before seeking a quiet place to investigate the authenticity of the heavenly battle intent. That night, the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect, following Suji's directives, intentionally left the prison door unlocked. A few even indulged in some drink, becoming quite inebriated, thereby granting Chu Xinghe an opportunity. My good brother, you haven't locked the prison door. And by the way, when guarding prisoners, never imbibe alcohol. What if the prisoner escapes? Look, I shall lock the door for you, and then I cannot flee. Disciples of the Shadow Demon sect. Suji, hidden in the shadows. What transpired next left Suji in disbelief. Chu Xinghe insisted on persuading the few disciples of the Shadow Demon sect to sober up, urging them to gather more people to keep watch over him. They must not grant him the opportunity to escape. Escape? What nonsense! I have worked hard to infiltrate this place. It is an excellent opportunity to penetrate the demonic sect. I have played my part to this extent. You expect me to leave without reaping any rewards? Not a chance. Suji waited through the night, while Chu Xinghe, far from fleeing, slept with remarkable tranquility. As dawn broke, Suji rubbed his forehead, which was filled with question marks, and at that moment, he began to doubt what exactly Chu Xinghe intended. However, before Suji could unravel the mystery, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly emanated from the distance. It was the location of Mengyong, and Suji hurried there. Soon, he heard Mengyong's maniacal laughter echoing from within. The Haotian battle intent. This is truly the Haotian battle intent. I have broken through. Mengyong soared into the air, and Suji observed the imposing figure of Mengyong, who bore an expression of disbelief. A breakthrough. The demon lord had indeed transcended from the 7th rank to the 8th rank, becoming a demon sovereign? Was the Haotian battle intent that Chu Xinghe provided genuine? If Chu Xinghe were to hear this, he would undoubtedly swear to the heavens that the Haotian battle intent he provided was absolutely authentic, beyond any doubt. One could argue that the flawed version of the Haotian battle intent was indeed the Haotian battle intent, but do not think that a rapid breakthrough guarantees survival. As Mengyong descended, the overwhelming aura of the 8th rank pressed down upon all present. Congratulations, Demon Sovereign. Countless disciples of the Shadow Demon sect knelt in reverence. Rise. With a grand gesture, Mengyong lifted everyone to their feet. Demon Sovereign, that Haotian battle intent is indeed real. Mengyong, brimming with confidence, had initially believed that Chu Xinghe would provide a counterfeit Haotian battle intent. However, upon returning to cultivate, he discovered that the Haotian battle intent was flawless, shattering years of constraints overnight. It was indeed the unparalleled divine skill of the Haotian sect. Yet, contemplating this, Mengyong found himself speechless once more. Why? Why was this happening? What did it signify that Chu Xinghe even spoke of the Haoyan battle intent? Could it be that this fellow was speaking the truth? Did he truly aspire to join the demon sect? Despite the implausibility of the notion, the mere mention of the Haoyan battle intent seemed too far-fetched to be mere pretense. While the loss of spiritual stones and the point stone technique might be manageable for the Haoyan sect, could they afford to lose the Haoyan battle intent? In a moment, Meng Yong fell into deep contemplation, as did Su Ji. Meng Yong learned that Su Ji had spent the previous night in contemplation, and that Chu Xinghe not only did not flee but also urged the guards to remain vigilant. Upon realizing this, Meng Yong's thoughts grew even more profound. Su Ji, do you think this lad could genuinely? Absolutely not. Su Ji gritted his teeth. How could that be possible? Such an outrageous event could never occur. Chu Xinghe undoubtedly harbors a conspiracy. Absolutely. Yet with the Haoyan battle intent now presented, Meng Yong found himself at a loss for words. Demon Sovereign, in my opinion. This lad must have a hidden agenda, and what he claims is undoubtedly a lie. To unveil the truth, I possess a method. What method? The truth mirror. Didn't this lad claim he would annihilate the sect? Whether his words are true or false can be revealed through the truth mirror, where his deceit will be laid bare. The truth mirror, as Su Ji described, was a treasured artifact of demon sovereign Meng Yong, capable of discerning the truth of one's words. If one lies, they cannot escape its gaze. Upon hearing Su Ji's words, Meng Yong nodded in agreement. Indeed, the truth mirror. With it, we shall see how you, Chu Xinghe, attempt to conceal your lies. The two exchanged glances and then proceeded toward the direction of the dungeon. Chapter 59, The First Feast in History. Within the confines of the cell, Chu Xinghe continued to share various tips on preventing prisoners from escaping with the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect. All the disciples shared a singular thought. Is this fellow truly unhinged? The arrival of the demon, Lord Meng Yong, brought a collective sigh of relief among the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect. They had never anticipated that guarding prisoners could be so excruciating. No longer should he be addressed as Demon Lord. He must be referred to as the respected Demon Sovereign. Chu Xinghe joyfully congratulated the respected Demon Sovereign on reaching the 8th rank. Chu Xinghe wore an expression of exhilaration, for it seemed that the ancient combat intent of Haoyan had indeed been mastered and a breakthrough achieved. Although the incomplete version of Haoyan's battle intent could lead to various side effects, it was undeniably powerful at first use. Respected Demon Sovereign, please continue your efforts. At this pace, in 6 months, you might exhaust yourself completely. The disciples of the Shadow Demon sect were taken aback, exclaiming the title of respected Demon Sovereign. Their gazes toward Chu Xinghe turning increasingly resentful. Look at how capable you think you are. Xinghe, it is unexpected that the Haoyan battle intent is indeed genuine. Your pledge of allegiance is acknowledged. However, do you truly wish to join the demon sect and destroy the Haoyan sect? Absolutely. If you genuinely possess such intent, the Shadow Demon sect would welcome you. However, to verify the authenticity, one must undergo the scrutiny of the truth mirror. Are you willing? The truth mirror? Chu Xinghe was taken aback. What? Su Ji, noticing Chu Xinghe's bewilderment, felt a surge of joy. See, this guy is about to reveal his true colors. He won't be able to withstand the truth mirror. Su Ji recounted the capabilities of the truth mirror to Chu Xinghe, secretly thinking that this time, he would surely falter. Yet, as Su Ji finished speaking, Chu Xinghe responded, Respected Demon Sovereign, your conduct saddens me. Joining the demon sect has been my lifelong ambition, and the annihilation of the Haoyan sect is my heart's desire. How could you doubt me? I am ready to accept the challenge of the truth mirror. What? Su Ji was left speechless, and Meng Yong was equally taken aback. However, he understood that the truth mirror would provide him with an accurate answer. Soon, the truth mirror soared from Meng Yong's hand, revealing a dark green surface. Meng Yong first allowed Su Ji to test it. If Su Ji uttered even a single falsehood, the truth mirror would instantly turn red. After Su Ji's test, he gazed at Chu Xinghe with excitement, eager to see how he would evade this time. Chu Xinghe, I now inquire, is your intention to join the Shadow Demon sect sincere? At this moment, respected Demon Sovereign, you have wounded my heart. However, the destruction of the Haoyan sect is indeed my lifelong aspiration. No matter how challenging the path ahead, I shall forge ahead resolutely. Thankfully, I reacted swiftly. Had I declared my genuine desire to join the demon sect, I might have exploded. The truth mirror vibrated momentarily before returning to green. Is it true? Both Meng Yong and Chu Xinghe were left dumbfounded. Chu Xinghe realized that he had secured his position. The two were at a loss for words. Does this mean that the items you previously presented bore no ulterior motives? Meng Yong asked incredulously. Respected demon sovereign, all the items I previously submitted were given willingly. There are no plots involved. The truth mirror hummed again, confirming the truth once more. Silence enveloped the entire cell. Meng Yong remained silent. While Chu Xinghe had succumbed to madness. What has become of you, a disciple of the esteemed Haotian clan, the foremost of the younger generation? Where has your moral compass gone? Don't speak of principles. You've lost your very dignity. How can you contemplate the destruction of Haotian sect without a twinge of conscience? Afterward, Meng Yong posed several questions to Chu Xinghe, yet no matter how he inquired. Chu Xinghe consistently replied, I am sincere. The truth mirror confirmed the veracity of his words. Meng Yong even doubted the integrity of the mirror, conducting tests to elicit a falsehood from Chu Xinghe, but the results remained impeccable. Every word spoken by Chu Xinghe was indeed the truth. Time passed, and eventually, Meng Yong came to terms with this revelation. However, alongside his acceptance came immense joy, capturing Chu Xinghe and obtaining spirit stones, the stone transformation technique. And the martial spirit of Haotian was already a monumental achievement. Yet, if Chu Xinghe were to join the Shadow Demon Sect and infiltrate Haotian Sect, potentially ascending to a position of leadership, even becoming its master, Meng Yong could scarcely fathom such an outcome. A disciple of the demonic sect becoming the supreme leader of the world's foremost sect? Such a tale would seem too fantastical to even be spun by a storyteller. Nevertheless, Meng Yong was acutely aware that if this scenario were to materialize, the status of the Shadow Demon Sect would soar to unprecedented heights. He would gain access to all the resources of Haotian Sect. What a terrifying prospect. He would rise to become a martial emperor, the foremost figure in the demonic path. When the world recognizes that it was he, Meng Yong, who discovered Chu Xinghe, chaos would surely ensue. Bring Xinghe out and arrange accommodations for him. Meng Yong commanded personally. Chu Xinghe wished to voice his concerns, but with the truth mirror confirming everything, what doubt could remain? Yet, Chu Xinghe resolved that even if Chu Xinghe was released, he would vigilantly monitor him, ensuring that no opportunity for deceit would be afforded. At noon, Meng Yong ordered a lavish feast of fine wine and exquisite dishes to welcome Chu Xinghe. Meanwhile, news from the outside world reached Meng Yong. What? Haotian Sect has issued the Haotian Order? The Martial Emperor City has also dispatched the Martial Emperor Order? Almost all the formidable figures across the land are mobilizing to search for Chu Xinghe? Return to the Demon Lord. Yes, the outside world has descended into chaos, with every location that might harbor news of Chu Xinghe being closely scrutinized. 4 of our halls have been uprooted by Haotian Sect, resulting in countless losses among our disciples. As the disciples of Shadow Demon Sect reported, their eyes involuntarily glinted with fury as they glanced at Chu Xinghe. Suddenly, in an outburst of indignation, Chu Xinghe slammed his hand on the table and stood up. This is utterly outrageous. The righteous path is mercilessly pursuing us. We, the demonic sect, cannot allow this to go unchallenged. My esteemed demon lord, I propose we strike back immediately. Let us launch an assault on Haotian Sect and obliterate the righteous path. The entire assembly fell into stunned silence. The reporting disciples of Shadow Demon Sect were taken aback, exclaiming, What in the world? Why are you even more incensed than we are? Were they not acting against you? Chu Xinghe gritted his teeth. The righteous path had mobilized their strongest to hunt for you, and even one from the Shadow Demon Sect was astonished to hear such news. After all, who would willingly join the demonic sect if they could enter a prestigious establishment like Haotian Sect? Chu Xinghe vowed that if the Haotian Sect treated him in such a manner, he would never betray his sect in this lifetime. Moreover, to talk about invading the Haotian Sect and annihilating the righteous path? What nonsense is this? If we possessed such capabilities, would we still be covertly capturing you? Meng Yong remained silent for a long while. He had even secretly activated the truth mirror earlier, and in response to Chu Xinghe's words about retaliation, the mirror had provided an answer, indeed. Xinghe, calm down. The matter of retaliation requires careful deliberation, he urged. Meng Yong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Retaliate against the Haotian Sect? What a joke. Although the Shadow Demon Sect claimed to be the pinnacle of the demon sects, its strength was nowhere near that of the Haotian Sect. It is no exaggeration to say that the only outcome of a contest of strength between the Shadow Demon Sect and the Haotian Sect would be the former having its arm broken. Thus, Chu Xinghe's talk of retaliation was mere words. We could not take it seriously. However, Meng Yong could not comprehend why Chu Xinghe was held in such high regard by the Haoyan sect. Was there truly someone born to become a member of the demon sect? Indeed, man is inherently evil. This was undoubtedly the most bizarre banquet in history. The demon lord of the demon sect and the direct disciple of the Haoyan sect, the leader of the righteous path, sat at the same table, enjoying a meal together. During the meal, the disciple of the Haoyan sect, Chu Xinghe, pounded the table, cursing the righteousness for its despicable actions and vowing to retaliate without rest. Meanwhile, the demon lord was persuading Chu Xinghe to calm down, advising him not to let the unruly actions of the righteous path harm his health. Meng Yong did not know how he managed to finish that meal. He had never felt so stifled. According to the usual script, he should have been the one cursing while others cautiously offered advice. Yet today, a disciple of the Haoyan sect, the leader of the righteous path, required the demon lord to counsel him. What did this mean? Su Ji's mind was a muddle. He could hardly believe he was witnessing such an extraordinary banquet. Surely this was the most remarkable banquet in history. After the meal, Su Ji personally arranged accommodation for Chu Xinghe. He scattered numerous hidden sentinels around, ensuring that Chu Xinghe would not cause any trouble. However, Su Ji was destined for disappointment. A day and night passed, and not only had Chu Xinghe not attempted to escape, he had mingled with the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect and even discovered the positions of the sentinels. To this, Chu Xinghe even offered the sentinels some guidance on how to better conceal themselves without being detected. Su Ji was dumbfounded. Was this person truly born of immense wickedness? Did he genuinely wish to join the demon sect? But why? What was so appealing about the demon sect compared to the Haoyan sect? What a beast. At night, Su Ji noticed that Chu Xinghe was sleepless, and he secretly wondered if this fellow was plotting something. Then, suddenly, Chu Xinghe emerged from his room and pulled Su Ji inside. Su Ji was taken aback. Did this guy have some peculiar inclinations? Should he consider yielding to him? Just as Su Ji's resolve wavered, Chu Xinghe produced a piece of paper. Su Ji focused his gaze and saw it was densely packed with Chu Xinghe's battle plans against the righteous path. He even detailed what he considered to be weaknesses and suggested where to begin. Upon reading this, Su Jia was left in a state of astonishment. Chu Xinghe, you truly overestimate us. The regions you mentioned are indeed critical to the righteous path. But do you have any idea how many martial emperors and martial sovereigns guard those areas? Do you call this an offensive strategy? I firmly believe this is nothing short of a death sentence. Of course, Chu Xinghe was aware that the demon sect lacked such capabilities. Did you think I was jesting? This was a result of careful contemplation. If the demon sect dared to act upon these suggestions, it wouldn't be a battle plan. It would be a self-destruct initiative. Su Ji, please hand these over to the demon sovereign at once, and it would be best to report them to the demon sect. We, as members of the demon sect, must unite against the righteous path. Although what I've written may not completely annihilate them, it will undoubtedly inflict severe damage. Su Ji was oblivious to the pitfall that Chu Xinghe had laid. All he knew was that, once upon a time, he had found himself at a dead end and joined the demon sect, vowing to become a formidable figure in the demonic realm. To make those sects that once rejected him understand the meaning of regret, Su Ji believed that one day he would surely ascend to supreme status in the demonic path. For his heart had long been tainted by the darkness of the demonic way, and only shadows remained in his sight. Yet today, Su Ji felt he had been exceedingly naive. In comparison to Chu Xinghe, he felt he was merely a man standing in the light. If his vision were truly consumed by darkness, then Chu Xinghe should be buried within it. If one were to speak of darkness, it was Chu Xinghe who epitomized it. Chapter 60, the third sword of the Haoyan sword box, the suspended blade wings. For a fleeting moment, Su Ji even contemplated eliminating Chu Xinghe. Are you still human? Chu Xinghe, what has the Haoyan sect done to you? What has the righteous path done to you? If only I received a fraction of the treatment you have from them, I would defend the dignity of the righteous path with my life. Tears welled in Su Ji's eyes. He had witnessed despicable acts before, but he had never encountered someone as shameless as Chu Xinghe. To annihilate the righteous path, Chu Xinghe was truly willing to go to extremes. There was no need for interrogation. He had laid everything bare. Were you still a person? Such a vile individual, even as a member of the demon sect, made Su Ji feel compelled to act against him. Su Ji, please ensure that these are safeguarded. The path to the destruction of the Haoyan sect is fraught with challenges. We must not show any signs of slack. Chu Xinghe spoke with utmost seriousness. Xinghe began to ponder whether he should rid the world of this thoroughly wicked individual. Ah, the demon sect is indeed fortunate to have a wise brother like you. Xinghe, Xinghe laughed, though it was more of a grimace than a smile. Oh, Brother Su, you jest. I am nothing compared to the predecessors of the demon sect. I have yet to even scratch the surface. Xinghe spat blood. You have yet to even enter the fold? Our predecessors in the demon sect are far more virtuous than you. In terms of deceit, shamelessness, and lewdness, you, Chu Xinghe, are the epitome of the demon sect's lowest. As a member of the demon sect, I find you utterly repugnant. Xinghe forcefully disengaged from Chu Xinghe's grasp and exited his chamber. He hastily proceeded to wash his hands with such fervor that he used 2 bars of soap, nearly rubbing his skin raw. How could someone as despicable as Chu Xinghe exist in this world? Clutching the battle plan in his hands, Xinghe was tempted to tear it into shreds. Such a plan was a disgrace even to our demonic sect. Yet, after much hesitation, he ultimately stored it away close to his person, while an offensive seemed improbable. He still intended to present it to the demon lord. As he approached the small building where the demon lord resided, Xinghe was preparing to enter when a tremendous crash echoed through the air. The next instant, a scream of agony erupted from within the building. Xinghe and a throng of disciples from the shadow demon sect rushed inside, only to be violently repelled by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Upon landing, Xinghe quickly assessed the situation. The demon lord, Meng Yong, was drenched in blood, and his spirit energy was spiraling out of control. Was he losing his mind? At that moment, Xinghe's immediate thought was that the Haoyan battle intent provided by Chu Xinghe was flawed. The sudden commotion drew Chu Xinghe out of the room in a panic. What on earth was happening? Could it be that the Haoyan sect had arrived with such swiftness? No, I had meticulously prepared a series of plans to infiltrate the demonic sect. If I succeeded in penetrating the shadow demon sect, it would be a loss if I didn't extract blood from them. Chu Xinghe emerged, bewildered. He beheld the demon, Lord Meng Yong, kneeling on the ground. His spirit energy uncontrollably swirling around him, piercing his body like countless swords, rendering him a mere sieve. Chu Xinghe was stunned. It couldn't be happening so soon. Even if it was a flawed version of the Haoyan battle intent, he should have been able to endure long enough for me to execute my plans before self-destructing. How could he explode so prematurely? Was he not considerate of my efforts? Even in death, he should have handed over the incomplete version of the Haoyan battle intent, ensuring that more demons perished. But soon, a realization dawned upon Chu Xinghe. When the sect master had bestowed the Haoyan battle intent upon him, he had mentioned that certain special physiques were incompatible with it. Otherwise, while initial progress might seem promising, the backlash could lead to certain death. Could it be such a coincidence? It felt amiss. Although I was indeed passing off a flawed version of the Haoyan battle intent, it shouldn't explode so rapidly. This was a genuine disaster. Before the treacherous demon, Lord Meng Yong, could utter another word, he erupted into a gruesome explosion of blood. The first demon lord in history to practice the Haoyan battle intent, albeit a flawed version, had perished. Xinghe's eyes reddened with rage. Indeed, it was that despicable Chu Xinghe who harbored sinister intentions. He was responsible for the demise of our esteemed demon lord. Chu Xinghe, you treacherous scoundrel. Everyone, let us eradicate Chu Xinghe. With a thunderous roar, Xinghe incited all the disciples of the shadow demon sect, their eyes ablaze with fury. They unleashed their spirit weapons, converging upon Chu Xinghe with lethal intent. Alas, can I convey that this is a misunderstanding, and will you believe me? Chu Xinghe was utterly bewildered. At this moment, to explain, what could I possibly clarify? Xinghe, radiating an aura of spiritual energy, surged forth, his presence as a fifth-tier martial artist emanating power. He charged ahead, confronting Chu Xinghe. You treacherous scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. Xinghe could no longer restrain himself. Such a despicable villain deserved to be eliminated for the sake of justice. Lightning shadow, arise. With a flash of purple light from his left arm, the lightning shadow burst forth from the Haoyan sword box. A flicker of purple lightning. Thunder crashed down from the heavens, enveloping Xinghe, who, as a fifth-tier martial artist, believed it would be a simple task to eliminate Chu Xinghe. Yet, the reality proved Xinghe gravely mistaken. The pinnacle of fourth-tier cultivation unleashed the lightning, striking Xinghe instantly. The terrifying bolt of lightning struck him, and with a resounding explosion, his head burst apart like tofu. The relentless thunder consumed Xinghe entirely, reducing him to mere ashes. The sheer force of the lightning left countless disciples of the shadow demon sect in stunned silence. However, after a moment of shock, some quickly rallied. Kill him. Another fifth-tier warrior emerged. Though the shadow demon sect stronghold had only one supreme being, the demon Lord Meng Yong, there were still several fifth-tier warriors present, all of whom now surged forward. Locusts. At this moment, Chu Xinghe dared not hold back in the slightest. After all the effort he had invested, Meng Yong, the fool, had ruined everything. The only chance of survival lay in breaking through. Yet, without Meng Yong, did these individuals truly believe they could thwart him? With a flourish, the locusts manifested, transforming into a tempest of sword rain. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the fourth tier, the locusts could now manifest 300 sword images, converging into a storm of blades centered around Chu Xinghe. The blades swept forth, engulfing all who dared to approach in a terrifying torrent. Suspended blade. Arise. Chu Xinghe commanded, and a shadow erupted from his left arm. The third sword from the Haoyin sword box, suspended blade, was now unleashed. Having broken through to the pinnacle of the fourth tier, Chu Xinghe had unlocked this formidable weapon. Although Lightning Shadow boasted immense power with its devastating precision, it required time to recharge. During this interval, relying solely on the locusts would not suffice for self-preservation. Chu Xinghe could not afford to hold back. The suspended blade soared forth from the Haoyin sword box. It appeared as a diamond shape, and upon its emergence, it swiftly divided, transforming into two wings composed of countless diamond-like sword fragments. These wings settled behind Chu Xinghe, and with a mere thought, they erupted into a multitude of sword glimmers, scattering outward. The suspended blade wings. The spiritual weapon wielded by a fifth-tier disciple of the shadow demon sect shattered into fragments upon contact with the suspended blade, and as it surged forward, the terrifying sword wings tore the disciple apart. The storm of blades shielded the perimeter, while the suspended blade protected Chu Xinghe. In this moment, all of Chu Xinghe's combat potential erupted forth. A flash of purple lightning. The cooldown had ended, and the thunder descended once more, claiming the life of another fifth-tier warrior. With the suspended blade in hand, Chu Xinghe plunged into the throng, and all who dared to approach were torn to shreds by the blade's edge. The remaining members of the Demon Shadow sect were truly astonished at this moment. The foremost figure of the younger generation had, in recent days, caused everyone to forget that his fame was not born from his unscrupulousness, but rather from his formidable combat prowess. In the past few days, countless individuals had even speculated in hushed tones whether Chu Xinghe was merely a product of exaggerated acclaim. Yet at this moment, amidst the bloodshed, Chu Xinghe proved unequivocally that the title of the leading youth was entirely merited. With each step he took, he felled one foe, leaving no trace behind. As he advanced, innumerable disciples of the Demon Shadow sect were shredded by the shadows of his sword. Blood, dismembered limbs, minced flesh, and entrails transformed the courtyard into a scene of carnage. The intertwining of sword light and anguished cries painted a horrifying tableau. Chu Xinghe lost count of how many lives he had claimed, but none dared to stand in his path. Demon Shadow sect disciples. Slay. Fifth rank. Slay. He is a demon. Finally, one among them succumbed to despair. Yet, the only response was the flash of the suspended blade, and his head, bearing a visage of terror, rolled upon the ground. When the last fifth-rank disciple of the Demon Shadow sect fell, the remaining lackeys lost all courage to remain, scattering in all directions. Chu Xinghe carved a path out of the courtyard, the shadows of his sword enveloping him as he fled into the distance. After an indeterminate time, he felt his entire body weaken. In the recent bloodbath, he had no idea how many he had slain, but he bore countless wounds inflicted by the fifth-rank disciples of the Demon Shadow sect. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, their desperate strikes had left him grievously injured. With blood seeping from his wounds and his spiritual energy depleted, Chu Xinghe could no longer support himself and collapsed beside a grand willow tree. Time passed, and a lavish carriage approached slowly. The curtain lifted, revealing a finely dressed woman stepping down from the vehicle. Miss, this person reeks heavily of blood. Has he just been pulled from the depths of a slaughter? Miss, we should not concern ourselves with him. Uncle Feng, if we leave now, he will surely perish here. We must take him back. If he truly is a villain, we can drive him away once he awakens. Alas, miss, you are too kind-hearted. On ordinary days, you wouldn't even overlook a stray dog. Yet the young man before them was drenched in blood. How much had he shed? Was he being hunted by enemies? The world had been unsettled of late, It was rumored that masters from various sects were mobilizing, relentlessly purging all demonic forces, uprooting countless sections. So many lives had been lost, and all of this seemed to revolve around someone named Chu Xinghe. Could this fellow possibly be a disciple of the demonic sect? If he were indeed a fugitive from the sect's wrath, it could spell great peril for their family. Uncle Feng attempted to discern Chu Xinghe's identity from his garments, but they were already riddled with wounds and thoroughly soaked in blood, rendering it impossible to see clearly. Miss Ku issued an order, which Uncle Feng had no choice but to obey. He lifted Chu Xinghe and tossed him onto the carriage before resuming his drive, gradually departing. Chapter 61. Have we offended the heavens? In Ling City, the esteemed Gu Mingqiao, leader of the Haoyan sect, along with numerous elders, gathered in a single location. Each countenance bore a grim expression. Days had passed since Chu Xinghe's capture, prompting the Haoyan sect to issue the Haoyan command, summoning powerful figures from various sects across the realm. In this brief time, countless demons had been eradicated, and Gu Mingqiao himself had dispatched several demonic lords to their demise. Yet, not a whisper of news regarding Chu Xinghe had surfaced. It was as though he had vanished from the mortal realm. Despite their reluctance to voice their concerns, the gravity of the situation compelled them to consider the direst of scenarios. They resolved to expand their search. They must uncover the whereabouts of Xinghe. Gu Mingqiao continued to issue commands, but the elders remained silent, heads bowed in despair. Some even feared that, given the elapsed time, the boy might have already fallen victim to foul play. Everyone knew that should Chu Xinghe fall into the hands of the demonic sect, his unwavering character would prevent him from betraying his sect. Thus, the methods employed by the demons would surely subject the boy to relentless torment. Even if he survived, the prolonged ordeal would likely have rendered him incapacitated. The Grand Elder gazed vacantly at the scene before him. He had grown markedly haggard over the past few days, often found lost in thought, standing alone. Having no progeny of his own, Chu Xinghe had come to represent a son to him, and he had always treated the boy as if he were his flesh and blood. The calamity that had befallen Chu Xinghe was an unfathomable blow to the Grand Elder. Though many elders had attempted to console him during this tumultuous period, their efforts proved futile. Just as the atmosphere thickened with despair, the door was abruptly thrust open, and Ma Liang darted in with haste. At the unexpected intrusion, Gu Mingqiao furrowed his brow, but before he could utter a word, Ma Liang's revelation left him astounded. "Master, there is news." "What?" The Grand Elder nearly leapt to Ma Liang's side, grasping him firmly by the shoulders. "Not long ago, someone in Tianrun City reported seeing a flash of purple lightning in the sky. It must be the thunder shadow of senior brother Xinghe." "Tianrun City?" "Indeed. In a courtyard at the outskirts of Tianrun City." As Ma Liang finished speaking, the Grand Elder had already vanished from sight, propelled by his fervor. Witnessing the Grand Elder's fervent excitement, Gu Mingqiao could no longer contain himself. In truth, he too felt a surge of exhilaration. Tianrun City. With a commanding shout, Gu Mingqiao dispatched all powerful members of the Haoyan sect, directing them toward Tianrun City. They swiftly converged upon the outskirts of the courtyard, which served as the stronghold of the Demon Shadow sect, where Chu Xinghe was imprisoned. By this time, the location had already fallen under the control of the Haoyan sect, and all disciples of the Demon Shadow sect within had been apprehended. However, as numerous disciples of the Haoyan sect entered this place, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. What appeared to be a courtyard was, in fact, a veritable slaughterhouse of azuras. Severed limbs and an overwhelming torrent of blood stained every edifice in sight. The ground had been transformed into a crimson sea, and even the garden's pond now reflected a sanguine hue. What unspeakable carnage had transpired here? Countless disciples of the Shadow Demon sect, who had believed themselves to have survived a catastrophe, found themselves entirely subdued. They gazed, bewildered, at the frenzied approach of the Haoyan sect members. In the past, encountering a 7th-rank martial saint was a monumental challenge for them. Yet, upon receiving news from the Haoyan sect, the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect swiftly comprehended the unparalleled might of the world's foremost sect. Each descending powerhouse exuded an aura so oppressive it could suffocate. Another martial sovereign? Good heavens, another martial emperor? Are martial emperors now without cost? Is this truly the might of the legendary #1 sect in the world? Soon, when Gu Mingqiao, the master of the Haoyan sect and reputed as the world's strongest, shattered the void to arrive in the courtyard, all disciples of the Shadow Demon sect were left dumbfounded. Is this the legendary #1 person in the world? Is this Gu Mingqiao? Yet, before they could grasp the situation, one disciple of the Shadow Demon Sect found himself ensnared by Gu Mingqiao. Speak. Has Chu Xinghe been here? The captured disciple, trembling with fear, lost control of his legs and soiled himself. Silence means death. Before the disciple could recover from his terror, a voice filled with rage resonated. In the next instant, the Grand Elder raised his hand and struck the Shadow Demon disciple. Boom. All disciples of the Shadow Demon Sect watched as the Grand Elder's tempestuous spiritual energy swept through, reducing the disciple caught in Gu Mingqiao's grasp to mere ashes. Indeed, a person who had been vibrant just a moment ago was instantaneously transformed into dust, scattered by the wind. Not a trace remained to be found. If Chu Xinghe had been present, he would surely remark that the Grand Elder could save himself a trip to the crematorium by obliterating a person with a single strike. This display of power rendered several disciples of the Shadow Demon Sect faint with fear. As they lost consciousness, a singular thought plagued their minds. Is this truly the righteous path? Their methods are far more ruthless than those of our Shadow Demon Sect. The Grand Elder had once again seized another disciple from the Shadow Demon Sect, gathering spiritual energy in his palm as he proclaimed, "Speak. Has Chu Xinghe ever set foot here?" At this moment, all members of the Shadow Demon Sect understood that any hesitation, however brief, would lead to their obliteration. Yes, yes, yes. The disciple, now weeping, cried out in terror. In that instant, the only thought among the Shadow Demon Sect was, have we truly offended a celestial decree? We are merely ordinary disciples of the Shadow Demon Sect, with so many martial emperors descending upon us. Is it truly necessary to reduce us to dust with a single blow? Upon hearing the response from the disciple of the Shadow Demon Sect, the members of the Haotian sect erupted in unrestrained joy. At last, there was news. Speak. Where is Chu Xinghe now, and what has transpired? The Grand Elder, gathering his spiritual energy, inquired further. However, the disciple of the Shadow Demon Sect hesitated for a moment and was promptly reduced to dust by the Grand Elder's might. Subsequently, the Grand Elder seized another disciple. Finally, this new capture was articulate and incessantly divulged all that had transpired in recent days. As the disciple recounted the events, all present from the Haotian sect erupted in laughter. This young man is remarkably astute. Upon learning that Chu Xinghe had not chosen to resist valiantly, but instead surrendered various spiritual stones and techniques, Gu Mingqiao's face blossomed with delight. To be candid, what had plagued everyone's minds these past few days? The fear that, upon capture, Chu Xinghe would choose to face death rather than yield. If that were the case, the likelihood of him becoming incapacitated would be exceedingly high. Yet, contrary to their bleak expectations, Chu Xinghe opted to relinquish resources and feigned allegiance to buy time. Such a strategy prompted silent nods of approval among the onlookers. Look, this child, Xinghe, is truly clever. Defiance serves no purpose. Preserving one's life is paramount. As for the spiritual stones and techniques surrendered by Chu Xinghe, to be honest, did the Haotian sect truly care? In comparison to Chu Xinghe's safety, these were of trivial significance. The Shadow Demon Sect disciple continued, explaining how Chu Xinghe feigned loyalty to gain the trust of the Demon Lord, subsequently presenting the Haotian battle intent. At this revelation, many faces turned pale. The Haotian battle intent is no ordinary technique. How could this child possibly part with it? Yet, as they pondered this perplexity, the disciple cried out in despair, stating that the Haotian battle intent given by Chu Xinghe was a counterfeit, causing the Demon Lord to explode from the strain of cultivation. Indeed, at this, laughter erupted among all gathered. Who would have thought that Xinghe would betray his sect? It turned out he sought to ensnare the Demon Lord instead, and he had succeeded, using the false Haotian battle intent to eliminate a Demon Lord. What a twist of fate. However, amidst the jubilation, a wave of anxiety washed over the crowd. With the Demon Lord slain, what could possibly follow? As they surveyed the scene, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, they began to piece together the implications. Yet, when the full account emerged from the disciple of the Shadow Demon Sect, all were left in astonishment. After Chu Xinghe had vanquished the Demon Lord, the Shadow Demon Sect swarmed in, and Chu Xinghe single-handedly contended against all their forces present. This nightmarish scene was wrought by Chu Xinghe himself. In this battle, nearly all of the fifth-tier members of the Shadow Demon Sect were annihilated, with countless disciples falling before Chu Xinghe's blade. Upon hearing this, every member of the Haotian sect stood in shock. This child, Xinghe, had become so formidable? The sect master remarked, "Let me utilize the soul-snatching technique to vividly recreate the events." Upon the utterance of the Grand Elder's words, everyone present nodded subtly. Yet the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect were genuinely despondent. Are you truly of a noble lineage? The soul-snatching technique. It is a tormenting means of inflicting suffering upon the soul. Even we, the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect, bear a psychological burden when employing it. Do you possess no semblance of humanity? Yet, at that moment, who cared for the grievances of the Shadow Demon sect? The Grand Elder's hands shimmered with a gray luminescence. And in an instant, several disciples of the Shadow Demon sect were ensnared, their souls forcibly extracted. As their souls were detained, the soul-snatching technique commenced. And in that moment, all souls converged into a spectral light, replaying the events etched in their memories before the eyes of all present from the Haoyan sect. First came the demise of the demon sovereign, an explosion of power that heralded the onset of battle. Chu Xinghe, wielding the Haoyan sword box, stood alone against the Shadow Demon sect. The tapestry of intertwined souls portraying the conflict was beyond the capacity of mere words. Witnessing this bloody confrontation firsthand left even the prepared disciples of the Haoyan sect in a state of astonishment. Does the Haoyan sect not consider their alliances? We have acquaintances in Martial Emperor City. The demon sovereign fell victim to Chu Xinghe's feigned Haoyan battle intent, leading to his explosive demise. The disciples of the Shadow Demon sect sought vengeance upon Chu Xinghe, descending upon him like a tempest. Within this courtyard, Chu Xinghe valiantly faced the Shadow Demon sect alone. At that moment, the intertwined souls vividly replayed the battle as if it were a film. Swarming locusts transformed into a tempest of sword blades. Flashes of purple lightning ruthlessly reaping the lives of fifth-tier warriors. The first appearance of the suspended blade was akin to the hand of death itself, as Chu Xinghe, amidst encirclement, carved a bloody path through his foes. Even fifth-tier martial spirits found it arduous to withstand the terrifying force he wielded. Bathed in blood, his own and that of his enemies, Chu Xinghe left the disciples of the Haoyan sect in awe of their comrade, the killing god. Xinghe has broken through to the fourth tier. They marveled. To slay fifth-tier warriors as if they were mere dogs is utterly terrifying. I counted 12 in total. All 12 fifth-tier warriors were slain by Xinghe. The wings formed from the sword blades must surely be the third divine weapon of the Haoyan sword box, the suspended blade. I counted 58 wounds upon him, one remarked. 12 fifth-tier warriors were slain, and the casualties among those below fifth tier are incalculable. Though he bears 58 wounds, he continues to slaughter as if he were a merciless deity, carving a bloody path through the courtyard. With the power of one man, he transformed the stronghold of the Shadow Demon sect into a veritable slaughterhouse. The moment the vision of souls dissipated, silence enveloped the courtyard, as all bore witness to the terrifying lethality of Chu Xinghe, the foremost among the younger generation. Yet, amidst their shock, countless disciples of the Haoyan sect began to express their deep concerns. Bearing 58 varying wounds, while Chu Xinghe had managed to escape, could he truly survive? All disciples of the Haoyan sect, dig 3 feet into the earth of Tianrun City. We must locate the whereabouts of Xinghe, commanded Gu Mingqiao. Yes, responded all disciples of the Haoyan sect as they mobilized. They began a frenzied search along the route taken by Chu Xinghe, resolute in their determination to uncover his location. The Grand Elder gazed upon Chu Xinghe, who fled with 58 wounds adorning his body, and in that moment, the joy he felt upon locating the young man vanished entirely. So many grievous injuries, many of which appeared to be fatal. Could this child truly endure such torment? He had not been able to carry any elixirs or spirit stones with him. Even if he wished to heal, there was no means to do so. In such dire circumstances, could Chu Xinghe withstand it? The Grand Elder had to place his faith in the boy. Surely, a favored soul has the heavens on their side. Gu Mingqiao understood the Grand Elder's concerns. Yet, despite offering reassurances, he too was plagued by worry. 58 wounds, nearly covering the entirety of the young man's body. He must hold on. Countless disciples of the Haoyan sect rushed toward Tianrun City, all receiving orders from their sect to search every inch of the city until Chu Xinghe was found. Not only the Haoyan sect, but the Martial Emperor City also responded swiftly. Martial Emperor Cheng Xiaodian arrived promptly at Tianrun City, mobilizing all disciples present to ensure that Chu Xinghe was located at all costs. Zheng Yu was frantically making her way to Tianrun City. Brother Xinghe has finally been located. You must persevere. While the entire world frantically searched for Chu Xinghe within the grand estate of the Feng family in Tianrun City, Feng Yuyan listened as the steward. Uncle Feng delivered news. Miss, that fellow's vitality is indeed tenacious. He bears 58 wounds, several of which are potentially lethal, yet he has survived. He lives? Feng Yuyan nodded slightly. Is he awake? He has awakened. Mississippi, shall I take you to see him? Following Uncle Feng, Feng Yuyan arrived at the temporary resting quarters arranged for Chu Xinghe. Observing him as he roused from his stupor, she furrowed her brow. Uncle Feng had mentioned those 58 wounds. What had he endured? Who exactly was he? Was he pursued by vengeful enemies? Such malice. Or was he, perhaps, a disciple of the demonic sect, hunted down by righteous practitioners? You are awake? Feng Yuyan addressed Chu Xinghe. I am grateful for your life-saving assistance. Once my injuries have healed, I shall repay you. Chu Xinghe was acutely aware of the peril he faced the previous day had he not been rescued. Even with his body bolstered by years of medicinal use and the protection of the Haoyan sword box, he would have perished. Thus, this was indeed a life debt. There is no need for repayment. However, who are you truly? Feng Yuyan inquired, her brows knitting together as she scrutinized him. A man who had suffered 58 slashes could not be an ordinary individual. Feng Yuyan even began to suspect that Chu Xinghe was affiliated with the demonic sect. My name is Wang Tinyu. Chu Xinghe refrained from revealing his true identity, uncertain of his surroundings and wary of these individuals. Who knows if they are connected to the demonic sect? Wang Tinyu? Very well. Since you prefer not to divulge your circumstances, I shall not press further. You may rest here, and once your condition stabilizes, you should depart. With that, Feng Yuyan turned and left. Wang Tinyu, is it? Here is the Feng residence of Tianrun City. You were rescued by our young lady, Feng Yuyan. Our lady possesses a compassionate heart and is not usually like this. She has been troubled these past few days due to some family matters. Please do not take it to heart and focus on your recovery, the butler explained. However, Chu Xinghe did not mind. After all, he had been saved by someone, and a slight change in attitude hardly warranted questioning. While the lady's words implied no need for gratitude, Chu Xinghe held a different view, understanding the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Uncle Feng. Chu Xinghe called out to the butler, who was preparing to leave. Please, call me Uncle Feng, the butler replied. Hello, Uncle Feng. I overheard you mention that the Feng family is facing some troubles. Might you share what troubles you are encountering? Perhaps I can be of assistance. You? First, you should focus on healing your injuries. This matter is beyond your capability to assist with, but it is not exactly a secret. Uncle Feng, indeed, was quite talkative. Perhaps a trait that comes with age. Our Feng family is one of the prominent families in Tianrun City. The young master possesses considerable talent, and Our Lady wishes to send him to the Yushu Palace, one of the top 10 sects, for training. However, entry into Yushu Palace is not a simple matter, and Our Lady is currently troubled by this issue. Yushu Palace? Chu Xinghe was well aware of it. Disciples from Haoyan sect referred to it as the one guarding the entrance among the top 10 sections. This guarding the entrance designation stemmed from Yushu Palace's consistent ranking at the bottom among the 10 sects, with the weakest strength. However, in the external world, Yushu Palace was indeed a formidable existence, and aspiring to become an inner disciple there was exceedingly challenging. Is it that your young master's talent does not meet the requirements of Yushu Palace? Not at all. The young master is indeed quite talented. Although he may not match the extraordinary prodigies, he still has a chance to enter Yushu Palace through conventional means. Alas, misfortune has befallen our family. Uncle Feng, ever so chatty, shook his head as he divulged the cause. Tianrun City falls under the jurisdiction of Yushu Palace, and a certain Lu Chong, an elite disciple, is responsible for managing affairs in this area. His elevation to elite status was not due to exceptional talent, but rather because of influential connections. His father is an elder in Yushu Palace, which granted him this lucrative position. Originally, Feng Yuyan's brother would have had a reasonable chance to enter Yushu Palace through normal channels, but unfortunately, Lu Chong had taken a fancy to the beautiful Miss Feng. After multiple failed marriage proposals, this scoundrel resorted to underhanded tactics, openly declaring that unless Feng Yuyan married him, the young master of the Feng family would never gain entry into Yushu Palace. Must one enter Yushu Palace? Have you considered other sects? Although Chu Xinghe held disdain for Lu Chong, he was well aware that many disciples from the top 10 sects engaged in unscrupulous behavior, forcing others into undesirable situations, and thus chose not to intervene. Yushu Palace is one of the top 10 sects, Do you comprehend the significance of being part of the top 10? Never mind. You wouldn't understand. Other sects are not even an option. Well, I have spoken too much. You should rest now. Uncle Feng shook his head and walked away. The Haoyan sect is not something to be dismissed lightly, and I have acquaintances in the Martial Emperor city as well. A simple greeting could easily secure a position as an elite disciple. However, Chu Xinghe's words were met with complete disregard by Uncle Feng. Haoyan sect? Is this lad jesting with me? Familiarity with the Martial Emperor city? Securing an elite disciple with merely a greeting? Has he lost his senses? What sort of esteemed place is the Martial Emperor city? You think you can simply waltz in and gain the status of an elite disciple? Are you jesting with me? Uncle Feng shook his head in disbelief. It appeared that this Wang Tini not only bore 58 wounds, but had likely also suffered a blow to his intellect. Uncle Feng did not genuinely take Chu Xinghe's words to heart. In the time that followed, Chu Xinghe rested in his room, while Uncle Feng thoughtfully brought some medicinal pills for Feng Yuyan. Although these were the most rudimentary pills, Chu Xinghe was profoundly grateful. Despite the severity of his injuries, the prolonged consumption of medicine in Lingyi Palace had not been in vain. Chu Xinghe's constitution was far from ordinary. Thus, in a short span, he was already able to rise and walk. As he exited the room, suppressing the sharp pains coursing through his body, Chu Xinghe prepared to leave the Feng residence. It was imperative to establish contact with his sect as soon as possible. However, before departing, he felt it necessary to bid farewell to Feng Yuyan, intending to assist her with her troubles as well. What nonsense is this Yushu Palace? What prospects could lie in such a place? Is Haoyan sect not more appealing? Does our connection to the Martial Emperor city mean nothing? Yet, as soon as Chu Xinghe arrived in the front courtyard of the Feng residence, he had no chance to speak with Feng Yuyan before a hurried servant rushed in from outside. Miss Lu Chong has arrived. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuyan's brows knitted together, and a look of distaste crossed her face. Glancing at Chu Xinghe, who was preparing to take his leave, she had no choice but to greet the visitor. Chu Xinghe said little and followed Feng Yuyan's lead as they moved towards the entrance. He was curious to see what manner of person Lu Chong was. Chapter 63. The Martial Emperor. All who come are martial emperors. A figure no taller than 5 feet 3 inches, resembling a toad, entered the Feng residence amidst a throng of followers. This individual was Lu Chong. At first glance, Chu Xinghe seriously questioned whether he might be a product of inbreeding. Miss Feng, what have you decided? Lu Chong leered at Feng Yuyan. Young Master Lu, my family is willing to offer 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to the Yushu Palace. Merely requesting that Feng Yuxing be admitted, Feng Yuyan replied through gritted teeth. This was the largest sum they could muster. However, upon hearing Feng Yuyan's words, Lu Chong's eyes lit up but quickly turned to dissatisfaction. Miss Feng, Yushu Palace is one of the 10 major sects. We do not regard such spirit stones highly. Moreover, you know I am not referring to this matter. Young Master Lu, my parents passed away early, and our family has declined, leaving only my brother and me. My brother seeks to enter Yushu Palace, and I must manage our family. Thus, I have resolved never to marry. I implore you not to put Yuyan in a difficult position. What a remarkable declaration, to refuse Lu Chong. She had gone so far as to proclaim her vow of lifelong celibacy. Feng Yuyan, do not overstep your bounds. Behind Lu Shixiang stands Elder Lu. Let me make it clear, without young Master Lu's approval, Feng Yuxing shall never step foot into my Yushu Palace, exclaimed a sycophant of Lu Chong, his voice dripping with arrogance. Feng Yuyan's expression darkened upon hearing the insult. However, she realized that her humble Feng family lacked the standing to retort against the people of Yushu Palace. Just as despair began to weigh upon her, a voice emerged from behind her. Can your Yushu Palace even afford to be so arrogant? And you, Lu Chong, do take a moment to glance at your own reflection. You resemble a toad so closely that even a female toad would scoff at you. How dare you utter such words? Who dares to speak so insolently? Lu Chong, caught off guard by the sudden outburst, nearly choked on his own rage. The members of the Feng family turned in shock to see Chu Xinghe, wrapped in layers like a dumpling. What are you staring at? I stand by my words. Are you dissatisfied? Just look at your own rotund figure. All waist and no height. Has your family not advised you to refrain from scaring others with your presence? You seek death. Lu Chong, infuriated, felt his blood boil. How could a distinguished disciple of Yushu Palace, the son of an elder, endure such humiliation? In a fit of rage, he lunged towards Chu Xinghe, hands outstretched, aiming to strike him on the head. Roll. The formidable battle intent of Haoyan erupted from Chu Xinghe. Although his injuries had not fully healed, his spiritual power was nearly restored. However, the sudden release of this battle intent aggravated his wounds. With a single word, Lu Chong was sent hurtling backward. His peak third-grade cultivation powerless against the sheer force of Chu Xinghe's Haotian battle intent. Poof! Lu Chong crashed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, leaving the Feng family in utter chaos. Feng Yuyan stared wide-eyed at Chu Xinghe. Lu Chong's prowess was considerable, yet he had been struck down by this seemingly unremarkable individual. As she observed the spiraling waves of spiritual energy radiating from Chu Xinghe, shimmering with a faint light, she was left astounded. What kind of technique was this? It was simply terrifying. "You dare to harm our Lu Shixiao? You are courting death," shouted a disciple of Yushu Palace, shattering his token in a fit of rage. Was he calling for reinforcements? Feng Yuyan stood dumbfounded. She never anticipated that Chu Xinghe would engage Lu Chong, let alone defeat him so decisively. This was truly a grave situation. The representatives of Yushu Palace were not to be trifled with. To strike a member of Yushu Palace was to slap the face of one of the 10 great sects. Yushu Palace would undoubtedly seek retribution. Who dares to injure a disciple of Yushu Palace? A voice boomed from afar, and in the next moment, a figure soared through the winds. A 7th-grade martial saint. The sudden appearance of this formidable figure left everyone in stunned silence. Clad in the elders' robes of Yushu Palace, he glared with fury. "This wretch has insulted our Yushu Palace." Upon seeing the visitor, Lu Chong was immediately overcome with tears. His father had arrived. In recent days, due to the matter concerning Chu Xinghe, all the top 10 sects had congregated in Tianrun City, scouring the place thoroughly. Lu Chong understood that his father had not come to seek out Chu Xinghe, but rather was drawn by the courtesans he had arranged. Showing filial piety to his father was Lu Chong's forte. As for Chu Xinghe, neither of them had even cast a glance at his portrait. How audacious of the Feng family to insult the Jade Void Palace. Lu Jingque descended from the heavens, but upon speaking, he noticed the terrifying, tornado-like surge of spiritual energy emanating from Chu Xinghe. Lu Jingque was no fool like Lu Chong. He could discern at a glance that Chu Xinghe's cultivation method was extraordinary. How could such a wild lad possess such remarkable power? Was he perhaps a fortunate inheritor from some ancient ruins? With this thought, Lu Jingque became exhilarated. If he could obtain this technique, it would be monumental. With a flash of malice in his eyes, he declared, "You insolent brat. For daring to insult my Jade Void Palace, you cannot escape death today. However, considering your youth and ignorance, I shall grant you a chance for survival. Surrender your technique and leave behind an arm, and I shall show you mercy." What nonsense is this? You covet my technique? Chu Xinghe laughed, finding amusement in Lu Jingque's discernment. You have a keen eye, Elder Lu. You can see that the Haotian battle intent is extraordinary. However, I am inclined to offer this technique, but I fear you may not dare to accept it. This Haotian battle intent, was Lu Jingque tired of living? Did he actually covet the Haotian sect's prowess? Surely, he was unaware that our Grand Elder could reduce a person to ashes with a mere slap. Unbelievable. How dare you engage in verbal sparring with me? I cannot let you off today. Without further ado, Lu Jingque prepared to seize the young man before him and take him back for a thorough interrogation regarding the technique. In an instant, Lu Jingque appeared before Chu Xinghe. The spiritual energy of a 7th-rank martial saint surged like a tidal wave, pressing down upon Chu Xinghe, while chains of energy coiled around him, intent on ensnaring him. This scene rendered everyone from the Feng family, including Feng Yuyan, utterly dumbfounded. How had things escalated to this point? With Wang Tinyu's ruckus, her brother would likely never have a chance to enter the Jade Void Palace in his lifetime. Yet, facing an elder of the Jade Void Palace, a 7th-rank martial saint, the entire Feng family lacked the standing to speak. Even if Feng Yuyan wished to plead, she was powerless to do so. In an instant, Lu Jingque's chains of spiritual energy wrapped tightly around Chu Xinghe, but just as he intended to tighten the grip and inflict some suffering, the chains suddenly shattered. The broken chains scattered as Lu Jingque stood in shock, feeling an overwhelming pressure descend upon him from above. A martial sovereign? Perhaps even a martial emperor? Lu Jingque, well versed in the ways of the world, quickly realized that this was the aura of a martial sovereign or even a martial emperor. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, a shadow of a hand descended from the heavens. Boom! The immense shadow of a palm bore down upon Lu Jingque, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. The sound of cracking bones echoed as his legs nearly shattered. As the shadow continued its descent, he he found himself flattened against the earth, embedded into the bluestone pavement of the Feng family compound. This sudden turn of events rendered the entire scene silent. Simultaneously, a figure descended from the heavens, not gliding on the wind, but traversing the void itself. With each step he took, the space before him seemed to tear apart. He shattered the fabric of the cosmos. The martial emperor had arrived. Feng Yuyan, seizing the moment, urged countless members of the Feng family to drop to their knees in reverence. The martial emperor. Such an existence was the stuff of legends, one that the Feng family had never encountered in their lifetime. Lu Chong stood in stunned disbelief. How could his seemingly invincible father be reduced to a mere insect crushed into the ground? And by a martial emperor who could traverse the void? Why would the martial emperor target his father? Before Lu Chong could ponder further, another figure appeared in the sky. Yet another who traversed the void. Still a martial emperor. Lu Chong's legs weakened. Another martial emperor? Was there a wholesale sale of martial emperors today? Soon, a third, a fourth, and a fifth figure emerged. Each one a martial emperor descending from the heavens. Lu Chong felt as though he were trapped in a dream. It was far too fantastical to be real. The first to descend was none other than the Grand Elder, who had just turned Lu Jinghe into a mere frog with a single strike. Had he not been adorned in the robes of the Jade Void Palace, Lu Jinghe would have been reduced to ashes by that very blow. Disciple Chu Xinghe pays respects to the Grand Elder. Chu Xinghe bowed, but the Grand Elder swiftly embraced him. At that moment, the entire Feng family stood in a state of shock, whether they were members of the Feng family or from the Jade Void Palace. Everyone had heard Chu Xinghe declare his name. He was indeed Chu Xinghe. The Haotian sect issued the Haotian Edict, and the Martial Emperor's city proclaimed the Martial Emperor Decree, sending the entire realm into a frenzy over a single individual. Countless powerful figures scoured the land in search of him, and he had finally appeared in Tianrun City. The 10 major sects had nearly dug 3 feet into the ground in their relentless pursuit of him. He was the very person whom everyone had been frantically seeking. Chu Xinghe. Martial emperors from all directions converged upon Tianrun City, all in search of one man. In that moment, everyone was left astounded. Uncle Feng stood in a daze, gazing at Chu Xinghe, who was cradled in the arms of the Grand Elder. At that moment, Chu Xinghe's words echoed in his ears. Is the Haotian sect not worth considering? We have acquaintances in the Martial Emperor city. Securing an elite disciple would be as easy as child's play. When Uncle Feng first heard Chu Xinghe's words, he believed that this fellow named Wang Tiniu must have suffered some injury to his mind. The Haotian sect? The Martial Emperor city? Acquaintances? Were they merely jesting? Who among those entering the Haotian sect or the Martial Emperor city was not a prodigy? You claim to have acquaintances? Securing an elite disciple would be child's play for you? Are you mocking me? At this moment, Uncle Feng realized that Chu Xinghe was not deceiving himself, nor was he mentally impaired. The words he spoke were indeed the truth. For others to gain entry into the Haotian sect, it required a rigorous selection process. Not to mention the inner gate. Even accessing the outer gate was an immense favor. However, if Chu Xinghe were to simply state that someone should be allowed into the Haotian sect, it would be as effortless as uttering a single phrase. In fact, Chu Xinghe had acquaintances in Wudi City, one of whom was Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu was now privately referred to as the Little City Lord. Just days prior, this future lord of Wudi City had his life saved by Chu Xinghe. In rescuing him, Chu Xinghe had nearly lost his own life. What a profound debt of gratitude this was. Zheng Yu would undoubtedly remember the kindness of his senior brother Xinghe throughout his life. If he were to hesitate even momentarily in arranging for an elite disciple, the world would certainly condemn him as ungrateful. Thus, it was evident that Chu Xinghe held genuine influence. Earlier, when he berated the Yushu Palace, everyone thought he had lost his senses, believing he was courting death. Yet now, observing the prostrate figure of Lu Jinghe, it was clear to all that even if Chu Xinghe's insults were deemed excessive, what could the Yushu Palace possibly do? Surely no one would believe that the Yushu Palace would dare to confront the Haotian sect for an explanation. If they entertained such thoughts, they could no longer be called the Yushu Palace. They might as well rename themselves the Yugong Palace. Such audacity was truly remarkable. Xinghe, my dear boy, you are indeed fortunate. Ha ha, I always said this lad is blessed with great fortune. He single-handedly vanquished an 8th-grade demon lord, emerging from the shadow demon sect unscathed. This young man is truly exceptional. At this moment, the Wudi and Haotian sect masters had gathered at the Feng family estate. Gu Mingxiao approached and thoroughly examined Chu Xinghe. Although he bore numerous injuries, Chu Xinghe's internal energy was intact. It was purely external wounds. Come, come. This is a 7th grade healing elixir, the holy healing pill. Take a bottle to recuperate, and when you return home, I will procure several bottles of the 8th grade divine healing pill for you. Without hesitation, the elder produced a vial of the 7th grade elixir. Upon hearing the mention of the 7th grade holy healing pill, the onlookers were nearly astounded. What was this? A 7th grade holy healing pill? This was the legendary remedy, said to be capable of reviving one as long as they still drew breath. Each pill was worth a fortune. What had this esteemed master just said? Take a bottle to recover? Just one bottle? Moreover, he mentioned additional 8th grade divine healing pills upon returning home. Those were reputed to be capable of resurrecting the deceased. Most people might never even encounter a single one in their lifetime. Yet here the Haoyan sect was offering them to Chu Xinghe by the vial. Lu Cheng was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He had heard from the sect's elders about the Haoyan sect's vast wealth, but he never imagined it to be to such an extent. Xinghe, this incident arose from our Wudi city, and I, Cheng Xiaodian, feel a deep sense of guilt. Cheng Xiaodian spoke up, and his words brought a profound silence to the gathering. Cheng Xiaodian, the lord of Wudi city, Cheng Xiaodian, the unparalleled powerhouse ranked 2nd on the heavenly Tao list. Cheng Xiaodian, Brother Xiaodian, there is no need for such formality. This child, Xinghe, possesses an innate disposition. If he were to see one in peril and choose not to save them, that would be truly unusual. Gu Mingqiao chuckled heartily from the side. Regardless of previous circumstances, the safety of Chu Xinghe is sufficient. Gu Zhongzhu's words ring true. Indeed, this child is remarkable. Cheng Xiaodian sighed in resignation, lamenting that he was not a disciple of his own family. However, their conversation caused Lu Jingque, who had just emerged from the ground, to kneel in astonishment. Gu Zhongzhu? Gu Mingqiao? The illustrious figure ranked 1st on the heavenly Tao list? The city lord of Wudi, Cheng Xiaodian? The master of Haoyan, Gu Mingqiao? Each one of them is a legendary individual, and today, they all stand before him. In addition to these two, there is also the grand elder of Haoyan sect and the unparalleled masters from various sections. The modest courtyard of the Feng family, although not resplendent, undoubtedly shines with glory today. This is a feat that could elevate their family's reputation for a millennium. Are you from Yushu Palace? The grand elder seemed to finally remember the presence of a frog on the ground. Elder Lu, I have no interest in knowing your name. Were you about to strike at Xinghe just now? The grand elder